After all, Zhuan had nothing to lose and it would greatly increase his chances of success. Zhu, and remained silent, simply watching Zhu Meng. After a long silence, Zhuan finally withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "It sounds promising, but unfortunately, I am not interested." Zhu Meng's smile instantly froze, and she exclaimed in disbelief, Not interested?" She never expected Zhuan to refuse. Zhu, and nodded, "That's right, why?" Zhu, and smiled. "Why? Do I need to spell it out? You should know what you're planning, right?" Zhu Meng's face became very unpleasant, a hint of cold light flashing in her eyes. "You." The words were extremely impolite, causing Drunken Dream's face to instantly turn pale, and then she sneered. "Friend, I admit that your martial arts skills are indeed impressive, and you can even suppress the likes of Qiyu with just your physical strength and completely eliminate them. But do you really think that with just this level of strength, you can eradicate the almighty departed Emperor?" Speaking up to this point, a hint of mockery flashed across Drunken Dream's face. "You should know, the almighty departed Emperor is a dominating figure who rules over an entire realm alone. His power is something you cannot even imagine. With your limited capabilities, you are at best just cannon fodder." Zhuan listened quietly without showing any signs of anger. Only after she finished speaking did Zhuan finally speak calmly. "Are you done talking? Shouldn't you take action now?" "You ... Drunken Dream's expression changed suddenly, but she quickly regained her composure and coldly snorted, "A toast to you not being reciprocated." With that, a brilliant divine light gleamed in her eyes, and a powerful divine pressure appeared above her head. This pressure was ever-changing and mesmerizing. Drunken Dream, at this moment, changed her humble attitude, and arrogantly said, "Friend, I will give you another chance now. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will spare you. If you are not willing, I will obliterate your divine mind completely." Zhuan looked up at the dazzling divine light above Drunken Dream's head and said calmly, "So you are a master of divine minds?" "Exactly. Why else do you think people call me Drunken Dream?" Drunken Dream said proudly, "Friend, although you martial arts experts possess unmatched physical strength, your weak divine minds are your greatest weakness. And now you are in my territory, meaning your life and death are entirely in my hands. If I so choose, I can make you beg for life and death in an instant. So I suggest you carefully consider my proposal, or else, HMPH. Although the latter part of the threat was not explicitly stated, the two cold hums were full of threats. Zhuan seemed as if she had not heard Drunken Dream's threat at all, and continued to watch the ever-changing divine mind aura above Drunken Dream's head. After a while, Zhuan suddenly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Drunken Dream's expression changed, and she demanded coldly. Zhuan lowered his gaze and said with a cold smile, "It's nothing. Just suddenly felt the urge to thank you." "Thank me?" Drunken Dream was puzzled. Zhu, and nodded. "Yes, thank you for reminding me. What do you mean?" Drunken Dream's expression turned cold, and she spoke sharply. "Stop playing tricks. Give me an answer now, or I won't be polite." Zhuan chuckled. "What did you say is the greatest weakness of martial arts experts?" "Of course, it's their weak divine minds." Drunken Dream said, "The path of cultivation is such that it is difficult to have the best of both worlds. If you prefer the freedom of swordsmanship, you must inevitably give up the infinite utility of spell cultivation. If you possess the unparalleled physical strength of a martial arts expert, you naturally cannot have the vast divine mind of a divine mind cultivator. Of course, it is not absolute, but human energy is limited. Unless one is a truly extraordinary genius, it is difficult to balance several major cultivation systems. For ordinary people, achieving success in one path of cultivation is already commendable." "You're right," Zhuan nodded. But before Drunken Dream could speak, he continued, "But who said I'm a martial arts expert?" "Huh." Drunken Dream was stunned. What did he mean by that? If he's not a martial arts expert, then what is he? Could he be a divine mind cultivator like herself? This is just to confuse her. Thinking this, a hint of mockery appeared on Drunken Dream's face, and she sneered, "If you're not a martial arts expert, then what are you?" Zhu, and smiled, and as he did, beams of divine light emanated from his eyes. Suddenly, an immense divine mind aura rose from him, causing the entire world to tremble. Drunken Dream shuddered all over, looking up in horror at the overwhelming power of this divine mind aura. The vast and mighty divine power contained within it made her tremble uncontrollably. Compared to this divine power, her own divine mind seemed insignificant, like a firefly under the blazing sun, utterly inadequate. With a calm tone, Zhuan said, "Now, what do you think I am?" Drunken Dream could not even speak and trembled uncontrollably. Zhuan smiled. "Initially, I had to think of a plan to not alert the target prematurely, but your words reminded me. The almighty departed emperor did not suspect you, so as long as I return with you, I can easily sneak up to him." Drunken Dream's face was filled with horror, and a foreboding feeling rushed into her heart. Trembling, she asked, What do you want, Zhu?" and smiled. "Don't be nervous, I won't harm you. I just need to use your identity temporarily. But to prevent you from leaking information, I need to refine your divine mind in advance." Refine the divine mind. Upon hearing these words, Drunken Dream's sense of foreboding was confirmed. Divine mind refinement referred to a ruthless rule among divine mind cultivators. When two divine mind cultivators meet and conflict, the stronger one can forcibly refine the weaker one's divine mind through their overwhelming strength. After refining the divine mind, the other party would obediently follow commands. In the end, it is similar to a forced acknowledgement of dominance. However, this situation can only occur and there is a huge disparity in strength, and the stronger party has a crushing advantage over the weaker one. And now, Drunken Dream Wan Zhuan happened to fit this condition perfectly. Realizing this, Drunken Dream lost all her arrogance. She activated her entire divine mind, transforming instantly into countless forms, hoping to confuse Zhuan and seize the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, it was all wishful thinking on her part. Just as her illusions appeared, before her main body could make a move, Zhuan's divine mind had already surged forth, trapping Drunken Dream completely. Then Zhuan said calmly, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." With that, the divine mind, wielding supreme power, crushed down. No. Drunken Dream let out a cry of despair. Then she was completely enveloped by Zhuan's divine mind. The light flickered endlessly, accompanied by the sound of something being crushed inside. This process was quick, lasting only a few breaths. Then the light gradually dimmed, and Zhuan's divine mind receded like a tide, leaving a bewildered Drunken Dream standing in the center. But when she saw Zhuan standing not far away, the bewilderment in her eyes quickly faded. She took a step forward, bowed respectfully, and said, in a tone close to worship, "Drunken Dream pays respect to the master, Zhu," and nodded. "Let's go." "Yes." Zui Meng hastily responded. Then he took the lead and led the way, leaving this layer of divine sense barrier. Just now, in order to conceal the conversation between himself and Zhuan, Zui Meng had set up a divine sense barrier, isolating everything from the outside world. So in the eyes of outsiders, they couldn't see or hear what was happening inside at all. This made many people bewildered, especially as time passed second by second and Zhuan and Zui Meng didn't come out. The crowd couldn't help but start to stir. What are the second madam and this young man doing inside? Why haven't they come out for so long? Someone said in shock. Who knows? But I think this young man must be at a disadvantage. You know, our second madam is famous for her cunning skills. At the age of this young man who is inexperienced, she could probably talk him into submission in just a few words, making him unable to resist. This statement made many people nod in agreement. As natives of the border city, they had all witnessed Zui Meng's methods, so they all held a deep respect for the second madam and thought this speculation was highly likely to be true. But some people didn't agree. Being able to eradicate the Red Prison divine generals and the others, this young man is definitely not an ordinary person. How could he be easily deceived by the second madam? But I think this young man is probably in a precarious situation. Oh. Why do you say that? Someone asked in surprise. Hehe. Don't judge the second madam by her appearance alone and think she's just a weak woman. She has managed to suppress the border city for thousands of years, which is not something that can be done solely through cunning skills. I've heard people say that our second madam is a master in divine sense cultivation. This statement shook many people at their core. Having lived in the border city for so long, they had all heard rumors. So I say, this young man is too arrogant. His physical skills are top-notch, but due to a congenital defect in his techniques, when such a cultivator encounters a divine sense master of the same level, he almost has no power to fight back. So I estimate that this young man has probably been captured willingly by now. This reasoning was logical and well-founded, causing almost everyone to nod in agreement. Only the steward Yuren looked somewhat puzzled as he gazed at the divine sense barrier. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Just then, the divine sense barrier shook, and Lady Zui Meng walked out from it. As soon as she appeared, all the discussions in the crowd disappeared instantly, and everyone held their breath, watching her intently. They saw that she had no injuries on her body at all, and there was even a hint of a smile on her face. This stirred many people's hearts. It seemed that, as expected, the young man had been subdued by the second ma'am. Just as the crowd was filled with uncertainty, Lady Zui Meng walked out of the divine sense barrier, but didn't leave. Instead, she stood solemnly by the side, as if welcoming the arrival of an important person. This scene left many people dumbfounded. What was going on? Who was coming? Just as this question arose in everyone's minds, the light shimmered, and Zuan stepped out from the barrier. Seeing him, Zui Meng quickly bowed and showed a respectful attitude, like a maidservant meeting her master. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes were wide open in disbelief. What the hell was going on? If the young man wasn't dead, then why did Lady Zui Meng's attitude change so drastically towards him after just a short time? With all eyes on him, Zuan halted his steps and looked around calmly. As he passed by, many people involuntarily took a step back in shock. They found that the young man's gaze was unnervingly calm, making them feel somewhat uneasy. Zuan's gaze then stopped on a person standing in the corner, and with a faint smile, he walked over. Zui Meng followed closely behind. As they passed by, everyone retreated, directing their gaze towards the person Zuan was approaching. This was a middle-aged man who appeared unremarkable in appearance and demeanor. However, in the border city, no one dared to overlook his presence. He was the trusted confidant of Lady Zui Meng and a figure of real power in the border city, Steward Yuren. When Zuan stepped out from the divine sense barrier, his expression changed instantly, and when he saw Lady Zui Meng treating Zhu, and so respectfully, his pupils contracted to the size of a pinhead. But his composure was deep, and all these changes happened in the blink of an eye before quickly returning to normal, without drawing anyone's attention. Even as Zuan walked towards him, Yuren remained unfazed. When Zuan came close, he stopped and gazed silently at him. Facing this scrutiny, Yuren showed no signs of fear, only bowing deeply and saying in a plain tone, "What instructions does the master have?" Zhu, and smiled, a playful glint in his eyes. "I have to admit, your deception is quite good." Deception? What did he mean by deception? What was Yuren deceiving? People looked at each other in confusion, seeing each other's doubts in their eyes. Even Lady Zui Meng seemed puzzled. Only Yuren remained unreactive, smiling weakly. "Please forgive my ignorance, sir. Your words are too profound for me to understand." Zuan, however, ignored his excuses, saying coolly, "My patience is precious. We are all intelligent people, so I do not want you to use such shallow excuses to deceive me. Understand?" Yuren's face paled slightly, but he continued to smile forcibly. "Sir, I truly." Zuan impatiently waved his hand, and his gaze turned cold. "When the Lord of the Leaving Hell sent you, the instructions should have been clear. Everything revolves around Lady Zui Meng, but you are tasked with secretly observing her actions. If anything seems amiss, restrain her immediately or report it, or even eliminate her directly." As these words were spoken, the room fell silent. People were dumbfounded, especially Lady Zui Meng, who was shaken to the core. Looking at Yuren with horror, she trusted the steward Yuren deeply. After all, he had been by her side for hundreds of years, always loyal and never making any mistakes. After being refined by divine consciousness, Zui Meng listened to Zuan's words obediently without any doubt. But because of that, when she thought about the fact that Yuren knew all her secrets, her heart couldn't help but sink. At the same time, Yuren sighed lightly with his head lowered. "Looks like I underestimated you," he said, slowly lifting his head. "That's right. I am indeed Lord Chanjun's man." With his words, the whole demeanor of Yuren underwent a change. If he seemed unremarkable before, like an inconspicuous stone, he now appeared as if the outer shell had been peeled away, revealing the jade inside. His imposing aura was like a drawn sword, sending shivers down everyone's spine. This transformation caused everyone to gasp in amazement. Just from his aura alone, it was evident that Yuren's strength surpassed even Zui Meng's, not to mention the Crimson Hell God General. At this moment, Yuren spoke lightly. "I am very curious. How did you figure it out? Did my disguise reveal any flaws?" Zuan smiled faintly. "I just said, your disguise was indeed well done. Otherwise, you couldn't have concealed it from Zui Meng, who has cultivated divine consciousness for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, No matter how well you disguise yourself, in front of me, it's just a joke. With that, Zuan paused, a dazzling divine light flashing in his eyes, because in my presence, all falsehoods are like bubbles. Yuren sneered at this. You are indeed formidable. If I'm not mistaken, Zhu Meng has already refined your divine consciousness, hasn't she? Zuan nodded. That's right. HMPH. Yuren snorted, then turned to Zhu Meng. Madam, I appreciate your trust in me over the past few hundred years, but you shouldn't try to go against Lord Chanjun. Your many grievances with Lord Chanjun before, I can pretend not to have her, but this time, you can't hide it. Zhu Meng's expression changed drastically, angrily shouting, Bastard, go die. With that, Zhu Meng's divine consciousness sprung forth towards Yuren. However, Yuren just snorted coldly, unleashing an even more powerful divine consciousness that clashed directly. After a loud bang, Zhu Meng stumbled back a few steps before regaining her balance. Yuren, on the other hand, only swayed slightly. The difference in strength was evident. Zhu Meng's face turned extremely ugly at this point, looking towards Zuan. Master. Upon hearing this title, the onlookers were not too shocked because they were already somewhat numb from previous astonishments. Who would have guessed that such a dramatic turn of events would occur at this moment? The usually honest and reserved Yuren turned out to be a spy sent by Lord Chanjun. And the powerful madam was forcibly refined by this young man's divine consciousness, becoming his servant. Each of these revelations sent chills down many people's spines as they anticipated a momentous event about to unfold. At the same time, Zuan looked at Yuren with a sly smile, saying, No wonder you managed to conceal it for so long. It turns out you created a loyal second personality for Zhu Meng through powerful divine consciousness, while your original self remained dormant. That way, even Zhu Meng couldn't detect it. Am I right? Yuren grinned wickedly. Enough talk. Since you dared to go against Lord Chanjun, then prepare to die. With that, Yuren's body was surrounded by flashing lights, resembling snowflakes, and he charged towards Zuan. These lights were manifestations of Yuren's divine consciousness, formidable and inspiring. Unfortunately, when these lights reached Zuan, they melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun, vanishing into thin air. Yuren's expression changed. Realizing that Zuan was not an opponent to be underestimated, he didn't expect to defeat Zuan in one move. He flashed a mysterious seal in his eyes, then unleashed a powerful force from above, pressing down towards Zuan. The force was so strong that even though it only reached midway, it caused the ground to sink into a large pit with a thundering sound. Yuren's complexion paled, and his body trembled slightly. Such a powerful move also exerted immense pressure on him, forcing him to exhaust his entire cultivation to barely execute it. But the result was astounding. Ripples of energy appear in the press space, descending downwards. Even a powerful practitioner with an indestructible body technique would struggle against this attack. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Zuan simply smiled. Interesting. Then, with a sudden movement, he used one hand to catch the overwhelming force as it smashed into the ground beside him. Doom. With a deafening noise, the ground shook, causing all the spectators to stagger and fly away in panic, watching the scene with astonishment. As the dust settled, a deep bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Zuan stood at the edge of the pit, hands behind his back, giving Yuren a slight smile. Any other new tricks? Let's see them all. I'm ready. Yuren shuddered all over, glancing at the deep pit in front of him, a determined look in his eyes, then shook his head. You're formidable. I'm no match for you. Yuren showed great self-awareness, knowing that he couldn't defeat Zuan, not even with the seal bestowed by Lord Chanjun. However, he raised his head, looking at Zuan with a mocking gaze. Kill or spare me. Do as you wish. In any case, you won't live long, because just now I've sent a message about the situation here to Lord Chanjun with divine consciousness. Lord Chanjun won't spare you and this Zhu Meng by then. Ha ha ha. With that, Yuren burst into a triumphant laughter, causing Zhu Meng's face to turn extremely ugly in an instant. Yuren's laughter abruptly stopped, and then he stared at the divine inscription book seal in Zuan's hand as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Where did you get this from? Yuren could hardly believe his eyes. If there weren't his divine inscription and imprint on this book seal, he would have thought it was forged by Zuan. Zuan smiled, casually squeezed the divine inscription book seal, and then crushed it alive. Then he said lightly, Sorry, since I entered this banquet hall, I have completely sealed off the surroundings. Any divine thoughts or secret techniques are unable to break through, and this book seal is no exception. Yuren's eyes widened gradually, then he shouted incredulously, I don't believe it. In this realm of Lihan heaven, besides the heavenly lore, no one can seal off the heavens and earth, right? Is that so? But I did seal it off. What can you do about it? If you don't believe it, you can try, Zuan said leisurely. Yuren gritted his teeth, forcibly activated all his divine thoughts, instantly sealing hundreds of book seals, and then waved his hand, sending these book seals flying in all directions. Zuan didn't stop him, even looking at it with a smile on his face. Indeed, just as these book seals flew out not a few miles away, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, directly shattering these book seals into pieces. The deafening sound of the explosions echoed all around. The firelight reflected on Yuren's face, making him ashen. It wasn't until these book seals were completely shattered that Zuan lightly said, Now, do you believe it? Yuren shuddered all over, then looked at Zuan with a gaze of fear and disbelief, and finally lowered his head with a desolate voice. Just kill me. I surrender. Kill you? Zuan shook his head with a smile. Who said I wanted to kill you? Yuren shuddered at his words, then raised his head, looking at Zuan, his face filled with confusion. Not kill him? What did he mean by that? Could it be? Yuren suddenly remembered something, his eyes showing a look of horror. You. Zuan flashed his white teeth with a fierce smile. It seems you've guessed it. That's right. I am going to forcibly refine your divine thoughts. After all, if you suddenly die, the heavenly lord of Lihan heaven would be suspicious. Yuren shook violently, then with a determined look in his eyes, without hesitation, he activated his cultivation base, preparing to self-destruct. But Zuan wouldn't give him that chance. Zuan pointed a finger, and the surging divine thoughts rushed like a tide, enveloping Yuren in an instant. At the moment of contact, Yuren's body and soul were frozen, preventing him from moving at all. Yuren could only watch helplessly as Zuan's divine thoughts rushed into his mind, his eyes filled with intense despair. But soon, these lights quickly dimmed. Zuan looked approvingly at Yuren. Although he was a follower of the Lord of Lihan heaven, his recent actions showed that Yuren had integrity. Such a person, even if he was an enemy, deserved respect. However, this wouldn't change Zuan's plans. Zuan wouldn't alter his intentions because of some supposed admiration. In the end, after about half a cup of tea time, Zuan's divine thoughts retreated like a tide, leaving Yuren standing there with a bewildered look. Zuan said lightly, You've seen me. Shouldn't you show respect? Yuren was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and bowed. Greetings, master. This scene left the onlookers in shock. In just a short moment, Yuren's divine thoughts were forcibly refined by this young man, revealing Yuren's true identity, and he ended up in the same situation of having his divine thoughts purify. These unbelievable events left many people incapable of rational thought. Yanmishu, with her mouth agape, stared blankly at Zuan's figure. She used to think this young man was just an ordinary person, but now she realized how foolish her previous thoughts had been. His actions had exceeded Yanmishu's comprehension. It made her suddenly feel a sense of desolation, as she realized her previous feelings were just wishful thinking. With her status, she probably couldn't even touch his shadow. Thinking about this, Yanmishu lowered her head, silent and forlorn. As for Zhang Shan'an, who guarded against Xiaoshan, at this moment he murmured in amazement, Wow, what a powerful human strong man. Lord Xiaoshan, do you know this person? Xiaoshan had been silent, looking at Zuan until Zhang Shan'an asked the question before he mumbled, I don't know, but he seems to value you a lot. And just now I heard the deceased Chiyu say he's from the Hua clan. Do you know what the Hua clan is? The Hua clan. Xiaoshan repeated these words, a look of pain suddenly appearing in his eyes. It seems familiar, but I can't recall. Just then, Zuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the assembled crowd. Many people, feeling guilty, lowered their heads. Zuan smiled faintly. Did all of you see what just happened? This questioning sent many people's hearts racing. After a moment, someone forced a smile and said, So, what do you mean, sir? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zuan's mouth as he looked at the speaker. What do you think? Cold sweat broke out on many people's foreheads. Did he intend to kill all the witnesses present? This thought sent shivers down many people's spines. At this moment, Zuan let out a sigh. All right, I can't be bothered to kill you all. Let me erase this memory for you. With a wave of his hand, countless divine thoughts exploded, flying directly into the foreheads of each person present. These people stiffened, their eyes showing horror. But soon, the memories related to this incident in their minds were forcibly wiped away. As the divine thoughts returned to Xuan, all the people in the room looked utterly bewildered, then slowly dispersed, because Xuan had given them an order that when they returned home, these memories would completely vanish. By then, they wouldn't even remember having been at the city lord's mansion today. Of course, not everyone has left. For example, Yanmishu, at this moment, she is standing in place with a bewildered expression on her face. Xuan Chan nodded at her. You are not a person of Li Hentia, so there is no need to erase your memory. And you did not come leading a caravan this time, right? After the exchange with Zui Meng is completed, you should quickly leave this realm. Yanmishu lowered her head, a sense of sorrow in her eyes, and softly said, Yes, thank you, sir. Xuan smiled, then turned to leave. Just then, Yanmishu suddenly looked up, eyes full of anticipation, and said, Sir, can we meet again in the future, Zhu? And paused, without looking back, said, Maybe. Take care. With that, Xuan quickly left. Yanmishu stared blankly at Xuan's departing figure, her eyes filled with sadness and confusion. She understood that with Xuan's strength, her previous plans were merely wishful thinking. At this moment, Yuren approached and said, Miss Yan, please follow me for the exchange. After the exchange is completed, please leave Li Hentia immediately. Do not delay. After all, it is for your own good. Yanmishu hesitated slightly, then asked softly, May I ask, who is he preparing to deal with? Yuren shook his head. It's better for you not to know these things. Yanmishu was taken aback, then realized something that made her hair stand on end. Could it be? This thought made Yanmishu's heart heavy, because if her guess was true, Xuan's actions were simply too audacious. After all, the other party was an ancient god who had existed for thousands of years. Yanmishu followed Yuren with a heavy heart. Xuan walked straight to Zichia and smiled slightly. How did you feel about that scene just now? Zichia was silent for a moment, then said, You are very powerful, but I don't understand. Why did you leave me behind? Even let me witness the whole process. Aren't you afraid of my retaliation? Retaliation, Zhu. And smiled faintly, looking deeply at Zichia. You still can't remember who your true enemy is now, but I think you must often feel doubtful in private. Ziqian's expression changed, but Xuan seemed not to notice and continued in a calm tone. Doubt about your identity. Doubt about everything you see. Even doubt whether the memories in your mind are real or false. And these are the roots of your pain. You. Zichia asked in astonishment. How could I know that, right? Xuan smiled. In fact, I can now lift the memory spell on you, but that would only alert him prematurely, so I think, if you want to know the whole truth, then follow me to see him together. Xuan didn't explicitly say who this he was, but Zichia wasn't a fool and naturally understood that Xuan was referring to Li Hentiajun. Somehow, instead of harboring hostility towards Xuan for this, he suddenly felt excited, as if a voice deep within his soul was shouting, urging him to follow. Good. Then I will accompany you on this journey, Zichia said, in a deep voice. Zhu, and smiled, waved his hand, and freed Zichia from his restraints. Zhang Zunnan quickly approached, exchanged a few words with the two of them, and left first. Xuan watched Ziqian's departing figure, sighed lightly. I wonder what your true feelings will be like when you meet your true master. At this moment, Zui Meng approached and respectfully asked, Master, what do we do next? Xuan did not speak, but looked quietly ahead. His gaze seemed to penetrate the distant horizon, looking towards the unknown. After a while, he withdrew his gaze, turned to look at the lady Zui Meng, then smiled faintly. I remember you just said, you are the second wife of Li Hentiajun? Zui Meng nodded, yes, sir. In that case, there is still a first wife. Upon hearing Xuan mention the words first wife, Zui Meng's face instantly became difficult to look at, then she spoke with some difficulty. Yes, her words seemed reluctant to mention this first wife, but Xuan seemed very interested, and he smiled and asked, What is her name? Zui Meng hesitated for a moment, then said, Her name is Ji Huan. Ji Huan. Xuan murmured softly, then smiled, You seem very afraid of her. Zui Meng was surprised for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sir, this Ji Huan is the legitimate wife of Li Hentiajun. Her status is beyond words. Although I managed a city on the periphery and am respectfully called the second wife, compared to her, I am still far behind. And, Zui Meng lowered her head, somewhat helplessly said, after I was sent to this city on the periphery, I stayed here for thousands of years. I've never been back during this time since Ji Huan is extremely jealous. She once said that without her permission, I couldn't go back at all. Her words were full of complaints and grievances. Zuin laughed upon hearing this. All right then, send a divine message letter to this first wife, telling her that there is an important matter to discuss and you have to go back to consult with her. Zui Meng was stunned for a moment, then understood. Nodded heavily. Yes, Zui Meng understands. With that, she turned and prepared to leave. Zhu, and stood in place, looked up at the vast sky, took a deep breath slowly, his eyes shining brightly. Lihen Tiajun, it's finally your turn. In the center of Lihen Tia within the city of Lihen, apart from the temple where Lihen Tiajun resides, the grandest and most magnificent building is the Tiajuan Palace located on a floating island outside the city, because this is where the legitimate wife of Lihen Tiajun, Ji Huan, resides. Naturally, it is extravagant and beautiful. At this moment, in the Tiajuan Palace, Ji Huan was somewhat boredly looking at a book in her hand. A middle-aged woman walked in very deferentially. Madam, have you not chosen yet? Ji Huan yawned in boredom and casually tossed the book in her hand aside. Bore. They are all just common goods. I haven't found any that I like. Chu Mama, the quality of the goods you have been providing recently is a bit low. The middle-aged woman hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. Madam's guidance is wise. I will diligently find suitable candidates for you again. Yes. Mrs. Chu quickly responded and turned to leave. Come back. Lady Ji suddenly shouted. What else does the madam command? What has Lord Chanjun been busy with lately? Lady Ji casually asked. Mrs. Chu quickly replied. Madam, Lord Chanjun has been entertaining a distinguished guest recently and has not shown his face. Distinguished guest? Who is this guest? A man or a woman? Lady Ji asked in succession. Mrs. Chu shook her head. I heard it's a man. As for his specific identity, I do not know. Lady Ji leaned back in her chair, her expression changing constantly, until she finally chuckled. Distinguished guest. Lihen Tia is the top figure in the divine realm. Who else could be honored by him? Mrs. Chu certainly did not dare to respond. In fact, if possible, she wished she could not even hear these words. All right, you may go. Lady Ji leaned back in her chair, impatiently waving her hand. Mrs. Chu felt relieved and quickly bowed deeply before leaving. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly burst into the room, flying straight to Lady Ji. This sudden turn of events made Mrs. Chu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But Lady Ji did not even bat an eyelid, as she had already seen that it was a divine message seal. Indeed, the light dissipated, revealing the seal inside. But when Lady Ji saw the imprint on the seal, she frowned and coldly said, It's just a letter from that little wench Zui Meng. Why would she send me a message seal? With that, Lady Ji reached out her hand, and the seal fell into her grasp. After unraveling the outer seal and reading the information inside, Lady Ji couldn't help but be perplexed, because the message contained in the seal was very simple, just a few short sentences, but it left Lady Ji puzzled. What does Zui Meng want to do? Why does she suddenly want to return to Lihen City, and saying that there is an important matter to discuss with her? What important matter could she have? These doubts swirled in Lady Ji's mind, causing her expression to change constantly. Mrs. Chu dared not even raise her head, standing there trembling with fear because she knew better than anyone Lady Ji's capricious nature. After a while, Lady Ji coldly crushed the seal in her hand. Mrs. Chu. Yes. In the next 2 days, our second madam, Zui Meng, will be returning. Do you know what you should do, right? Lady Ji said with a smile. Mrs. Chu felt her heart tighten and nodded quickly, saying, I understand. Then go prepare. Remember, this news of Zui Meng's return must not be leaked at all. If the outside world hears even a whisper, or if Lord Chanjun is alerted, you know the consequences yourself. Mrs. Chu trembled in fear. Yes, yes, I will go prepare now. With that, she hurriedly turned and left to make preparations. Lady Ji leaned back in her chair, casually writing a divine message seal with just a single word. Yes, and then sent it off. After completing all of this, a cold smile appeared on Lady Ji's lips. Important matter, I'd like to see what important matter you have. On the outskirts of the city, when Zui Meng received Lady Ji's reply, she immediately informed Zuan. Sir, Lady Ji has replied. She has agreed to my return. Zui Meng said excitedly. Zuan nodded with a smile. Good. When shall we depart? Yue Ren asked on the side. Zhu, and glanced at Shangqia beside him. What do you think? Shangqia said, in a deep voice, I am ready at any time. All right. There's no time to waste. We will depart tomorrow. Yes. Everyone responded. At that moment, Zhang Zunnan, who had been standing beside Shangqia all this while, suddenly timidly spoke up. Sir, can I go with you? Shangqia's expression changed. Zunnan, what nonsense are you talking? This is not a sightseeing trip. However, Zhang Zunnan remained unfazed, just quietly looking at Zuan. Zuan looked at the girl and smiled slightly. Do you wish to come along? Zhang Zunnan nodded, her face solemn as she said. Yes. Then you must think carefully. This matter is very dangerous. I may not be able to look after you then. Zhang Zunnan turned to look at Shangqia, who looked concerned, and then smiled. I don't need any of you to take care of me. I just want to accompany him in finding back what he has lost. Shangqia was stunned by Zhang Zunnan's words and murmured emotionally. Zunnan. Zuan laughed heartily. Good. Since that's the case, you can come along too. The news of Zuan, Zui Meng, and the others' departure was unknown to the entire city on the outskirts. In fact, the city was currently in a strange state of calm. Those who had witnessed the whole event had their memories forcefully erased by Zuan, so they naturally did not sense anything amiss. As for those who did not go, although they felt that something was off, in such an atmosphere, it was wise to remain silent. Therefore, their departure did not stir up any waves. As the top figure in the divine realm, Lihan Qian's vast territory was naturally extraordinary. Even with Zuan's speed, it would take a long time to travel from the outskirts city to the central Lihan city. Moreover, they had to pass through layers of checkpoints along the way. These were defensive formations set up by Lihan Qianjun, not to stop enemies, but to gain advanced knowledge of enemy movements. If any checkpoint detected a problem, Lihan Qianjun would be alerted immediately to take precautions. This strategy was indeed ingenious. However, Lihan Qianjun never expected that someone would use refining his own wife's divine message to deceive their way through the checkpoints. In fact, along their journey, they did not encounter any hindrances from the checkpoints. After all, Zui Meng's presence was unmistakable. Although her power was far less than that of the great Lady Ji, she was still the second wife of Lihan Qianjun, and none of the subordinates dared to offend such a presence. As a result, they smoothly traversed through the layers of checkpoints without any obstacles. Finally, Lihan City was in sight. The group halted, silently gazing at the magnificent city floating high above. Walking up to Zuan, Zui Meng pointed to the grand building floating high in the sky and said softly, Sir, that's the Tiangshuan where Madame Ji who resides. Zhu, and gazed up for a moment, then smiled. Let's go. Let's go meet this Lady Ji. With that said, Zuan took the lead and flew straight towards Tiangshuan. Thinking of this, Ji Huan said, in a deep voice, Chumami. With the command issued, this Chumami hurriedly ran in. Madam, do you have any orders? Zui Meng, that vile person has arrived. You go outside to greet her. Yes. Chumami turned around and was about to leave. Hold on. Chumami paused. Madam, what's the matter? Ji Huan's expression changed, and finally gritting her teeth, she stood up slowly and said, Forget it, I'll go. Task the order down. Have all the servants dress up. I want this vile person to understand who the real madame is. Don't think that by ruling the border city for a few days, she can act bossy. Understood. At this time, Zui Meng's group had also arrived at the gate of Dingshan Pavilion. However, the main gate was tightly closed, with no one guarding it. Yuren was somewhat surprised and couldn't help asking in a low voice, Second Madame, what's going on? Could it be that this Madame doesn't know we've come? Zui Meng smiled bitterly. How could she not know we were coming? I think she just wants to assert her dominance. After all, this Ji Huan can do anything. What should we do? Yuren was somewhat astonished. Zui Meng turned to Zuan. Sir, we. Before she could finish her sentence, Zuan raised his hand, gesturing for Zui Meng to be quiet. Then he smiled and said, They have arrived. Arrived? What does that mean? Zui Meng was stunned for a moment. The tightly closed gate suddenly burst open, and then two teams of elegantly dressed maids and servants walked out. After they came out, They stood on both sides, hands down, as if they were welcoming an important person. Soon, a fragrant scent wafted in the air, followed by a sweet laughter. "Oh, isn't this my dear sister Zui Meng?" With these words, a grand procession emerged from the gate. Leading the procession was a dazzlingly dressed, radiant, and exquisite beauty. She looked around, then directed a flirtatious smile at Zui Meng. "TSK, Zui Meng's sister. It's been a millennium. Why do you appear so mature? Is the border city that barren?" These words were cutting, clearly mocking Zui Meng for aging. Upon hearing this, Zui Meng's eyes flashed with hidden anger, but it quickly disappeared, and she took a step forward, bowing respectfully. "Zui Meng greets Sister Ji Huan." Ji Huan sneered but felt extremely gratified. She enjoyed this feeling very much. She knew that Zui Meng was not pleased with her, but due to their status, despite any hatred Zui Meng might harbor, she had to obediently show respect and address her as sister. This kind of hierarchical control, making others unable to resist, was what Ji Huan enjoyed the most. So she smiled happily. "Oh, why be so polite, my sister?" With that, she looked over the people behind Zui Meng. Initially, she didn't pay much attention, thinking these were just Zui Meng's subordinates. However, when she saw Zhu En standing on the side, she was shocked, then stunned in place. Zhu En was still dressed in his usual white attire. Clad in white, he stood out like a snow-covered pine tree, tall and noble, with an extraordinary demeanor. Looking at his face, beneath his sharp eyebrows were deep, sea-like eyes. These eyes seemed to possess a magical power. Ji Huan felt as though she had only glanced at him, yet she was completely immersed, unable to break free. Ji Huan, as the wife of the top-ranked Lihan Chanjun in the divine realm, had a penchant for young admirers, especially those of a young age. Due to her status and position, she had encountered numerous outstanding talents, but it was only when she saw Zhu En that she suddenly felt that compared to the young man in front of her, all those so-called outstanding talents were merely ordinary, not worth mentioning. This soul-shaking impact left Ji Huan dazed and speechless for a long while. The whole scene fell into silence. Zui Meng secretly glanced at Ji Huan. Well aware of the character of this madame, she coldly sneered inwardly. As for Chu Mami following behind Ji Huan, she naturally understood her madame's intentions, but her current behavior seemed somewhat uncouth, so she couldn't help but clear her throat, softly reminding, "Madam, the second madame has come from afar and must be very tired. How about inviting her in to rest?" This finally woke Ji Huan from her trance. Realizing her recent impropriety, she coughed awkwardly, then nodded. "You're right. Please come in." With that, she cast a deep look at Zhu En before reluctantly turning around to lead the way inside. Chu Mami nodded towards Zui Meng. "Second madame, please." Zhu En and the others followed into the grand Dingshan Pavilion. Upon entering, the magnificence and vastness of Dingshan Pavilion could be fully appreciated. It seemed to be a world of its own inside. The beautiful scenery was breathtaking. However, Zui Meng was clearly not in the mood to appreciate these sights. She quietly approached Zhu En, whispering, "Sir, Ji Huan is not an easy person, and she is extremely greedy and lustful. From the expression she just gave you, it's clear she's taken a liking to you. What do you think?" Zui Meng hesitated at the end. She was unsure of Zhu En's intentions, afraid he might react angrily and disrupt the plan. Unexpectedly, Zhu En just smiled. "This Ji Huan is rather attractive." After saying this, he proudly walked forward. This left Zui Meng standing there looking baffled. What does that mean? Could it be that Sir is also interested in Ji Huan? Maybe that's a possibility. After all, Ji Huan's appearance is truly exceptional, and what man wouldn't enjoy something handed to them on a silver platter? Thinking this, Zui Meng couldn't help but smile wryly. She feared things might not be as simple as they seemed. After all, Ji Huan was notorious for her treacherous ways. Hopefully, Sir can remain clear-headed. With a heavy heart, Zui Meng followed behind the procession into a reception hall. The lavish interior was self-explanatory, and after everyone had settled down and taken a sip of tea, Ji Huan couldn't contain her curiosity any longer, asking, "Zui Meng's sister, this young man looks somewhat familiar. Who is he to you?" Zui Meng was dumbfounded, not just because of Zhu En's words, but because she was horrified to discover a hint of shyness in Zhu En's smile. This feeling made Zui Meng shiver. As someone who had seen Zhu En's methods, she could not believe that Zhu En would show such a bashful smile. Yet, she was puzzled. Ji Huan, on the other hand, was enlightened. So, this young man was Zhu Meng's disciple? Well, by taking in such a good-looking male disciple, Zhu Meng was clearly not as pure as the rumors suggested. The slightly shy smile on Zhu An's face excited Ji Huan even more. This was her favorite kind of feeling. And with Zhu An being Zhu Meng's disciple, it gave Ji Huan a sensation of joy in snatching love from others. She had a strange quirk. The more something belonged to others, the more she enjoyed taking it for herself. Therefore, a smile brightened her face even more. So, you're Zhu Meng's younger brother disciple. In that case, you should call me Master Auntie. Zhu An smiled, then lowered his head, seeming a bit shy. Not only Zhu Meng, but even Zhao Shen and Yuan were dumbfounded. Their minds were filled with question marks. What was this adult up to? However, Ji Huan was thrilled. If there weren't so many people present, she would have eagerly pounced on this fresh meat right now. The more she thought about it, the more Ji Huan felt agitated, and she couldn't help but give a discreet signal to Mama Chu. Mama Chu had been following Ji Huan for many years and naturally understood her intentions. So she stepped forward with a smile. Madam, since you've traveled from afar, you must be tired. Why not rest for a while first? Zhu Meng and Yuan hadn't reacted yet. Zhu An nodded. You're right, I am a bit tired. I should go rest for a bit. With that, he prepared to leave. Mama Chu's eyes lit up, then warmly said, in that case, please follow me, young master, leading Zhu An out. Before leaving, Zhu An calmly glanced at Zhu Meng and others, barely nodding, before leaving with his head held high. Zhu Meng and the others suddenly understood something and all fell silent. Seeing Zhu An follow Mama Chu, Ji Huan's excitement grew even more. After a while, when Mama Chu returned to the reception hall and subtly signaled her, Ji Huan couldn't wait and stood up, pretending to be in a hurry. Oh, suddenly remembered something urgent. Mama Chu, yes, you stay here with Zhu Meng and the others and chat. I'll be right back. Of course. Ji Huan smiled at Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng, wait for me here for a while. Zhu Meng's eyes flashed with a strange look, but she quickly regained her smiling face. Sure, Ji Huan, go ahead with your business. I'll stay here and rest for a while. Ji Huan joyfully left the reception hall. When she was gone, Mama Chu smiled and chatted with Zhu Meng and the others, but she didn't notice the peculiar looks on Zhu Meng, Yuan, and others' faces. It was as if they were rejoicing in others' misfortune. Meanwhile, Zhu An sat in the room specially arranged for him by Mama Chu. The room was splendidly decorated. Even the tables and chairs were carved from flawless beautiful jade. But the most eye-catching was the large bed in the room. The bed was almost the size of a whole room, intricately carved and painted, emitting a subtle warm fragrance that could easily tempt the weak quilt. But Zhu An remained expressionless, sitting at the table, waiting quietly. Finally, when he heard footsteps approaching from outside, a cold smile crept onto his lips. The door silently opened. Ji Huan, who had changed attire unnoticed, walked in gracefully. This Ji Huan was completely different from before. If the previous Ji Huan seemed like a noble lady, this one now resembled a seductive temptress, filled with deadly allure. When she saw Zhu An sitting at the table, she was momentarily stunned. She had seen men losing their minds upon entering this room before, some even without her presence, already lying on the bed, intoxicated and unable to resist. But she didn't expect this white-clad youth to remain so composed, almost exuding a sense of loneliness. She sat there. However, Ji Huan quickly regained her composure and greedily licked her lips. She loved this feeling. She even impatiently desired to hear the agonizing moans from this white-clad youth under her control. So she slowly approached, feigning surprise. Young master, how did you end up in my room? Her voice was cold but carried endless charm. Zhu An raised his head, looked at Ji Huan quietly, and smiled faintly. Your room? Ji Huan could even smell a faint, clean fragrance emanating from Zhu An at such close proximity. This made her heart race, almost uncontrollable, causing her to smile greedily. Yes, this is indeed my room. Then I really didn't know. It was just that Mama Chu guided me here. Since it's Madam's room, I'll leave. Saying that, Zhu An stood up to leave. But how could Ji Huan let go of such a tempting opportunity? She playfully darted in front of Zhu An, blocking his way. Why? Coming into my room with ill intentions, but planning to leave so casually, Ji Huan said with a mischievous smile, her eyes full of greed, almost wanting to devour Zhu An. Zhu An raised his eyebrows slightly. His voice carried a teasing tone. So, in Madam's opinion, Of course, you should. Submit to me. Saying this, Ji Huan, with a face full of intoxication, pounced. However, what awaited her was not warm embrace. Instead, she leapt into emptiness. This left Ji Huan stunned, and at that moment, she felt Xuan's icy voice by her ear. I'm sorry, I won't yield to you. Ji Huan shuddered all over, then stood there motionless, unable to move, and continued his actions, his eyes gleaming, reaching out into the void and directly pulling out a strange symbol from Ji Huan's body. After encapsulating the symbol in layers with his divine sense, ensuring no contact with the outside, Xuan slightly breathed out. He wasn't afraid of Ji Huan, but he was well aware that there was a probing symbol planted on her by the Lihan Chuanjun. Although Princess Huan's body was unable to move, her speech and thoughts were normal. She looked at Xuan in shock, her face full of disbelief, until after a while she gradually regained her composure, her face turning pale and her voice cold. What do you want to do? Don't you know my identity? Let me go now, and I will overlook this, otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Xuan smiled. Enough of this rhetoric. Since I captured you, naturally I know your identity. Princess Huan's expression changed, and then she seemed to understand something, angrily saying, It's that vile woman Zui Meng, isn't it? It must be her who secretly instructed you to act. That vile woman. Once I get out, I will definitely kill her. Up until now, Princess Huan still believed that Xuan was associated with Zui Meng. Xuan, on the other hand, was not interested in explaining such trivial matters to Princess Huan. He simply said, Enough nonsense, now I ask you answer. If you dare to conceal, you should know the means of a psychic cultivator. Princess Huan was furious, considering her noble status and usual pampered treatment, not daring to disobey her, let alone raise their eyes to meet hers. But today, she found herself caught by Xuan's hands, and his tone was like reprimanding a criminal. Therefore, she was naturally full of indignation. However, Xuan had a habit of not tolerating others' faults. So, when he didn't hear Princess Huan's response, he raised his hand and slapped her. Slap. The crisp sound made the teacups on the table tremble. Princess Huan was directly slapped a dozen meters away, falling onto the large bed with a loud thud. Outside the door, several maids responsible for guarding couldn't help but glance at each other, then revealed a knowing smile. The sound was all too familiar to them. It seemed that the madam had succeeded. However, today the madam seemed to be playing a bit aggressively. Usually, doesn't the torture begin until later? How come we hear the sound of a slap already? Despite their doubts, the maids dared not make a sound. Princess Huan's temperament was notoriously unpredictable. If they accidentally disrupted her mood, the consequences would be dire. However, these maids never imagined that the esteemed madam they held in high regard was now lying stiffly on the bed, blood flowing from her mouth and nose, her cheeks swollen high. She looked at Xuan walking calmly towards the bed with a terrified expression in her eyes. She couldn't believe that Xuan had dared to strike her, let alone so harshly. The injuries on her face made Princess Huan's arrogant demeanor constrict significantly, and at least when she looked at Xuan again, she no longer had the same haughty attitude as before. And nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems we have taken the first step towards cooperation. Now, I ask you answer. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Princess Huan forced herself to remain composed. Who is Lord Lihan Tia to you? He is my husband. If he is your husband, why aren't you living together? Xuan suddenly asked. At this mention, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Princess Huan's face. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's been a long time. He's gotten tired of me. After all, men are like that. She made a sarcastic remark about men and then stole a glance at Xuan. Princess Huan was also puzzled as to why the young man in white was asking these questions. Normally, she should hate him for slapping her, but surprisingly, she couldn't muster any hatred towards him. There was even a subtle sense of excitement and anticipation growing within her. This feeling made Princess Huan tremble slightly, and even the way she looked at Xuan became ambiguous. However, Xuan was completely unaware of this. His main concern now was how to rescue the trapped Hua clan spirits without alerting Lord Lihan Tia. That's why he went to such lengths to deal with Princess Huan. He didn't even resort to using psychic arts on her. Unlike with Zui Meng. After all, Princess Huan was officially Lord Lihan Tian's main wife, and they were currently in the city of Lihan. If he forcibly used psychic methods to refine or steal her memories, it would likely alert Lord Lihan Tie. That would undo all his previous efforts. For now, he could only try to extract more information from Princess Wan through conversation. With this in mind, Zuin said calmly, "Do you know what Lord Lihan Tie is currently doing?" On hearing this, Princess Swan gave a wry smile. "How could I know what he's busy with? Don't be fooled by my title as his wife. In his eyes, I might just be a bit more than a servant. Being the Lord, he does not need my approval for anything he does." However, Princess Swan paused here, giving Zuin a seductive smile. "I have heard that he is currently hosting a distinguished guest who has come from afar and has no worries about anything else." A distinguished guest from afar. Zuin was slightly surprised. His eyes flickered. "Do you know who this person is?" "Sorry, I don't know that." "Oh, it's really uncomfortable lying down like this. How about we make a deal? You release my restraints, and I promise not to escape. What do you think?" Princess Wan charmingly proposed. By now, her swollen face had mostly returned to normal, with only traces of blood on her lips. Strangely, this added a unique charm to her, coupled with her bright smile, enough to make a weak-minded man fall for her instantly. However, she was dealing with Zuin. Zuin frowned slightly, unaffected by her charm, and slowly lifted his other hand, saying, "Not good. And as I just said, I ask you answer. So if you make any more useless remarks next time, be careful about the other side of your face." Upon hearing Zuan's response, Princess Wan was also stunned. For the first time in her life, she doubted her own charm. Throughout her life, whatever she did, facing any hero or stalwart figure, just a few words or smiles could make them kneel before her. Even Lord Lihan Tie, initially, was beguiled by her. This was something Princess Wan took great pride in. But she never thought that all her tricks would fail in front of this white-clad youth. Could it be her own aging and declining charm? Upon hearing Zuan's words, Ji Huan felt like he had been struck by lightning and finally understood what this young man really wanted to do. Shocked, Ji Huan exclaimed, "Hua clan. You're actually from the Hua clan." Zuan could tell from Ji Huan's reaction that there was a possibility. The more astonished Ji Huan was, the more it indicated that he knew about the Hua clan's existence. This boosted Zuan's confidence, and he nodded, saying, "That's right, I am indeed from the Hua clan. Since you know about the Hua clan, you must also know where those Hua clan deities are imprisoned, right?" Ji Huan stared at Zuan in a daze until after a while, he reluctantly said, "Yes, I do know about the Hua clan. In fact, I have witnessed firsthand those Hua clan deities being captured." Upon hearing this, Zuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly asked, "Where are they now? Tell me everything you know in detail." "Yes," Ji Huan responded, and her expression became strange, showing a mix of respect and fear in her eyes. "When I first married Lord Lihan, during a time when I was favored, I once accompanied him to drink for 3 whole days and nights. Eventually, he got extremely drunk and in high spirits, and he led me to a place known as the Divide Dungeon." "The Divide Dungeon," Zuin murmured softly. "Exactly. It's the Divide Dungeon." Ji Huan continued with a fearful expression in her eyes. "It was an unforgettable sight for me. At that time, the ground of the Divine Dungeon was covered with intertwined giant stone ridges, on top of which countless towering deities were bound with iron chains. Some of these deities were already dead, but some were still alive. Yet even in their living state, these deities were barely clinging to life because of what?" Zuin had been silently listening all this time, but now he couldn't wait and asked eagerly. "Because I saw countless poisonous insects devouring the bodies of these deities. When Hua clan deity fell, these insects would swarm and then transform into a deity of Lord Lihan." Ji Huan paused. Not because she didn't want to continue, but because she found it difficult to go on. She witnessed an intense killing intent envelop Zhu, and completely freezing even her own body. Ji Huan couldn't help but urgently plead, "My lord, have mercy." She didn't dare to joke as before, because she knew very well that since this young man in white came for the Hua clan, there was no turning back. The blood feud between Lord Lihan and the Hua clan was unbreakable. After hearing Ji Huan's plea, Zuin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As he finished this breath, the murderous intent around him disappeared, and he calmly said, "Continue." Ji Huan continued tremblingly. Even in such a harsh environment, whether dead or alive, none of the Hua clan deities would yield. During Lord Lihan's patrol, a giant suddenly sprung from the ground, attempting to strike a fatal blow on Lord Lihan, but all in vain. Before Lord Lihan, the counterattack of this giant naturally failed, and its whole body was blown to a skeletal state. At that time, Lord Lihan laughed madly, saying, "These Hua clan deities were always stubborn, refusing to give up no matter when." And then, Zhu, and asked casually, seeming as if he was listening to a trivial matter. And then, Ji-Huan struggled to continue. And then, I followed Lord Lihan into the deepest part of the divine dungeon, where I saw a young man with 3 eyes. Zuan's eyes lit up, but he remained silent. Ji-Huan hesitated to go on, stealing a glance at Zuan before gritting her teeth and continuing. At that time, Lord Lihan tried to persuade this 3-eyed deity to surrender, but the 3-eyed deity remained silent. This silent defiance enraged Lord Lihan, and he forcibly gouged out the 3rd eye of the deity. With a bang, the extremely sturdy large bed beneath Ji-Huan instantly turned into dust with a light sound. Although the mattress remained intact, Ji-Huan fell to the ground, unable to hold back a shout of surprise. However, Zuan's voice remained as cold as ice. Continue. Yes, yes. At that time, as Lord Lihan carried out such cruel and bloody actions, the 3-eyed deity just watched silently without even a tremor, a hint of mockery hanging on his face. This angered Lord Lihan greatly, but in the end, he was powerless and led me away. That was the only time I followed Lord Lihan to the divine dungeon. The next day, when he sobered up, he strictly warned me not to disclose what I had seen. After that, we gradually drifted apart. So, I'm not sure about what happened later. Ji-Huan finished recounting everything she knew and then glanced secretly at Zuan, curious about how this young man from the Hua clan would react. Zhu, and remained calm and composed, his eyes shining with determination. After a while, he whispered softly, "How long has it been since your visit to the divine dungeon?" 1,831 years, Ji-Huan replied softly. Zhu, and trembled all over, then nodded. "I understand. Since you have been to the divine dungeon, you must know where it is. How can one enter?" Ji-Huan sighed and said, "The location of the divine dungeon is not special. The entrance is beneath the temple in Lihan City. However, to enter, you must obtain a guiding lantern." "A guiding lantern?" Zhu, and frowned. "Yes, the divine dungeon is a unique place, like a space crevice between the divine realm and the myriad of worlds, filled with countless spatial rifts that are extremely dangerous. This guiding lantern directs you towards the divine dungeon. Without it, you would be lost in the maze of space forever, unable to find your way out. In simple terms, that lantern is like the key to the divine dungeon. How can one obtain this lantern?" Upon hearing Zuan's question, Ji-Huan smiled bitterly. "It's useless. Lord Lihan trusts no one, and the only guiding lantern is with him, always carried on his person." Ji-Huan hesitated. At that moment, Zuan waved his hand and a swift sword shot out, flying directly into Ji-Huan's forehead. Ji-Huan felt a chill on her forehead, but other than that, there was no noticeable change, so she froze. Zuan said, indifferently, "Now there is a sword aura in your sea of consciousness. As long as I give the order or you had any evil thoughts, your head and soul will explode together in the next second. Even a saint won't be able to save you, so I hope you think carefully before speaking." Hearing this, Ji-Huan's face was filled with fear and she finally understood. She nodded hurriedly towards Zuan and said, "Understood. Even though this task is challenging, I think I can do it." "Very good." Zuan's eyes flashed. Ji-Huan felt the restraints on her body disappear instantly, and she slumped onto the mattress, gasping for air. Zuan retreated a few steps, without changing his expression, silently watching. After a full cup of tea's time had passed, Ji-Huan finally caught her breath. She sat up, looking anxious, and bowed to Zuan. "Greetings, sir." Zuan waved his hand. "No need. When do you think you can set off for the divine prison?" Ji-Huan furrowed her brows, pondered for a moment, and solemnly replied, "Sir, we shouldn't rush this matter. I need at least 3 days to gather information." "Very well. I'll give you 3 days. But remember, if you have any untoward thoughts." Zuan exposed his white teeth, his smile full of chilling intent. Ji-Huan trembled, saying anxiously, "I dare not have any ill intentions, sir. Please rest assured. I know what's more important." Zhu, and nodded. "Good. Let's go." With that, Zuan turned to leave, and Ji-hwan quickly followed behind. But when they reached the door, Zooin suddenly stopped, stepped aside, and said, "You go ahead. Remember to act as usual. Don't reveal anything suspicious." Yes. Ji-hwan naturally understood that Zooin did this to prevent others from suspecting. Given Ji-hwan's character, she couldn't tolerate anyone walking ahead of her. Ji-hwan couldn't help but secretly admire Zooin's meticulousness. She took a deep breath as she placed her hand on the door handle, adjusted her emotions, and put on an arrogant look before pushing the door open and striding out. Outside the door stood the maids, waiting to be summoned. When they saw Ji-hwan come out, they hurriedly bowed in unison. "Greetings, madam." Ji-hwan didn't even glance at them, walked past arrogantly, and Zooin followed suit. When the maids heard Zooin's footsteps, many of them glanced at him sneakily. Seeing Zooin in white robes, their expressions changed to one of admiration, especially when they saw Zooin and walking behind Ji-hwan. At that moment, Ji-hwan suddenly stopped and instructed without looking back, "Remember to tidy up the room, and also, throw that bed out for me." With that, she walked away, leaving the maids bewildered, exchanging puzzled looks. What does this mean? Why throw out the bed? Isn't madam usually fond of that bed? The maid speculated and entered the room. The room was tidy with little to clean, but the maids were dumbfounded because the massive bed that occupied half of the room had disappeared. In fact, it had turned into powder, leaving only a pristine mattress on the floor. The maids stared blankly until one of them muttered in amazement, "Heavens, this must have been a fierce play, shaking the bed into powder." Another maid admiringly said, "That young man in white robes seemed frail, but who would have thought he was so powerful?" Their tones were tinged with envy. The other maids nodded in agreement. Soon, this incident spread rapidly through the entire Dingshan pavilion, as the maids gossiping, embellishing the story with more intrigue. Zooin, however, was unaware of all of this. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. His mind was solely focused on how to enter the divine prison. He didn't even notice the ambiguous or peculiar looks when he returned to the banquet hall. Before his return, Chumama had been chatting casually with Zui Meng and the others. However, silence fell upon them quickly. Zui Meng and the others were deep in thought, worried about Zooin's safety, while Chumama seemed unperturbed, unaware of Ji-hwan's early return. According to past experiences, Ji-hwan typically returned no earlier than dusk. What was going on today? Was she dissatisfied? But judging from her expression, it didn't seem like she was displeased. Chumama was utterly surprised. Zui Meng and Yuren exchanged a relieved look upon seeing Zooin. Nevertheless, Zooin's safety was the most important. When Zooin returned to his seat, Ji-hwan smiled at Zui Meng. "Zui Meng, I'm a bit tired today. Let's all retire for now. If there's anything, we can discuss it tomorrow, all right?" Zui Meng nodded in agreement. "We will comply with your instructions, sister." Ji-hwan smiled, glanced deeply at Zooin, then turned to Chumama. "Chumama, take care of Zui Meng and the guests." Chumama nodded in a hurry. "Yes." After Ji-hwan departed, Chumama escorted Zui Meng and the others downstairs, arranged their rooms, and left only after ensuring everything was in order. Once they had all left, Zui Meng couldn't contain her impatience and asked, "Sir, what happened?" "This Ji-hwan." Zooin was sipping tea, and upon hearing Zui Meng's question, he placed his teacup down and smiled faintly. "She won't dare to defy me now." Upon hearing this, Zui Meng and Yuren exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, in the room of Ji-hwan, Madame Chu stood with her hands hanging down. Ji-hwan sat quietly there, her expression constantly changing. After a while, she finally spoke in a deep voice. "Has Lord Cheonjun made any new moves recently?" Madame Chu shook her head. "Madam, Lord Cheonjun has been in deep conversation with that guest in the divine realm, and has not come out." Ji-hwan remained silent for a moment before nodding. "All right. Have someone keep an eye on Lord Cheonjun. If there are any new developments, report to me immediately." "Yes." Madame Chu dared not disobey and quickly nodded. However, a sense of doubt rose in her heart. Why did Madame Ji act strangely after meeting that young man? What was wrong with her? Also, Ji-hwan gritted her teeth, increased surveillance on drunken dreams, but did not let anyone else make contact with them, especially that young man in white clothes. Madame Chu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Understood. You may go. I'm tired and need to rest for a while." Ji-hwan weakly waved her hand. Madame Chu smiled knowingly, bowed, and left the room. Ji Huan leaned back in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, with a mix of frustration and regret flashing across her face. She hated drunken dreams for bringing Zhuan along. She thought it would be a joyous occasion, but it ended up entangling her. The thought of being drawn into the enmity between the Hua clan and Lord Qianjun made Ji Huan's heart race with fear. It was not just a simple grudge. It was a vendetta that could send shivers down anyone's spine. But now, even if she wanted to break free, it seemed impossible. With a glimmer of hope, Ji Huan closed her eyes and began to examine her body and mind with her spiritual awareness. Her body was fine, but deep in her mind, a long sword stood erect. This sword had no radiance and floated silently. One would not even notice its presence without deliberate perception. When Ji Huan tentatively tried to touch the sword with her spiritual awareness, a flash of light from the sword instantly annihilated her probing consciousness. Ji Huan groaned in pain, her face contorting with agony, and her heart sinking into despair. She knew that this was the sword Prince Zhuan had placed on her. As he had said, if she dared to resist, the outcome would be her demise. After much contemplation, Ji Huan sighed softly and then got up slowly to leave. Regardless, she still wanted to fulfill her promise. Otherwise, her life would truly be in jeopardy. As Ji Huan racked her brains on how to enter the divine prison without alerting Lord Qianjun, in the symbol treasure pavilion, Ziqia and Zhang Shan'an were both looking puzzled at the strange world before them. Zhu and laughed and said, "This is a world I carry with me." As he spoke, two little maidens ran towards him, cheering and rushing into Zhuan's arms, each hugging his face tightly. After a while of affection, they finally noticed Ziqia and Zhang Shan'an standing nearby and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Dad, who are these two uncles and aunties? Yeah, they don't seem to be humans at all," Nian added, also feeling puzzled. Just then, Bulbul suddenly emerged from Nian's embrace, flew straight to Ziqian's side, circled around him, and even used its tail to gently swat Ziqian's shoulder, showing extreme intimacy. This surprised Ziqia, but for some reason, he felt a strong sense of familiarity from Bulbul's aura, so he gently stroked Bulbul's head. Bulbul let out a joyful cry and rubbed against Ziqian's finger with its fish head. This scene was also witnessed by Yan and others who arrived later, all looking surprised. After days of interaction, everyone knew Bulbul's proud and aloof personality. It barely acknowledged anyone except for Nian and Yan, and ignored Huxing's concerns, let alone a stranger. It was unexpected for Bulbul to show such affection towards Ziqia. Only Zhuan understood the reason and sighed inwardly. Bulbul was originally formed from divine patterns, which were born in the place where fallen gods perished in the sea of divine punishment. It had absorbed the aura of countless gods who fought alongside the Hua clan. Therefore, when it saw Ziqia, it naturally felt close to him. Hu Ying looked Ziqia and Zhang Shan'an up and down, then smiled and said, "It turns out you're both members of the mob class. Quite rare." "Sister Fox Immortal, what does mob class mean?" the puzzled Zhang Xiaoyu asked. "You don't know mob class. It's the canines. These canine tribes usually refer to themselves as such." Hu Ying chuckled. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly realized, "Oh, so it means dogs." As soon as she spoke, she realized her mistake and hastily covered her mouth, looking apologetically at Zhang Shan'an and Ziqia. However, Zhang Shan'an paid no attention to this, as she was still staring at Hu Ying in astonishment. After a while, she said in surprise, Fox spirit? But shouldn't fox spirits be afraid when they see our canine tribe?" Hearing this, Hu Ying's face instantly darkened, and she angrily said, "You're the fox spirit. Your whole family are fox spirits. I'm from the noble celestial fox clan. You dog. Do you want to fight?" Zhang Shan'an was so frightened by Hu Ying's appearance that she quickly hid behind Ziqia and didn't even dare to look up. Seeing this, Zhuan smiled. All right, Yinger. These are all my friends. You don't need to be aggressive. Watch out. You might not find a husband in the future." This made Hu Ying's face blush instantly, and she said fiercely, "I don't want to get married anyway. I'm just following Brother Zhu. You can't get rid of me." Humph. With that, she turned and left. Only Zhang Xiaoyu stood there, dumbfounded. But before she could say anything, Hu Ying grabbed her ear from behind. "What are you standing there for? Follow me." "Girl." "Ouch, ouch, it hurts." "Sister Fox Immortal, it hurts. My ear is about to be pulled off by you." Zhang Xiaoyu's cries of pain faded away as they walked off. Although Zhaoshen has not fully recovered his memory yet, he has a vague idea of what's going on. So he respects Zhu and Enian very much and nods, saying, yes. The dinner was sumptuous, with various delicacies brought from Earth, as well as fresh fruits and vegetables produced in the Fubao Small Building. Due to the influence of the Divine Symbol Ball, the Fubao Small Building is changing every day, not only expanding gradually in size, but also becoming increasingly abundant in spiritual energy, hence the naturally grown spiritual plants and fruits. Everyone enjoyed the meal, especially Hein. Just a while ago, she was arguing with Zhang Shan'an, but now the two of them were sitting together intimately and chatting happily, much to the amusement of Zuan. No matter how mature Hein pretends to be, in reality, her mind is no different from that of a child. Although she may sometimes act stubborn, she may forget what she said in the next moment. For example, at the moment, she and Zhang Shan'an seemed like long-lost close friends. The dinner ended in this warm atmosphere. Zhaoshen and Zhang Shan'an, who were both heavily drunk, did not go back but were arranged by Zuan to stay in a room in the Fubao Small Building. After settling them, Zuan went downstairs to the living room. Hein and Zhang Xiaoyu were still playing fighting games in their rooms. The two little girls had already fallen asleep. Only Enian was sitting on the sofa, waiting for Zuan. Seeing this, Zuan smiled, walked over, sat beside Enian, and naturally embraced her shoulders. Enian didn't speak, but obediently leaned her head on Zuan's shoulder. Both remained silent. After a while, Enian whispered, "Husband, will this upcoming battle be very difficult?" Zuan looked somewhat surprised at Enian. "Why do you say that?" Enian whispered, "Because I can see that you brought Zhaoshen and that girl back to fulfill their destiny as soon as possible. If you weren't sure, why would you do this?" As she finished, there was a hint of urgency in Enian's voice, a feeling she had never shown before. No matter what Zuan did before, although Enian might worry internally, she had never shown such anxiety as now. But this time was different. Zuan was about to face one of the most prominent figures in the divine realm, an immensely powerful being who had lived for thousands of years. Such existence, coupled with Zuan's actions, naturally made Enian's heart ache. Zuan laughed at her words, then raised his hand to pinch Enian's nose. "Silly, you're thinking too much." "Husband, is it true? Am I right?" Enian asked persistently. Zu, and fell silent for a moment and then sighed lightly. "Yes and no. Yes, because as you said, I want to fulfill this pair of fated lovebirds. No, because I have never lacked confidence." With that, Zuan raised his hand to pinch Enian's lips, indicating for her to be quiet, before continuing with some melancholy. "I know what you want to ask. There's a reason I'm doing this. What do you think ... will happen to Zhaoshen after he regains his memory?" Upon hearing Zuan's question, Enian was stunned. Yes, his current memories are sealed, but what will happen when he recovers them? A tinge of sorrow appeared on Zuan's face. Misled for thousands of years by the enemies who harmed his own kindred, even made to kill his own master. This kind of blow is devastating once his memories are restored. He might even be driven to extremes. No one can save him from such tragedy. All I can do is provide him with a little warmth in advance. Hearing Zuan's words, Enian suddenly teared up and sobbed softly. Why must the Huazu bear so much? Even forcing a divine spirit among the Huazu to live so cruelly. Zuan gently patted her shoulder and whispered softly, "Because the Huazu have never been a submissive race. And that's why we suffered that great calamity thousands of years ago. Those people never understand that what they have done to us, we will return 100-fold. With a flash of cold determination in his eyes, Zuan's gaze turned icy. Feeling the change, Enian shivered involuntarily and then gently held Zuan's waist. "Husband, let's fight together when the time comes." Zu, and chuckled softly. "Silly Enian, I am a man, and men never let their women go to battle. If it comes to that, it means things are truly dire." But Enian was anxious. Zuan shook his head gently. "I can follow your lead in everything else, but not in this." Looking at Zuan's solemn expression, Enian's heart softened, and she nodded. "Understood. Don't worry, your husband is invincible in battle." Zuan smiled, but the rest of his sentence remained unsaid because fiery lips had sealed his mouth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the agreed-upon time approached, the atmosphere in the Fubao building became tense. However, Zuan showed no expression and prepared to leave with Xiaoshan. Zhang Shunan blushed and wanted to follow, but Xiaoshan firmly refused. In the end, she could only watch Xiaoshan leave with Zuan, her eyes filled with worry. The atmosphere became very heavy. It wasn't until a while later that Haiying smiled and said, "All right, let's not be so gloomy. It's just a lord of the divine realm. Zuje will definitely be safe." Despite her words, it didn't dispel the concern deep in Enyan's eyes. "Husband, please return safely." Meanwhile, Zuan, Xiaoshan, Zuimeng, and Yuren had followed Shu Mama and met Ji Huan after 3 days. Not having seen each other for 3 days, Ji Huan's face had become a bit haggard, with dark circles appearing around her eyes, indicating her suffering during this time. Upon seeing Zuan, she nodded and said, "I have fulfilled my duty. The situation is settled. Now the Day of Hate is no longer at the Day of Hate, but in his own divine realm. If you go to the divine temple now, you can directly enter the divine prison." Zuan smiled at her words. "Oh, is that so?" Ji Huan nodded. "I have made all the arrangements there. Take this token. Someone will assist you when you arrive." With that, Ji Huan took out a flawless jade order. However, Zuan didn't take it but instead glanced at Ji Huan coldly and said, "You should be the one to hand this token over in person." "What do you mean?" Ji Huan was taken aback. "It means that you, too, are going to accompany us." The expression on Ji Huan's face suddenly became very exciting. Do you really not need me to follow along? I have already prepared everything. You can just go directly." As Ji Huan spoke, her voice became quieter, because Zuan was looking at her with a cold gaze. When she finished speaking, Zuan nodded lightly and said, "Fine, since that's the case, you don't need to accompany me." Ji Huan felt happy in her heart and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But before her joke could fully bloom, it was immediately frozen. This was because Zuan continued, "Remember to take a bath, change into fresh clothes, and then find a place to lie down quietly. This way, when your soul is destroyed by the sword intent, you will die with a bit more dignity." With that, Zuan turned to leave. Zuimeng smirked at the stunned Ji Huan, then followed Zuan out. Just then, Ji Huan trembled all over and hurried over with a worried expression. My lord, I suddenly feel like there's nothing important today, so I might as well go with you." "Is it convenient?" Zuan said without turning back. "Very convenient. It's extremely convenient." Ji Huan nodded vigorously. A cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. "All right then." Lihan City was very large in scale. In terms of area, it was even larger than several major cities in the Qianzhou divine realm combined. Those who lived here were truly important figures in the divine realm. Therefore, this Lihan city had almost no defense measures. In people's eyes, who would dare to cause trouble in such a place unless they had a death wish? However, because there were many powerful individuals in the city, for the sake of management, it was strictly forbidden for people to fly freely in the sky within Lihan City. But Ji Huan was obviously not subject to this prohibition. A magnificent carriage, pulled by rare beasts as royal horses, flew out of the imperial palace and headed straight for Lihan City. Wherever it passed, the radiance was dazzling, leaving everyone with a strange look. In Lihan City, who didn't know the name of Lady Ji Huan? Therefore, her idiosyncrasies were well known. Speaking of which, the green hat on the head of the Heavenly Resentment Lord could almost cover the sky. But the Heavenly Resentment Lord had not shown any reaction to this, and instead was very indulgent towards Ji Huan. Therefore, many powerful individuals in Lihan City kept silent and dared not speak much about it. But Ji Huan rarely left the imperial palace in the past, so what was happening today? Amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers, the carriage headed straight for the central temple of the city. No one dared to stop it along the way. The carriage landed directly in the temple. As soon as Ji Huan stepped out of the carriage, a group of people hurried over. When Ji Huan stepped onto the carriage, she stood proudly and glanced at the people kneeling on the ground. After a moment, she said coldly, "Is the Lord in?" The person kneeling at the front crawled a few steps forward, looked up flatteringly, and said, "Madam, the Lord has matters to attend to recently and is not in the temple. But if you want to see him, you can send him a divine message seal." "Look, no need." Ji Huan interrupted the person coldly. "Since the Lord has other matters to attend to, there is no need to trouble him. I am here without any major issue. Just had a whim to come here and take a look." Yes, I will send someone to prepare lodging and food for you," the person said. But Ji Huan waved her hand impatiently, Enough. I don't need anything. Do I have to ask you to prepare? Please forgive me, madam. I didn't mean that, the person said fearfully. All right, I am annoyed by you people. All of you can leave and let me have some peace here. But, hearing Ji Hwan's words, the guards in charge of this place exchanged a glance, and the leader swallowed nervously before speaking. Madam, the Lord has personally ordered that this is a restricted area, and no one is allowed to stay without permission. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Hwan slapped him. Despite the distance, the slap sent the man flying, and he landed on the ground with a bleeding nose, looking at Ji Hwan in fear. Ji Hwan sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words in front of me? The Lord is my husband. How did he become a stranger in your mouth? Are you trying to sow discord between us?" Hearing this, the man trembled in fear, unable to speak. But then, a guard kneeling behind him spoke up, "Madam, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. It's just our duty. If we retreat now and the Lord finds out later, our fate will be miserable. Please forgive us." While the explanation made sense, Ji Hwan coldly smiled. "Fine. You speak well, truly worthy of being the guards by the Lord's side. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? I dare not say so, but it's our duty. We have no choice," the guard repeated. At this moment, Ji Hwan threw something towards the man, hitting him on the head. When the object landed, it was revealed to be an exquisite jade token. Then Ji Hwan spoke coldly, "I know it's your duty, but the Lord's command is here. Will you still disobey?" Seeing the jade token, the guards were stunned. They could sense the aura on the token, confirming it belonged to the Lord, making it impossible to fake. After a moment of hesitation, the guards glanced at each other and then all knelt down. "In that case, please do as you wish, madam." After these words, the guards stood up and retreated. In an instant, the grand temple became empty. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Ji Hwan's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and she stammered, "My lord, the guards here are all close attendants of Lord Lihen Chuanjun. Although they usually treat me with respect, based on my position, I simply cannot command them. So you forged Lord Lihen Chuanjun's order?" Zhu and said calmly. Ji Hwan lowered her head, shrank back, and said, "I had no choice. Please forgive me, my lord." Zuan remained non-committal. He knew very well that Ji Hwan would never willingly do things for him. In fact, if it weren't for the powerful suppression of the sore intent he left behind, she would have probably informed Lord Lihen Chuanjun long ago. Even so, he couldn't guarantee that Ji Hwan would obediently cooperate. That's why Zuan decided to bring her along. Otherwise, if only he and his group had come over with the forged decree of Chuanjun, they would have been exposed. After all, these guards were not fools. Without Ji Hwan's strong suppression, no one would believe a forged decree alone. However, Zuan was too lazy to bother with all of this. The most important thing for him was to rescue the trapped Huaju gods from the divine prison. Even if Lord Lihen Chuanjun didn't know, Zuan would have to confront him. But Ji Hwan didn't think the same way. She was afraid that if Zuan became displeased, he might trigger the sword intent in her sea of consciousness. In that case, she would die a miserable death. Thinking this, she couldn't help but raise her head and try to say a few good words. Then she froze, because at that moment, Zuan strode to the center of the hall, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if sensing something. "My lord, this is..." Ji Hwan was about to speak, when Drunken Dream impatiently waved her hand and said, "Be quiet. Can't you see my lord is busy? Stop the nonsense." Ji Hwan's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Drunken Dream. It was hard for Ji Hwan to accept that Drunken Dream, who used to be like a mouse seeing a cat when facing her, now dared to scold her. But Drunken Dream didn't care about this woman. She was looking at Zuan with a flickering gaze, feeling increasingly anxious. Since Zuan refined her divine thoughts, she had sincerely acknowledged him as her master. Therefore, she was naturally very worried at the moment. If they couldn't open the gate of the divine prison, all their efforts would be in vain. Just then, Zuan suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze sharp, and a powerful surge of divine thoughts rose up like a sea. The pressure was so strong that even people far away felt suffocated. At the same time, this surge of divine thoughts transformed into a huge iron fist in midair and smashed down. Doom! After a loud noise, the earth trembled, revealing a network of cracks. However, Zuan firmly controlled all of this within a small range with his divine thoughts, and the outside world had no idea. Doom! Another punch. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and even the space showed folds, but immediately, black mist surged from the bottom of the crater, frantically repairing everything. Xuan's eyes cooled. Then he coldly shouted, "Open, doom." The divine thoughts turned into a blade and slashed through in an instant. Click! With a crisp sound, the space cracked and shattered. A huge crack gushing with thick black mist appeared in front of everyone. Watching this crack resembling the abyss of hell, Ji Huan subconsciously gulped and trembled slightly. She could sense the endless cruelty hidden below the crack. At that moment, Xuan turned back and glanced at everyone coldly. "Let's go." And others like Roar Heaven and Drunken Dream stepped forward proudly. But Ji Huan took a few steps back, and then forced a smile. My lord, you asked me to lead you here. I did. Now that we found the divine prison, my mission is considered complete. Please release me by dispersing that sort intent in my sea of consciousness. Release you. Zhu. And smiled. Release? What do you mean? Ji Huan was stunned, her face changing drastically. At that moment, Xuan's eyes flashed, his divine thought surged like a tie, directly binding Ji Huan layer by layer. Ji Huan exclaimed, but she was immediately dragged into the space crack. Shortly after, Xuan turned back, gave a cold smile, and then walked into the crack. As they crossed that spatial barrier, the first thing that caught their eyes was the thick layer of black mist that couldn't be dispelled. The surrounding silence allowed people to hear their own heartbeat. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive, and Ji Huan trembled all over because she could sense countless dangerous threats hidden in the black mist. She understood that they were in a space crack connecting Lord Lihen Tie and the various heavens. Here, a wrong step could lead to irreparable doom. In the black mist, there were even more hidden dangers. Therefore, she trembled and didn't dare to move. Drunken Dream and Roar Heaven also turned their gazes to Xuan, not knowing what to do next. Under everyone's gaze, Xuan's face turned cold. He raised his hand, and suddenly, as Xuan opened his palm, a stream of light flew out and hung in midair, emitting a faint glow like a lantern. Seeing this, Drunken Dream couldn't help but shiver, as this was the divine eye Xuan had violently extracted from the red prison immortal. "Let's go," Xuan said lightly, following the divine eye forward. Drunken Dream and the others followed without hesitation. Only Ji Huan stood still, her expression changing constantly as she pondered. But after Xuan and the others had gone far, she looked at the heavy black mist around her, shivered, and hurried to catch up. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like an hour or a day. In this space crack, time had lost its meaning. When people started feeling slightly anxious, the divine eye suddenly accelerated. "Keep up," Xuan coldly ordered, and they followed. After passing through a thick layer of black mist, the divine eye began to circle around a spot, then suddenly probed forward. Ripples appeared in the dark, and then the divine eye disappeared. And on top of each towering stone ridge, giant skeletal remains are bound with iron chains. These skeletal remains, aged through the years, all radiate a chilling white light. Even so, one can still see the poses of these skeletal remains before their demise. Without exception, all of them are roaring angrily towards the sky. Zhu, and stands in the void, surveying the entire sky and earth, the anger in his eyes gradually boiling, because he can see that all of these skeletal remains are gods of the Hua clan. Did he arrive too late after all? Xuan had already mentally prepared for this. After all, when Ji Huan followed Li Henshin to the divine prison, there were few remaining living gods of the Hua clan, let alone over 1,000 years had passed now. No matter how prepared he was mentally, when he saw so many skeletal remains of the Hua clan gods, Xuan's heart still brimmed with murderous intent. The immense power even caused cracks to appear in the space around him. This power also left Ji Huan speechless. At the same time, the divine eye flew directly towards the bizarre mountain at the center of the divine realm. Xuan followed closely behind, landing on the peak. Then, the divine eye began to swirl continuously, seemingly anxious. At this moment, Ji Huan couldn't help but tremble and say, Master, when I followed Li Henshin here, he used a very complex set of hand seals to enter another space. But at that time, he used a very complex set of hand seals to enter another space. But when he saw the skeletal remains of so many Hua clan gods, Xuan's heart still seethed with killing intent. The immense power even caused cracks to appear in the space around him. This power also left Ji Huan speechless. At the same time, the divine eye flew directly towards the bizarre mountain at the center of the divine realm. Xuan followed closely behind, landing on the peak. Then, the divine eye began to swirl continuously, seemingly anxious. At this moment, Ji Huan couldn't help but tremble, saying, Master, when I followed Li Henshin here, he used a very complex set of hand seals to enter another space. But if he hadn't used Li Henshin's sealing technique, he wouldn't have been able to enter at all. Before Ji Huan could finish her sentence, Zuan's face turned cold as ice, took a step forward, and clenched his fist, then directly punched out. Doom. A heavily muffled sound. Then, cracks appeared in the void, as if countless seals were shattering, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers. A large entrance began to take shape. Zuan coldly said, There is nothing in this world that can't be solved with one punch. If there is, it means your strength is not enough. With that, Zuan stepped into the entrance. The divine eye naturally flew into it as well. Ji Huan was so scared that she swallowed hard, looking somewhat shocked at the gateway opened up by Zuan, then glanced at the countless skeletal remains around her, shivering involuntarily, and quickly stepped into it. Inside was still shrouded in layers of mist, but under the guidance of the divine eye, Zuan and the others were not hindered at all and easily passed through. When the vast and desolate wilderness appeared in front of them, Zuan immediately saw the dozen black tall towers in the center of the wilderness, as well as the slender figure in chains at the center of the tower. Seeing this scene, Zuan raised his eyebrows, a breeze swirled around him, and with a step, he traversed the wilderness and came to the foot of the tower. The black chains extending from the tower were like venomous snakes, binding the youth in the center layer by layer. The youth lowered his head, his disheveled hair covering his face, but through the gaps, one could still see the horrifying scars that covered his body. Zhu, and said nothing, just silently observing. At the same time, Zichia also arrived. At this moment, his eyes occasionally showed pain, but then he fell into confusion again, because he felt as if some instinct was compelling him to approach this youth. At this moment, Zuan took a deep breath, respectfully bowed, and said, in a deep voice, Descendant of the Hua clan, Zuan, pays respects to the great second Lord God. There was no response, and the young man remained motionless, as if a lifeless body, quietly hanging his head. Sadness and rage flashed in Zuan's eyes. He could see that the famous second Lord God was now at his last moments of strength, even having to sleep most of his consciousness, relying only on a weak energy to protect his heartbeat and consciousness, hence having no reaction to anything external. Thinking of this, Zuan gritted his teeth, his eyes glittering, intending to transfer some of his spiritual energy. Just at this moment, the divine eye anxiously surrounded Yang Jian's body, flashing with light, as if urging the noble youth to wake up quickly. Finally, a faint golden light appeared on the dozen towers, and then Yang Jian's chest began to rise and fall slightly. At first, the movement was small, but soon it became more intense. Then, Yang Jian let out a soft sigh as slowly raised his head. With his hair disheveled, he revealed an extremely noble face, even in captivity, but at this moment, his eyes remained closed, and the vertical eye on his forehead was dim. At this moment, he was so weak that he could no longer sense his surroundings with his divine sense. However, even so, he still showed a hint of a sneer, then spoke in an extremely hoarse voice, Li Henshin, you are here again? Obviously mistaking Zuan and the others for Li Henshin, Zuan remained silent. Everyone was silent. The surroundings were incredibly quiet. A strange expression appeared on Yang Jian's face. What? No words? What are you planning to harvest from me this time? Or are you getting more and more afraid, and finally ready to take action? The tone was full of sarcasm. Finally, Zuan sighed softly, Second Lord God, I am not Li Henshin. Zuan spoke in fluent Chinese. The moment he said this, Yang Jian's whole body shook because he recognized Zuan's accent, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. You, Zu, and nodded, clasping his hands respectfully. Divine Lord, I am a descendant of the Hua clan, Zuan. A descendant of the Hua clan. Are you truly a descendant of the Hua clan? Suspicion and surprise appeared on Yang Jian's face. Zu, and knew Yang Jian still had doubts, so he casually waved his hand. The divine eye flew directly toward Yang Jian, embedding itself into the center of his forehead. Its return caused Yang Jian to tremble, and his once withered body began greedily absorbing the rare divine power, as the scars on his body gradually started to heal. In an instant, half of his injuries had healed, and only then did he slowly open his eyes. At the same time, ripples were seen above the sky, followed by a sudden shock, and then a figure was spit out from it. Upon seeing this figure, Ji Huan couldn't help but exclaim, Li Liuyan, how is this possible? Isn't it still a long time before you will be resurrected? That's right. The one appearing in the scene at this moment is the former leader of the army that invaded Earth, the knight Liuyan, who was ultimately transformed into ashes by Zuan. He is the son of the Lord of Lihan. Of course, this son has nothing to do with Jie Huan. However, as the nominal lady of the Lord of Lihan, Jie Huan naturally knew that the Lord of Lihan was trying to cultivate the slight divine thought left by Knight Liuyan in an attempt to resurrect him. But logically speaking, it would take at least thousands of years to complete this process, so how could he have been resurrected so quickly? Jie Huan was extremely shocked in her heart, but she couldn't help but feel that this Knight Liuyan was a bit strange, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange about him. Knight Liuyan paid no attention to her. Instead he looked at Zuan with an extremely cold gaze. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zuan. Long time no see. His voice was cold, making Jie Huan shudder all over. Then she looked at Knight Liuyan in horror. At that moment, she finally understood what was so unusual that she felt. Because this Knight Liuyan in front of her, although his body and appearance were the same, gave people a sense of ambiguity, as if other people's personalities and souls were mixed in. Especially his voice. Jie Huan was certain that this was definitely not Knight Liuyan's voice. This feeling was simply eerie to the extreme. It made Jie Huan's heart tremble with coldness, and she was shivering all over. However, Zuan was completely unmoved, just calmly looking at Knight Liuyan. Then he smiled coldly. Interesting. With that, Zuan leisurely assessed this Knight Liuyan, and casually said, "Should I call you Knight Liuyan, or should I call you Ziwei Divine Child?" That's right. The reason why this Knight Liuyan, who was full of strangeness and had successfully resurrected in such a short time, was fundamentally because he had merged with the fallen Ziwei Divine Child. As for why the already dead Ziwei Divine Child would leave a divine thought, with Ziwei Star Lord's strength, capturing a trace of his son's divine thought was not impossible. At this moment, Knight Liuyan grinned. "Zuan, you are indeed formidable. You even see through the origins of both of us. But do you think that with your current strength after rebirth, you can really be invincible in the heavens? Or do you still think of yourself as that Scarlet Lotus Immortal Venerable? Scarlet Lotus Immortal Venerable." This title emerged once again. If there were strong individuals from the various heavens present, they would probably be shocked and kneel down in awe at the mention of this title. This title symbolizes the most powerful existence in all the myriad realms of the heavens. That was the only strong existence standing above countless beings. An invincible symbol. And upon hearing these words, Zuan fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "It's been a long time since I heard that title. I see you know about it." "Of course." Knight Liuyan's eyes showed a fierce hatred. "Zuan, you are indeed lucky. The news of your fall has already spread throughout the heavens. Everyone thought you were dead, but they didn't expect you to be alive, and your strength has even recovered quite a bit. But you should not have crossed paths with our divine realm." Hatred and resentment filled Knight Liuyan's face as he continued. "No matter how powerful you were before your rebirth, you are not the unique immortal venerable anymore. But you have repeatedly gone against us gods, even daring to exterminate the two of us. You are simply seeking death." Zuan chuckled. "Let's put aside the talk of seeking death for now. Do you think you have the qualifications to say that to me?" Knight Liuyan's expression changed. "You." Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan suddenly appeared behind Knight Liuyan, raised his hand and punched, sending Knight Liuyan flying. Caught off guard, Knight Liuyan was like a kite with a broken string, directly smashed out dozens of miles away, and when he stood still, he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Zuan, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect that Zuan, whose cultivation had been forcibly suppressed, could send him flying with just his physical strength alone. Even though he had just been resurrected, the strength displayed was beyond belief. Zuan did not chase after him, but stood proudly in the air, saying calmly, "Since you can merge to be reborn, it means that your fathers have already united from the beginning." With these words, Zuan looked up at the sky, and continued coldly, "So, that means from the very beginning, this whole thing was a trap set by you, right? Lord of Lihan, Ziwei Star Lord." In response to Zuan's words, a cold laugh and a slight sigh were heard from the sky. Then the once murky sky suddenly darkened, and huge stars appear, with a prominent bright purple shining in the middle of the starry sea. Under the starlight, a tall figure dressed in purple, imperial robes gradually appeared. When the figure was fully revealed, It turned out to be a man exuding a majestic aura, resembling an emperor of the heavens. His eyes seemed to contain endless starlight, full of an imposing presence that made people dare not look directly at him. On the other side, another scene unfolded. Beams of light began to appear out of nowhere, gradually forming a man's figure. This man was dressed in magnificent robes, standing with hands behind his back, his face ancient and mysterious, surrounded by divine light that even caused the space to collapse. Yes, these two individuals were none other than the Z-Way Star Lord and the Lord of Lihan. The formidable lore emanating from these two was so powerful that it caused the space to tremble, emitting groans of unbearable burden. The aura exuded by the two men even rivaled that of immortal king-level experts. Under such overwhelming pressure, everyone bowed their heads, even prostrating on the ground, not daring to look up. Only Zuan stood amidst the overwhelming powers, completely unfazed. How powerful would it be, and at least two strong individuals, each at least at the level of a half-step immortal king, joy forces? This question is rarely answered, because reaching the realm of a half-step immortal king, even among the heavens, can be considered a powerful force in its own right. At this level, there are very few things that could make them join forces. But today, Ji Huan, Zui Men, and others have all witnessed it. With the questioning of the Purple Way Star Master and the Lihan Heavenly Lore, the space was shaken with layers of tiny cracks, as if it was about to collapse the next second. And Zuan's figure, just like a flat boat in a terrifying storm, swayed unsteadily. Seeing this scene, Yaluyan, or rather, the combination of Yaluyan and the Purple Way Divine Sun, burst into a hearty laughter. Zu, aren't you really arrogant? Where is your arrogance now? The Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Huh, what a big name. I'm so scared. Yaluyan's tone was extremely arrogant and full of sarcasm. Zuan, however, did not show any anger, not even a hint of fear in the face of the aura of the two powerful figures. He was well aware that his identity would sooner or later be exposed, especially when he had contact with the Purple Way Star Master in the Cheluk Secret Realm. The Purple Way Star Master had already seen through his identity. It's just that the Purple Way Star Master was very humble at that time, and today's scene did not surprise Zuan too much. In fact, before entering the divine prison, he had already sensed something unusual, especially when he heard that Lihan Qianjun had not come out of his divine kingdom to entertain a distinguished guest. He had already anticipated something. But all this did not stop Zuan, because even if it was a trap in front of him, it was worth it to save the spirits of the Ahua clan. Thinking of this, Zuan's mouth lifted with a cold smile. Purple Way Star Master, Lihan Qianjun, do you really think that with your strength alone, you can besiege me? Aren't you afraid that I have inherited a part of my former strength? These questions made the auras of the two supreme powerhouses hesitate, and a hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. It was not that the two were timid, it was that they were facing the former Supreme Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. How powerful was the former Red Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even 10 of these strong figures, like Lihan Qianjun and Purple Way Star Master combined, might not be enough for a snap of this Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's fingers. And Zuan, as the reincarnation body of the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, if he had truly inherited a portion of that power, the result was simply unimaginable. The two couldn't help but start to doubt. Even their auras became uncertain. Seeing this, Zuan chuckled, and then turned to look at Yangjian. Or Lan Shen, were our ancestral spirits of the Ahua clan like this? Although Yangjian was a little stunned by the recent series of changes, being born as a god, he quickly regained his composure upon hearing Zuan's words, then sneered and shook his head. If we of the Ahua clan were as fearful and timid as them, we wouldn't have all died in battle, none surrendering either. Yangjian's voice sounded somewhat desolate as he seemed to recall his former comrades, Zhu, and nodded and then suddenly pointed to Shangqia, or Lang Shen. Do you know who this person is? Yangjian was taken aback. Since coming in, he had focused all his attention on Zuan, so he had not noticed anything else until Zuan mentioned it, and he looked at Shangqia. Despite the passage of time, and the refining of his aura through the ages, changing much, Yangjian still recognized him at a glance, and couldn't help but shake all over, pleasantly surprised, and exclaimed, Shangqian. The pain on Shangqian's face became more intense, feeling like something was about to break free. But when he heard Yangjian's call, he shuddered all over and let out a painful low growl. Yangjian immediately understood that this was the seal that had been imposed on Shangqia, I Lihan Cheonjun at work. Just as he was about to speak, Zuin suddenly appeared beside him, gently patting his shoulder and smiling slightly. Don't rush, eat your meal one bite at a time, and tally the accounts one by one. What we are owed will eventually be repaid. Shan Qian's anger gradually subsided, but Lihan Cheonjun at this moment gave a cold smile, saying playfully, Zuan, you are just a mud bodhisattva now, unable to save yourself. What's the point of saying such big words? Zu and smiled. Do you know, I have a habit. Oh, what habit? The more impossible things are, the more I want to do them. For example, I'm going to kill the two of you now. Do you have any objections? Zu and smile was very polite. After speaking, Zuin's eyes flashed with a glint of light, and the constraints imposed on his cultivation instantly shatter, followed by a surge of power rising from the top of his head. The strength of this power was such that it directly confronted the oppressive auras of the Lord of Departed Resentment and the Star Master Zixu, with faint signs of surpassing them. How is this possible? Knight Lu Yan, who had been smiling and watching on the side, could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, just a true immortal. How could they possess such powerful might? Lord of Departed Resentment and Star Master Zixu also had a change in expression, but they quickly reacted and coldly shouted, directly moving their hands. Starlight flickered, radiance shaking the heavens. The intensity of the aura even caused the current time and space of the world to stagnate. In terms of strength, Lord of Departed Resentment and Star Master Zixu were roughly equivalent, both above the Great Luo level, but not yet reaching the level of immortal kings. In fact, in the celestial realms, there were many similar cases like theirs, because achieving the status of Great Luo could be influenced by many factors, and there might even be great individuals who could forcefully elevate an ordinary cultivator to become a powerful Great Luo through various esoteric methods. For example, the situation with the person beside Knight Lu Yan previously, Gan Wujian, was one such case. But becoming an immortal king was not as simple. It required not only exceptional talent and extraordinary opportunities, but also a bit of luck during the final attainment of the immortal king status. This kind of luck was profound and unfathomable, completely beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Therefore, in the celestial realms, immortal kings became an insurmountable barrier. Those below immortal king, no matter how formidable they were simply ordinary mortals. Only by becoming an immortal king could one truly hold the ticket to becoming one of the most supreme beings. Because immortal kings were so scarce, a half-step immortal king in the celestial realms was already considered a top-tier combatant. Many star systems might not even have the presence of a single half-step immortal king. At this moment, with two major half-step immortal kings acting simultaneously, this level of power was enough to terrify even the great Luo venerables. Moreover, they were currently dealing with just a powerful true immortal. So, with this strike, Knight Lu Yan was completely convinced that Zuin would undoubtedly be beyond saving. Lord of Departed Resentment and Star Master Zixu also shared the same sentiment. If Zuin had not been an esteemed immortal reborn, how could they, with their identities, possibly face a true immortal? It would be simply too demeaning if news of this were to spread. They both believed that under such high regard, Zuin was bound to meet his end. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the radiance of the two individuals directly broke through unimpededly, ultimately landing on the ground. Without a sound, in the silence, the land in the wilderness seemed to vaporize, instantly dissolving into a huge and incomparable crater. The earthly world appeared empty, without a trace of Zuin's figure. Is he dead? Lord of Departed Resentment and Star Master Zixu exchanged a glance. Normally, a true immortal under their joint attack will undoubtedly be beyond saving. But Zuin had actually perished so swiftly. It seemed they had underestimated him. Despite being an esteemed immortal reborn, what could a mere true immortal achieve? With this in mind, Lord of Departed Resentment and Star Master Zixu couldn't help feeling a bit remorseful. After all, they had intended to capture Zuin's soul to extract information on those secrets and treasures. But now, they had no choice but to accept the situation. Meanwhile, everyone watched in utter disbelief, especially Howling Heaven, who was deeply grateful to Zuin. Seeing his disappearance, his heart filled with sorrow and bitterness, trembling as he said, "Master, Mr. Zhu." Yan Jian watched silently, then softly said, "Let's wait and see." Just then, a woman named Ji Huan hurriedly ran out from the crowd, looking up with a delighted face and shouting towards Lord of Departed Resentment, "My lord, I am Ji Huan. It's wonderful that you killed Zuin. please take me home. Lord of Departed Resentment looked down at the smiling Ji Huan, a cold smile appearing on his imposing face. Home? What home are you talking about? Ji Huan was taken aback, of course. Back to Dinshan Pavilion. Lord of Departed Resentment sneered. Ji Huan, in the past 1,000 years, what have you done behind my back? Do I need to spell it out for you? Ji Huan's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. Husband, husband. And now you dare to betray me. Do you think I have a taste for kukladry? With that, Lord of Departed Resentment pointed his finger, and before Ji Huan could say anything, she exploded into nothingness. Although he had just killed a woman with whom he had once been close, Lord of Departed Resentment showed no hint of emotion, as if he had just killed a chicken. Yet at that moment, a light laughter echoed from the void. You're absolutely right. You do seem to enjoy the extra thrill of kukladry. Hearing this, Lord of Departed Resentment and everyone present turned pale. Just then, the void split open, and Zuin slowly walked out, a faint smile on his face. The pupils of Lord of Departed Resentment and Star Master Zixu shrunk to the size of needles in an instant. They realized that at this moment, Zuin's aura became even more elusive and ethereal. Although he stood there, he gave off the feeling that he was 1,000 miles away, a sensation that was so uncomfortable it made people want to vomit blood. Zuin then looked down at the now vanquished Ji Huan and shook his head with a sigh. She thought she had a fake token, but in reality, this token was real. Am I not right, Lord of Departed Resentment? Lord of Departed Resentment's expression changed slightly, but he quickly smirked. So what? This foolish woman is destined to die sooner or later. Before she dies, let me make use of her. Isn't that a normal thing? Zuin nodded. You're right. However, the green on your head is still shining brightly. Stop the nonsense, Zuin. Just because you evaded our attack once doesn't mean anything. Today, since we dared to take action, it means you must die. Lord of Departed Resentment's face was as icy as ever as he coldly shouted and once again moved to attack. This time, Star Master Zixu did not participate, but stood aside as a cold observer. However, the more he observed, the greater the pressure felt, because you wouldn't know when you would strike. At the same time, Lord of Departed Resentment's attack had already reached its target. As the Lord of Departed Resentment, an ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, his methods were not as dazzling as those of ordinary powerhouses, and his aura was even somewhat average. Yet, it was precisely this ordinary strike that sealed off all of Zuin's retreats, even imprisoning the space around him. Despite facing such an attack, a bright yet eerie smile appeared on Zuin's lips, and then a hint of madness shone in his eyes. In that instant, Zuin seemed to transform into the once proud and domineering Scarlet Lotus Immortal Venerable, exuding a recklessly arrogant and wild dare all over his body. I was once the Immortal Venerable of the ages. The blood feud of the Hua clan will be settled by me. Without a sound, not even the slightest hint of excess turbulence. In the midst of silence, the space where the forces clashed began to shatter bit by bit, transforming into a deep abyss of nothingness. Following that, a violent flow of chaotic spatial and temporal energy surged out, instantly sweeping across the land for miles around. The people including Zui Dream were shocked and stepped back, staring fixedly at the turmoil, their hearts pounding in their throats. Is the elder all right? Will something happen to him? At that moment, a figure stumbled out from the chaos, flying haphazardly for thousands of feet before finally steadying their stance. Zichia couldn't help but exclaim in shock because the person who had been shaken out turned out to be Zuan. At this moment, Zuan's face was slightly pale, and his once pristine white clothes were now slightly wrinkled. Zichia and the others couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in their hearts because it was clear that Zuan had sustained minor injuries. This caused everyone's hearts to tighten. At that moment, the celestial vengeance Lord, perched high above the sky, couldn't help but grunt, swaying slightly backward half a step. This caught Knight Luoyang, who had previously thought Zuan was doomed, off guard. How is this possible? This Zuan, who currently only possesses true immortal cultivation, is able to withstand a half-step immortal king single-handedly. Though he was injured, judging from the current situation, the celestial vengeance Lord did not seem to have gained much advantage either. This was simply inconceivable. They were not on the same level of cultivation. Also feeling a hint of fear was the celestial vengeance Lord, as he had thought that even if the strike didn't kill Zuan, it would have severely injured him. However, the end result was that both parties were injured. Thus, he stared intently at Zuan in the distance, speaking coldly. Zuan, you are indeed powerful. Even I have been affected by your actions. But I guess you must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. I wonder if you can handle another strike. Zuan smiled, then calmly said, Celestial Vengeance Lord, is this all of your strength? The Celestial Vengeance Lord raised an eyebrow, his voice deep as he asked, What do you mean? Nothing. I just wanted to say. Zuan licked his lips, then sneered, After surviving for thousands of years only to reach this level, if I were you, I would have found a tofu to smash my head in long ago. Arrogant brat. The Celestial Vengeance Lord finally realized he had been played by Zuan and couldn't help but roar in anger, raising his hand to strike again. This time, the retaliatory strike was even more powerful than before. But Zuan showed no fear. On the contrary, his eyes burned with almost boiling fighting spirit as he coldly shouted, Bring it on. With that, Zuan stepped forward and faced the attack head-on once more. The resulting roar swept across the land, causing the lower cultivated individuals like Zuidreen to groan, almost being injured by the aftermath. However, Zuan's figure was once again shaken out by the force. After steadying himself, even his bright eyes dulled slightly. After all, despite his unrivaled strength, Zuan couldn't possibly challenge a half-step immortal king. In fact, if Zuan had not tempered his body with celestial fire in the ancestral lands before confronting the Celestial Vengeance Lord, he would probably be severely injured and unable to continue fighting at this point. Despite this, Zuan's face was pale, his chest slightly heaving. Seeing this, the Celestial Vengeance Lord finally relaxed and sarcastically said, Zuan, to withstand 2 strikes with your true immortal cultivation and cause me some injuries is indeed shocking. But you are still too arrogant, so much so that you don't understand what it truly means to be an immortal king. With each question, the Celestial Vengeance Lord's power became more violent, standing in the sky like a deity from ancient times, so imposing that people couldn't bear to look directly at him. In the face of such a tremendous force, Zuan seemed like a candle in a storm, swaying as if on the brink of collapse, as if at any moment he might be extinguished. Seeing this, Zuidreen and Duren's hearts tightened in unison. After Zuan had tempered their divine thoughts, the two of them had already pledged allegiance to Zuan. Now, witnessing this situation, they naturally wanted to step forward and fight alongside Zuan. However, with their minuscule strength, it was difficult to protect themselves under such a powerful aura, let alone join the fight with Zuan. Just as they were filled with anxiety, a beam of light flashed as Zitia flew to Zuan's side, standing proudly and disdainfully facing the Celestial Vengeance Lord. Vile old man, today I'll be the one to take your life. Oh, no, calling you a dog would be an insult to my kind, because you are not even worthy of being a dog. Hearing Zitian's words, the Celestial Vengeance Lord raised an eyebrow and sneered, Zitia, do you understand what you are doing right now? Do I need you to remind me about what I'm doing? Zitia said coldly, then turned to Zuan and smiled slightly. Mr. Zhu, take a rest. Leave this old thief to me. Zuan didn't respond but simply gazed quietly at the bright young man, only shaking his head gently after a moment. No need. Zitia was taken aback. Mr. Zhu. Zuan waved his hand, chuckling softly. I know what you're thinking. With your strength, facing the Celestial Vengeance Lord is like hitting a rock with an egg. You're thinking of sacrificing yourself, right? Upon hearing this, Zitia trembled all over, a look of shock flashing in his eyes before lowering his head, saying bitterly, Indeed, Mr. Zhu's insight is truly exceptional. Zuan smiled, then reached out to pat Zitian's shoulder. I understand your intentions, but dealing with such an old waste like this, I don't need your help. These words not only shocked Zitia, but also surprised the Celestial Vengeance Lord and the others. The Celestial Vengeance Lord then sneered repeatedly, Zuan, I truly admire you. Facing death, you still dared to talk big. Zuan laughed heartily, his laughter filled with an air of defiance. I never talk big. Celestial Vengeance Lord, Primordial Star Master, your lives now belong to me. That's a fact. No one can change that. You're asking for death. The Celestial Vengeance Lord finally erupted in anger, raising his hands together and clapping down. This strike seemed to overturn heaven and earth with unparalleled might, directly crashing towards Zuan. Faced with this earth-shaking strike, Zuan showed no emotion, raising his hand as countless energies appeared around him, gathering into his hands. In an instant, a dazzling gigantic sword took shape, and Zuan coldly shouted, Witness my one sword to cleave the heavens. With that, Zuan raised his sword and slashed down. This is an indescribable sword. When the sword light passes, it seems to split even the vote in half. The strike launched by Lihin Chanjun was like a right persimmon, directly pierced through under this sword. The sword light was extremely fast, crossing through all obstacles in an instant and arriving directly in front of Lihin Chanjun. Initially, Lihin Chanjun didn't pay much attention to it, confident that his cultivation was strong enough that ordinary weapons couldn't even move a hair on his body. But soon, he realized his mistake. When the sword light touched his body, Lihin Chanjun felt as if he was submerged in an ice cellar, a chill spreading throughout his body. This made Lihin Chanjun exclaim in surprise, barely managing to dodge the sword in the nick of time. However, he was still a fraction too slow. The sword light grazed his shoulder and disappeared into the sky. Lihin Chanjun grunted as a thread of crimson blood seeped from his shoulder. One sword. Lihin Chanjun was injured. The world fell silent. Lihin Chanjun turned to look at the wound on his shoulder, his expression changing rapidly until it darkened. Father, Yi Liuyan couldn't help but speak up at this moment. However, Lihin Chanjun ignored him, only coldly staring at Zuan. I have long heard of the legendary swordsmanship of the Red Lotus Fairy Lord, capable of slaying gods and demons. Today, witnessing it in person, it is truly worthy of its reputation. Zuan smiled faintly. You flatter me, but do you really think that with just this, you can do anything to us? Speaking of this, Lihin Chanjun licked his lips greedily. Zuan, do you know that with your current cultivation, it's like a child walking through a bustling market with a priceless treasure? If not for needing your soul, do you think you would still be alive now? Purple Micro Star Lord, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but chuckle. What you say, Lord Chanjun, is quite right. Zuan, how about we make a deal? Oh, a deal? What kind of deal? Zu and asked calmly. In fact, there is no deep-seated grudge between us. The so-called blood feud of the Hua clan is just an ancient debt, unrelated to you. So as long as you surrender willingly, voluntarily give up the secret techniques of your cultivation and various treasures, we can spare you a life, in consideration of your past as a formidable warrior. What do you think? Zuan looked at the Purple Micro Star Lord quietly until after a while, he smiled and said, listening to you, it seems like I should be grateful for your decision. The Purple Micro Star Lord chuckled. Zuan, I know you must be dissatisfied, but this offer is generous enough, at least better than facing a dead end, isn't it? Zuan didn't respond but turned to Yang Jian. Brother Erlang, have the gods always been like this? Yang Jian smiled and said calmly, yes, they have always been like this. Zu and nodded. No wonder. No wonder what? Hachia couldn't help but ask. No wonder that for thousands of years, the gods have been declining more and more, all because of you arrogant so-called powerful gods causing trouble, Zuan said, indifferently. At this moment, both Lihin Chanjun and the Purple Micro Star Lord's faces changed drastically. They exchanged glances before the Purple Micro Star Lord sneered. Zuan, it seems you are determined to go on the wrong path. Well, then we will fulfill your wish today. Starry Prison. With the Purple Micro Star Lord's command, an endless starry sea appeared in the surroundings, and then the stars weaved together into a prison, trapping Zuan and the others inside. As the prison formed, Zui Meng and Yuren grunted in pain, falling to the ground. They felt their cultivation being suppressed, instantly turning them into ordinary mortals. Additionally, Hao Chia also grunted, nearly falling but stubbornly refusing to give in. With his strength, he could only just protect himself. In an instant, only Zuan remained standing in the air, but from his back, it was evident that the space above his head and shoulders seemed to be bending, showing the immense pressure he was under. Despite this, Zuan remained expressionless, calmly saying, isolating heaven and earth. Exactly, the Purple Micro Star Lord said smugly. Zuan, with the heaven and earth under my control now, I am the supreme being here. You better give up now. Before he could finish his last struggle, Zuan coldly smiled, then took a step forward. With that step, Zuan freed himself from all constraints. Is this your so-called supremacy? Zuan's tone was mocking. The Purple Micro Star Lord trembled all over, exclaiming, impossible. How could you break free from my binding power? Zu, and said calmly, why not? The Purple Micro Star Lord gritted his teeth, feeling uneasy, and angrily shouted, Lihin, this man is full of tricks. Let's attack together. First destroy his physical body. Lihin Chanjun had already thought of this, grinning evilly, agreed. With that, His eyes suddenly shone brightly. Then he recited solemnly, "Unrelenting killing, doom." The radiance surged, and a killing intent rose like a snake, swaying behind Lihin Qianjun, overlooking the earth with a terrifying glow as if choosing its prey. Lihin Qianjun sneered and pointed at Zuan. "Kill him." These serpent-shaped killing intents rushed towards Zuan. At the same time, the purple micro-star lord depicted a seal in midair, and beams of starlight descended, enhancing their power by tenfold. In an instant, these serpents rushed forward and swallowed Zu. And whole, the snakes quivered, filled with killing intent, and Zuan's figure had disappeared. At this moment, Haotia couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Zu." However, the serpents suddenly began to struggle in pain, then breaking apart inch by inch, revealing a terrifying momentum emerging. The laws of heaven and earth shook, as if all the subjects were bowing to a king. Both Haotia and Yi Liuyan exclaimed in unison, "This is the might of the Grand Luo." Just as they spoke, the serpent-shaped killing intents melted away like snow and ice. Zuan slowly walked out, his eyes like iron, his face cold as ice. With each step, his momentum soared. 1 step, 2 steps. After taking 7 steps, Zuan's momentum finally reached its peak. At that moment, he raised his gaze, his eyes encompassing all things, solid in the laws. Finally, at that moment, Zuan broke through to the level of Quasi-Da Luo, transcending into a higher realm. Zuan raised his gaze, and the momentum he exuded caused both Lihin Qianjun and Ziwei Xingju to change color. In theory, Zuan was currently only at the half-step Da Luo level, 1 level below them, and should not pose a threat. However, inexplicably, when Zuan's gaze swept over them, they both felt a chill run down their spines and stiffened all over. It was as if they were being stared at by an ancient dragon, sending shivers down their spines. Soon, they regained their composure and exchanged a look, seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Knowing Zuan's details well, they understood that there was no other option but to fight until the end with him. Allowing Zuan to escape would spell endless trouble. Moreover, they were also frightened by Zuan's endless cunning tactics. In just a moment, he had broken through to the half-step Da Luo level. Who knew what other hidden means he had? Therefore, they wasted no more words and simultaneously shouted out, attacking Zuan with full force. The combined attack of the 2 half-step immortal kings was so powerful that it caused the earth and sky to violently shake, as if they were on the brink of collapse. However, just as the attack was about to reach Zuan, he suddenly disappeared. Yes, literally disappeared. He, who had been standing there a moment ago, seemed to have been directly covered by a magical brush, instantly disappearing without a trace. Then, their attacks directly passed through, creating a huge bottomless abyss in the ground. Where did he go? Lihin Qianjun and Ziwei Xingju were shaken, feeling a sense of doubt. Just then, a light laugh was heard by their ears. Was that satisfying? Hearing this, Lihin Qianjun and Ziwei Xingju were taken aback, but as peerless powerhouses, their reactions were lightning fast. They almost simultaneously launched an attack behind them. However, it still missed. Following that, they heard Zuan's cold laugh. Seems like it was satisfying. But now, it's my turn. With that, Zuan's figure suddenly appeared beside Lihin Qianjun, and he raised his hand, delivering a direct blow to his head. The speed of this strike was extreme, and Lihin Qianjun had no time to dodge, feeling a tremendous force hitting him before falling from the sky. With a loud crash, a massive human-shaped pit appeared on the ground, with Lihin Qianjun smashed into it and disappeared. This shook everyone present. Ziwei Xingju trembled, but he reacted swiftly. Light flashed in his eyes as stars burst in the firmament, forming a starlight barrier around him. Relieved, Ziwei Xingju smirked at Zuan. "Zuan, you're indeed powerful, but now I have the protection of my myriad stars. What can you do to me?" With that, Ziwei Xingju burst into laughter. However, his laughter abruptly stopped short, because at that moment, Zuan also laughed, a wild and fierce smile on his face. "Myriad stars protection. Then I shall destroy these myriad stars." With that, Zuan clenched his fist, stepped forward, and launched an attack. This punch seemed to overturn the whole world, accompanied by an extremely violent hurricane rushing forth. But as the hurricane met the starlight barrier, it vanished instantly. Initially shocked by the ferocity of the punch, Ziwei Xingju relaxed, chuckled, and said, "Zuan, it's futile. With your current cultivation, breaking my defense is impossible." Save your strength and think about how to preserve your life later. However, his mocking tone turned into a terrified scream as Zuan's fist landed on the starlight barrier. The barrier shimmered as if resisting Zuan's power but quickly shattered. At the same time, the stars in the firmament shattered one after another. In an instant, the starry sky exploded, and the myriad stars vanished. Ziwei Shengju was severely wounded by the blow, flung far away, his light dimmed, staring at Zuan in horror, shouting, "This is impossible. How could you break my myriad stars barrier with your current strength?" But regardless of his disbelief, the fact had occurred. Zuan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. With a step, he appeared above Ziwei Shengju and delivered a punch. Caught off guard, Ziwei Shengju could barely react, raising his hand to block the blow. He was then struck down from the sky, disappearing into the ground. From the moment Zuan acted until now, only a few breaths had passed. The two former powerful figures were now buried in the ground like groundhogs. This fact left everyone stunned, since when could a half-step Da Luo easily defeat a half-step immortal king? Knight Liuyan was in disbelief, looking down at the two massive human-shaped pits on the ground with a lowered head. He had thought everything would go smoothly, and Zuan would meet certain death. However, the outcome turned out differently. Zichia couldn't help but feel delighted. Mr. Zhu is truly amazing. He defeated these two old thieves. Yang Jian, on the other hand, had a serious expression, staring at the ground holes, then shaking his head. Things are not that simple. Lihen and Ziwei Shengju will not be easily defeated. Zichia was puzzled. Master, are you saying? Before he could finish speaking, the ground trembled, and two rays of light shot into the sky. Lihen Chanjun and Ziwei Shengju emerged, rushing towards Zuan with an unparalleled force. Master! Zhu Meng and Yuan exclaimed in shock. Faced with the united assault of the two powerful figures, Zuan smiled coldly and, without fear, confronted them head-on. Engaging in a fierce battle, the sky resounded with continuous explosions as their overwhelming auras overflowed, causing everyone to watch in fear, their faces filled with dread, as they looked at the three powerful lights contending in the sky. Suddenly, after three beams of light clashed once again, they finally separated. Looking at the three of them at this moment, Lihen Chanjun had sweat beads on his forehead. Ziwei Star-Lord was also breathing slightly. Only Zuan still had a calm expression on his face, even casually pinching his palm. He said lightly, "Why stop fighting? I haven't had enough fun yet." The crowd fell silent, facing the joint attack of two quasi-immortal kings. To say they hadn't had enough fun was simply too arrogant. Arrogant to a maddening degree. Lihen Chanjun and Ziwei Star-Lord exchanged a glance, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. This Zuan was simply too powerful, especially his speed. Like a ghost, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, and his punches hurt when they landed. At this rate, they would eventually be worn down to death by him. It seemed they couldn't continue like this and should end this battle as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lihen Chanjun and Ziwei Star-Lord both made up their minds. Then, taking a deep breath, they simultaneously raised their hands and pulled out a golden scroll from their chests. It could be seen that the two golden scrolls in their hands were incomplete, split in the middle. But even so, when these two scrolls appeared, they still set off a continuous ripple of the laws of the entire world. That is, the crowd was stunned. Yang Jian's pupils shrank instantly, then couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the Edict of the Immortal King." That's an Immortal King's edict. This strange and awkward name sounded like thunder in the ears of the crowd, because the so-called edict was a strong one who had sealed their divine thoughts, attacks, or even the power of the laws onto a scroll. As a result, this scroll would possess the striking power of that strong one. And the Immortal King's edict, as the name suggests, was a scroll sealed by an immortal king. And from the fluctuations emanating from this scroll, it was clear that it wasn't like Lihen Chanjun or Ziwei Star-Lord, but a true powerhouse with complete immortal king laws. Such an edict, with its formidable power, was enough to annihilate a small world. Therefore, the crowd was inevitably shocked. Zuan also paused for a moment, his eyes finally showing a hint of seriousness, but then he said with a hint of mockery, "No wonder you two teamed up. Turns out you're both someone else's lapdogs." Zuan's words made the expressions of Lihen Chanjun and Ziwei Star-Lord somewhat unpleasant. But soon, Lihen Chanjun chuckled softly. "Zuan, I really admire you. You're about to die, yet still dare to be so insolent." Ziwei Star-Lord smiled sinisterly. "That's right, Zuan. even if we are someone else's lapdogs. So what? At least we're stronger than you stubborn HUA clan members. Zuan's smile turned cold. He deeply glanced at the scrolls in the hands of the two, then said lightly, "Do you really think holding a so-called immortal king's edict can change things? Stop talking nonsense. Being able to die under the edict is enough for you to be proud." "Attack!" Ziwei Star Lord shouted angrily and threw out the scroll in his hand. Lihen Chanjun followed suit and threw out the scroll in his hand. When the two divided scrolls met in the air, there was a thunderous roar. An unimaginable surge of power erupted from these scrolls, sweeping across the entire sky and earth in an instant. The heavens bowed, and even the laws trembled. Time seemed to freeze. Then, above the firmament, a huge phantom was gradually emerging. This illusion was so tall that half of its body had already occupied the entire sky. The visage of the phantom was blurry, but it was dressed in ancient imperial clothing, wearing a crown, exuding supreme majesty. Especially when his eyes, hidden behind layers of mist, surveyed the scene, it made everyone tremble in fear, because the power contained in this phantom was so powerful that it exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Like a supreme god who controlled the laws and ruled over all, it made people want to worship. Under such might, even Lihen Chanjun and Ziwei Star Lord bent their waists and did not dare to look up. In the entire arena, only Zuan faced this almost endless and overwhelming force alone, standing proudly, his face cold as ice, looking at this phantom and saying coldly, "You can no longer restrain yourselves. Are you starting to show your true colors?" This question made the phantom let out a cold laugh, but gave no response, only raising its hand slowly, pointing at Zuan, and then shouting coldly, "Kill, doom." With this order, the laws pointed. A mysterious and ancient character kill appeared instantly above Zuan's head. Though it was just one character, it seemed to dominate a realm, suppressing everything and making onlookers want to kneel in submission, unable to muster any resistance. This was the pure power of the laws, the might of an immortal king. Everyone was horrified, intoxicated, and Ruomeng, whose cultivation was shallow, has long been oppressed by the power of this one character, unable to lift their heads, only groveling on the ground in trembling. Even Shantia, with a low muffled hum, struggled to avoid falling. Only Yan Jian was not greatly affected, but at this moment, his internal organs were in turmoil. He struggled crazily, then shouted, "Haosheng, run!" But it was all too late. The void round Zhu, and began to frantically crack. Violent temporal flows swept in, crazily eroding Zuan's body. If that were all, it would have been bearable, but the key was that the one character was slowly pressing down. Crack, crack. That was the sound of the space where the character passed, unable to withstand the strong pressure, shattering like glass. Even faced with this almost terrifying pressure, Zuan's back remained straight as a spear. Then he closed his eyes slowly. Yes. At this critical moment, Zuan closed his eyes. Then, his body, refined by the heavenly fire, began to show a series of fine cracks. In an instant, the cracks suddenly widened and began to break apart frantically. Then they began to shatter violently. Yang Jian shuddered all over, let out a thunderous roar, and then rushed forward frantically. But at that moment, golden runes appeared on the dozens of black towers. The chains binding Yang Jian suddenly tightened, pulling him back directly. Yang Jian looked in despair at Zuan's body breaking apart piece by piece, feeling his heart sinking into despair. Because this might be the HUA clan's last hope in thousands of years. The cruelest thing in the world is to show you hope and then crush it before your eyes. Yang Jian felt that way, but nothing was under his control. The might of the immortals was so powerful, this one character directly acted on the laws, fundamental forces that mere mortals couldn't contend with. In an instant, Zuan's body broke apart piece by piece, turning into nothing. Once Zuan completely disappeared, the giant illusion of the immortal king swept a glance over the entire scene, coldly snorted, and then vanished as well. Lihen Qiajun and Ziwei Crossing Ju both heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he was dead. Although there was some regret that they couldn't capture Zuan's soul and extract the secrets of those treasures, they were relieved to have eliminated this major threat. Both of them felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from their hearts. But just then, Zichia suddenly let out a mournful cry. "Mr. Zhu." Then, with bloodshot eyes, he stared at Lihen Qiajun and Ziwei Crossing Ju, saying, "I will fight against you." With that, Zichia instantly ignited all his cultivation base and charged forward resolutely. However, With Ziqian's strength, Li Hentiajun and Ziwei crossing Ju didn't even bother to look at him. When he had just charged halfway, the figure of Yu Liuyan suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way, followed by a sinister grin. Ziqia, do you think you are worthy to confront me and the two fathers? Or should I send you to the west on behalf of this young master? At this moment, Ziqian's eyes were already burning with killing intent, and without a word, he immediately made a move. In terms of strength, this combination of Ziwei Godson and Yi Liuyan was much stronger than Ziqia. However, because he had just been reborn and hadn't adapted to the feeling of having two souls in one body, his strength was severely constrained. With Ziqian's resentful attacks, each move was a life-threatening style. Thus, in a seesaw battle, they were evenly matched for a while, unable to defeat each other, falling into a stalemate. At this time, Li Hentiajun sneered at Yang Jian. Guankuerlang, thousands of years ago, I once killed all the strong men of your Hua clan in front of you. Now I have tasted that feeling again. How does it feel? Yang Jian's face turned ashen, staring at Li Hentiajun intently, and because of the excessive force, even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Li Hentiajun, even if there is only one person left in my Hua clan, I will exterminate all of you. Ha ha ha. What a joke, Yang Jian. Have you been locked up here for too long that you've gone confused? Do you think, after this matter is over, I will allow your Hua clan to continue to exist? Li Hentiajun sneered. Yang Jian was stunned at the words, then his expression changed abruptly. You. Li Hentiajun nodded coldly. This Suan is a wake-up call for us. Your Hua clan is too terrifying to have such strong individuals appear within a mere 10,000 years. Therefore, I have instructed the vast army. After this matter is settled, I will personally lead the troops to the ancestral land of your Hua clan and massacre all the Hua clan members, leaving none alive. Yang Jian's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Ha ha ha. Guankuerlang. How about it? Scared, right? If you're scared, beg me to spare your Hua clan. If you beg me, I can consider it. Li Hentiajun laughed arrogantly. Yang Jian's whole body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with despair. He was not afraid of death. In fact, surviving under such torture for thousands of years, it took more courage to live than to die. Yang Jian had persisted because of his unwavering belief. He firmly believed that the Hua clan would rise again, so he wanted to see that day. But if, as Li Hentiajun said, once the Hua clan was completely annihilated, his own existence would lose its value. Because without his own people, even if he was born a god, what use would he be? This thought stirred up waves of shock in Yang Jian's heart. Li Hentiajun naturally saw this and taunted accordingly. But just then, two figures flew up in a blaze of light and stood next to Yang Jian. Upon hearing Li Hentiajun's questioning, the two of them trembled, but did not retreat in the slightest, instead standing tall. Li Hentiajun, you have killed my big brother. This hatred is irreconcilable. I, Zui Meng, stand against you. That's right. Yu Ren echoed. Their declaration made Li Hentiajun absolutely furious. Zui Meng was, after all, his second wife, and now she was not only not helping him, but supporting the enemy Zuan. Coupled with the recent actions of his major wife, Ji Huan, Li Hentiajun felt as if his head was about to burst with anger, so he couldn't help but roar angrily, "You vile slave seeking death." With that, he raised his hand and struck out a palm. Zui Meng and Jiren attempted to resist, but with their level of cultivation, how could they possibly be a match for Li Hentiajun? With this palm strike, the two of them groaned in unison and were blasted far away. However, the two of them were resilient, and after stabilizing themselves, they were about to charge back. Just then, Yang Jian suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Stop." The two of them paused in surprise and stopped in their tracks. Then Yang Jian looked up calmly at Li Hentiajun. "You said, if I beg you, you will spare the Hua clan." Li Hentiajun nodded proudly. "That's right. If you kneel down and beg me, who knows, I might show mercy and leave a route for your Hua clan. Otherwise," before he could finish his sentence, Yang Jian had already nodded. "All right, I agree." Li Hentiajun was stunned, for he had imprisoned Yang Jian for a full 10,000 years, during which he had used countless cruel punishments, yet he never once made Yang Jian submit even a little bit. But today, this Yang Jian actually gave in. This exhilarated Li Hentiajun, who chuckled gleefully. "Very well. Kneel down then." Yan Jian deeply gazed at Li Hentiajun, then slowly bowed his head, bending his knees as if to kneel. Ziqia, who was fighting with Yi Liuyan, saw this and let out a mournful cry. Master, no. Having followed Yan Jian for countless ages, he naturally understood how prideful his master was. It could be said that no matter who he faced, he had never bowed his head. Therefore, when Ziqia saw this scene, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with sadness. In the blink of an eye, Yi Liuyan took advantage of this moment of distraction, launching a punch at Ziqian's back, sending him flying thousands of jong away, spitting blood profusely. Despite this, he still gazed at Yan Jian with eyes full of despair, softly murmuring, "Don't." But everything unfolded inevitably. Li Hentiajun looked on with a smile. Ziwei Crossing Ju wore a smug expression. However, just then, before Yan Jian could kneel down on the ground, he suddenly felt an invisible force beneath his knees, supporting him firmly. Then, a sigh came from the void. "Senior Lang, the fate of the Hua clan is never begged for. Have you forgotten that?" This statement shocked everyone present. Yan Jian, in particular, was struck as if by lightning, looking up in shock. At the same time, a seal emitting a cold light gradually appeared in the void. In the light's reflection, Zuen's figure began to solidify slowly. In an instant, Zuen's figure appeared in the scene, then looked down at the emblem on his chest, faintly smiling. "I didn't expect that at a critical moment, this seal of the Taiyan God clan would come in handy." Just as Zuen faced the might of the immortal king alone, he was suppressed by a single word, leading to the shattering of his golden body. In the distant realm of Amaterasu, within the four corners of the world, Zhang Yanan was currently in the Taiyan Divine Hall, conversing with her master. The Taiyan pool had undergone significant changes, both in scale and spiritual quality, compared to before. Mugyuking had transformed into the deity of the Taiyan pool and managed everything here in an orderly manner. At this moment, Zhang Yanan was content with her current life. After all, her master had been resurrected. Although she was restricted by the rules and unable to step out of the Taiyan pool, at least she no longer had to worry about her life, and could protect the safety of the Taiyan Divine Clan, as well as spend more time with her. Thinking of this, Zhang Yanan suddenly remembered Zuan, feeling a complex emotion rising in her heart. How is he doing now? It had been quite some time since he left the realm of Amaterasu. Is he doing well? With this thought, Zhang Yanan's expression couldn't help but turn somewhat desolate. Mugyuking, understanding her disciple's character very well, saw her suddenly looking downhearted and sighed lightly. "Anan, master, are you thinking about him?" Zhang Yanan remained silent for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." Mugyuking shook her head, then moved in front of Zhang Yanan, gently patting her head. "Silly child, you're good in every aspect, but your only flaw is being too stubborn. I've told you before, someone like Mr. Zhu is not someone we can aspire to. It's already a stroke of luck to have met and received his help. So, let go of that obsession in your heart." Zhang Yanan lowered her head in silence, but after a moment, she raised her head, tears in her eyes, and said, "Master, I understand what you said, and I dare not have any illusions. But I simply like him. Is it wrong to like someone?" Mugyuking was left speechless by her words, and after a while, she sighed softly. "Silly child, there's nothing wrong with liking someone, but if the person you like is destined not to be together with you, it will only cause you great pain. Have you ever thought about that?" Zhang Yanan shook her head, her voice soft but firm. "Then I'll accept it." Mugyuking couldn't help but smile wryly at her response, then gently stroked Zhang Yanan's hair with her hand. "Silly girl, deep feelings may not last, and excessive wisdom often leads to hurt. Your actions ... make your teacher very worried." Zhang Yanan remained silent, head bowed in quiet contemplation. The hall fell into silence. Just as Mugyuking was about to continue speaking, she suddenly looked out of the window in shock. "What's that?" At the same time, Zhang Yanan and all the members of the Taiyan Divine Clan felt an immensely powerful force suddenly descending upon the Taiyan pool. This force was so powerful that it made everyone tremble. Especially for Mugyuking, as a deity of this place, the pressure she felt was even greater. Furthermore, Mugyuking keenly sensed that within this powerful force, there seemed to be a terrifying power of darkness. This power was inherently related to the Taiyan Divine Clan, and logically should not have caused such a strong reaction. However, the power was so overwhelming that it even made Mugyuking feel deep despair. At the same time, in the sky above the Tian pool, an incredibly large vortex was forming, so massive that it could be seen throughout the four corners of the world and even in the entire realm of Amaterasu. But no one dared to investigate further because all the strong individuals were suppressed by the violent power contained within this force. Some with lower cultivation levels, who were closer to the Tian pool or directly pressed to the ground, unable to even stand up. Just as the entire realm of Amaterasu trembled under the influence of this power, a cold voice suddenly came from above the Tian pool. Interesting, to arrive here through the life-sealing seal. Very well. This power shall be my gift to you. Upon hearing this voice, both Mugyuking and John Anan were shocked because they recognized whose voice it was. At the same time, in the sky before the massive vortex, a figure engulfed in flames gradually appeared. Despite the great distance, John Anan recognized the person instantly. Mr. Zhu, John Anan murmured. At this moment, Zhuan smiled slightly at Mugyuking. Prepare yourself to receive this grand gift. Mugyuking trembled all over, then understood what was about to happen. She nodded solemnly at Zhuan, then dispersed her form, instantly taking control of the entire Tian pool. Simultaneously, Zhuan raised his head, looking at the immortal king's attack that had crossed realms due to Mugyuking's life-sealing seal, and coldly smiled. No matter how you disguise it, your immortal king's attack contains a strong cold yin energy, which is why you were attracted here by the Tian seal's yin energy. So, my previous guess was indeed correct. With that, Zhuan suddenly raised his eyes, a glimpse of killing intent appearing in them. If it turns out to be the work of your clansmen, when I descend upon your realm to investigate the truth, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship. Having spoken, Zhuan raised his hand slowly, pointed into the void, and instantly created a mysterious and complex rune. As the rune formed, the previously violent force of the immortal king's attack abruptly halted. Zhuan lowered his head, his voice cold. Are you ready? As he finished speaking, the Tian pool began to surge on its own, generating immense waves. Mugyuking's voice came from within. Master, we're ready. Zhu, and nodded, then raised the rune in hand and pressed it down. Let it merge. Doom. After a deafening roar, guided by the rune, the massive vortex that dominated the entire sky descended directly. In that instant, the entire realm of Amaterasu witnessed an extraordinary sight. It seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. A dazzling light descended from the sky, pinpointing the Tian pool. Is this ... divine punishment? Someone exclaimed in horror, his voice trembling. At the same time, the pool water in the Tian pool surged upwards, and the two forces collided in midair. Upon contact, a terrifying shockwave swept through, engulfing the entire four corners of the world. The vast amount of Tian pool water was instantly dried up by this impact, turning into countless water vapors that rose up into the air. A muffled groan came from Mugyuking within the Tian pool. The entire Tian pool shook violently, and the small island seemed on the verge of disintegrating. A command was issued. The originally violent energy instantly turned gentle, but even so, the power remained terrifying, then poured down wildly. Doom. With the infusion of energy, the Tian pool, which originally had half of its water evaporated, instantly overflowed, but this was just the beginning. Following that, the entire Tian pool began to change drastically. The area expanded rapidly, the pool water began to deepen frantically, and even the small island in the lake began to grow at a visibly rapid speed. Zhang Anan and all the Tian clan members stared blankly, feeling keenly that the surrounding environment was undergoing profound changes. Especially the spiritual energy contained in the air was growing at a frantic pace. In just a few breaths, it had become visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the scale of the entire Tian pool had expanded by more than 100-fold compared to before. But even so, it couldn't stop its expansion. At this moment, the Tian pool was like a gluttonous fat man, eating voraciously, with weight that couldn't stop growing. At this time, Zhuan coldly shouted, "Condense now, or you will burst and die." With a shout, Mugyuking's painful voice filled the Tian pool. Yes, she could also feel the crisis she was facing, because the incoming energy was too massive. If not for Zhuan's conversion through runes, she might have burst directly. But if the expansion continued unchecked, she would also burst and die due to her body growing too fast. So the only way now was to risk everything and condense herself. At the same time, Mugyuking understood that this was not just a crisis, but but also a great opportunity, because if not for Zuan's help, this power was something she could never have touched on her own. She might have never reached this stage in her cultivation in her entire life. So at this moment, she gritted her teeth and began to forcefully condense her body. Dang. This was the sound of Mo Gyuking's soul exploding because she couldn't control such a powerful force. Each explosion made people feel the pain of soul destruction, enough to drive an ordinary person crazy. But Mo Gyuking endured it, not only enduring it, but even becoming more frenzied. More continuous explosions followed, but with each self-destruction, the speed of expansion of the Tian pool noticeably slowed down. The quality of the whole pool water began to rise sharply, becoming denser and purer. After a full hour, the huge vortex that dominated the sky finally disappeared. Looking back at the Tian pool, it had completely changed its appearance. The water was crystal clear like ice, vast and boundless, and the abundant aura of mystery rose up, even forming various illusory scenes in the air. All the Tian clan members were dumbfounded because the changes in the surrounding environment could only be described as earth-shattering. Only Zhang Anan paid no attention to this. She simply stood quietly watching the figure standing high in the sky, her eyes surrounded by the aura of mystery, lost in her thoughts. At the same time, the water in the Tian pool trembled, and then the emanating aura of mystery quickly condensed, instantly transforming into the figure of Mo Gyuking. But this Mo Gyuking now was different from before. She wore a crown on her head, dressed in a luxurious robe, with a powerful aura, like a goddess emerging from the waves, making people dare not look directly at her. When she stood on the water's surface, a myriad of rays of light descended from the sky, swirling around her. All the strong spirits in the entire Changzhou divine realm were shocked by this. Then they looked alarmed in the direction of the Tian divine clan. They could sense that a powerful deity had ascended the throne. Mo Gyuking had finally ascended to the position of the Tian god king at this moment. But Mo Gyuking did not pay attention to this at the moment. When the rays of light dispersed, she respectfully took a few steps forward. Bowing in salute, Mo Gyuking of the Tian divine clan, "Thank you for bestowing this opportunity, my lord." Her gesture naturally prompted all members of the Tian divine clan to bow in unison. Zuan just smiled faintly at this, then waved his hand. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. After all, the fate seal imprint you gave me before I left came in handy." Hearing this, Mo Gyuking's expression changed slightly. She was no fool, and could naturally see that the strike just now was definitely not something an ordinary strong person could unleash. It was likely from a legendary immortal king-level figure. And for Zuan to have attracted such a strike, didn't that mean his opponent was extremely powerful? Thinking of this, Mo Gyuking's heart sank. Then she spoke respectfully. "Lord, the Tian divine clan has received your great grace many times. If you have any need this time, we will assist without hesitation." "You see," Zuan waved his hand with a smile, "that's enough. I understand what you want to say. I appreciate your intention, but it's not necessary, because you cannot help with the enemy I'm facing. But isn't it too dangerous for you to fight alone? Why don't you rest here for a while?" Zhang Anan, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward, her face full of anxiety. She could see that Zuan, shrouded in flames, seemed a bit unstable, clearly injured. Zuan looked deeply at Zhang Anan, then smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Zhang, but I don't need rest. Things are getting lively over there. I have to hurry back." With that, Zuan turned and walked away. But Zhang Anan took a few steps forward, wanting to say something, but it was too late. And transformed into a stream of light, pierced through the spatial barrier in an instant, and disappeared from this realm. Watching the suddenly empty sky, Zhang Anan stood still, tears shimmering in her eyes, her face full of melancholy and worry. Mo Gyuking appeared beside her at some point, then gently patted her shoulder, sighing softly. "Anan, do you now understand why I advised you earlier? Even the opponents faced by the Lord are unimaginable beings, so you can imagine how extraordinary he must be. So your waiting is probably just a self-indulgent illusion." Clock Anan smiled sadly, brushed the strands of hair away from her ear, but did not respond to Mo Gyuking's words, instead turning and leaving silently. Mo Gyuking was slightly stunned, then looked at the slender figure of her disciple, shook her head, and sighed. Such a naive girl. If the immortal king is the ticket for the strongest to enter, then Daluo is like finally stepping out of the house and seeing the outside world. Of course, Zuan is now just a half-step Daluo, logically speaking, without such a powerful shuttle ability. But Zuan was the immortal venerable in his previous life, with various secret techniques emerging endlessly. Plus, the difficulty of shuttling is much smaller as the Lishan Heaven and Qianzhou Divine Realm belong to the same divine realm. So, he almost returned to the Lishan Heaven in the blink of an eye. Then he encountered a scene where the Lishan Heaven Sovereign forced Jiang Jian to kneel and beg for mercy, which he intervened in, revealing his figure. When they saw Zuan, Zhu Mengyuan and Xiaoshan were all delighted, especially Xiaoshan, who was ecstatic and shouted, "Mr. Zhu!" The Lishan Heaven Sovereign and the Ziwei Star Lord stared at Zuan in astonishment. It was not until a while later that the Lishan Heaven Sovereign, as if seeing a ghost, trembled and exclaimed, "Zuan, you're not dead, Zhu," and smiled, "Of course not dead." Disappointed, the Lishan Heaven Sovereign stared at Zuan tightly, his eyes shining, his expression constantly changing. He couldn't understand why, even though Zuan was formidable in his previous life, now he was just a mere half-step Daluo, yet he could escape under the full force of the immortal king's decree. It was simply unimaginable. Could it be true, as he said, that he had means left over from his previous life? The Lishan Heaven Sovereign was full of doubts. But then, the Ziwei Star Lord suddenly said, "Wait, he's already injured. And the injury is very serious." Hearing this, the Lishan Heaven Sovereign was startled, then looked up. Not only him, but everyone in the audience also looked at Zuan. Was Mr. Zhu really injured? Xiaoshan's heart tightened. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, everyone found that at this moment, although Zuan still stood upright like a sword, with a proud posture, his momentum was somewhat uncertain, and the brilliance in his eyes had dimmed significantly. And at that moment, Zuan even smiled and said, "That's right, I am indeed injured." This shocked everyone. Xiaoshan and others were alarmed. The Lishan Heaven Sovereign and the Ziwei Star Lord exchanged glances, then burst out laughing together. The Lishan Heaven Sovereign then said sternly, "Zuan, it's already lucky for you to escape under the immortal king's decree, but you not only didn't seek to escape, you dared to come back. It's like seeking death willingly." Zuan looked at the smirking Lishan Heaven Sovereign and showed his white teeth, smiling coldly. "By the sound of it, do you think you have me figured out?" "Of course, Zhu. You must understand your current position. You're not the Red Lotus immortal venerable of the past, and we are not ordinary mortals. Furthermore, you are heavily injured now. I don't believe you can turn the tables." The Lishan Heaven Sovereign said triumphantly. Zuan looked calmly at the Lishan Heaven Sovereign and then smiled. "Very well, since you think so, today I will use this broken gold body to kill you all. Stop the chatter and destroy his physical body first." The Ziwei Star Lord, who couldn't contain himself any longer, directly made a move. In his view, Zuan was currently at his weakest, so it was a good opportunity to kill him and prevent future troubles. So, he unleashed a fierce attack without restraint. Bright starlight surged and directly blasted towards Zuan. Dang! Zuan didn't dodge or escape, raising his fist to confront the Ziwei Star Lord's attack head-on. After a loud bang, the starlight dissipated. However, Zuan's body involuntarily took a few steps back, and a long crack appeared on his arm, with a trickle of bright red blood sliding down the crack. One strike, Zuan was injured again. This shook the audience. The Ziwei Star Lord sneered, "Being at the end of your strength, you still dare to be so arrogant. Zuan, you are really bluffing. Lishan, let's join forces and destroy him before speaking." The Lishan Heaven Sovereign was already prepared. Grinning wickedly, agreed. "Today, I will offer him to the heavens first." With that, the two of them immediately attacked Zhu, and mercilessly. The scenes were dazzling, the thunderous sounds shaking the heavens. Everyone watched in awe. But soon, Xiaoshan was the first to recover his wits, calling out, "Mr. Zhu," before rushing forward without hesitation. "Hey, no need to hurry, your opponent is me. As for your Mr. Zhu, he will soon die." Yelian moved to block his way. Xiaoshan was already full of rage, and without a word, he engaged in battle with Yelian. However, his strength was still somewhat inferior compared to Yelian's. Although Yelian had just been reborn and hadn't mastered his strength proficiently, after a period of training, his strength had made considerable progress. Thus, in this battle, Xiaoshan soon found himself at a disadvantage. But at that moment, Drunken Dream and Yuren also rushed over and joined the fray. The three of them together managed to hold their ground against Yelian. However, Xiaoshan was anxious because he knew that every moment he delayed here, the danger to Zuan would increase. Despite his desire to charge forward, his strength was not enough. Just as Zhaoshan was burning with anxiety, there were two soft calls, and Lishan Heaven Sovereign and Ziwei Star Lord suddenly separated. They were both panting slightly in their original positions. Meanwhile, Zuan, who had been thrown 1,000 feet away, looked even more miserable. His chest and abdomen, as well as his arms, were covered with fine cracks, like a broken porcelain doll on the verge of rupturing at any moment. Blood kept seeping out of these cracks, quickly staining Zuan's body crimson. This was perhaps the most severe injury Zuan had suffered since his rebirth, facing an unprecedented predicament. Upon seeing this scene, the whole place fell silent in an instant. Zhaoshan and Drunken Dream stopped their attacks, staring blankly, their faces filled with despair. To them, Zuan, with such serious injuries, seemed to have no strength left to fight. This meant that all their efforts from the beginning until now were all in vain. How could this not make them feel desperate? Yan Jian also watched Zhu, and silently, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes, because he knew that this outstanding young elite of the Hua clan had already done his best, giving his all. However, with the current situation, Yan Jian could only smile slightly, then shake his head in resignation. That's right. If you surrender now, we might still give you a chance to live, Li Hentianjian also said on the side. However, when they said this, there was no decrease in the killing intent in their eyes at all. In fact, this was just their trick, aiming to undermine Zuan's confidence through this method, preferably causing him to lose his fighting spirit so that it would be easier for them to take action. This is also a tactic used frequently among the strong to attack the mind. However, they never expected that. Faced with their questioning, Zuan's face still showed no trace of fear, instead gave a faint smile and lightly licked his blood-covered lips. Surrender? Are you two speaking about yourselves? This remark left Li Hentianjian and the Lord of Ziwei Asterism stunned for a moment, then they exchanged a glance and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Afterwards, Li Hentianjian smirked. Zuan, has your mind already been muddled? Asking us to surrender? Have you truly understood the current situation, Zhu? And paid no attention to Li Hentianjian's words. Instead, he turned to look at Yan Jian, giving a slight smile. Senior Lan, do you think I can kill the two of them? Yan Jian's body trembled, then he smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't know. Zuan chuckled, then nonchalantly raised his finger, stained with blood, pointing at Li Hentianjian and the Lord of Ziwei Asterism. Today, all debts, old and new, will be settled. Both of you will meet your end. Li Hentianjian and the Lord of Ziwei Asterism first stared in shock, but then burst into laughter. However, their laughter was cut short, because at that moment, Zuan suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly bursting with brilliant light, before softly declaring, with my blood, I refined a red lotus. Doom. With the command issued, the rushing blood from Zuan's wound instantly detached from his body, converging rapidly on his forehead to form a ball of blood. The blood ball trembled incessantly, as if something inside was about to break out. Suddenly, the light dispersed, the blood ball stagnated for a moment before bursting open, revealing a blood-red lotus bud inside. This lotus appeared to be carved from flawless blood crystal, exuding a beauty dazzling to the eyes. However, when Li Hentianjian and the Lord of Ziwei Asterism beheld this blood-red lotus, their composure shattered as a look of horror spread across their faces. The red lotus is manifested? No. This is impossible. Li Hentianjian's legs had already gone weak, while the Lord of Ziwei Asterism shook uncontrollably, staring with extreme terror at the lotus flower, unable to speak. The reason for their panic was that they both recalled a legend at that moment, a legend about the red lotus. When Zuan had emerged with great power and dominance in the past, several major void temples were full of resentment towards him and conspired to set up the deadly trap against him. In this layout, the temples dispatched their most elite forces and were led by several ancient elders, all to completely eliminate Zuan. The resulting battle directly destroyed half of the galaxy, but the details were now known because everyone who participated had perished. Only Zuan emerged unscathed from the battlefield, and after he left, the temple members rushed in, only to discover that the devastated galaxy was now covered with blooming red lotuses. As for the fallen warriors, they had all turned into nothingness. Following this battle, the major void temples began to decline. The name of the Red Lotus Immortal Master spread far and wide, making countless people bow their heads in reverence. So at this moment, when they saw this red lotus, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Zhu and smiled. So, You all know about it. Li Hentianjin gritted his teeth at that moment, angrily roaring. Even if it is the Red Lotus, what can it do? You are not the immortal master of the past. I refuse to believe that you can really kill us. With that said, Li Hentianjin acted in anger. As he moved, the Lord of Zhuasterism snorted coldly and activated his profound abilities, also preparing to strike. The two semi-immortal kings transformed into brilliant lights, exuding supreme power, charging straight towards Xuan. In the face of such power, the Red Lotus before Xuan appeared fragile, seemingly on the verge of being shattered by the raging waves of force at any moment. However, just as Li Hentianjin and the Lord of Zhuasterism were about to reach him, they witnessed a slight tremor in the lotus, followed by the branches swaying and gently blooming open. In this moment of blooming, everything in heaven and earth, even the ceaseless flow of time, halted. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The violent airflow froze, the swaying ribbons ceased. Everything came to a standstill, allowing them to clearly see the attacks that had neared Xuan from Li Hentianjin and the Lord of Zhuasterism, as well as the shock and fear in their eyes. This was only the beginning. Following that, the Red Lotus quivered slightly, then split in two, and then into four. The Red Lotus multiplied at an exponential rate, and with a light crackling sound, everything that had been frozen resumed normalcy. The airflow went wild. The ribbons fluttered again. However, the attacks of Li Hentianjin and the Lord of Zhuasterism could no longer continue, because in that moment, all their attacks had been overtaken by the Red Lotus. The two men trembled all over, then turned and ran without hesitation. They knew well that they couldn't kill Xuan now. The Xuan who had activated the Red Lotus mode was invincible. At that moment, layers upon layers of Red Lotus had already occupied the entire sky. Seeing this scene, both men wailed in despair, then frantically fled in opposite directions. But under this boundless Red Lotus, all their struggles were in vain. Xuan stood before the sea of flowers, overlooking the panicked flight of the two brilliant lights, smiled faintly, then waved lightly. Doom. At that instant, the countless Red Lotuses quivered together, then suddenly rose up with raging flames. The fire surged into the sky, transforming the entire sky of Red Lotuses into a sea of fire. Despite having already escaped far, the Lord of Zhuasterism let out a desperate cry. Red Lotus Karma Fire. His voice had barely fallen when the karmic fire engulfed and consumed him. Not only him. On the other side, Li Hentianjin, though burning his cultivation to escape this domain, was overpowered by the Red Lotus Karma Fire. As his foot was just about to set beyond this domain, the karmic fire entwined around him, dragging him back forcefully. No. Li Hentianjin emitted earth-shattering scream. But soon, he too was swallowed by the billowing flames. The flames soared, and the firelight surged into the sky. The two powerful half-step immortal kings were considered strong wherever they went, but in the face of this Scarlet Lotus Karma Fire, they were completely powerless. The radiance on their bodies burst, indicating that the various protective treasures they carried were shattering. However, this did not sustain them for long. In just a few breaths, the two turned into nothingness amid screams. "Father!" Yi Liuyan exclaimed, then remembered something, backing away in horror. Looking fearfully at Xuan, he was afraid that Xuan would cause trouble for him. But at this moment, Xuan didn't even spare him a glance, just standing quietly, overlooking the sea of fire. In an instant, the only sound in the entire venue was the roaring of the flames soaring. After a while, Shaoshan murmured with a stunned face, "Are they dead, Xuan?" and calmly said, "Of course, it's not that simple." As he spoke, the flames once again surged into the sky, but this time, two figures were emerging within the flames. "It's the Lord of Lamentation and the Master of Purple Way. They have been resurrected." Shaoshan was first stunned, then exclaimed in shock. Xuan, however, seemed to have expected this, smiling faintly. "Don't be so surprised. As ancient monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years, how could they not have some life-saving methods?" As he spoke, the figures of the Lord of Lamentation and the Master of Purple Way had completely emerged, and a layer of light veil appeared around them, temporarily blocking the Scarlet Lotus Karma Fire. However, this was only a temporary measure because under the erosion of the Karma Fire, the light veil around the two was rapidly weakening, relying solely on their continuous divine power to barely hold up without being broken. But the two who had just reformed their bodies after being burned to ash could not support such massive consumption of divine power for long, so they could only look at Xuan in horror. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became silent. Zhuan looked quietly at the two, then smiled. Now, do you two have anything else to say? Before the Lord of Lamentation could speak, the Purple Way Master beside him couldn't help but say, Zhuan, you are indeed the former Red Lotus Immortal, truly powerful. But this Scarlet Lotus Karma fire did not come out of thin air. To support it for so long, the pressure on you must also be great, especially in your current heavily wounded state. As she spoke, the Purple Way Master's gaze swept over Zhuan's incomplete body. Despite the words, Zhuan just smiled and said, You're right, but you don't need to worry about my injuries. The Purple Way Master had intended to pressure Zhuan with these words, but Zhuan didn't seem to care. Enough, no need for those useless words. Now, I ask you, since you know I am the Red Lotus Immortal, why would you dare to act like this? Zhuan asked coldly. He asked this question because the behavior of the Purple Way Master was indeed abnormal. During the secret realm of Che Fortune, he was very respectful, but after entering the divine realm, he dared to join a Lord of Lamentation to confront him. Even though his cultivation had not yet recovered, didn't he know the consequences of offending him? Upon hearing Zhuan's question, the Purple Way Master smiled bitterly. Zhuan, yes, I admit that I was a bit reckless in doing this. But do you know? Here, the Purple Way Master looked up at Zhuan, saying in a deep voice, with your disappearance, the vast legacy you left behind as the Immortal has been eroded to almost nothing, and various powerful forces have united to completely eradicate the remnants you left behind, and have sealed off all information about you, prohibiting people from discussing it. As a result, the younger generation of cultivators today is completely unaware of your former glory. Hearing this, Zhuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had expected this result, considering that once news of his fall spread, those who were suppressed by him would inevitably come out to cause trouble. But he did not expect things to escalate so quickly and their actions to be so ruthless. It seems that the myriad realms truly needed a cleansing. Only through slaughter could those people relearn to fear. Zhuan thought to himself, then said coldly, So, you teamed up with the Lord of Lamentation? The Purple Way Master was speechless at being asked, then turned to the Lord of Lamentation for help. The Lord of Lamentation, who had been silent until then, suddenly began to laugh, his laughter full of arrogance and insolence, then lazily said, Zhuan, you are indeed formidable. We admit defeat. There was no hint of regret in his words. Zhuan raised his eyebrows slightly, about to speak when the Lord of Lamentation chuckled wickedly. Zhuan, I know what you want to say, but I'll just ask you one thing now. Oh, what is it? The Lord of Lamentation pointed to Yan Jian in the distance, smirking arrogantly. I ask you, do you want this Wanku Erlang to live or die? What do you mean? Zhuan's expression changed, asking in a stern tone. Do you still not understand what I mean? Fine. I'll show you then. With that, the Lord of Lamentation pointed, then exclaimed, Split, doom. At his command, dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the dozen black towers, and then the chains began to rattle and move. In an instant, the chains were taut and positioned in the center. Yan Jian's limbs were forcibly pulled apart, forming a large character shape. Even so, the chains continued to rattle, even pulling apart Yan Jian's frail body, accompanied by a sound of flesh tearing due to the immense force, blood flowing down his slender body. Zhuan's eyes turned cold, as he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. However, when the indomitable sword touched the chains, the void flickered, the chains were unnamaged, and a deep sword mark suddenly appeared on Yan Jian's body. Seeing this scene, Zhuan's expression changed, speaking with a frigid tone. Karma chain. The Lord of Lamentation burst into laughter. Correct, it is indeed the Karma chain. Zhuan, you really have good eyes. The so-called Karma chain is an extremely vicious imprisonment technique. In order to imprison Erlang Shenjun, you guys really have gone all out. Zhuan said with a murderous tone. Li Hentiajun gave a sneer and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, Stop. With his command, the chain stopped moving, but Yan Jian at that moment was covered in blood, tied up in midair with his head bowed, seeming to have lost consciousness. Li Hentiajun then smirked and said smugly, No Chos, your capabilities as HUA family members are just too astonishing, he said, lifting his head to Zhuan. Zhu's surname, I'll ask you again. Do you want this Erlang Shenjun to live or die? Oh, by the way, let me inform you, I not only control these chains of fate, but my soul is also bound to them. So if I encounter any accidents, Your Lan Shen Jun will explode into pieces with his soul destroyed. Upon hearing this, Zuan had not spoken yet. He was anxiously pacing outside the chains of fate, trying to get a glimpse of his master's condition, but unable to cross over. Ziqia became completely furious. Li Hen, old thief, you $% at hash. I'll peel your skin off. Ziqia was trembling with anger, ignoring everything and rushing towards Li Hen Tiajun to confront him. Li Hen Tiajun didn't even give him a glance, but coldly looked at Zuan. Zuan, I'll give you 3 breaths to make your choice. 1. Zuan remained silent, looking at Li Hen Tiajun and the pleased purple star lore, his eyes shimmering with light but no further actions. 2. A hint of panic flashed in Li Hen Tiajun's eyes since Zuan still hadn't made a move, just raising his hand to stop Ziqia. Li Hen Tiajun made up his mind and shouted. 3. Before he could finish, Zuan waved his hand. The hellfire that surrounded Li Hen Tiajun and the purple star lord withdrew. Li Hen Tiajun breathed a sigh of relief and laughed triumphantly. Very well, Zuan. You are indeed a sensible person. The purple star lord was smiling, praising Li Hen Tiajun's cunning skills. Even the distant night flame flew back with Zhou, bowing to the two and praising, Father really has great strategies. The 3 of them were jubilant, while Zuan's spirits sank. Ziqian's eyes glared with rage, wanting to rush and fight these people if it weren't for Zuan's orders. Even Zui Meng and Yuren's faces were gloomy. Li Hen Tiajun's sudden turn in the situation was extremely cunning, nullifying all of Zuan's efforts, because in order to save Yan Jian, he couldn't kill Li Hen Tiajun. This feeling of having the enemy right in front of him but unable to act was suffocating. At this moment, Li Hen Tiajun smugly looked at Zuan and laughed. Red Lotus Immortal, since you have made your choice, you can leave now. Oh, don't worry, I won't do anything to this or Lan Shen after you are gone. After all, he is now my talisman. Ha ha ha. Li Hen Tiajun laughed triumphantly again. Zuan quietly watched, his eyes flickering with light, while his wounded body started bleeding again. Sir? Zui Meng murmured softly, tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, a soft sigh was heard. Yan Wan, Su, and shuddered and turned to look. Indeed, he saw Yan Jian, who had been dejected and weak, gradually lifting his head. Li Hen Tiajun's laughter stopped abruptly. All eyes were fixed on this Lan Shen. Yan Jian's face, pale as paper, showed a cold smile, then nodded at Zuan. Yan Wan, come here. I have a few words to tell you. Zuan was slightly stunned, then nodded and stepped closer to him. The whole scene fell into silence. Yan Jian gazed at Zuan, then suddenly smiled. How wonderful. He then revealed a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Once I was about your age. Those were such wonderful times, so full of vigor, accompanied by friends, carefree entire days, with a single-minded focus on enhancing cultivation. Zuan's expression changed slightly, about to say something, but Yan Jian raised his hand, gesturing for him to stay silent, and continued. However, the essence of this world is cruel. Though we of the Hua clan never acted outrageously, we still ended up in this state. I've been imprisoned here for millennia. At first, I was filled with anger and frustration, believing in the unfairness of the heavens and the darkness of human hearts. But slowly, I came to understand. Yan Jian looked at Zuan. Young one, do you know why my Hua clan faced such calamity? Zhu, and remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know, because they are afraid. Zhu, and shuddered, whispering, afraid, that's right. Yan Jian glanced at Li Hen Tiajun and others in the distance, with a cold smile. Not only them but also those supposed higher-ups behind them are all fearful. They fear the potential of my Hua clan, fear our upward soar, fear everything about us. Yan Jian's eyes suddenly sparkled. Do you understand what I mean by all this? Young one. Zuan's face solemn, nodded. I understand. Yan Jian laughed heartily. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Old heavens, you have treated me well. In my final years, I get to meet such an astonishing descendant of the Hua clan. Even if I died, I have no regrets. The entire place shook at his words, sensing the resolve in Yang Jian's words. Li Hen Tiajun, who was initially confident, turned pale, roaring and ready to charge forward. Ziqia cried out, Master, and also rushed over here. Zuan was the closest, reacting swiftly. His eyes flashed with a divine light, about to step forward. Just then, Yan Jian lifted his hand and swiftly plunged it into his chest, pulling out his own heart. As the words fell, Yang Jian trembled as he took out a very inconspicuous jade token from his heart and tossed it casually to Zuan. Zuan was trembling all over, reaching out to grab the jade token that still carried Yang Jian's body temperature. A glint of crystal light gradually appeared in his eyes, but soon he took a deep breath. "Senior, rest assured, I will take care of this matter for you." Yang Jian's overpowering aura was fading, but he laughed softly at the words. "Actually, this is just one of my obsessions, because she may very well no longer be alive, but in case she is still alive, after seeing this jade token, she will naturally understand everything. When that time comes, tell her that I have no regrets." Hearing this, the Xingshan who had already rushed forward burst into tears. "Master, you." Yang Jian turned to look at the weeping Xingshan, finally a touch of reluctance flashing in his eyes, and then sighed lightly. "Tian'er, after I leave, remember to live well." No. Xingshan was already crying uncontrollably, but he still choked out a cry. "Silly child, after so many years, you still don't listen?" Yang Jian smiled. At that moment, a ray of brilliance flew out from Yang Jian's body. As this point of light rose, Yang Jian's body began to tremble. Zuan's face showed a look of sadness because he knew it was a sign that Yang Jian's body was about to disintegrate. Sure enough, shortly after, points of light rose from Yang Jian's body, and Yang Jian's body became transparent. At that moment, Xingshan leapt up, frantically trying to catch these lights and prevent them from dissipating. However, all his efforts were in vain, and his actions only made the lights fly faster. "Please don't. I beg you not to leave like this. Please don't fly away." Xingshan cried out frantically. "Enough, Tian'er. It's useless." Yang Jian suddenly shouted. Xingshan trembled, then stopped, and then burst into tears. "Master, you're leaving. What should I do?" Yang Jian looked sad, finding it difficult to let go of Xingshan, who had grown up with him since childhood and accompanied him through countless times. But at this moment, all he could do was gently say, "I'm sorry." At the same time, his body became increasingly transparent, barely discernible as his outline. In this situation, Yang Jian raised his head and smiled slightly at Zuan, relief evident in his expression. "Young one, if you have the chance, please tell that monkey for me, in the next life, we'll fight again." With that, Yang Jian's body disintegrated in an instant, turning into points of light and dispersing completely between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Xingshan cried out, "Master!" And then his body went limp, fainting. Yuren quickly rushed forward and caught the falling Xingshan. Meanwhile, Lihan Qianjun was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was completely stunned because he never expected that Guan Caoerlang would explode his soul to die so resolutely. As a naturally born god, Yang Jian's lifespan was nearly eternal, and he would not die unless there was an accident. This was the reason he endured the torment for thousands of years without falling. However, unexpectedly, in the end, in order to break free from his control, he chose to self-destruct and die. In the midst of the silence, Zuan raised his head, sniffed hard, and then clasped his hands, born as a god, after death as a spirit. "Senior, may you return to the heavens and earth, and be reborn in a golden body." With that, Zuan turned slowly, his ice-cold eyes staring at Lihan Qianjun and others. As his gaze swept over, both Lihan Qianjun and Ziwei Xingju couldn't help but shudder, because they both felt a chilling and murderous intent. Under this extremely oppressive atmosphere, Lihan Qianjun couldn't help but tremble. However, at this moment, Zuan's arm finally fell off due to the deep wound, giving Lihan Qianjun a glimmer of hope. He then shouted loudly, "Li Yan, quickly go and stop him. He is already seriously injured and barely holding on." "Yes, my son, go and destroy him." Ziwei Xingju also shouted. Although Li Yan was filled with fear at this moment, he dared not disobey the commands of the two fathers, so he gritted his teeth, shouted loudly, and then activated all his cultivation and rushed forward. It must be said that after Li Yan's rebirth, his strength was much stronger due to the integration of the two, so his charge was quite formidable. However, Zuan seemed to be petrified, showing no reaction to Li Yan's attack. "Master!" Zuameng couldn't help but cry out in shock. By this time, Li Yan had rushed up with overwhelming momentum. Just as he thought victory was at hand, Zuan raised his eyes suddenly, a cold gleam passing through them, then raised his remaining arm and slashed it abruptly. Crack! A dazzling swordlight slashed through. The speed was so fast that it didn't give Li Yan a chance to react, cutting him into two halves directly. But Li Yan's body didn't fall. Instead, he despairingly shouted with a different voice, "No, spare me." The voices were completely different, surprisingly, from Li Yan and Ziwei Shengju begging for mercy simultaneously. But Zuan paid no attention to them. At this moment, his heart was as firm as iron, his killing intent raging. With only one hand left, he clenched his fist and then instantly threw two punches in succession. Doom! Doom! Two explosions rang out. The halves of Li Yan and Ziwei Shengju exploded directly into a sky full of blood mist. Then Zuan stepped out of the blood mist, pointed his finger at Lihan Chanjun and Ziwei Shengju on the opposite side, and coldly uttered a word: "Kill." Lihan Chanjun and Ziwei Shengju knew things were bad after seeing their son explode. So now, seeing Zuan's actions, they were flooded with cold sweat, had no intention of fighting, and turned to run. In their view, Zuan was already seriously injured, and as long as they ran fast enough, he would not be able to catch up even if he wanted to. However, they underestimated the killing intent in Zuan's heart at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his hand and drew a line between his eyebrows, and a burst of golden blood gushed out. It was his essence blood, the most precious blood of a cultivator, containing powerful energy, but if used recklessly, it would greatly damage one's vitality. At the command, as if the sky was falling, only saw that drop of original vital blood instantly transformed into a red lotus, then soared up in an instant, growing crazily while flying. When it flew above the sky, it had already turned into a huge red lotus that covered the sun, then slowly began to bloom. At the moment the flower bloomed, countless lights extended from each lotus leaf, flew directly into the void, and then suddenly contracted. Doom! After a loud noise, this world suddenly shook, then was completely sealed off. The desolate hate Celestial Lord and the Purple Star Lord, who were frantically fleeing, had not had time to react before they felt the surrounding sky and earth suddenly change, as if violently rejecting them, even suppressing their fleeing speed frantically. In an instant, the two were frightened out of their wits, but after all, they were both top experts who had lived for thousands of years. They quickly regained their composure, and then without hesitation, dispersed their divine thoughts, attempting to escape. However, all their efforts were futile under the cover of this red lotus. Zuan raised his hand and pointed, and the two of them shook all over, and a red lotus appeared on their heads, then was directly fixed in place. This feeling of being unable to move was the most terrifying, and both of them were pale with fear. At this moment, Zuan appeared in front of the two of them in a flash, looking coldly at them. "Spare us, my lord. You wanted to know who ordered us, didn't you? I am willing to tell you everything I know. I only ask for you to spare my soul." The desolate hate Celestial Lord finally felt fear and begged frantically. Zuan raised the corner of his mouth, coldly smiled. "Who ordered you is no longer important." The desolate hate Celestial Lord thought he had misheard. In his view, Zuan had gone to such lengths just to find out the truth of the past. Why was he no longer interested in such crucial information? Just as he was full of doubts, Zuan shouted coldly, "What is important? 'Tis ... you must die." With that, Zuan raised his hand and waved. The red lotus that enveloped the two of them instantly expanded. The lotus leaves soared, directly wrapping up the two of them. "No. No. No. No." The desolate hate Celestial Lord and the Purple Star Lord cried out in despair, but it was all in vain. When the lotus leaves closed completely, their figures had disappeared. Then faint lights and scorching waves appeared inside. Zuan said lightly, "Enjoy slowly. This will be your final moments. I hope you will like it." There was no response. In fact, all their screams were blocked by the layers of lotus leaves, unable to be heard. Zuan stood quietly in front of the two lotus flowers. After an unknown amount of time passed, maybe a pot of tea, maybe an hour, a loud no suddenly came from inside the lotus flower. Then two extremely resentful voices could be faintly heard. "Zuan, you're so ruthless. I'll wait for the day you die." But Zuan remained unmoved, just coldly smiled. "All right, then you two can wait." Finally, everything fell back to silence. The lights within the lotus flower gradually faded, then trembled and bloomed again shakily. When looked at again, there were no longer the figures of the desolate hate Celestial Lord and the Purple Star Lord inside the lotus flower, only two luminous beads surrounded by light. Zuan raised his hand, and these two beads fell into Zuan's hand. These were the memories transformed from the divine thoughts of the desolate hate Celestial Lord and the Purple Star Lord, the last remnants they left in this world. Besides that, they had been completely refined by the red lotus, Even their divine thoughts dissipated into nothingness. After doing all this, Zuin smiled, murmuring softly, "Senior Lang, have you seen it? Desolate Hate and the Purple Star Lord have both died. And as for the people behind them, I have already got a clue. I will eliminate them all when the time comes. You can rest assured now." As he finished speaking, Zuin suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The red lotus that had covered the entire sky and earth also trembled, then shattered with a loud noise. "Lord!" Zui Meng and Yuren both exclaimed and rushed over. Only Zetiad, who had already woken up, still sat there stupefied. Zuin waved his hand. Though his figure was a bit swaying, he said, in an indisputable tone, "I'm fine." But Zui Meng was a bit anxious. Zuin took a deep breath. "I just overexerted myself. You to stay here to protect me?" "Yes." Zui Meng and Yuren solemnly agreed. Zuin looked deeply at Zetiad in the distance, sighed lightly, then sat down on the ground, curled up his legs, and slowly closed his eyes. In fact, the injuries on his body were far from what he had described. First, he took a heavenly king's command with his semi-half-step Baluo body. Although he had transferred most of the pressure through the Moon God tribe's original seal, he still suffered internal injuries. After returning to the desolate Hate, he had faced repeated battles, and even the golden body refined with heavenly fire had been shattered, showing traces of wounds. After that, he refined the red lotus with blood, which further deepened his injuries. But the most severe was the last act at using his original vital blood to summon the red lotus, completely disrupting his cultivation base that had just been restored, causing his meridians to be in disorder and his blood energy to reverse flow. Such serious injuries, if on someone else, would probably have died long ago. Only an immortal venerable level expert like Zuan, reborn and resurrected, could hold on until now. But now, he had to properly heal his injuries, or it would leave serious consequences. Despite the heavy price he paid, Zuan had no regrets. Perhaps for now, he would temporarily avoid further conflict, and when his cultivation base was fully restored, he could easily eliminate the Desolate Hate Celestial Lord and the Purple Star Lord. But Zuan never believed in the saying that a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. He believed in taking revenge on the spot. Because Zuan always felt that after the passage of time, going back to seek revenge, could it truly make up for the regret of the past? That's why Zuan would rather be seriously injured and completely eradicate the Desolate Hate Celestial Lord and the Purple Star Lord. As he sat cross-legged meditating, a great disturbance also arose outside the divine prison, with the Desolate Hate experiencing a tempest. As the absolute ruler of the Desolate Hate, the moment the Desolate Hate Celestial Lord perished, the entire Desolate Hate shook violently. The sun and moon reversed, the heavens and earth trembled, including the Desolate Hate city. The spiritual energy of the entire world began to fluctuate intensely. All the experts in the Desolate Hate were filled with fear. "What's going on? What happened?" someone asked in astonishment. "I don't know. But it seems like something has happened to his lordship," someone said with a solemn expression. At the same time, outside the city of Lihan, a group of people arrived. "Emi Aishu, are you sure that the young man who saved you in the border town is heading towards Lihan City?" a middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Yanmishu stepped forward and nodded solemnly. "Father, I can absolutely confirm. The Mr. Zhu who saved me is indeed heading towards Lihan City." The man who asked the question was Yanmishu's father, the head of the Yin family, Yin Yang. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yin Yang furrowed his brows, gazing at the towering city in the distance, and murmured, "But this sounds too unbelievable. Even if this young man is as powerful as you say, he couldn't possibly be a match for a formidable figure like the Lord of Lihan, right?" It was no wonder Yin Yang was so skeptical. After all, anyone would be doubtful upon hearing such things. In fact, if Yanmishu hadn't repeatedly vouched for it with her reputation and life, Yin Yang wouldn't have taken the huge risk to come all the way here. All of this was solely due to Yanmishu's statement, where huge risks often came with huge rewards. Yin Yang deeply understood this, thus he made up his mind to lead the elite members of the Yin family to investigate the situation in Lihan. However, as they traveled, they found nothing out of the ordinary along the way. This left the people who followed them feeling puzzled. For example, among the crowd at the moment was a young girl dressed in apricot yellow attire, with a face full of arrogance. She sneered and said, "Father, you've been too trusting an elder sister. Even in the face of such obviously fabricated lies, you've spent significant manpower and resources taken enormous risks to come here. Isn't this just a big joke?" Upon hearing these words, Yanmishu's expression changed, her eyebrows raised, and she said, in a low voice, "Mengdao, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Well, it's just as I said. Back at home, I told father that even if this young man actually exists, he's just a boastful braggart, not worth mentioning. Yet, you kept proclaiming how powerful this young man was, claiming he even saved an entire merchant convoy of yours." With a mischievous smile on her face, Mengdao continued, "But how come I feel like you're doing this intentionally? Could it be you've fallen for this young man who came out of nowhere?" These words hit home, causing Yanmishu's face to pale. She then spoke in a cold voice, "Mengdao, what nonsense are you spouting? Everything I've said isn't made up." "Oh, where is your evidence then? I reluctantly believed your cousin He Chunkin was killed by this young man due to his unruly behavior. But what evidence do you have for the other things you said? Like how the Yan family convoy was saved because of this young man. When we passed by the border town, it was peaceful there, with no rumors about these events at all. How do you explain this?" Mengdao sneered at her elder sister as she finished speaking. The two sisters had always had a strained relationship, especially Mengdao, who held a grudge against her elder sister, feeling their father was biased and favored her too much. Therefore, now that she finally had a chance to expose Yanmishu's vulnerability, Mengdao was not about to let it slip by. Hearing this, Yanmishu's eyes darkened as she looked at her younger sister, then said coldly, "What do you mean by an explanation?" "Well, I've said from the start that after the banquet, Mr. Azu refined everyone's spiritual awareness to prevent leaks of information. Therefore, none of these people remember what happened, and naturally, there were no rumors either." "Oh, what a convenient excuse." Mengdao lightly clapped her hands, but her face was full of ridicule. "That elder sister, don't you think this explanation is too far-fetched? According to you, this Mr. Azu is virtually a deity, just able to refine the spiritual awareness of all the strong individuals present." Yanmishu simply nodded matter-of-factly. "That's right, Mr. Azu is indeed a deity." Mengdao chuckled mockingly upon hearing this. "Well, if that's the case, why didn't this Mr. Azu refine your spiritual awareness as well?" "Because Mr. Azu said I am not one of the people in this realm, and asked me to leave immediately." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Yanmishu was now annoyed by her sister's continuous questioning and spoke sharply. "Ha, I don't have a problem, I just think some people are incredibly stubborn, spewing colossal lies and vehemently denying them." Mengdao sneered with sarcasm. "You." Yanmishu's expression turned cold as she was about to speak. "Enough, both of you. Keep quiet for a moment," Yin Yang interjected with a light reprimand. Yanmishu closed her mouth and gave a deep look at Mengdao, who remained unfazed and even seemed pleased. Then somewhat coquettishly asked Yin Yang, "Father, how much longer must we wait here?" With a stern tone, Yin Yang replied, "Regardless of the truth behind what your sister said, since we are here, we must investigate the truth. After all, the Yin family has always distinguished between enmity and gratitude. If this Mr. Azu truly has a debt of gratitude towards our Yin family, we must repay it." While this statement seemed reasonable, there was a hint of doubt in Yin Yang's tone towards Yanmishu. Naturally, Yanmishu also picked up on it, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After crossing the edge of the sea and returning to the Yin family, she immediately sought out her father, recounting the entire situation. However, Yin Yang didn't give it too much thought at the time. It wasn't until Yanmishu made the seriousness of the matter clear that Yin Yang became concerned. Yanmishu made it clear this Mr. Azu could potentially be a significant opportunity for the Yin family to prosper in the future. If they miss seizing it now, there might never be another chance. And all that was needed now was to lead the people to take a look at Lihan Tia, without much investment. With this in mind, Yin Yang led the group here. But little did she expect that even before her father made a decision, he would begin to doubt her. Yanmishu couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. At that moment, the heavens and earth suddenly shook with a loud noise. Everyone was surprised, and they all looked up to see the sun and moon reversing in the sky, while the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to violently fluctuate. "What's going on?" Yin Yang's face changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. "Sacred prison. 10 days have passed. During these 10 days, Zuomeng and Yuren have been guarding Zuan closely. Shaoshan didn't leave either, but he seemed to be in a trance, sitting dumbly in the middle of the abandoned dozen high towers, his gaze fascinated, lost in thoughts. At this moment, Zuin was enveloped by layers of radiance, forming a thick cocoon of light. Although the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly, Zhu Meng could keenly feel that Zuan's momentum was gradually strengthening. Finally, after another 3 full days, the light cocoon suddenly began to tremble lightly, then shattered like an eggshell. Zuan, sitting cross-legged in it, slowly opened his eyes. A golden light swept across the heavens and the earth where his gaze landed. Zhu Meng and Yuren shuddered all over, then lowered their heads in amazement, not daring to look directly into Zuan's eyes, because at this moment, they felt like Zuan's eyes contained boundless power, making them want to kneel down and worship. Zuan took a deep breath, blinked gently, and the brilliance in his eyes receded, the oppressive force disappearing. Zhu Meng and Yuren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then said with joy on their faces, "My lord, your injuries." Zuin smiled, then nodded. "It's no longer a problem." With that, Zuin slowly stood up. Indeed, most of the terrifying wounds that crisscrossed his body had disappeared, except for the deepest wound between his chest and abdomen. His severed arm had also been restored, but Zuin knew that this hand had only temporarily regained some of its function. To truly recover, it would still take a long time. After all, the injuries he had suffered this time were extraordinary, even shaking the foundation. In fact, if it were another cultivator, after such serious injuries, even if they could save their life, their cultivation path would be cut off. Because the path of cultivation is always against the heavens, a slight mistake could mean no chance of survival. This is also why most cultivators try to avoid life and death struggles, as even if you win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, often putting your future prospects at stake. Only someone like Zuan, who had once reached the peak, had the confidence to not let such injuries hinder his cultivation. In fact, during these 13 days, Zuan had done a lot. First, he meticulously reviewed all his abilities since cultivation, and then with unwavering determination, began to repair the injuries within his body. This process was extremely painful and lengthy, but Zuan completed it in just over 10 days. He still looked somewhat terrifying on the outside, but in reality, he was fine now, and when he completely recovered, his strength would undoubtedly advance further, and his cultivation level in the half-step Great Luo realm would be completely stabilized. Zhu Meng and Yuren were naturally overjoyed, while Zuan looked towards Xiaoshan, who was sitting foolishly on the ground in the distance, sighed lightly, and then walked over slowly. Xiaoshan was oblivious to everything that had happened. At this moment, it was as if he had shut himself away, becoming like a wooden person. Zhu, and stood by his side, looked up at the dozen high towers in the distance, and softly said, "If you want to cry, just let it out. It might make you feel better." His voice was not loud, but it made Xiaoshan shudder all over, and then blankly withdrew his gaze, looking at Zuan. Zuan didn't pay attention to his gaze, but continued, "I won't comfort you because I know that some things cannot be made up for with a few words of comfort. After all, no one can truly understand the feelings of another." Xiaoshan trembled all over, a look of despair and pain finally appearing on his previously blank face. Then he said the first words in over 10 days, "Mr. Zhu, I feel so sad." Zuan nodded quietly and said softly, "I know." Xiaoshan's face contorted into an expression even uglier than crying. Then he spoke with a trembling voice, "Mr. Zhu, am I a bastard?" Zhu Meng and Yuren watched from afar, tears streaming down their faces unknowingly. Zuan stayed silent for a moment and then slowly nodded. "Yes, you are indeed a bastard. The most worthless of bastards, yes. Mr. Zhu is right. I'm even worse than a bastard. Ha ha." Xiaoshan let out a cry that seemed like a mix of laughter and weeping, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Xiaoshan!" Zhu Meng cried out in shock, wanting to rush forward. Zuan shook his head slightly at her, indicating her not to come over, then looked down in silence. Xiaoshan, with his head bowed, let out a howl like a wild beast, a cry of deep sorrow. Zuan did not stop him, just a touch of compassion in his eyes. It wasn't until a long time had passed that he finally said, "And then, what are you planning to do?" Hearing Zuan's question, Xiaoshan's cries gradually ceased, and he slowly lifted his head, gazing solemnly at Zuan. "Mr. Zhu, for avenging my master, I will remember the favor, and in the next life, I will repay it." With that, Xiaoshan heavily knocked his head 3 times. Then he closed his eyes, determined to end his own life. In fact, he had this plan the moment he woke up, but at that time, Zuan was meditating to heal and hadn't yet regained consciousness. In order to express his gratitude and protect Zuan, He had been waiting until now. Now that he had finally seen Zuan, he felt that everything was settled, and he could finally be released to accompany his master. This action naturally shocked Zuomeng and Yuren, and they all wanted to stop him, but Zuan remained unmoving, not even speaking when Zhaoshan knelt down to knock his head, just coldly watching. It wasn't until Zhaoshan closed his eyes and made up his mind to end his life that Zuan sneered and said, "How could Senior Lang be born a god, with such a great reputation? Yet his men are cowards like this." Hearing these words, Zhaoshan, with closed eyes, trembled all over, but he didn't retort, as at this moment, he was filled with the will to die. Moreover, Mr. Zhu was right, I am indeed a coward. Once determined to seek death with tightly closed eyes, Huotia suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Zuan, who was about to leave, and trembled as he shouted, "Mr. Zhu, what did you say, Zhu?" and halted his steps, turned around, and looked coldly at Huotia. "Didn't you hear clearly? Then let me say it again. Do you really think that committing suicide is loyalty when you have given up even the slightest hope?" These words made Huotian's eyes widen instantly, and then his face was full of shock as he looked at Zuan, unable to help but make a gagging sound in his throat. It wasn't until a full breath passed that Huotia finally came to his senses, then kneeled and crawled a few steps, crying with joy as he bowed repeatedly to Zuan, shouting excitedly, "Mr. Zhu, Mr. Zhu, did you say, do you really have a way to save my master?" Not only him, even Zui Meng and Yuran were looking at Zuan full of hope. However, at this moment, Zuan shook his head, "Or Lang Sr. has already perished. Even if I were to restore all my cultivation, it would be impossible to bring him back to life." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly on Huotian's head full of Zhou, leaving him instantly stunned in place. But you just said, my master still had a glimmer of hope." Zuan did not directly answer Huotia, but raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Let me ask you one question. Are you willing to give up everything for your master?" Huotian's face suddenly became solemn, and then he nodded solemnly. "Huotian is willing. You must think it over. What I meant by everything is not just your life, but all your future, all your time, and all your efforts might ultimately not receive any reward, but instead be in vain." However, Huotia did not hesitate at all. "Mr. Zhu, as long as I can save my master, no matter what the cost, I am willing to pay. No matter how faint the hope is, I am willing to try." Looking at Huotia, whose face was shining again, Zuan nodded gently. "Very well, since that is the case, I will tell you what this last glimmer of hope is all about." Zhu, and paused for a moment, looked up at the now empty sky, his gaze becoming somewhat complicated. "Indeed, or Lang Sr. has fallen. This is an unchangeable fact. Under normal circumstances, he would completely dissipate into the heavens and earth, with no possibility of recovery. However, at the end, I protected his last glimmer of light with my divine consciousness and sent him into the cycle of reincarnation. That is the meaning behind my words of returning to the heavens and earth, and creating a new golden body." At this point, Zuan lowered his head and looked at Huotia, who had fallen into a daze, and said softly, "As of now, he may have been reborn in some corner of the various heavens, and because of my divine consciousness protection, his last bit of chance still remains, not completely severed. And what you need to do is find him among the various heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, Huotia took a deep breath, solemnly bowed to Zuan 3 times again. "Sir, I will never forget your great kindness. I swear here that I will repay you in the future." Then, he raised his head, said solemnly, "I am willing to find my master's reincarnation." Zuan looked quietly at him, then said softly, "Had you thought it over? You should know that the various heavens are as vast as the sea, and the myriad realms are boundless. Finding one person among them is not easy. This may take up your entire life, and in the end, it may very well be in vain. Sir, please don't say any more." Huotia smiled faintly, then said full of hope, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, no matter how faint, I am willing to search, regardless of the final outcome. I accept it." Zuan was slightly surprised by this declaration, then smiled and said, "Good. It's no wonder you are under Lang Sr.'s command. Just this statement is enough to prove that you are a true man." With that, Zuan raised his hand, and a divine thought directly stamped into the center of Huotian's forehead, saying lightly, "In this divine thought, there is Lang Sr.'s last remaining trace of light. It can be considered my slight help to you." Huotia trembled all over, then respectfully bowed. Thank you, sir. As he was about to bow again, Zuin smiled slightly, moved aside to avoid the blow, then raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted Huotia up from the ground. That's enough. Erlang Senior is also a deity of my Hua clan. Helping you is helping myself. There's no need for such formality. At this point, Huotian no longer had the despondency he had before but was eager to say, Sir, since the matter here is settled, I will take my leave now. As you said, searching for someone in the vast heavens is not easy. I must hurry and find my master, otherwise, I might delay. With that, he was about to turn and leave. Zuan, seeing this, couldn't help but cry out, Wait! Huotia paused, turned around, and looked at Zuan with a puzzled expression. Is there something else, sir? Zuan looked somewhat strange. Just leave like this? Huh, then how? Huotia was still confused, not knowing what Zuan meant. Zuan sighed, a bit helpless, and said, Should I call you shameless, or should I call you naive? Have you forgotten the person you met in the Edge City before? Princess Jin Qian. Zhang's unknown. Hearing this name, Huotia trembled all over, then remembered the matter and his face showed embarrassment. I did forget about her. Zuan looked Huotia up and down, then smiled somewhat teasingly. Although a great man should aim at the four directions, he should not neglect his family and love affairs. After all, you slept with her. Whoosh! These words were like a bombshell, making Huotia at a loss, his face instantly turning red to the neck, then stammered. Sir, I didn't have that intention. Whether you did or not, you can explain it to her when you see her in person, Zuan said with a smile. With that, Zuan raised his hand and took out the symbol talisman building from his Sea of Knowledge. After advancing to the semi-step Great Luo, Zuan's Sea of Knowledge also expanded several times, and his divine consciousness had condensed into its own space, where he could place important items. When facing the two semi-step God Kings alone against the will of the Emperor, Zuan was worried that Yenna and the others might be in danger, so he sealed the symbol talisman building and placed it in his Sea of Knowledge for protection. Now that the matter was settled, it was time to let Yenna and the others out. 3 of them were stunned, all of them puzzled by Zuan's intentions. Hey, what does the adult mean by this? Why use divine sense to keep us separated? Yu Ren asked in confusion. Zichia was even more bewildered. I have no idea. Only Zui Meng, after a moment of surprise, seemed to understand something. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at the divine sense barrier, then covered her mouth and chuckled. At that moment, within the divine sense barrier, Zuan silently recited a few prayers before hesitantly breaking the seal he had placed on the charm tower with his own hands. When the seal was broken, Zuan even took a few steps back as if trying to avoid something. Surprisingly, nothing abnormal happened, and the charm tower remained standing quietly. Zu and furrowed his brow slightly, then took a few more steps forward anxiously to check the situation inside the charm tower. However, just then, the charm tower suddenly shook, and a beam of light shot out towards Zuan. Zu and shuddered and turned to run. But at that moment, a cold, clear female voice containing infinite anger rang out. Stop right there. Zuan froze in place, then obediently stood still, not moving. At the same time, the light landed in front of Zuan, revealing the graceful figure of Enyan. Without saying a word, she grabbed Zuan's ear, her eyebrows furrowed, and said fiercely, Zuan, do you know your mistake? Despite the anger in her tone, there was a hint of trembling. Yes, the figure that flew out from the charm tower was indeed Enyan. Zuan winced as his ear was pinched. Ouch, 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 Yanner, please let go. My ear is about to fall off. While outwardly behaving defiantly, Zuan was secretly relieved that he had used divine sense to isolate Zichia and the others. Otherwise, if anyone else had seen him in this state, his reputation would be ruined. Because there were no outsiders present, Zuan acted like a rogue, though Enyan only gently held onto his ear, Zu, and exaggerated his reactions as if his ear was about to fall off any second. However, his antics did not elicit any response from Enyan, leaving Zu and puzzled. What was going on? Why was it so quiet? Suddenly, Zuan felt a chill on his shoulder and heard a sound of sobbing. His heart trembled as he turned to look. He saw Enyan tearfully staring at the huge wound between his chest and abdomen, tears streaming down her face. Even when facing the decree of the immortal king, Zuan remained calm and unaffected, but seeing Enyan's tears filled him with an unprecedented panic. Especially when he saw Yan's shoulders twitching from silent sobs, Zhuan felt a strong sense of guilt and heartache. This mixture of heartache and guilt was enough to make even the most hardened person kneel. Because no matter how tough a man is, he cannot resist a woman's tears. Zhuan gently raised his hand, gently embracing Yan's waist, and said softly, "It's okay, Yanner. Don't cry. I'm fine. Don't worry." However, instead of comforting Yan, his words only made her cry even more sorrowfully. Seeing Yan's tearful eyes, Zhuan felt extremely anxious and simply hugged her tightly. Although usually effective, this move did not work at this moment. Yan struggled in his embrace, and her small fists hammered his chest as she scolded amidst sobs, "You big jerk, you big fool, you big blockhead. I hate you so much. Do you know how worried I was inside the tower? What if something had happened to you? Have you thought about that, you big jerk?" Wow. Hearing Yan's words and feeling the anger in her punches, Zhuan felt both heartbroken and remorseful. "Yanner, I know I was wrong, but I'm fine, okay? I told you, as long as I dare to take action, there will definitely be no problem. You can rest assured." "You big jerk, how can I rest assured? That aura made me shudder, yet you faced it alone. How can I rest assured?" And Yan persisted. Zhuan could only stand there with a smile on his face. He thought Yan would vent her emotions for a long time, but to his surprise, after a few breaths, Yan stopped hitting him, lowered her head, and stood there dazedly. Zhuan was taken aback, then hesitantly called out, "Yanner." Before he could finish, Yan flung herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably, "Husband, I'm so scared. I'm truly scared that something might happen to you. Please, don't let me watch helplessly from inside ever again. I'd rather fight alongside you than watch my man get hurt and be unable to do anything." Zhuan gently caressed Yan's trembling shoulders, feeling an overwhelming tenderness in his heart, and whisper, "Okay, I promise you, there won't be a situation like this again, okay?" And Yan nodded, then reached out in silence, trembling to touch the wound on Zhuan's chest and abdomen, her face filled with sorrow. Zhu and chuckled dismissively and said, "Yanner, this wound is almost healed. It's just the outer appearance that hasn't completely recovered yet. It's not a big deal." But before he could finish speaking, he was rendered speechless. And Yan, shedding tears, softly kissed his wound and asked, "Does it hurt, Zhu?" And paused for a moment, then smiled gently. "It hurt a bit at the time, but it's fine now." And Yan's heart seemed to shatter at those words. She had never been this distressed before, for only someone who has experienced loss would understand this feeling. She didn't want to relive the nightmare of the past, so she trembled as she spoke. "Husband, let's be good from now on, and never leave each other. Can we?" Zhuan looked at Yan quietly, then reached out his hand to gently wipe her tears away, and said softly, "Okay, promise me." "I promise, and forever, forever." Finally, Yan calmed down, but Zhuan did not remove the divine sense barrier. Yan leaned quietly against Zhuan's chest, listening attentively with a face full of admiration as he recounted the events that had just transpired. At that moment, even her gaze towards Zhuan was that of a young girl looking at her idol. And the thrilling and tumultuous events stirred Yan's emotions, especially when she heard about Erlang Shenjun sacrificing himself to avoid being controlled by Lihan Qianjun. Her eyes reddened instantly. After listening to the whole story, Yan softly said, "Husband, can Ziqia really find the reincarnated true body of Senior Lang, Zhu?" And shook his head, sighing softly, "Actually, I don't know. Because while the hope does exist, it's so faint that it's almost impossible." When Ziqia saw Zhang Zunnan, his face instantly lit up with a brilliant expression. Zunnan, I." Before he could finish his words, the slightly pale-faced Zhang Zunnan shook her head, gently brushed her temple hair, and softly said, "There's no need to say it. I already know." Ziqia looked apologetically at this girl, suddenly feeling a kind of unprecedented panic. It was a feeling he had never experienced even when facing mortal enemies. Meanwhile, Zhuan, Yan, and others discreetly stepped back. Only the two of them remained in the scene. "When do you plan to leave?" Zhang Zunnan asked softly with her head down. "The matters here are all settled, so I plan." Ziqian's voice hesitated. Then he clenched his teeth and turned his head. "I plan to leave now. After all, the sooner I leave, the sooner I can find the reincarnation of the Divine Sovereign." "Oh." Seemingly anticipating this answer, Zhang Zunnan murmured softly, then fell into a long silence. Zichia felt increasingly flustered, with his heart racing and his limbs feeling tense due to excessive nervousness. Seeing his awkward appearance, Zhang Zunnan, who had been looking down, suddenly chuckled, then glanced up at Zichia somewhat reproachfully. "Look at you, so silly." Somehow, after seeing Zhang Zunnan smile, Zichian's nervousness and fear dissipated significantly, and he rubbed the back of his head, also smiling foolishly. Laughing, Zhang Zunnan's eyes shimmered, but then she made a relaxed gesture, raising her head and saying lightly, "When you leave, will you come back?" Zichia solemnly nodded. "Once the mission is accomplished, I will return." "That's good then." Zhang Zunnan smiled happily, then arched her hand very seriously. "May you stay safe on your perilous journey." After a moment of silence, Zichia nodded and said, "You too." Zhang Zunnan smiled casually. "I'll be fine. Anyway, my home is already gone. It doesn't matter where I am." With that, Zhang Zunnan turned slowly to leave. The whole process seemed lengthy, almost like waiting for something. Unfortunately, even when Zhang Zunnan had turned completely, she heard no words from Zichia behind her. As Zhang Zunnan's eyes filled with sadness, she forced a smile, took a step forward. Just then, Zichian's trembling voice came from behind. "Zunnan, will you wait for me?" Zhang Zunnan froze in place. Tears that had been held back for so long burst forth at this simple sentence. She turned around, nodding heavily. "I will." Seeing the tears on Zhang Zunnan's face, her earnest response touched Zichia deeply, breaking something deep within him. He rushed forward, stood in front of Zhang Zunnan, and looked down at the girl barely reaching his chest. Zhang Zunnan's heart raced as she bit her lip lightly and looked up at Zichia. The two gazed at each other for a few seconds, before Zichia slowly reached out and embraced Zhang Zunnan, leaning down to kiss her lips. Zhang Zunnan was startled for a moment, then responded passionately to Zichian's emotions. The kiss lasted long enough to make Zhang Zunnan almost suffocate. However, compared to the long wait that followed, this moment of joy was fleeting. Eventually, Zichia pulled back, holding Zhang Zunnan gently in his arms. "I'm sorry." This was the only thing Zichia could say now, but it sounded so pale. Zhang Zunnan embraced Zichian's waist lightly, whispering, "Don't apologize, because I want this." Zichia felt a pang of sadness momentarily, but he took a deep breath, then reached into his embrace and took out a small token. The small token was entirely made of mysterious gold and had an exquisite ancient seal of Z on it. Zichia handed the token to Zhang Zunnan. "Zunnan, this is the only thing my master left me. Now I give it to you. When the seal on this token starts shining one day, it means I'm coming back soon." Zhang Zunnan accepted the small token with great care. Finally, Zichia hugged Zhang Zunnan tightly for the last time, whispered, "Take care." With that, he released his grip, turned and walked away quickly. Zhang Zunnan stood in place, staring blankly at Zichian's retreating figure, hoping he would turn back to look at her. But he never did. Clutching the small token tightly, tears welled up in Zhang Zunnan's eyes once again. At that moment, a sigh was heard from the void, and Fox Ying's figure appeared out of thin air, walking slowly to Zhang Zunnan's side. "Why didn't you tell him that you were already pregnant?" Zhang Zunnan trembled, looking down at the small token in her hand and whispered, "What difference would it make if I did? To bind him in this way, not allowing him to search for his master. But if that's the case, he might really be better off dead." "But is it fair to you?" Fox Ying asked, puzzled. During the days at the Talisman Pavilion, Fox Ying and Zhang Zunnan had become good friends who could talk about anything. And because of Zuan's deliberate arrangement at night, Zhang Zunnan had indeed become pregnant with Zichian's child. Initially, upon realizing this, Zhang Zunnan was happy because she had already committed her life to Zichia. However, when she heard what happened outside, she fell into pain and confusion. She loved Zichia and knew the burdens he carried. Using the child's name might truly bind him. Yet, Zhang Zunnan made the decision to keep her pregnancy hidden from Zichia. She did not want to burden her man too much on his mission. Upon hearing Fox Ying's question, Zhang Zunnan smiled. "Ying, although you have lived for 1,000 years, your mentality is no different from a child's. How can there be fairness in matters of the heart?" Looking up towards the direction Zichia had disappeared, Zhang Zunnan whispered, "When you love someone, you are willing to give everything for them. If you keep calculating and seeking fairness in everything, it only means you don't truly love him." Fox Ying was shaken by these words, briefly showing a contemplative expression, but quickly regained composure and nodded earnestly. "You're right. That's how I feel about Brother Zhu." Zhang Zunnan chuckled helplessly, then looked at Zhu and Andanyan standing in the distance, whispering very softly, "Ying, you know, although my wait is long, there is still hope. As for you, it may be very difficult." Zichia did not return to Lihantia, but left directly through the special space construct of this divine prison. Although Ziqian's strength had not reached the Da Luo realm, theoretically, he should not be able to freely travel through the various heavens. However, due to the differences in the Hua clan's divine cultivation system and the general cultivators, as well as Ziqian's absolute partnership with the Erlang god, he mastered many secret techniques. Coupled with his different constitution, Ziqia can freely shuttle back and forth among the various heavens. However, this ability has a significant limitation. It can only be used on oneself and cannot carry loved ones. This is why Ziqia couldn't leave with Zhang Shanan. Zuan could only sigh and then lead everyone out of the divine prison towards Lihantia. At that moment, Lihantia had already exploded in tumult. The phenomenon of the sun and moon reversing, and the shaking of the heavens and earth, made all the strong in Lihantia feel anxious. Many could sense that the aura of the former ruler of this realm, Lihantia Jun, was rapidly dissipating. The original order of this realm had been shattered, leading to extraordinary phenomena like the reversal of the sun and moon. All these signs indicated that the previous ruler of this realm, Lihantia Jun, had likely fallen. Otherwise, he would not permit such chaos in his world. This thought terrified all the strong in Lihantia. After all, if even such an extraordinary figure as Lihantia Jun, who had lived for thousands of years, had fallen, then the perpetrator must be even more powerful. It could even be an immortal king or someone even stronger. In that case, Lihantia would likely not be a match for them. This naturally terrifying everyone. Initially, all the strong simply stayed at home, afraid to make any moves, quietly awaiting the arrival and judgment of the stronger ones. However, after several days of waiting with no changes, apart from the erratic movements of the sun and moon, the whole Lihantia remained calm. There were no powerful figures descending, not even any unusual occurrences. This began to stir uneasy thoughts among the strong. Could it be that a passing strong figure killed Lihantia Jun and left? Or perhaps both sides were evenly matched and mutually destroyed, resulting in the same fate? Why had no one come after so long? However, regardless of the speculations, it meant that Lihantia was temporarily safe. Once the threat to their lives disappeared, the ambitions of the strong could no longer be contained. Lihantia, known as the top realm of the divine world, was a coveted place due to its rich spiritual energy and laws of heaven. Many rumors suggested that Lihantia Chun's aptitude was actually quite dull, but because he controlled this blessed land, his cultivation progressed rapidly, eventually reaching half-step immortal king and becoming one of the foremost figures in the divine world. This indirectly pointed to the abundant resources of Lihantia. Now that Lihantia Jun was highly likely to have fallen, the whole realm was essentially ownerless. This tempting opportunity naturally made the various factions of the strong salivate. Under the unrestrained ambitions, Lihantia descended into chaos. Alliance formations, betrayals, struggles, and conspiracies unfolded one after another. In this extremely chaotic situation, the Yin family began to feel excited. Though not a powerhouse in this realm, the Yin family had significant financial resources and was somewhat renowned among the strong in Lihantia. At this moment, due to the balanced situation in Lihantia, where no faction could overpower the other, the Yin family became a sought-after ally. Various factions extended olive branches, hoping to form an alliance with the Yin family to jointly seize the vast resources of Lihantia. Yin Yang was so thrilled these days that he could hardly sleep, receiving one envoy after another from different factions, watching the offers from each faction steadily rise. This feeling excited him because the Yin family had long desired to establish themselves in Lihantia, the most prosperous and powerful place in the divine world. Only by settling here could the Yin family truly become a top clan in the divine world. Previously, due to Lihantia Chun's dominance, they could only touch the edges of the city and could not establish a foothold. However, with the words of Yin Mishu, they had stepped into Lihantia and unexpectedly gained a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This made Yan Yan exhilarated. Even the whole Yin family began to feel buoyant, believing that establishing themselves in Lihantia and becoming a top clan was on the horizon. In this almost fanatical atmosphere, Yanmishu remained level-headed. One day, after another envoy from another faction left, Yanyan joyfully called a meeting in the hall to discuss their next steps. When Yanmishu could no longer contain herself, she stepped out of the queue and faced her father with a bow. Interrupting Yanyan's excited narrative of the bright future of the Yan family, Yanmishu expressed her opinion. "Father, I believe now is not the right time to engage with these factions." These words caused a stir among the Yan family members, and Yanyan frowned slightly, asking why. After a moment of contemplation, Yanmishu solemnly said, "Because Mr. Zhu has not returned. Until he returns, the intentions of these factions and so-called strong figures are as illusory as flowers in water and a moon in the mirror." Because her tone grew serious, the moment he returns, these factions and the so-called strong figures will be nothing but a laughable joke. Doom. Yanmishu's words first silenced the room, then sparked a commotion. "Huna!" Yanyan slammed the table fiercely, shouting sternly. But Yanmishu showed no signs of weakness. Instead she raised her head and said, in a deep voice, "Father, what I'm saying is sincere. The rise and fall of the Yan family, even life and death, all depend on the decision you make at this moment. You must not be swayed by petty gains in front of you. If we do that, not only will we abandon our previous efforts, but we may also offend Mr. Zhu." Yanyan was enraged and let out a cold laugh. The whole room was in an uproar. What's wrong with the young lady? How dare she confront the head of the family for someone she hasn't even met or confirmed to be real? Someone looked shocked. Yes. Ever since she returned from the Edge City, Miss Yan has been mentioning Mr. Zhu nonstop. But the question is, does this Mr. Zhu even exist? Someone scoffed. Exactly. If we listen to the young lady, it seems like Mr. Zhu is responsible for everything that happened in the Hate Heaven realm. But is that even possible? Someone showed disdain. While the room was buzzing with discussions, Yanmishu remained composed, standing tall and looking at her father. Yanyan's face was grim at this point. He never expected his most favored daughter to openly defy him. This filled his heart with anger. Before he could speak, Yan Mentao from the crowd stepped forward smoothly, bowing to Yanyan. "Father, please calm down." Then she turned to Yanmishu with a playful look. TSK, elder sister, I must say I admire you. How dare you contradict father in public? Aren't you afraid of hurting father's feelings? Her words seemed like advice but were adding fuel to the fire. When Yan Mengtao saw Yanmishu speak up, she couldn't wait to intervene, as she knew her elder sister's character very well. Sure enough, with just a few words, Yanmishu clashed with her father. When Yan Mengtao saw the anger in Yanyan's eyes, she knew it was time. She took the opportunity to diminish Yanmishu's authority, so she spoke without hesitation. Faced with the questioning from her sister, Yanmishu remained calm but coldly stared at her sister. "For the sake of the Yan family's rise and fall, even if it hurts father, I have to speak out." Yan Mentao was pleased to hear this because Yanmishu was playing with fire with her statement. Indeed, Yanyan's face turned darker, full of anger. He snorted and ignored her. Yan Mentao became even more triumphant and taunted. "Yanmishu, setting aside your disrespect towards father, I just have one question for you. Are you so sure this so-called Mr. Zhu will show up?" Yanmishu nodded. Of course. He mentioned when he left that he was going after the Hate Heaven Lord. And as you all have seen, the Hate Heaven Lord is dead. This clearly indicates that Mr. Zhu has succeeded. Do you still have any doubts? Many in the Yan family appeared uneasy. After all, the Hate Heaven Lord was indeed dead. How could this be explained? But Yan Mengtao seemed unfazed and coldly remarked, "Even if this Mr. Zhu displayed power by killing the Hate Heaven Lord, have you considered that it's been more than 10 days and he hasn't shown up? Could it be that he perished along with the Hate Heaven Lord?" Her words resonated with the audience. Indeed, the Hate Heaven Lord was a powerful half-step immortal king. Even if this Mr. Zhu truly killed him, he must have paid a heavy price. Maybe they both perished together. People nodded in agreement. Yanmishu's expression changed, revealing a hint of apprehension. She had secretly pondered these possibilities many times, but she chose to believe in Mr. Zhu's strength and continued to wait. Faced with her sister's question, Yanmishu was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. "What? Cat got your tongue?" Yan Mengtao gloated. She turned to Yanyan and suggested, "Father, my view is exactly the opposite of Yanmishu's. I think now is the perfect time for the Yan family to establish a presence in the Hate Heaven realm and maximize our gains. We can't afford to waste this opportunity." Yanyan nodded approvingly. "Very well. I share the same thoughts. So, what do you suggest we do next? It seemed he was seeking Yin Mengtao's opinion. This change made many in the room uneasy as they realized Yin Yang's intentions had shifted. After this incident, Yin Mishu was likely to lose favor, while Yin Mengtao would rise. Many eyes now looked at Yin Mengtao with admiration. Feeling the change in the air, Yin Mengtao smiled and said, "Father, I believe the immediate priority is to choose the most sincere among these factions. And who do you think is the most sincere?" After considering, I think the Ongo who just left is a good choice. Besides, they are a force in the Hate Heaven City, making our cooperation more convenient. Yin Yang laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly, my daughter, your thoughts align with mine. Let's decide this way then. I will reply to them and discuss how to form an alliance. Father's decision is final. Yin Mengtao beamed and bowed, then gave Yin Mishu a challenging look. Feeling triumphant, Yin Mishu ignored her sister's provocation. At that moment, she stood cold as ice, then suddenly cried out, "Father, this must not happen." Yin Yang's face turned red with anger. "Yin Mishu, do you even remember the family rules? Move aside, or I'll make sure you regret it." Undeterred, Yin Mishu repeated, "Father, this must not happen. Get lost." Yin Yang was furious, raising his hand and slapping Yin Mishu away. The loud slap silenced the room. After saying that, Yin Yang angrily walked away. Yin Mengtao glanced at Yin Mishu with a satisfied smile, then coldly smiled and followed closely behind to leave. The remaining members of the Yin family, after a commotion, looked at Yin Mishu on the ground with complicated expressions, then quietly left as well. In a blink of an eye, only Yin Mishu was left in the hall. She sat alone on the ground, looking like an abandoned toe, with a bewildered expression on her face. But soon, the bewilderment on Yin Mishu's face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Yin Mishu was well aware that her father was leading the Yin family towards an unknown abyss, because once Suin returned, all the gods in the sky of hatred might perish, and at that time, the Yin family would also suffer a catastrophe due to their own greed. She wanted to stop all of this, even if it meant paying a high price. She was willing to do so. With this in mind, Yin Mishu struggled to stand up, and with determined steps, she left. This was a magnificent building in the sky of hatred, and also the headquarters of one of the most powerful forces in the sky of hatred, the Blood Tiger Tower. When Yin Yang and his group arrived here, they immediately received VIP treatment. The Lord of the Blood Tiger Tower, Guan Ziwan, personally welcomed them at the gate along with several elders. Upon seeing Yin Yang, Guan Ziwan took a few steps forward, with a smile on his face, and said, "Master Yan, it is our honor to have you visit our Blood Tiger Tower." Surprised to see Guan Ziwan personally welcoming him, Yin Yang couldn't help feeling flattered. Guan Ziwan was a well-known powerful figure, with a great reputation in the sky of hatred. Although Yin Yang was the head of the Yin family, in terms of strength and status, he was far inferior to Guan Ziwan. Therefore, he gratefully bowed. "Lord Guan is too kind." Guan Ziwan laughed heartily. "Please come in." With that, he led the way personally, guiding everyone into the Blood Tiger Tower. As they entered, the members of the Yin family were amazed by the splendid grandeur of the building, especially the exquisite decorations that seemed to be crafted by heaven were truly breathtaking. Walking into the grand hall, they saw 3,000 disciples of the Blood Tiger Tower gathered there. As soon as they appeared, all 3,000 disciples, out in unison, loudly shouting, "Welcome Yin family to the Blood Tiger Tower." The sound shook the roof tiles and made people's faces pale. Seeing this scene, the Yin family members looked at each other, and they could see the joy and satisfaction in each other's eyes. They were delighted by the strength of the Blood Tiger Tower and proud of the respect they received. If the two families joined forces, the future would be limitless. From then on, the Yin family would settle in the sky of hatred, becoming a powerful force here. This idea ignited the hearts of all the members of the Yin family, except for Yin Mishu, who walked at the back of the group, her eyes cold and silent. Yin Yang was escorted to the seat of honor, with Guan Ziwan accompanying him, while the rest of the Yin family members were arranged in prominent seats. Then, delicious food and fine wines were served continuously, creating an atmosphere that was beyond words. The Yin family members were all dazzled and began to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Yin Yang and Guan Ziwan were engaged in a pleasant conversation. "Master Yan, what do you think of our Blood Tiger Tower?" Guan Ziwan smiled and offered a cup of wine to Yin Yang. Yin Yang quickly raised his cup in return, his face full of admiration. "Lord Guan, your leadership is exemplary, and the elite soldiers of the Blood Tiger Tower are truly remarkable. It is indeed a renowned and powerful sect." Guan Ziwan laughed at his words, but then he put down his cup, sighed lightly, and said, "Master Yan, do you know what kind of situation our Blood Tiger Tower was in before?" "Oh." Yin Yang was taken aback. "How so?" "Lord Guan." Guan Ziwan's expression turned grim, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes, as he said, in a deep voice, "When the Lord of the Sky of Hatred was still in power, he ruled this land despotically. Under his reign, my Blood Tiger Tower could only endure a life of extreme humiliation." At this, Guan Ziwan lifted his head abruptly. "Master Yan, I am not saying this for any other reason, but just to tell you that our Blood Tiger Tower harbors deep hatred for the Lord of the Sky of Hatred. But in the current complex situation, our Blood Tiger Tower alone is not strong enough to take over the City of Hatred. That is why I invited you to form an alliance. Our intentions are clear as day." As he spoke, Guan Ziwan's voice trembled with emotion. Yin Yang was also deeply moved and nodded solemnly. "Lord Guan, there is no need to say more. Since I led my people here, it means I am willing to ally with you." "Good." Guan Ziwan was overjoyed, raised his cup and said, "Come, let us drink together, sealing our alliance to live and die together." Yin Yang hurriedly drank, feeling a closer bond with Guan Ziwan. At the same time, Yin Mentao, who had been standing quietly behind Yin Yang, approached, smiling, and filled their cups with wine. Guan Ziwan was slightly surprised. "Who is this?" "Oh, I haven't introduced her to Lord Guan yet. This is my daughter, Mentao." Yin Yang smiled and introduced her, then nodded to Yin Mentao. "Why don't you show your respect to Uncle Guan?" Yin Mentao graciously bowed. "I am Mentao, greeting Uncle Guan." "Good." "Ha ha." Guan Ziwan laughed heartily. "Master Yan, your daughter is indeed to beauty with natural grace. But how come I heard that the daughter you value most is a certain Mishu?" Hearing this, Yin Yan's expression changed slightly, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Then Yin Yan's gaze swept over Yin Mishu sitting in the corner, and he said coldly, "Lord Guan is well informed, but Mishu has not been feeling well recently and has stopped caring about family matters." "Oh, I see." Guan Ziwan's eyes sparkled, but he didn't say anything more. Upon hearing Yin Yan's words, the members of the Yan family had different expressions, but without exception, they all secretly glanced at Yin Mishu in the corner. When their eyes met, Yin Mishu remained silent, seemingly unaware of everything around her. When it comes to this, a glint of greed flashed in Guan Ziwang's eyes. "The Lord of Lihan Heaven has ruled this realm for over 10,000 years, accumulating countless wealth. And the hiding place is none other than the Lihan Temple. As long as we seize this place, we will have control over the most important lifeline of Lihan Heaven." Upon hearing about the wealth left by the Lord of Lihan Heaven, Yin Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. "I see. So, Lord Guan, how do you plan to take it?" "Heh. Under normal circumstances, we might not even be able to approach the Lihan Temple because it is guarded by the elite warriors of the Lord of Lihan Heaven, who are very powerful. But now that even the Lord of Lihan Heaven is dead, these warriors' strength has greatly diminished, and in order to survive, they have all dispersed. The most important thing now is how to break through the protection barrier of the Lihan Temple." Yin Yang became more and more excited as he listened, and then joyfully discussed with Guan Ziwan about the next steps. Yin Mengdao accompanied them, occasionally cracking jokes that made the two laugh heartily, creating a pleasant atmosphere. In this state, the entire hall was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, with both the Blood Tiger Tower and the Yin family believing in a bright future, coming together to drink and make merry. Amidst the festivity, Yin Aishu, sitting in the corner, seemed forgotten. Even if someone's gaze occasionally swept over her, upon seeing Yin Aishu silent and head bowed, they couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that this once illustrious young lady had fallen into obscurity. The banquet continued into the late night, with almost everyone from the Yin family, including Yin Yang, getting drunk and unconscious. Guan Ziwan, with a smile on his face, commanded his men to take care of the Yin family members, and as this happened, Yin Aishu slowly got up, gave Guan Ziwan a deep look, and then turned and left. Watching Yin Aishu's departure, the smile on Guan Ziwang's face gradually stiffened. Despite Yin Aishu's seemingly ordinary appearance, Guan Ziwan suddenly felt that behind her was a lot of secrets hidden within her silhouette. This sense of not being able to fully control the situation made Guan Ziwang's gaze turn cold. At this moment, the steward silently emerged from the shadows. Guanziwan did not turn. What is the situation? The steward spoke softly. Everyone has been settled in. Oh. And what about Yin Yang? I have tested. This head of the Yin family is indeed passed out drunk, even lacking the basic awareness of danger. Guanziwan chuckled at the words. Hey, to easily believe that, I am truly puzzled. With this little ability, how did this Yin Yang become the head of a prominent family? The steward remained silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Lord, should we send that lady Yin Mengdao to your room? Guanziwan waved his hand. Not for now. It's time to make use of the Yan family. When things are settled, there will be time to play with her solely. The steward nodded and then bowed, retreating into the darkness and disappearing. Guanziwan leaned back in his chair, his eyes flickering, a smirk appearing on his lips. Did you really think I would be interested in the strength of the Yan family? If it weren't for the Lord of Lihan Heaven being so wary of my blood tiger tower and setting up protective barriers even against us in the temple, would I bother with these useless people? Dreaming of sharing power with me. Hell, what a delusion. But that girl named Meng Dao is quite attractive. After seizing the temple's wealth, I'll enjoy her then. With that, Guanziwan chuckled wickedly, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, looking like a tiger lying in wait. The night quickly passed. By the next morning, Yin Yang had sobered up, and with a face full of apologies, he apologized to Guanziwan. Guanziwan laughed. Do we, as brothers, need to say such things? Hurry and have breakfast. Then we will set off for the Lihan temple immediately. Yin Yang's heart skipped a beat, then nodded. Shall we start today? Of course. This matter should not be delayed. The sooner we get to the Lihan temple, the sooner we can gain an advantage. All right. Let's set out immediately. The Yan family members were even more excited upon hearing the news, eager and ready to showcase their skills later. At this moment, Yin Mengda had become the absolute core of the younger generation of the Yan family. Surrounded by others who had reached the pinnacle, Yin Mengdao walked confidently to Yin Meishu, looked her up and down, then sneered. Yin Meishu, weren't you always talking about how Mr. Zhu has not returned and all your plans are futile? Now that my Yin family has formed a life and death alliance with the Blood Tiger Tower and are about to seize the Lihan Temple to rule this realm, do you have anything to say now? All eyes were on Yin Meishu. However, Yin Meishu remained cold as ice, quietly looking at Yin Mengdao, before saying in a chilly tone, regardless of what you say, I still stand by my previous opinion. Yin Mengdao's face changed, then she snorted. Never cry till you see the coffin. Just wait and see how I seize the opportunity. Yin Meishu nodded. All right, I will wait and see. HMPH. Yin Mengdao arrogantly raised her head, then turned and left. The crowd followed suit, with Yin Meishu watching coldly. Her hands gradually clenched into fists, even cutting into her flesh due to the force, blood oozing out. But Yin Meishu remained unaware, only silently thinking, Mr. Zhu, when will you return? With the fall of the Lord of Lihan Heaven, the situation in Lihan City had turned into chaos. However, when Guanziwan led 3,000 disciples of the Blood Tiger Tower and the Yin family out onto the streets, all other forces scatter, fearing to provoke them. After all, the strength of the Blood Tiger Tower had been among the top even when the Lord of Lihan Heaven was alive, and now it stood alone in Lihan City, deterring all. The large group headed straight for the Lihan Temple, causing a stir along the way, making all the forces and strong individuals in Lihan City alarmed. For they knew that Guanziwan was about to make a move on the Lihan Temple. If successful, the Blood Tiger Tower might rise to power, and Guanziwan would become the second Lord of Lihan Heaven. With this thought, all eyes were suddenly focused on this moment. The Lihan Temple at this moment remained majestic and imposing. In the eyes of Guanziwan, there was a hint of fear despite his usual confident demeanor. He understood that even if the heavenly sorrow god were dead, the protective array he left behind was not something that ordinary people could break. Only Yin Yang seemed nonchalant, smiling at Guanziwan. Brother, is this the temple of sorrow god? Guanziwan nodded. Yes. As long as we break through the barrier here, the endless wealth inside will belong to both of us. Yin Yang laughed heartily. No problem. It's just a protective barrier. What's so difficult about it? Yan family, gather. At this moment, Yin Yang was full of enthusiasm, feeling extremely good. With a command, the elite troops of the Yan family assembled. Yin Yang pointed ahead. Children, do you see that? That is the famous temple of sorrow god. As long as we conquer it, the Yin family will become a prominent clan and rule this realm. So give your all and let's attack together. Understood? Yes. Everyone exclaimed in unison. At this moment, Guanziwan also shouted, I will reward half of Blood Tiger Pavilion's wealth to the first person to break through the temple barrier. Doom. This statement caused a bigger stir than Yan Yang's. Half of Blood Tiger Pavilion's wealth. What an astonishing figure. Just thinking about the countless riches, everyone's eyes turned red. Yan Yang laughed even louder. Guan Master is indeed generous. Children, attack. With a wave of his hand, the elite troops of the Yin family launched an attack. Yan Yang's entry into Heavenly Sorrow was clearly purposeful, so the people he led were carefully selected elite fighters. Coupled with the incentive of wealth, their attack was quite formidable. The 3,000 disciples of Blood Tiger Pavilion followed closely behind. However, if Yin Yang had paid more attention, he would have noticed that while Blood Tiger Pavilion's people were also charging, their movements seemed half a beat slower than those of the Yin family. Unfortunately, Yin Yang's mind was clouded by power and he did not notice this. With a bang, the first wave of Yin family's elites had already rushed to the front of the Temple of Sorrow God. A light screen suddenly appeared, and when they collided, ripples spread out. This forced the attackers to be thrown back. But this did not deter the Yin family's advance. As the first wave retreated, the second wave charged in. Doom. The same collision, the same reaction, and the second wave was also thrown back. However, this time the ensuing ripples seemed deeper than before. Guanzi Wang's eyes lit up at this discovery. Previously, no matter how hard he tried, no one from Blood Tiger Pavilion could step into the thunderous lake. Even other forces in the City of Sorrow were the same. It shows how cunning the Heavenly Sorrow God's calculations were. However, the Yin family was apparently not restricted. At least their attacks were effective. In no time, more than a dozen waves of attacks followed. The light screen surrounding the temple suddenly shook violently, and a visible crack appeared. Guanziwan was overjoyed and shouted, "Put in more effort. We'll be able to break it open soon." As he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the light screen shattered. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Sorrow God, you didn't expect this. Despite all your constraints, I have broken through them. Guanziwan laughed heartily, his laughter filled with joy. Yin Yang also laughed and said, Guan brother, no time to waste. Let's enter the temple quickly. There was a hint of chilling intent in Guanzi Wang's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged as he nodded. Right? 3,000 followers, advance into the temple. With a command, the 3,000 disciples of Blood Tiger Pavilion moved forward silently, exuding an intimidating momentum. Just as the Yin family's elites had broken through the barrier and were in disarray, the people of Blood Tiger Pavilion charged in, inevitably colliding with each other. Hey! What's the rush? Members of the Yin family shouted in anger. But the people of Blood Tiger Pavilion seemed oblivious, their steps uninterrupted as they continued forward. This caught many members of the Yin family off guard, leaving them with a strange feeling. What's going on? Why did the people of Blood Tiger Pavilion suddenly seem so different? However, Yin Yang remained oblivious, eagerly following Guanziwan into the temple. Inside, the atmosphere was majestic, resplendent with gold and jade. Just looking at the countless luminous pearls on the dome of the main hall was enough to be invaluable. Yin Yang's eyes turned red with desire as he turned to Guanziwan and said, Guan brother, I really like these pearls. When we divide the wealth, I want these. Divide the wealth? Divide what wealth? Guanzi Wang's tone turned cold. Yin Yang was taken aback. Guan brother, didn't we agree that once we open the temple, we would each get half of the wealth left by the Heavenly Sorrow God? Guanziwan looked deeply at Yin Yang, then smirked. Oh, I almost forgot. Yes, I did say those words. Yin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, about to speak, but Guanzi Wang's expression changed, and he said coldly, Unfortunately, I was just saying it. I never intended to fulfill it. This statement stunned Yin Yang, as well as his companion Yin Mentao and many elders and leaders of the Yin family. Yin Yang thought he had misheard, staring at Guanziwan in disbelief. Then, with a deep voice, Guanziwan said, Who is your Guan brother? I am the master of Blood Tiger Pavilion. What are you, to dare to address me as a brother? Yin Yang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. Yet, Yin Yang clung to a last glimmer of hope. Guan master, didn't you say we would form an alliance to rule this realm together? Guanziwan nodded. Yes, I did say those words, but you didn't understand the meaning. The so-called alliance of life and death means that Blood Tiger Pavilion lives, and your Yan family dies. Doom. Yin Yang was thunderstruck, looking at Guanzi Wan in disbelief. Finally, he realized that all the intimacy he had felt from Guanzi Wan was deceiving. Amidst the shameless laughter, Yin Mengtao's face turned extremely pale, staggering back a few steps, with a look of panic in her eyes. At this critical moment, Yin Yang, the head of the household, was still shocked and trembling, shrinking back and unable to speak. Seeing this, Guanzi Wan felt even more delighted. Just then, unexpectedly, Yin Mishu, who had been standing in the back, suddenly lifted her head and solemnly shouted, "Yin family, listen to my command, fight back." With this command, the bewildered Yin family members were awakened. The elite members of the Yin family are the first to react, trembling all over before decisively attacking the members of the Blood Tiger Tower. In an instant, blood spilled and the sounds of battle filled the air. Caught off guard, the members of the Blood Tiger Tower suffered great losses upon contact. At least 100 disciples of the Blood Tiger Tower perished for a single blow, with countless others injured. Guanzi Wan, who was initially smug, became furious at this sight and directed his anger towards Yin Mishu. "You despicable woman! How dare you plot against my Blood Tiger Tower? I will strip you naked and hang you in front of the temple for all to see." With that, Guanzi Wan charged angrily towards Yin Mishu. Witnessing this targeted hostility, everyone present was alarmed. Yin Mengtao screamed in shock and quickly moved to the side. A space cleared in the midst of the chaos, leaving Yin Mishu alone to face Guanzi Wang's charge. Despite the situation, Yin Mishu remained unfazed and shouted, "Gather together and break through quickly. Don't hold on to any illusions. The Blood Tiger Tower wants to capture us all." Enraged, Guanzi Wan declared, "You despicable woman, daring to cross me multiple times. I will take your life first." With that, he lunged forward, striking out with his palm. Unable to avoid the attack, Yin Mishu had to use all her cultivation to confront Guanzi Wan head-on. However, given her strength, she was no match for the long-established Guanzi Wan. With a muffled sound, Yin Mishu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing lifeless on the ground. Miss Mishu." The elite members of the Yin family, who held great respect for Yin Mishu's earlier words, exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Guanzi Wang sneered and turned to the Yin family members, ominously stating, "For the Yin family to have someone like you as an heir is not bad. Too bad you've offended me and must die." With that command, shadows emerged from the darkness, emanating a fierce roar and shaking the heavens with their tiger roars. These shadows seemed like the reapers stepping out from hell, each strike claiming a life. The tide of battle turned instantly, and the Yin family members were cornered in despair, resisting in vain against opponents who could crush them effortlessly. Guanzi Wan revealed a smirk of satisfaction, calmly observing as bloodlust gleamed in his eyes. However, at that moment, ripples began to form in the center of the hall. Initially subtle, the ripples quickly intensified into surging waves, engulfing and crushing the nearby disciples of the Blood Tiger Tower. Guanzi Wan, visibly shaken, prepared to speak, but before he could, a hand sculpted from green jade extended out from the swirling vortex at the center of the hall. As the hand materialized, a terrifying aura that could make heaven and earth tremble accompanied it. Confronted with this power, Guanzi Wan, drenched in sweat and trembling, showed no hint of his earlier confidence. Simultaneously, the space continued to tremble, and a figure gradually emerged within it. Eventually, a young man dressed in white, with sharp features and a calm expression, appeared before the astonished crowd. The audience fell silent in awe. The young man gazed around and raised an eyebrow, casually asking, "What's this?" "Couldn't wait for my return, eager to reap the rewards." The Blood Tiger Tower's senior disciple, closest to the young man, Guanzi Wang's top disciple among the 3,000, was initially stunned but quickly came to his senses. Despite the imposing aura exuded by the white-clad youth, being the senior disciple of the Blood Tiger Tower, he was arrogant by nature. Signaling to those around him, they launched a coordinated attack on the young man from all sides. In an instant, dozens of disciples from the Blood Tiger Tower descended upon the young man, unleashing a formidable display of power. Faced with this united assault, the white-clad youth smirked coldly and remarked, "Well then, since you strike first, don't blame me for being impolite." With a raised hand, the young man then unleashed a devastating punch. The force behind the punch seemed to reverse the heavens and earth, striking fear into the senior disciple, who could only let out a scream before being obliterated. This was just the beginning, as the power of the punch incapacitated every single disciple from the Blood Tiger Tower, bursting one after another like fireworks. In a moment, all 3,000 disciples of the Blood Tiger Tower were annihilated by that single punch. The previously crowded hall was now eerily silent, with a large area cleared out. The members of the Yen family were stunned into silence, and at that moment, the white-clad youth cast a cold glance towards them, saying, "Oh, there are still more. Then let's all perish together." With those words, the youth swiftly advanced towards the Yen family members and, once again, struck out with his fist. Waves of violent hurricane surged forth, carrying an unparalleled momentum towards the members of the Yen family. Among them stood Yin Yang, the head of the Yen family. At that moment, his face ashen and trembling uncontrollably, he caught sight of the young man's face and suddenly shivered. It was as if he had remembered something, prompting him to exclaim, "Mr. Zhu, are you Mr. Zhu?" And Zhu? Upon hearing this, a glint of light shone in the young man's eyes as his fist, mere inches from Yin Yang's nose, came to a sudden halt. The proximity made Yin Yang feel the warmth of the fist, causing him to swallow hard in fear. Simultaneously, the winds unleashed by the punch tore through the Yin family members and demolished the walls of the temple behind them with thunderous crashes. The destructive force continued beyond, collapsing the buildings of the city of remorse like taper. Yes, appearing here is Zuan. Yin Yang was so frightened that his tongue was almost tied. He trembled as he said, Master, please spare me. I am from the Yan family." "Yan family? Which Yan family?" Yin Yang trembled then said, "Why, Yin Mishu is my daughter." Zuan was slightly surprised to hear this. Then he looked at Yin Yang with a playful expression. "Oh, Yin Mishu is your daughter. Then where is Miss Yan now?" Upon hearing Zuan's words, Yin Yang's heart finally eased a bit. He thought to himself, as long as this Mr. Zhu knows his daughter, it's all good. Trembling, Yin Yang raised his hand and pointed towards Yin Mishu lying lifeless on the ground in the distance. Master, she's over there." Zuan followed his gaze, first taken aback, then his eyes showed a chilling coldness. What is going on? The powerful aura contained in Zuan's words made the nearby members of the Yen family retreat in fear, their faces pale. Just then, Yin Mengtao, who had been hiding behind Yin Yang, suddenly pointed to Guanzi Wang standing in the distance and cried out sweetly, "Master, it was this person who injured Sister Mishu." Oh. Zuan's gaze flickered as he looked at the sweaty and pale-faced Guanzi Wang. Miss Yan was injured by him. Yes, and our Yan family was deceived by this person. We only entered this temple because of him. I hope the master can see the truth. With tears welling up in her eyes, Yin Mengtao looked pitiful. However, all her efforts were in vain as Zuan didn't even spare her a glance, but instead lifted his head to look at Guanzi Wang quietly. "Did you injure her?" Under Zuan's cold gaze, Guanzi Wang trembled all over, a forced smile appearing on his face. Master, I truly didn't know she was your friend. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Unlike the other members of the Yen family, Guanzi Wang's cultivation level far exceeded theirs, but the immense pressure emanating from Zuan made him feel more terrified than ever, surpassing even the pressure he felt facing Lihen Qianjun. Realizing that this white-robed youth might be the one who defeated Lihen Qianjun, Guanzi Wang couldn't help but be shocked and fearful. He could now be certain that this seemingly celestial youth had the strength to eliminate Lihen Qianjun. Considering how insignificant he felt in front of Lihen Qianjun, Guanzi Wang couldn't help but feel even more powerless against this youth. Therefore, he lowered his stance to an extremely submissive level in fear. Witnessing this, the members of the Yen family were also slightly stirred. Guanzi Wang had been arrogant and overbearing when facing them before, but now he seemed like a mouse seeing a cat before this youth. This drastic change in behavior created a sense of absurdity in everyone's hearts. As for Yin Mengtao, she stared blankly at Zuan's back, her gaze becoming increasingly fervent. If she could be associated with such a powerful figure, her future prospects would truly be limitless. This thought sparked a frenzy in Yin Mengtao's mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. However, Zuan paid no attention to all this. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Since you know you deserve death, then go ahead and end it yourself." The cold voice echoed in the temple, leaving Guanzi Wang dumbfounded. His words about deserving death were just empty rhetoric. But who would have thought this white-clad youth took it seriously? Zuin raised an eyebrow. You said you deserve death, right? I'll give you the chance. What? Are you trying to deceive me? Or do you want me to help you end it? This. Guanzi stuttered, his face turning red. Just then, the steward from the Blood Tiger Tower suddenly rushed out from the shadows of the temple and shouted, "Boss, take the armor." With that, he lifted his hand and threw a beam of light towards Guanzi. Delighted, Guanzi stomped his foe and shot out like a cannonball, directly confronting the beam of light. The two met in midair with a light click. The beam of light then enveloped Guanzi like mercury, completely covering him. In an instant, sounds of metal gears turning, friction, and engagement filled the air. Soon, Guanzi entire body was wrapped in a suit of armor emitting a thick blood-colored light. The design of this armor was exaggerated and weird, outlining the body of a fierce tiger, with a huge tiger head as Guanzi helmet. At this moment, the cold bloodthirsty light in the tiger's eyes stared fixedly at Zuan. Underneath this armor exuding a sense of cold mechanical beauty, Guanzi aura continued to rise. This sight astonished everyone in the hall. Yan trembled as he murmured, "It's the Blood Tiger armor, the trump card of the Blood Tiger Tower." At the same time, Guanzi chuckled strangely. "Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry, but suddenly I don't feel like dying anymore. Not only do I not want to die, I think we should have a good talk between us." His tone had changed from despondent to confident, filled with power. All of this was thanks to the armor. While the Blood Tiger Tower had already been an eyesore to the Lihen Chuanjun, the reason he had not dealt with them earlier was largely due to this suit of armor. In terms of strength alone, 10 Guanzi may not be a match for Lihen Chuanjun. However, with this armor, Guanzi might not be able to defeat Lihen Chuanjun, but he would at least have the strength to defend himself, and in a desperate situation, there was a possibility of mutual destruction. Due to this, despite fearing Lihen Chuanjun, he had to let him be. Zuan looked up at Guanzi suspended in midair, and said with interest, "Talk? About what?" Guanzi smirked, "You killed 3,000 disciples of my Blood Tiger Tower. I'm not going to hold a grudge over it because major events require flexibility. Also, with our formidable strength, if we join forces, Lihen Chuanjun will have no one to match us. Then we can rule the world together. Wouldn't that be great?" This proposal sounded tempting, and Guanzi knew his words now carried more weight with the armor on. "Only with power will your words be heard. You." Guanzi expression changed as his armor began to tremble and shift like flowing water. Then he coldly laughed, "Hehe, I hope you understand that I am not afraid of you. With the enhancement of my armor, I possess the true form of an undying body. You." Before Guanzi could finish his sentence, he saw Zuan's figure suddenly disappear from the original spot, and then reappear in front of him. The ghostly speed startled Guanzi, and fear appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Zuan's cold voice sounded, "An undying body. Fine. Then I will make you die." With that, Zuan raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. This punch seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Guanzi tried to dodge, but he was horrified to find himself locked in place, unable to avoid the rapidly enlarging fist in front of him. In desperation, he saw his Blood Tiger armor suddenly tremble, then rapidly squirm and form a shield in the nick of time. At the same time, Zuan's fist arrived. The two collided directly. Doom. A visible shockwave spread out violently, the powerful sound even causing the entire temple to tremble. Shortly after, Guanzi armor emitted a mournful cry, then under the force of Zuan's powerful punch, flew out like a shooting star. Dang! The exquisite decorations on the dome of the Temple of Parting Sorrow were directly shattered, and the translucent spirit pearls fell down with a clatter. Amidst the rising dust, Guanzi body smashed a human-shaped hole in the temple's dome, then slanted towards the distant buildings. Dang! In a series of continuous explosions, Guanzi was like a projectile, directly destroying dozens of buildings, until finally crashing into a magnificent building and coming to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded, because just as Guanzi and the Yin family's group entered the Temple of Parting Sorrow, various strong individuals and forces in the city of Parting Sorrow had gathered here, hoping to see how things would unfold. Never did they expect that before they could see any clues, they witnessed such a scene. In the midst of the astonishment, the magnificent building made a strained groan and slowly collapsed, turning into rubble with a thunderous roar. Just before it collapsed, the plaque hanging on the building also fell off, turning into powder. The plaque bore 3 large characters, Blood Tiger Tower. As the smoke billowed, people stared in a daze until someone finally trembled and said, "That person who was just thrown out, isn't he Guanziwan, the master of the Blood Tiger Tower?" Someone nearby nodded, equally panic-stricken. "Yes, I saw it too. It was him. And it seems he was still wearing his armor." The crowd was shocked. Since the fall of the Lord of Sorrowful Love's realm, Guanzi Wang's strength in the City of Parting Sorrow should have ranked first, and this was without even utilizing his most powerful trump card, the Blood Tiger armor. If he were to use it, his strength would greatly increase, possibly even to the level of challenging a lord's strength. Yet, such a formidable existence was actually forcibly thrown out, smashing his own building and falling into an unknown state of life and death. Who was the one who attacked? How could they possess such overwhelming strength? These thoughts raced through everyone's minds. At that moment, a figure flashed by, and a young man dressed in white appeared in midair. His arrival caused a stir among the crowd. "Who is this person?" someone asked in puzzlement. "I've never seen him before, but judging by the extraordinary aura emanating from him, this person is definitely extraordinary," someone said with a grave expression. However, some people's attention drifted, particularly those young people who had come purely to spectate from a distance. Especially the young girls, their eyes lit up almost instantly. What a handsome young man. Many wealthy young ladies couldn't take their eyes off him, praising him repeatedly. But their remarks caused the faces of the accompanying young men to turn unpleasant. "Humph, what's the use of being good-looking? Without strength, he's just a waste," a man sneered sarcastically. Just then, Zuin stood with his hands behind his back in midair, looking at the gradually settling dust from the ruins in the distance and said flatly, "What's this? Is this all you're capable of? If you're defeated like this, then you're wasting this set of armor." As he spoke, the ground suddenly started to tremble lightly, and a majestic momentum gradually took shape, stirring the winds and clouds above the ruins. This is," someone exclaimed, but before he could finish, the ruin suddenly exploded, bricks and tiles flying everywhere, and a deafening tiger roar resounded through the universe. Many weaker cultivators were scared pale by the roar, some even staggering and almost falling from the sky. Even those who could barely remain standing had unpleasant expressions on their faces, because within that roar contained an incredibly powerful sonic attack that ordinary people couldn't resist. And just as the echo of the tiger's roar faded, a figure charged forward with the momentum of a thunderbolt, swiftly approaching. Such was the speed that the air burst, creating a thunderous roar and a deep trench in the space. The target was directly aimed at Zuin standing in midair. This absolute power and momentum shocked everyone. Many wealthy young ladies screamed, thinking that the handsome white-clothed youth was unlikely to escape unscathed. On the contrary, many men showed a hint of satisfaction on their faces. However, Zuin, standing in midair, did not even blink, just coldly gazed at the incoming figure. It was only when the figure was close that Zuin and suddenly raised his hand and pressed it directly onto the approaching figure. Doom! A deafening dull sound resounded, and some people close by were directly thrown back by the shockwave, coughing up blood, indicating they had suffered serious internal injuries. Everyone looked up in shock. The figure of Guanzi Wang paused in midair, a slender hand placed on his forehead. Who could have imagined that Zuin would actually use one palm to forcefully hit Guanzi Wang, who was covered in full body armor? And it seemed like he was winning. At that moment, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. Then he shook his head. "Nice armor, but too bad it's being warmed by a trash like you." These words made Guanzi Wang, who was exerting all his strength to shake Zuin, first stunned and then enraged. "Die! Die! 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 Die!" Guanzi Wang roared to the sky, and the armor on his body began to move once again. In the midst of the transformation, the helmet with a tiger head suddenly closed, and the armor on his arms also changed, getting down on all fours and transforming into a blood-colored tiger. The gigantic tiger let out a bone-chilling roar, then opened its mouth and lunged towards Zuin. The icy metallic gleaming fangs seemed to cut through space, emitting black flashes. Facing this terrifying momentum, Zuin just smiled. "Go. This is getting interesting." With that, Zuin took a step forward, reached into the tiger head with his hand, grabbed its 2 fangs, and coldly shouted, "Get lost." Doom! Zuin exerted force with both arms, violently tearing apart the giant tiger made of metallic armor. and then swung it to crash far into the distance. Bang! After a loud bang, the giant tiger crashed into the ground, but in an instant, it charged up again and lashed at Zuan with its tail. The tail, like a steel whip, with a fierce whistling sound, struck towards Zuan. There is no doubt that even a powerful expert would need to retreat before this tail. The half-step immortal king would also be shaken. However, Zuan laughed heartily and, at an amazing speed, extended one hand and, in a split second, grabbed the tail, then shook both his arms. The giant tiger, like a startled cat, let out a cry and tried to break free from Zuan's grip, but its struggles were in vain. Zuan lifted it up again and then slammed it down. Bang! This time, the impact was even faster than before, shattering the ground into a deep crater. Unlike the previous time, the giant tiger did not directly rush out this time, but staggered out and then circled around Zuan with some trepidation. However, as it rotated, the wounds on the giant tiger's body were visibly and rapidly healing. In a moment, it had fully recovered and then revealed a ferocious look, charging towards Zuan once again. Unfazed, Zuan engaged in a battle with the giant tiger solely using his two hands. This intense battle left all bystanders pale-faced. They never expected that there could be such a vigorous person like Zuan in the world, relying solely on physical strength to confront the ultimate evolved blood tiger armor. This sounds almost like a fairy tale, but it happened right before their eyes. Many young men and women were thrilled to watch this intense battle, fist to flesh, unmatched in valor. Moreover, throughout the entire fierce fight, Zuan remained calm in white robes, exuding an almost divine aura. This naturally caused many young women's hearts to race. Even the men who were previously jealous of Zuan now dared not show any strange emotions, because jealousy only exists between people of similar strength, but when the gap is too vast, jealousy dissipates. Among the members of the Yan family, Yan Mentao was watching Zuan, who was dominating the situation, with shining eyes, a thought echoing in her mind. I must have him. No matter what it takes, I must become his. Why should Yan Mishu, that foolish woman, be able to know such a strong individual? I refuse to accept it. Just as Yan Mentao's heart was filled with jealousy, the giant tiger, which had been thrown away once again but quickly healed its injuries, stopped in its tracks. Its eyes glowed with blood-red light as the voice of Guanziwan echoed from it. Mr. Zhu, your strength is worthy of my respect, but haven't you realized that all your struggles from the beginning until now are futile? No matter how serious my injuries, this armor will repair them for me. Because, as I've said, after wearing this armor, I am truly immortal, so save your energy. His voice carried a sense of pride, Zhu, and halted, his face unchanged, not even breathing heavily, as if the high-intensity battle just now was merely a leisurely stroll after dinner. He calmly asked, what else do you want to say? Heh, Mr. Zhu, between you and me, there was no enmity to begin with, just some misunderstandings. If you nod, then the riches or power of Lihan Heaven are yours to choose. What do you think? After all, we both can't do anything to each other now. I think this is a good solution for both of us. Guanziwan talked confidently. Zuan looked coldly, and only after he finished speaking, a hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It sounds tempting indeed. If it were someone else, I might have agreed. But you got one premise wrong. What do you mean? Guanziwan's voice grew colder, feeling that Zuan was too arrogant and conceited. Though he was indeed formidable, he could not break through his armor. Refusing his terms was simply foolish. You say that I can't do anything to you, that you are immortal, but in my opinion, there are only 4 words to describe it. Saying that, Zhu, and extended 4 fingers and said calmly, overweening pride. Oh no. You probably don't understand this idiom. Let me change it. Pure nonsense, you. Guanziwan was furious and shouted, Zhu, you have no shame. Today, I will make you pay. As he spoke, he turned into a bloodlight and dashed towards Zuang. This time, his momentum was even stronger than before. Yet, facing this strike, Zuan just smiled faintly. You don't believe me after I've said it. Fine. Let me show you. With that, Zuan casually took out something from his chest. A small blue gold seal. Aren't you relying on this armor? Well, today, I'll take it from you. He pressed down on the blue gold seal abruptly. The seal seemed to come to life, rapidly extending numerous gears that began spinning madly. In an instant, the alchemical armor transformed into a gleaming blue-golden glove on Zuan's arm. Simultaneously, Guanziwan had already reached him, Zhu, and clenched his fist. The glove shimmered, and he then threw a punch. In the blink of an eye, the green and golden light suddenly gained overwhelming dominance, while the blood light trembled like a loyal servant, expressing the most sincere submission. At the same time, the light suddenly dispersed, revealing a strange scene before everyone. The giant tiger formed by armor. Its entire body began to disintegrate abruptly, and then like a swarm of ants, crazily surged towards Xuan's palm. The speed was so fast that in an instant, the giant tiger had completely disintegrated and merged with the glove on Xuan's hand. In contrast, inside the armor was Guanzi. He seemed completely unresponsive as the armor on his body had disappeared. Miraculously, his head was still resting on Xuan's palm due to inertia. It was only then that Guanzi realized his body felt cold, and his entire aura plummeted. This realization startled him, and as he lowered his head he was horrified to discover that his armor had vanished. Before he could even speak, Xuan coldly said, "So, are you still indestructible?" With that, Xuan's fist struck directly at Guanzi. Before he could react, Guanzi was struck on the head by the fist. Dang! Guanzi Wang's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, and his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood amidst a series of explosions. However, within the blood mist, a light flew out hurriedly towards the sky. But as fast as he was, Xuan was even faster, especially with the enhancement of the alchemical armor, appearing in front of the light in an instant, blocking its path. The light trembled in despair, revealing its form. It was the soul of Guanzi, who stared at Xuan in horror, trembling as he exclaimed, Master, I know I was wrong. Please spare my soul." The whole scene fell silent. People's mouths were agape in shock. Who could have imagined that the battle would end with such a dramatic conclusion? It was evenly matched, and nobody could overpower the other. But soon, relying on the blood tiger armor, Guanzi, who roamed the world, lost to Xuan's subordinate who possessed the alchemical armor of even higher grade. Not only did he fail to protect his armor, but it was forcefully fused by the opponent. This turn of events was simply unbelievable. At that moment, Xuan smirked at Guanzi. "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you." Guanzi dared not relax, as uprooting the source of trouble was quite common in the divine realm. Indeed, Guanzi himself had done it more than once. Xuan didn't bother with Guanzi Wang's thoughts and simply asked, "I have one question for you. How did you obtain this set of alchemical armor?" Guanzi Wang's soul trembled but dared not conceal anything, as in this state, he was extremely vulnerable, and with Xuan's power, even a breath could annihilate him. To save his life, Guanzi disclosed everything. "Master, this set of alchemical armor was obtained by me 1,000 years ago, and I passed by an ancient ruin. At that time, I was just an ordinary cultivator. However, after obtaining this armor, I cultivated through the methods within it, eventually becoming a powerful figure." "Oh, an ancient ruin?" Xuan's eyes lit up. Guanzi quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right, an ancient ruin. But unfortunately, after I obtained this alchemical armor, that ruin was completely destroyed." Zhu, and gazed deeply at Guanzi without speaking. Fearing, Guanzi swore, "Master, I dare not deceive you. That ancient ruin was indeed destroyed. If you don't believe me, you can now access my memories." Xuan shook his head. "I ask you, when you obtained this armor, were there any other armors present?" Guanzi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, there was only this armor present at the time." "Are you certain?" Guanzi nodded earnestly. "I am sure." Xuan's eyes flickered as he waved his hand. The glove on his hand faded like flowing water, transforming back into the green and golden seal. However, now tiger pattern adorned it, a change after devouring the armor. Xuan spoke softly. "From the aura, this blood tiger armor should have been a complete set, and judging by its intense aura, it must be extraordinary. Regrettably, the once powerful alchemical civilization has vanished. If this set of armor was complete, the scene would be incredibly formidable." With a sigh, Xuan looked regretful. Having been an immortal sovereign, Xuan had encountered remnants of the ancient alchemical civilization multiple times. Furthermore, after his rebirth, he had seen these remnants again. For example, the green and golden seal in Xuan's hand was obtained after defeating the first divine general under the divine king of Tiajiao. This alchemical armor, both in momentum and level, surpassed the blood tiger armor. Crucially, The green and golden seal seemed to possess a miraculous effect, the potential for infinite fusion and evolution. This was why Zhuan decided to induce Guanziwan to unlock the ultimate form of the blood tiger armor and then assimilate it. All these circumstances illustrated the great power of the alchemical civilization at the time. Sadly, it had all disappeared into thin air. In his heart, Zhuan felt lamentation. Guanziwan trembled all over and then ecstatically bowed to Zhuang. Thank you, master. With that, he turned and tried to run. Stop. Guanziwan froze in place, then looked at Zhuan in terror. Master, do you have any further orders? Zhuan icily said, this matter is settled, but if you dare to act recklessly again, do you understand the power of my fist? Yes. Master, rest assured, I will find a quiet place to hide after I return, and will never show my face again. Guanziwan vowed earnestly. Zhu and nodded. Good. May you abide by your words. The Yan family members all bowed respectfully, many of them trembling with excitement, because they felt that with such a powerful backer, the future of the Yan family would be limitless. In this atmosphere of awe from the entire crowd, only Yan Mengtao acted very theatrically. With a gentle smile on her face, she walked up in a respectful manner, greeted Zhuan with a graceful salute and a soft voice, saying, congratulations on displaying your power and defeating the strong enemy. This kind of behavior made many inexperienced men stare. After all, Yan Mengtao was considered a beauty. Deliberately revealing her charm was even more stunning. At this moment, Yan Mengtao was secretly excited, thinking, even if you are a great hero, I don't believe you don't like beauty. As long as you can find a way to leave a deep impression on him, the chances of success will be much higher. But she never expected that all her efforts were in vain, and her plans were completely fruitless, because from start to finish, Zhuan didn't even look at her, but with a single move, he passed through the crowd, returned to the temple, and came to Yan Mishu, who was still lying on the ground unconscious. The smile on Yan Mengtao's face froze, her eyelids twitched frantically, staring at Yan Mishu on the ground with jealousy almost turning into substance. Why is it always this Yan Mishu and not me? Yan Mengtao's heart screamed frantically. She almost wished to replace Yan Mishu on the ground, but she never thought about her previous sarcasm towards Yan Mishu. At this moment, Zhuan looked at Yan Mishu on the ground, sighed softly, and said, what a silly girl. Then, he waved his hand, and a ray of light entered Yan Mishu's brow. Yan Mishu shuddered, then slowly opened her eyes. Zhuan had long seen that Yan Mishu was not in serious danger. When he took action, he held back because Yan Mishu's strength was too weak, causing her to lose consciousness due to soul shock. Now, as long as he restored her soul, she would be okay. Yan Mishu's eyes were full of confusion, but when she saw Zhuan standing beside her with a smile, the confusion in her eyes quickly faded, and she trembled, saying, Sir, am I dreaming? Or am I already dead? Zhu, and smiled, you're not dreaming. And you're not dead. I'm back. Just a simple I'm back filled Yan Mishu's eyes with tears. But soon, she took a deep breath, then struggled to stand up. The Blood Tiger Pavilion. There's no more Blood Tiger Pavilion. I've already destroyed it. Zhuan replied calmly. Hearing this, Yan Mishu was slightly surprised, then lowered her head deeply. Thank you, sir. Zhuan smiled faintly. All right, we are friends now. No need for formalities. If you're willing, you can call me brother. Upon hearing this, Yan Mengtao's eyes turned blue with jealousy, but Yan Mishu trembled slightly and, looking at Zhuan with gratitude, said, Yes, brother Zhu, and nodded, then asked, looking at Yan Mishu, who had just woken up but was still trembling due to energy disturbances, how are your injuries? Yan Mishu replied softly, not serious. A few more days of rest and I'll be fine. At this moment, Yan Yan came forward flatteringly, bowing deeply to Zhuan. Sir, you saved my Yan family. We are deeply grateful, and it's hard for us to repay this kindness. So, before he could finish, he was unable to continue. Zhuan was looking at him coldly. When Yan Yan met his gaze, he felt a chill down his spine, drenched in cold sweat instantly. Zhuan had long seen that Yan Yan and the others were not as innocent as they claimed to be, especially when his own daughter was injured on the ground, and as her father, Yan Yan didn't dare to speak a word. It was very suspicious. Moreover, they had also trespassed into the temple, showing their hidden agenda. Zhuan just couldn't be bothered with them at that moment. Now, seeing Yan Yan dared to speak, a cold glint passed through his eyes. Yin Yang cowered and remained silent. Yin Mengtao, on the other hand, gritted her teeth, then walked up with a smile on her face, saying, "Brother Zhu, my father just wanted to express his gratitude. If there's any offense, please forgive us." "Sister, don't you agree with what I said?" With that, Yin Mengtao and Yin Yang, the father and daughter, both looked towards Yin Mishu. Yin Mishu's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she was about to speak. At that moment, Zhu, and sneered coldly, "Brother Zhu, who are you to call me Brother Zhu? What right do you have to manage me?" This statement was like a loud slap that directly hit Yin Mengtao in the face. Yin Mengtao's face instantly turned pale, then flushed with embarrassed fury. But Zhuan didn't even spare her a glance. He turned to Yin Mishu and asked, "Who are these two?" His words were filled with chilling intent. It was clear to everyone at that moment that Zhuan had murderous intentions. The whole scene fell silent. Yin Yang, in particular, trembled all over, his face showing horror. Then he looked at Yin Mishu with almost a pleading look. As for the rest of the Yin family members, they looked at the Yin family's eldest daughter with complex gazes. This whole affair was initiated by Yin Mishu at first, but only she persisted to the end. Thinking back on their ridicule and sarcasm towards Yin Mishu before, many people couldn't help feeling ashamed. In this situation, Yin Mishu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Brother Zhu, these two are my father and my sister." This answer made Yin Yang secretly relieved. What he feared most was Yin Mishu seeking revenge at this moment. After hearing this, Zhuan looked deeply at Yin Mishu, then nodded. "All right, since that's the case, I'll spare them for your sake." Yin Mishu trembled, then bowed. "Thank you." Her voice choked with tears, her eyes filled with tears. She knew very well that Zhuan's actions were meant to vent for her. And as she looked up and saw Yin Mengtao's delicate face turning pale, and Yin Yang obsequiously thanking Zhuan, Yin Mishu suddenly felt a sense of relief. While it is said to forgive is divine, if you haven't experienced it, don't advise others to be magnanimous. At the same time, Zhuan said coldly, "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere and teach you some techniques." At this moment, the Fubao Shalu is very lively. Zhu Men, Yuran, and Zhang Shan'an are gathered here. This has made Shan and Nianian, who are usually rarely seen by strangers, extremely excited. "Sis, are you really transformed from a puppy?" Nianian tilted her head, her face full of curiosity. If someone else dared to ask like this, Zhang Shan'an would probably have flipped out immediately. You see, as a member of the canine clan, what they hate the most is when someone compares them to dogs, because it's simply comparing to completely different concepts. But after spending these days together, Zhang Shan'an has already figured out the personalities of these twin sisters, naturally knowing that they have no ill intentions. And maybe it's because she is also pregnant. Zhang Shan'an now loves these sisters even more, silently praying more than once, hoping to give birth to a daughter as cute as Shan and Nianian. So when she heard Nianian's question, Zhang Shan'an smiled, then nodded. "Yes, but Sis X is not a puppy. I am a princess of the Golden Canine clan." "But is there any difference? Why do I feel they are the same?" Nianian still had some confusion. "Of course, there is a difference. Dogs are pets, but the canine clan is a large group with many powerful races passed down from ancient times." Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak. Nianian's eyes gradually widened. "Wow, so amazing. Sis X, can you show me your true form?" Before Zhang Shan'an could speak, Shan appeared behind Nianian at some point. Then she raised her hand and lightly knocked on Nianian's head. "Ah, sister, why did you hit me?" Nianian rubbed her head with infinite grievances. "Humph, why are you talking nonsense? Asking Sis X to reveal her true form. Don't you know that Sis X is already pregnant?" Shan brought out her sister's authority, saying with a serious face. However, Nianian's attention was not on this at all. When she heard that Zhang Shan'an was pregnant, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then she looked at Zhang Shan'an. "Sis X, is it true?" Zhang Shan'an blushed and nodded somewhat embarrassedly. "Yes." "Wow, so amazing. Now we'll have a little sister to play with." Nianian cheered. "Huh, how do you know it's a little sister?" Zhang Xiaoyu was puzzled. Nianian smirked, "Because that's how I feel." But everyone was completely unaware that as Nianian spoke, a thread of fate was changing. Watching the innocent and carefree Nianian, Everyone present couldn't help but smile. Zhu Meng and Yuan were entering the Fubao Shaolu for the first time, naturally marveling at this exquisitely crafted and self-contained world. But most importantly, it was the people living here. Enian, needless to say, as the mistress here, was a perfect example of grace and beauty with her strength. Kuying was even more mysterious to Zhu Meng and others. This stunning girl seemed to be shrouded in mist, but occasionally revealing a strong aura that left people in awe. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, this little girl took on most of the comedic relief in the Fubao Shaolu and was truly a source of joy. Apart from this, what surprised Zhu Meng and Yuan the most were Xiang and Nianian. They couldn't imagine that what looked like a young man, Zuan, was already a father and had such exquisite and cute twin sisters. However, quickly, they were also touched by the warm atmosphere here, feeling like it was a harmonious big family free from the disturbances and conflicts of the outside world, almost like a paradise. Just then, a radiant light shone inside the small building, and then Zuan and Yanmisha walked in one after the other. Miss Yan, Yuan was stunned, then asked in surprise. Yanmishu also didn't expect to see so many people here, and was momentarily taken aback. Mrs. Zhu Meng, butler you? Why are you all here, Zhu? And smiled. They came with me to the god's prison and then entered this small building on our way back. Just then, Xiang and Nianian curiously approached. Daddy, who is this lady? Xiang asked first. Yes, Daddy. And this lady seems to be injured. Nianian also asked. Zhu, and crouched down, affectionately kissed both little girls on the cheek, then smiled and said, This lady is Daddy's friend. She was injured this time, so I brought her here to recuperate and heal. Oh. Xiang nodded. Nianian had already become very familiar and boldly approached, looking at Yanmishu with watery eyes. Sister, don't be afraid. My daddy is amazing. If you are ever bullied, he will surely help you. Yanmishu was originally in a state of confusion. Just hearing the word daddy from the two little girls' mouths instantly touched Yanmishu's heart. Daddy, so he already has such big daughters. It's funny that she dared to dream so foolishly before. Thinking this, Yanmishu couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, feeling inexplicably desolate. And the greeting from Nianian made Yanmishu stunned. Then she looked blankly at Nianian. The little girl's eyes were so pure and flawless that there was no impurity to be found in them. The only thing present was full of concern and kindness. Somehow, even though Yanmishu, who had never cried when scolded by her father, isolated by all the members of the family, couldn't hold back tears at this moment. Nianian's care was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly making Yanmishu break down and cry uncontrollably. This frightened Nianian, thinking she said something wrong, hurriedly and anxiously said, Sister, don't cry. What happened? Are you in pain from your injury? At this time, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Yanmishu raised her head, and through the tears, she could see a woman with an extraordinary temperament and astonishing beauty standing in front of her. Even Yanmishu, who was also a woman, couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did Enian smile lightly and softly said, It's okay, stop crying. Since you are my husband's friend, don't be afraid. Stay here and recuperate properly. Husband, this is Mr. Zhu's wife. Sure enough, so beautiful. Yanmishu trembled all over, then bowed her head in self-reproach. Regardless of demeanor or looks, Yanmishu felt inferior and defeated. Admitting defeat from the heart, not a trace of jealousy could be born within. Zuan's head shook instantly like a drum. I'm not going. And Yan smiled coolly. Oh, why are you so afraid? I just have a few words to say to you. Zuan took a deep breath. Why can't we talk here? Do I have to come over? And Yan raised her eyebrows. I'll ask you again now. Are you coming over or not? If it's not appropriate, then I won't come. As an honorable immortal, how can I go back on my word? Zuan spoke with righteousness. And Yan's smile remained on her face, but her tone turned cold. Stop talking. Come over to me. Zuan. After a moment, Zuan stood there awkwardly, enduring the intense pain from his shoulder. At this moment, Yan had a fierce expression as she bit down hard on Zuan's shoulder. As she bit, Yan mumbled unclearly, I'll bite you to death, bad guy. Zuan could only forcefully suppress his cultivation to avoid hurting Yan further, allowing her to vent her emotions. It wasn't until some time had passed that Yan finally released her grip on his shoulder. Looking at the deep bite mark with a trickle of blood, and Yan seemed satisfied with her handiwork. She lifted her head to look at Zuan, who wore a wry smile, sternly, and Yan asked, "Do you know why I bit you?" A man's wisdom and acting skills are best demonstrated when facing a woman's interrogation. For example, Zuan understood something very clearly in the face of Yan's questions. When facing Yan's inquiries, one had to act really foolish and innocent. So, Zuan instantly switched to his leading man mode, showing a face of doubt, shaking his head lightly, saying, "Yanner, I really don't know what you're talking about. Moreover, if a wife doesn't nibble her husband a bit to let off steam, isn't that justifiable? What's there to talk about?" And Yan, who had an expression of anger, was thrown off by Zuan's words for a moment. "Nonsense, you're making me sound like a demoness." And Yan spat out, "Heh, if you were a demoness, you would be the most beautiful one in all realms." Zuan chuckled, revealing a strong desire to survive. And Yan huffed, "Stop trying to sweet-talk me. I'm asking you. You bring back a pretty girl every time you go out. What's the meaning of that? If I didn't care, would you plan to fill this small building with women?" Despite Yan's threatening question, Zuan didn't hesitate and instantly shook his head. "No, I'm not planning that." These two responses were the surefire way a man would use to save his life, and Zuan utilized them at that moment. And Yan observed Zuan for a long while before nodding. "Humph, I know you wouldn't dare, or else, my little scissors have always been ready." As she spoke, and Yan couldn't help but laugh. And Yan wasn't the type to be petty or overly jealous. She trusted Zu, and completely convinced that after experiencing so much together, she and Zuan had become inseparable. This bond couldn't be broken by anyone or anything. As for Yan Meishu, Yan had seen through her intentions from the first moment she set eyes on the woman. But Yan didn't pay much attention to her because she understood that feelings couldn't be controlled by external forces. And Yan wasn't going to worry needlessly or get worked up over a young girl. That would be beneath her. However, understanding didn't mean that Yan lacked irritation. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous at times. That's why she gave Zuan a bit of disciplinary action. It was like a mother tiger patrolling her territory, asserting her dominance. At the same time, it served as a small spice in their daily life. After all, Yan understood better than anyone that living life too clearly could be exhausting. Occasionally, a bit of indulgence and capriciousness could add some fun, because men fell for that. Laughs, of course. The complexities of these matters were such that there's a saying, "A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean." But Yan didn't realize that Zuan had long since understood that she was just teasing him. Yet he was willing to play along with this silly girl, because as long as Yanner was happy, Zuan would be happy too. After the two had their fun, Zuan finally turned serious and said, "Yanner, even if you didn't ask me, I wanted to tell you that I brought Yan Meishu back to the Fubaozilu not just for her to recuperate." What do you mean?" And Yan looked at Zuan with growing curiosity. Zuan smiled. "Although the Hateless Heavenly Lord is dead, the Hateless Heaven is still not peaceful with many strong individuals and intricate factions emerging. While things are under control while I'm here, as soon as we leave, chaos will ensue. This goes against our intentions. We came all this way to avenge the Hua clan, eliminate injustice. But that's just a reason, not an excuse. If we cause chaos and then wash our hands off because of that, how are we any different from the Hateless Heavenly Lord?" And Yan listened quietly, and a light of understanding shone in her eyes as she looked at Zuan. That's why she liked this man. He always remembered his original intentions, never swayed by power or influence, never backing down. Her eyes shimmering with moisture, and Yan looked at Zuan and asked softly, "So, husband, what do you mean?" "Now, Zhang Zunnan is carrying the descendant of General Zitian. Naturally, she must stay in this realm to await General Zitian's return. While Drunken Dream and Yuran, despite their previous misconduct, have been refined by me and can be trusted. As for Yan Meishu, her conduct has also been tested and proven reliable. So, I have decided to cultivate all these three factions into strong entities to maintain order in this realm." Upon hearing this, Yan was slightly surprised. "All three factions?" Zu and nodded. "Yes, but is that necessary?" And Yan was puzzled. Zuan let out a sigh, reaching out to gently stroke Yan's head. "Yanner, you have a pure heart. You don't know the dangers of the realms. But human nature is even more terrifying than the realms, especially when one has power. Few can remain true to their original intentions, because power is like a poison that slowly erodes one's will. If I were to cultivate only one faction, it's hard to say they won't become the next hateless, heavenly lore after we leave. So, you intend to make all three factions strong and have them balance each other out? And Yen realized, Zhu, and nodded. Exactly. And Yen finally understood Zuen's thoughtful plan and couldn't help but admire. Husband, you think so far ahead. I think this is the best approach. Zuen smiled and then looked out of the window at the scenery of the small building, a glint of determination in his eyes. In his mind, the two memory pearls from the Hateless Heavenly Lord and the Purple Weaver Star Lord began to tremble slightly, then shattered, flooding Zuan's divine consciousness with a rush of memories. This is a vast memory that is enough to directly explode the minds and souls of ordinary people. But in the face of the nearly boundless spiritual consciousness of Zuan, not even a ripple was stirred up. In an instant, countless images seemed to flash through Zuan's eyes. Then Zuan slowly closed his eyes, and Yen stood quietly by the side, waiting. After a moment of silence, suddenly, a flash of anger appeared on Zuan's face, and then he raised his eyes abruptly, with two bone-chilling lights flashing in his eyes. But even so, the imposing aura still made this talismanic building tremble. The divine rune ball playing together on the third floor suddenly let out a baby-like scream, then desperately burrowed into Nyan's arms, never daring to show his head again. As the boundary spirit of the talisman, it could sense the bone-chilling coldness emanating from Zuan better than anyone else. Even the ocean behemoths that entered the talismanic building from the sea of divine punishment were now all cowering at the bottom of the water, trembling. Husband. And Yen also sensed the powerful killing intent, unable to help but call out. With a sigh, Zuan slowly exhaled, blinked his eyes, and the overwhelming killing intent dissipated. Husband, what's wrong? And Yen asked somewhat anxiously. Zhu, and smiled. Nothing, I just saw some images. Although he was smiling, Zuan's eyes were still filled with bone-chilling coldness. In fact, Zuan did not tell Yan. In the memories of the god of hate and the star master Ziwei, Zuan saw many extremely brutal and bloody scenes. Because of their strength and status being greater than the Sun God King or other gods Zuan had encountered before, the memories of the slaughter from 10,000 years ago were more numerous and detailed. But the more he saw it, the angrier Zuan became. Because the cruelty depicted in the memories was beyond words. If Zuan hadn't experienced numerous dangers, witnessed the darkest aspects of human nature, and had an extremely steadfast heart, just these images would be enough to make ordinary people collapse on the spot, go insane, and die. And Yen naturally sensed the overwhelming anger in Zuan's heart, but she knew that any consolation at this moment was futile. She couldn't do anything but stand on tiptoe, gently rub Zuan's eyebrows. Zhu, and chuckled. It's fine, Yanner, I'm just a little sad all of a sudden. His voice began to tremble as he continued, because even until now, I only realized what the Hua clan suffered 10,000 years ago, how much blood and tears were shed. And Yen remained silent. Therefore, my decision is, no matter who the other party is, I will never forgive them, and I will repay tenfold, Zuan said coldly, and as he spoke, each word turned into golden light runes, forming a mysterious seal, and after a thunderous burst of golden light, it disappeared. This was Zuan's heavenly oath made with the power of his own life. It was a gamble with his entire cultivation and the entire world. The agreement was just 8 simple words. The enemy is endless, the sword never sheathes. In the following days, Zuan selected several cultivation methods suitable for Yan En, Zhang Shan'an, and Zui Meng. If they were to learn and practice diligently according to the normal process, it would take at least 10 years for them to just barely reach a basic level. Zuan certainly couldn't afford to wait for 10 years, so he directly infused these 3 cultivation methods into their minds with his powerful spiritual consciousness and deep understanding of the techniques. Under this almost heaven-defying method, the 3 of them rapidly improved their cultivation, finally setting foot on the right path within just a few days. But this was not enough to intimidate the entire god of hate. After all, as the top god in the divine realm, there were a great number of powerful individuals in the god of hate, and it was the overwhelming strength of King of Hate that had previously forced various powerful beings to bow down. The 3 women at this moment, although their strengths had greatly improved, still had a considerable gap compared to the top experts in this realm, let alone generating any intimidation. At this moment, Yan Meishu and the others had already known Zuan's intentions. When they learned that Zuan actually wanted the three of them to govern this realm, they were initially excited, but soon felt immense pressure. Particularly now, they were all very clear about their own strengths. While it might ensure their survival in the God of Hate, by relying on their current abilities, wanting to govern a realm and command respect from all directions was simply wishful thinking. This made the three women anxious. However, Zuan seemed as if he had never considered this point. When the three women finally entered the path of cultivation, he smiled faintly. "Very well, now I will take you back to the God of Hate and have you govern this realm." But among the crowd, Yanmishu couldn't help but speak up. "What if, after you leave this realm, we without our current strength may find it difficult to make everyone willingly bow down and obey?" Yanmishu bit her lip and voiced her doubts. The others also looked at Zuan with questioning gazes, as this doubt was spreading amongst them all. Zuan simply smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. I have a plan. Let's go." With that, Zuan waved his hand, and the group flew out of the talismanic building, returning to the God of Hate Palace. Currently, the atmosphere in the God of Hate Palace was also somewhat strange. Counting from when Zuan left with Yanmishu, it had been a full 10 days. During these 10 days, the members of the Yan family dared not take a step out of the God of Hate Palace. Not only because of Zuan's intimidation, but also because the situation outside had become extremely complex. The Blood Tiger Tower was destroyed by Zuan alone. Guanzi Wang was beaten into a useless shell, stripped of his armor, with only a sliver of his soul barely escaping. However, all the powers and strong beings in the God of Hate City witnessed this battle. Therefore, their hearts were filled with fear, and they dared not make any sudden moves, preparing to welcome the arrival of a new king. The days had passed, and Zuan had not taken a single step out of the God of Hate Palace, not even a sound. This made the various powers baffled. What is going on? Why is there suddenly no news or movement? Could it be he's injured? This thought began to spread in everyone's minds because no one knew what was happening inside. But greed was something that was hard to restrain. By the 10th day, when looking out from the temple, the distant sky was already obscured by a dense crowd of people. Powerful individuals from all sides had gathered together, creating an imposing presence that could make even the heavens and earth change their colors. Such a scene naturally filled the members of the Yan family inside the temple with fear and unease, plunging them into a very awkward situation. Leaving, no one dared not to go out. Waiting, they did not know how long they had to wait here. Faced with such a dilemma, there was an indescribable weird atmosphere lingering within the Yan family. All the elite members of the Yan family, as well as ordinary disciples, were willing to wait for the return of Yanmishu. After all, Yanmishu's previous performance was flawless, proving her strength as the eldest young lady of the Yan family. However, Yan Mentao did not think the same way. She had realized that Zuan was not an ordinary man, someone she could never get close to. And if Yanmishu really took over the Yan family in the future, she could imagine the kind of situation she would be in. With these thoughts in mind, she had repeatedly urged her father to lead the Yan family away from there. For example, at this moment, Yanmishu whispered, "Father, it has already been 10 days, but this Mr. Zuan and Yanmishu have not returned. But time is running out for the Yan family." Yan Yang, confused and restless, would even wake up from his sleep from time to time, because at present, he regretted it so much that it turned his heart blue. He had thought more than once, if only he had listened to his eldest daughter all along, how much better things would be now. With a powerful support like Zuan, wouldn't the Yan family be able to walk confidently in the Leaving and Regret City in the future? And he himself would also become a respected figure, admired by everyone. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets in this world, and Yan Yang could only feel helpless. With these words in mind, Yan Yang furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Yan Mentao's words. "What do you mean by that, father? Haven't you seen the situation outside? The various forces and powerful individuals gathering outside are increasing. The whole Leaving and Regret City has been alarmed, and even distant powers are coming. So what? Even if they come, aren't they still reluctant to cross the line because of the strength shown by Mr. Zhu?" Yan Mengtao sneered. "Father, why are you so confused? Yes, this Mr. Zhu is indeed extremely powerful, enough to suppress everyone. But when will he return? What do you mean?" Yan Yang was puzzled. Yan Mengtao continued. "This Mr. Zhu took Yanmishu away, saying he wanted to impart his techniques to her. But have you ever thought, Is cultivation such a simple matter? Even if Mr. Zhu's cultivation is extraordinary, but even if Yanmishu's talent is exceptional, learning a new set of techniques would still take time, right? Even if she wants to get started, it will take at least 10 years. And during those 10 years, have you thought about what might happen? What might happen? Yin Yang asked blankly. Looking at the crowd gathering in the distance outside the window, Yin Mentao said coldly, "These people are still in awe of Mr. Zhu's power, not daring to come over. But intimidation has its limits. As time goes by, will these people still obediently wait? Moreover, more and more powerful individuals are gathering here now. By the end, if all the strong individuals in Leaving and Regret City come, even if this Mr. Zhu returns, what difference will it make? Are you saying ... Yin Yang's voice trembled. That's right, even ants can kill elephants if there are enough of them. Not to mention the abundance of strong individuals in Leaving and Regret City. If they really all come together, the momentum they create, I think even this Mr. Zhu would have to retreat. So what do you suggest?" Yin Yang's complexion grew paler as he was intimidated by his daughter's words. "My suggestion is simple. The longer we stay here, the more disadvantageous it is for our Yan family, because no one can guarantee, and Mr. Zhu will return. 10 years is just my estimate. What if he takes Yanmishu and leaves this realm directly, never to return? Wouldn't that be even worse for the Yan family?" Yin Mengtao sneered. "So, why not take advantage of our unique advantage in the temple, the immense wealth here, and directly negotiate with the outside forces for cooperation? After all, we have an advantage that others don't have, the vast wealth in this temple." Hearing about cooperation, Yin Yang's face trembled, displaying a look of fear, likely recalling the cooperation with the Blood Tiger Pavilion, and said, "But if we end up like we did with the Blood Tiger Pavilion, won't we be jumping from the tiger's den into the dragon's pool again? Father, do we just wait here to die then? Even if Mr. Zhu quickly returns, do you think my elder sister will forgive you for what you did to her before? By then, a single word from her, and your position as the head of the family will probably be finished." Yin Mengtao's words hit Yin Yang's sore spot, the most worrying thing he had been concerned about in these days. Risks are part of the game. And father, rest assured, as long as we plan well this time, we won't be deceived like last time. Yin Mengtao smoothly persuaded him. After much consideration, Yin Yang finally stood up and said, "All right, Mengtao is right. Waiting here is useless, as Mr. Zhu may not return. For the survival of our Yan family, we must leave here as soon as possible. Do you all understand?" The whole room fell silent. No one spoke up. Doom. The entire audience shook. At the same time, ripples appeared in the void, and Zhuan slowly stepped out, standing proudly in midair, overlooking the Yan family father and daughter with a cold smile. "Leaf, where do you think you can go?" The faces of the Yan family father and daughter changed instantly, and they saw Zhuan return, especially Yin Yang, regretting that he didn't slap himself. Why couldn't he escape Mr. Zhu's eyes, no matter what he did? As for Yin Mengtao, she trembled uncontrollably, because Zhuan's gaze was fixed on her. Yin Mengtao had never thought that there could be such a sharp gaze in the world, so sharp that wherever Zhuan's gaze fell, Yin Mengtao felt like her skin was being peeled open, revealing the raw flesh inside. This feeling made Yin Mengtao extremely uncomfortable, her face as pale as paper. Just then, Zhuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. "Should I say you are skilled in stirring up trouble with your sweet words? Or should I praise your good analysis? Intimidation has its limits. The Yan family can only wait to die here." These words, it seems to make some sense. Yin Mengtao trembled at his words, then looked at Zhuan in horror. You heard everything, Zhu?" And smiled. "Not only did I hear it, I believe everyone did." With that, Yanmishu, Zhu Meng, Zhang Shan'an, and others all walked out from the ripples. Even Zhang Xiaoyu and Huying came out to watch the show. When Yin Mengtao saw so many people appear out of thin air in midair, her mouth slightly opened in shock. She had thought that Zhuan must have taken Yanmishu far away, but who would have thought that he had never left? Thinking about the words she had spoken in the past 10 days, Yin Mengtao felt terrified. At this moment, Yanmishu looked coldly at Yin Mengtao and said, "My dear sister, I used to think you were just jealous of me out of childishness, but now I realize, you're just plain wicked." When Yin Mengtao heard this, her look of fear disappeared, replaced with a burning hatred in her eyes. "Yanmishu, don't use that tone with me. From childhood, Almost everyone in the family liked you, praised you. Anything good had to be given to you, but I don't accept it, because I am the most outstanding one. You were just lucky to be born slightly earlier than me, so why should you suppress me at every turn? The more she spoke, the crazier Yan Mengtao's expression became. That's why I have to prove myself. Prove that I am not inferior to you. But why? Why is your luck so good? And you even met such a strong person. By the end, Yan Mengtao was almost screaming. Yan Mishu's expression changed. She never imagined that her sister harbored so much emotion. But then, anger appeared on Yan Mishu's face. Suppress you. Ha ha, Yan Mengtao, when I was diligently cultivating, what were you doing? You were dancing with young masters at parties. While I was researching trade routes, you were indulging in secret beauty rituals. When I was packing and preparing for travel, staying up all night, you were using all sorts of shameful methods to maintain your appearance. When I didn't see you making any effort, you turned around and accused me of suppressing you at the end. Yan Mengtao, do you mean what you say? Yan Mishu had always been dignified and patient with Yan Mengtao as her half-sister, never saying such things. But at this moment, Yan Mishu erupted with sharp accusations. Yan Mengtao's face changed color rapidly, but she showed no sign of remorse in her eyes. Yan Mishu, I don't accept it. Because of your presence, I never had a chance to shine. Yan Mengtao was relentless at this point, with a mocking expression on her face. Yan Mishu, didn't you go to learn from Mr. Zhu? Why are you back so soon? Or perhaps you are simply not cut out for it and have given up altogether. Turning to Xiaoyu, Yan Mengtao chuckled. Mr. Zhu, why don't you teach me your techniques? I am much smarter than this woman. Zhuan looked at her with a faint smile, but remained silent. At that moment, a strong aura surged from Yan Mishu. It was incomparable to her previous self. Yan Mengtao trembled in fear. This. Yan Mishu coldly said, I have been taught by master. Luckily not disappointing. I have entered the path of cultivation. Yan Mengtao, do you have anything to say now? Yan Mengtao tremblingly lowered her head. Yan Yang, who had lost all color in his face, could only bow repeatedly to Zhuan. Sir, you. Before he could finish his words, Zhuan's gaze flashed, and a powerful force sent Yan Yang flying, crashing heavily into a pillar of the temple. The impact was so severe that Yan Yang nearly spat out blood. His face contorted in pain, but he dared not make a sound. Zhuan coldly said, I don't want to see your face. If I see you again, I will destroy your soul. Understand? Yan Yang was shaking in fear, kneeling on the ground, burying his face deeply in the ground, not daring to speak. Just then, a low laughter came from Yan Mengtao, who had her head bowed. The laughter started weak but gradually grew louder, filled with hysteria. Zhu, I refuse. Why do you ignore me when I'm so close to you? Am I really inferior to Yan Mishu? Tell me, what's wrong with me? Yan Mengtao spoke as if in a frenzy. Hu Ying's face darkened. She snorted in disdain, and was about to say something, but Xiaoyu quickly stopped her. Miss, don't get involved. Can't you see this woman has gone crazy? How dare such a mad woman be so arrogant? Hu Ying was furious. In fact, Yan Mengtao was not ugly at all and could even be considered beautiful. But compared to the ethereal and refined Hu Ying, the accusation of being an ugly monster was not entirely unfounded. Even the frenzied Yan Mengtao was completely dumbfounded, because in terms of temperament and appearance, Anan was enough to kill her 100 times over and then throw her into the dirt and stomp on her heavily. This glaring gap even made Yan Mengtao completely become a fool. When Yan approached Zhuan, Zhuan finally said calmly, Now, do you know what's lacking in yourself? Under this almost fatal blow, Yan Mengtao's expression changed erratically, and then she smiled strangely as if she were a drowning person unwilling to let go of the last straw. All right, I admit defeat, but Zhu, don't be too smug too early. Have you seen it? Strong individuals from various forces outside have gathered more and more, and this will be your grave. With that, Yan Mengtao laughed triumphantly, because I already sent out a message to the outside through secret methods a few days ago, saying that you were seriously injured and healing. I estimate that this news will spread by now, and all the strong individuals of Lihan Heaven will likely be stirred up when all-powerful individuals from various factions gather here. Zhu, no matter how powerful you are, can you still be the opponent of all the strong individuals of Lihan Heaven? With a resentful expression on her face, Yan Mengtao continued, By then, as long as I have a breath left, I will watch you fall to the ground with my own eyes. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled with chilling hatred. The people's expressions changed, especially Yimishu, who was furious and rushed to Yimengtao, grabbed her clothes, and delivered several slaps. After the slaps, Yimengtao's mouth and nose were bleeding, but the hatred in her eyes did not dissipate at all. Instead, she laughed mockingly. Yimishu, if you have the guts, just kill me now. I'm already dead, and none of you will live for much longer, you ... Yimishu indeed had murderous intent, taking out the dagger she carried with her and preparing to strike. At that moment, Zuan sighed lightly. Hold on. Yimishu paused, turned to Zuan, and said, Brother Zu. Zuan smiled at her, stepped back. Although she did not know what Zuan intended to do, Yimishu released her grip and stepped aside. At the same time, Zuan glanced up and down at Yimengtao, causing her to tremble all over, but she still maintained her composure and provocatively sneered at Zuan. Faced with the fierce Yimengtao, Zuan also smiled, then calmly said, Interesting. I find you indeed very interesting. Humph. Yimengtao coldly snorted. Zu, what do you want to say? Zuan smiled faintly. From the planning at the beginning to the current showdown, I have found that people like you have a common trait. You always think you are right, and the ones who are wrong are always others, or the world. Even if you can't find any more excuses, you still try to find someone else to blame, otherwise you won't feel satisfied. Am I not right? This summary made many people nod secretly, with Huying even exhaling heavily. Brother Zu is absolutely right. This woman is just like that, making me itch in annoyance. Yimengtao shivered all over, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes, but she still managed to say defiantly, So what, Zu? Think now how to get out of here. Ha ha ha. Yimengtao wanted to laugh, but before her laughter could rise, Zuan interrupted her. Seeing him lightly say, Get out? Why would I need to get out? Ha. Yimengtao's eyes widened instantly, looking blankly at Zuan. You. Zuan smiled, then looked towards the distant horizon where a dense crowd was gathered, and said, in a mild tone, You just said, Wait until all the strong individuals of Lihan Heaven gather here and see what I'll do. Now, I want to tell you that what I actually want is for everyone to converge here, because I have many things to do. These words left the entire audience bewildered, not understanding Zuan's intentions. Yimengtao was also puzzled at first, but quickly regained her composure and sneered, playing tricks. Yimishu, burning with anger, stepped forward to act. Zuan raised his hand to stop her. No need. Isn't she curious to see what I'll do? Let her watch. Saying this, Zuan turned to Yan and said softly, Yan, have you heard the saying, a single cloud can bring together 1,000 troops? And Yan hesitated, then nodded, yes. Zu, and nodded. Good. Today, let me show you what a true single cloud is. With that, Zuan raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, the dome of Lihan Temple turned into nothingness, revealing the deep blue sky above. Zuan's figure rose and stood atop the firmament in an instant. This scene naturally caught the attention of the crowd gathered in the distance. These people were all strong individuals from various factions who had been waiting here for over 10 days, already feeling restless, especially with the rapid spread of rumors about Zuan being injured. So many were beginning to get restless. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the Lihan Temple, which had been calm all along, suddenly underwent a change. Especially when people saw a white-clad young man appear in the sky, there was a wave of commotion. Could this be the Mr. Zu who defeated the Lord of Lihan Heaven and the Master of the Blood Tiger Mansion as rumored? Someone questioned. That's right. It's him. But why did he suddenly appear alone here? What does he want to do? Someone said, unsurely. Just as all eyes were focused on Zuan, they saw him standing proudly, giving a faint smile. Along with the smile on his lips emerged a terrifying dominance that left everyone in awe. Under this dominion, the sun and moon, placed on both sides, rose simultaneously and quickly appeared in the middle of the sky. Under the dual brilliance of the sun and moon, Zuan stood in midair, his white clothes rustling in the wind. He slowly raised his hand, pointing a single finger towards the sky. At the moment when his fingertip pointed to the sky, there was a thunderous roar. A dazzling light shot out from Zuan's fingertip, piercing straight through the sky. The entire sky was dyed by this light, and layers of halos surged towards the distance like raging waves. At the same time, a huge phantom rose behind Zuan, instantly occupying the entire sky and earth. This phantom was Zu, and seated on top of a red lotus. The grandeur of this figure transcended the confines of the world, and as the red lotus slowly bloomed, everyone in Lihan heaven, whether strong or ordinary, was shocked at the same time and then looked up with great fear at the sky. Under a single phrase, the entire realm of resentment was shaken. Countless powerful celestial prodigies, grand sects of deities, all stood there dumbfounded, gazing at the illusory image above the sky, uncontrollably trembling, because they were filled with unimaginable terror as they discovered that the moment when the white-clad youth spoke, everything in the realm of resentment, from the bowling spiritual energy to the mountains, rivers, lakes, plains, and plateaus, all trembled simultaneously, then deeply bowed, expressing their submission. At that moment, Zuin seemed as if he were an ancient emperor traversing through time, announcing the divine decree, with the heavens and earth submitting to him. This magnificent and awe-inspiring power had not even been achieved by the former ruler of the realm of resentment. The words spoken by Zuin left everyone in shock. "Come man, pay your respects quickly, or face merciless slaughter." The dominance contained within those words was enough to send chills down people's spines. For a moment, the entire realm of resentment fell into silence. At the same time, in front of the temple of resentment, everyone present had long knelt down on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to lift their heads. Zuin smiled faintly, and in an instant, the illusory image behind him returned, merging back into his consciousness. This illusory image was the boundless embodiment of Zuan's divine consciousness. Then Zuin surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the astonished Yin Mentao, and said calmly, "Now, do you understand what I am going to do?" Yin Mentao trembled, horror filling her eyes as she looked at Zuan, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. She could not even have dreamt that Zuan possessed such immense power to summon all the strong figures of this realm for an audience. This revelation made all her previous arrangements seem like a joke, because in front of absolute power, no matter how cunning the schemes, they were as fragile as snow in the scorching sun. Just then, on the ground of the realm of resentment, radiance erupted. Numerous powerful celestial prodigies rose one after another, heading straight towards the temple of resentment. In an instant, the sky around them was filled with streaming light so dense that it robbed the sky of its original color, turning it into a white glow. Soon, countless streams of light flew closer and closer until they halted and revealed the numerous powerful celestial prodigies from various parts of the realm of resentment. Within moments, the area in front of the temple of resentment was filled with a dense crowd of people, with more arriving continuously. Under this overwhelming crowd, Zuin stood alone in his own space, coldly observing. As his gaze swept across them, the incoming strong figures felt their scalps tingle, and their hearts grew cold, involuntarily bowing their heads. Finally, after the time it took to finish a meal, all the strong figures of the realm of resentment had gathered together. A light breeze passed by, and even with so many people gathered, the whole place was eerily silent. After a while, Zuin nodded slowly. "Good. You all have arrived, saving me the trouble." His voice, not loud, resounded clear in every person's ears. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zuan. Perhaps you haven't heard of this name, but that's okay. All you need to know is that the ruler of this realm, the lord of the realm of resentment, has died at my hands, and that is enough." Zuan spoke calmly. These words struck like thunder, leaving countless people stunned. Despite previous speculations, hearing Zuan admitted in person left everyone in a state of shock. For many, the lord of the realm of resentment had ruled for countless years, to the point where his existence had become a norm, considered invincible by many. However, to see such a mighty ruler eventually fall at the hands of a white-clad youth was unfathomable. The crowd began to stir mildly, but when Zuan coldly scanned the entire place, the commotion instantly subsided, and people once again lowered their heads, showing utmost humility and reverence. Then Zuan continued slowly, "I have gathered you here for only one reason." The hearts of everyone tightened instantly, anxiously awaiting Zuan to continue. "The lord of the realm of resentment has fallen, but I have no interest in ruling this realm. Therefore, I have decided... At this point, Zuan turned towards Yanmishu and others in the distance, nodding slightly. Yanmishu, Zuimeng, John Shananan, the three of them took a deep breath, suppressing their excitement and anxiety, then flew up together, arriving in front of Zuan. "I appoint these three to rule this realm in my place." The whole place fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Yanmishu and the other two. Initially, there was reverence and dread in those gazes. However, Upon closer inspection of the strength and cultivation of the three, people were stunned and displayed strange expressions on their faces. Among them, the reaction of the Yin family was the most significant. If Yin Mishu indeed became the ruler of the realm, the whole Yin family would rise to prominence. Thus, the elites and many ordinary members of the Yin family were thrilled. On the other hand, after trembling all over, Yin Mentao's eyes turned bloodshot with jealousy, glaring fiercely at the sky where Yin Mishu stood. How could she be appointed to rule the realm? Why her again? This thought was like a poisonous snake, madly corroding Yin Mentao's heart, even making tiny traces of blood seep from the corners of her mouth. However, she quickly noticed the strange looks on the faces of numerous powerful beings, and a sly grin crept across her face. This Mr. Zhu is indeed too presumptuous. How could these three, with such limited power, possibly subjugate the strong figures of this world? Currently, under the powerful suppression of Zuan, no one dared to voice their opinions. But once he left, one could easily imagine the consequences. After all, in the realm of the divine, strength always reigns supreme. Without strength, no one will truly and wholeheartedly submit to you. The three women, including Yin Mishu, naturally felt the peculiar gazes of the crowd, making them uncomfortable. The three of them all looked towards Zuan, seeking his guidance. However, at that moment, a cold smile played on Zuan's lips as he surveyed the whole gathering. Who agrees with what I said? And who opposes it? The whole place fell silent. Many people exchanged glances sneakily, seeing Zhou reflected in each other's eyes. They all respectfully declared, "We have no objections." Exactly. We will support the decisions made by the Lord. I agree. Amidst the enthusiastic responses, everyone voiced their opinions, all in agreement. Zuan nodded slowly. Very well. Since you all agree, I am pleased as well. However, his tone shifted, and a cold smile touched Zuan's lips. This is just the beginning. Immediately after, the ground of the city of Lament also began to crumble piece by piece, turning into nothingness, and then crazily collapsing downward. In an instant, the city of Lament, which had just stood here, turned into a bottomless pit. Only the land around the Lamentation Temple remained standing, resembling a solitary island in the abyss when viewed from afar. The power of a single palm has such a tremendous force. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank, because the power contained in this scene exceeded the imagination of many. At this moment, Zuan slowly retracted his palm, surveyed the crowd, and said calmly, "Do you accept this palm?" No one dared to speak a word more. Faced with such power, they could only bow in unison, showing their submission. Zhu, and nodded in satisfaction. "Since you accept it, that's good." After that, Zuan raised his hand, used his finger as a brush, and drew in the void. Wherever his finger passed, golden light gathered and quickly formed a complex and mysterious symbol. In an instant, a golden symbol had taken form, and then it trembled slightly, splitting into three. As three symbols appeared in the void, Zuan raised his hand and struck each of the three symbols with a palm. Doom. As this palm landed, the three symbols emitted dazzling golden light, a powerful and inspiring force that swept across the entire scene. Zhu, and waved his hand, and the three symbols turned into golden light, flying directly into the foreheads of Yin Mishu, Zhu Meng, and Zhang Shananan. The golden light transformed into a symbol flower ornament. The three women were all stunned. At the same time, Zuan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone cold. Each of these three symbols contains the power of my palm. If anyone is disobedient, they can be suppressed by these symbols. Understand? The three women trembled, finally understanding Zuan's intentions. They all bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. The entire scene was so quiet that you could hear the sound of the wind rustling the clothes. Many powerful individuals, who were just feeling pleased moments ago, now had faces almost as ugly as dripping water. No one had expected Zuan to play such a hand, first establishing his authority with a single palm, and then bestowing each of these three individuals with a symbol. Many people lowered their heads to glance at the now huge pit where the city of Lament once stood, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. Just thinking about being struck by such a palm, even if you were a powerful individual, you would likely not escape unscathed. Such a brutal result, no one in the scene dared to experience with their own lives. So these three symbols became akin to nuclear bombs on Earth, instilling an extremely terrifying deterrent effect. The many once arrogant powerful individuals now wilted like frost-stricken eggplants. With Zuan present, no one dared to show the slightest discontent, and could only bow in submission. Zuin surveyed the crowd, looking at the trembling divine venerables, a cold smile playing on his lips. From now on, these three will manage this realm for me. Do you understand? Yes, we all understand. Some quick-witted individuals were the first to respond. The entire crowd began to buzz. Many proud and arrogant strong individuals were now busily showing their loyalty to Zuin. Zuin didn't bother listening to these flatteries, impatiently waving his hand. If you understand, then all of you leave. Remember, anyone who disobeys will be punished without mercy. The last four words were decisive, filled with bone-chilling coldness. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing that, and then respectfully bowed to Zuin before quietly withdrawing. The scene had been full of flowing lights and momentum before, but now the departure of these people was silent, not daring to overstep in the slightest. And all this was because of the white-clad youth standing in the void and his hands behind back posture. Those who remained in the Lamentation Temple looked on with infinite awe. Yanmishu, in particular, gazed at Zuin's departing figure, especially after seeing the strong and venerable figures of the Lamentation Divine Realm subdue and withdraw under Zuin's oppression. A phrase suddenly surfaced in her mind. With Zuin here, the gods retreat. Meanwhile, Zuin lowered his head to look at Yin Mentao, who was now in a state of shock, unable to think clearly. He asked coldly, "Do you have anything to say now?" Yin Mentao shuddered, the confusion fading from her eyes, replaced by infinite shock and despair. She could never have imagined that Zuin's power had reached such a level. She thought he would submit due to the combined power of all the divine beings of the Lamentation realm, but the result was the opposite. Zuin single-handedly subdued the entire realm. This. Yin Mentao trembled, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, she turned to Yanmishu beside her. "Sister, I was wrong. Forgive. Before she could finish her sentence, Yanmishu raised an eyebrow and then pointed at her. Yin Mentao stiffened, the light in her eyes instantly disappearing, her face frozen in a last moment of shock and incomprehension, because Yanmishu's finger had directly shattered her soul. And even in her dying moments, Yin Mentao could not understand why her usually accommodating sister had become so decisive at that moment. But she would never get an answer to this puzzle. After Yin Mentao's body fell to the ground, Zuin looked at Yanmishu with some surprise, then nodded with a sardonic smile. "Well done. I thought you would go through some trouble even to kill her." Yanmishu smiled. She brought it upon herself, and for someone on the brink of death, why should I waste words on her? Zuin laughed heartily. "You're right." And in the midst of his laughter, the trembling Yin Yan, who had been cowering on the ground without daring to lift his head, suddenly rolled and crawled to Yanmishu, with a fawning smile on his face. Mishu, I suddenly feel unwell and unfit to be the head of the family. You should assume the role of head." Upon hearing his words, the Yin family members all showed joy. Yanmishu was taken aback, then looked at Zuin. Zuin smiled. "This is your family matter. You handle it yourself." With that, Zuin led Yin and Foxying and others away from that place, disappearing directly from the Lamentation Temple. After Zuin left, Yanmishu lowered her head to look at the trembling Yin Yang, her expression changing constantly. Finally, she nodded at Yin Yang. "Father, in that case, I will take the position of family head." Upon hearing Yanmishu calling him father, Yin Yang suddenly let out a sigh of relief and stopped trembling. At the same time, Zuin and the others had already appeared in a hidden space within the Lamentation Temple. When Yin Yang saw the scene in this space, her eyes widened with amazement, because within this hidden space, there was nearly an endless amount of wealth piled up. But seeing the huge spiritual pearls and crystal stones covering the ground, with divine grass and immortal branches piled up like mountains, divine weapons and sharp blades arranged in rows, and talisman armor floating among them, the abundant aura created by these countless treasures was overwhelming, leaving one unable to take it all in, feeling intoxicated and enchanted. Strolling around, Yin couldn't help but repeatedly exclaim, "So many treasures. Does this Lord Lihen Qianjun really have so much wealth?" On the side, Foxying couldn't help but chuckle at her words, covering her mouth. "Yin sister, this is nothing compared to what it should be. Just a mere half-step fairy king accumulating this wealth. It's simply not enough." And Yan's eyes widened again, pointing at the massive pile of wealth. "This is still not enough." Foxying nodded with a smile, proudly saying, "In my opinion, this Lord Lihen Qianjun is just like a rural tycoon." And Yin couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. At that moment, Zuin explained with a smile, Yanner. If this were said by someone else, it might sound like bragging, but coming from Yinger, it's normal because among the heavens, in terms of accumulated wealth, the number one spot naturally goes to those stingy and greedy dragon clan, and secondly, it would be the old foxes of the Green Fox country. And Yan nodded somewhat blankly, obviously still unable to understand the meaning behind the words. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoyu, after hearing Zuan's words, brightened up and hurriedly asked, "Sir, since you mentioned the dragon clan, when are we going to rescue big brother Zishao?" Zhu and smiled. "Don't worry, I've been thinking about this all along, that the place where the dragon clan resides is extremely far away, even considered separate from all the heavens. With our current strength, it's still difficult to reach there, and here," Zuan's face showed a hint of a strange expression, "even if we go there now, with my current strength, it's also difficult to make those stubborn loaches behave. After all, the holy ground is the sacred place of the dragon clan, and with the tight-fisted nature of those old loaches, they won't easily give up." Zhang Xiaoyu felt a bit dejected and lowered her head. Seeing this, Zuan laughed. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. When my strength recovers a bit more, I'll go to the dragon clan on my own. After all, it's been so long since I've been there. Those old loaches must have accumulated quite a few good things by now, leaving them to rot in their caves. It's better for me to take them out and play." With these words, he had already treated the dragon clan as his own backyard. Fox Ying heard this and covered her mouth, laughing until her eyes formed crescents, because she knew exactly how Zuan had dealt with those stingy dragon clan in the past. It could be said that in the past, with the strength of the dragon clan, they were fearless and no one dared provoke them in the heavens. The Green Fox country had to yield 3 points as well. However, due to their ill fate, they had encountered the unparalleled immortal Zuan. Since then, the dragon clan could be said to be at their wits' end, with one headache after another. Since Zuan had made it clear to them that unable to win in a fight, they could only cough up money to ensure their safety. Hearing Zuan's words, Zhang Xiaoyu became happy again, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes. Recently, when I was cleaning the eggshells for big brother Zishao, I found that she seemed to have grown a bit bigger than before. Could it be that she is growing up? This is how the dragon clan is. One death can lead to complete destruction, or they may struggle to be reborn. This is Zisha's opportunity," Zuan said casually. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded vaguely, not understanding anything about opportunities. But no matter what, hearing that there was still hope for big brother Zishao to wake up, her heart was filled with joy. "Big brother Zishao, you must do well. I am still waiting for you to wake up." Zhang Xiaoyu thought silently. Just then, Yan asked, "Husband, what should we do with these things?" Zhu and smiled. "Since we've seen them, we can't just let them go. Put them into the talisman treasure building. Make a nest for Zishao separately. This way, these treasures can also help Zishao recover as soon as possible. The dragon clan is extremely greedy, and Zishao belongs to the Jialong species, so naturally, she is no exception. Making a nest for Zishao with these treasures, although it doesn't wake her up, it is still very beneficial. This method is indeed unconventional, not that no one has thought of it, but no one is willing to do it. Among the heavens, only Zuan has such a broad mind to use such immense wealth to make a nest for a dying dragon clan member, and Yan and the others naturally had no objections. Even though Fox Ying understood the principle, as the princess of the Green Fox country, she really looked down on the things from Lord Lihan Qiangjun. At this moment, Zuan waved his hand, and the talisman treasure building appeared in midair. Then a flash of light passed through, and all the wealth flew up as it passed, then rushed into the building, competing with each other to enter it first. Even at this speed, it still took as long as a meal to absorb all the wealth, finally sucking all the treasures into the talisman treasure building. But at this moment, Zuan suddenly made a sound of surprise because after the mountain-like treasures disappear, a ray of light was floating in the air, unmoved by the light of the talisman treasure building. Zuan was intrigued, and he approached this light, carefully scrutinizing it. His expression suddenly became serious because he saw a trident knife in this light. It was called a knife, but the 3 tips were actually 3 dragon heads, but because they were very old, the 3-headed dragon was already dead. Nevertheless, even then, one could still sense the fierce killing intent emanating from this divine weapon. Zuan sighed softly and, with a flash of light in his eyes, temporarily sealed the divine weapon, then slowly pulled it out. At this moment, everyone could see that this trident knife was covered in scars and bloodstains. Even after all this time, one could still feel the ferocity of the fierce battle back then. Zhuan gently stroked the divine weapon. Everyone fell into silence. After a moment, Zhuan finally regained his composure and smiled. Since this is a weapon left by Elder Lang, let's not take it away. Let it stay here for Zhang Zunnan and the others to wait for Zhao Shen's return. With that, Zhuan raised his hand, performed a knife flower with the trident knife, and then stabbed forward. The divine weapon pierced through space and disappeared. At the same time, in the temple of Lihan, Zhang Zunnan, who was discussing matters with Zui Meng and Yan Mishu, suddenly felt a tremor in the space next to her. Before she could react, the trident knife had already pierced through the void and flew to her. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Zhuan's voice came from the trident knife. After all the treasures were absorbed into the symbol treasure tower, on the ground of this space, dense and intricate symbol patterns suddenly appeared, covering the entire space directly. Hu Ying was stunned at the sight. This is Zhu, and nodded. That's right. This is the teleportation array left by the Lord of Separation Heaven. Light gleamed in Hu Ying's eyes as he exclaimed excitedly, I never thought that Lord of Separation Heaven would have such skills. And Yan asked with some confusion, is this thing very rare, Zhu? And smiled. Not exactly rare, but to directly traverse among the various realms requires an immense amount of energy. Most small sects or realms with weak spiritual power simply cannot support it. Even in this divine realm, supporting such a massive array is still challenging. Oh, I see. And Yan nodded, then looked at the massive teleportation array and suddenly asked, Husband, where does the other end of this teleportation array lead to? Hu Ying also curiously asked, Yes, Zhu. I see that the array is so vast. Obviously the distance it teleports is extremely far. Where does it lead to? Zhu, and chuckled, that you will naturally find out when you get there. For now, go back to the symbol treasure tower. And Yan hesitated to speak, but ultimately obediently nodded, then prepared to return to the symbol treasure tower. However, Hu Ying looked reluctant, with a dissatisfied expression. Oh, Zhu, it's so stuffy inside there. Why don't you let me travel with you through the teleportation? I haven't rushed through a teleportation array in a long time. Zhuan doted on Hu Ying like a little sister usually, but he firmly disagreed on this matter. In the end, despite Hu Ying's pleading, Zhuan resolutely sent him back into the symbol treasure tower and carefully placed the tower in his own mind. With everything settled, Zhuan looked around and took a deep breath, a cold look flickering in his eyes. Old friend, I hope that when I arrive in your territory, you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite to you. With that said, Zhuan raised his hand and pressed down suddenly. After a deafening roar, a radiant light emanated from Zhuan's palm, rapidly spreading outwards. In an instant, the entire teleportation array was activated by Zhuan's hand. The golden light soared into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Zhuan stood quietly in the golden light, looking up. With the memories left by the Lord of Separation Heaven and the Zither Master Ziwei, Zhuan naturally knew how to operate the teleportation array, so he didn't pay much attention to the various abnormal signs in the outside world. At the same time, the golden light became stronger and stronger, tearing the space apart with cracks. Violent fluctuations of time and space surged out, throwing the surrounding environment into chaos. However, as the golden light and the chaotic time and space approached within 10 steps of Zhuan, they quickly dissipated into nothingness. Finally, the teleportation array beneath his feet began to groan under the pressure, and the surging golden light tore open a large hole in the space, rushing in and beginning to construct a space-time passage inside. In an instant, a dazzling golden light-filled space-time portal appeared in front of Zhu, and narrowed his eyes, and layers of sword light and flame suddenly rose around him. Then, with a step forward, he entered the space-time portal. Just as Zhuan's figure disappeared into the space-time portal, at that moment, a certain part of the teleportation array began to distort and deform. It should be noted that the symbol patterns of this teleportation array are extremely strict. Any slightest error might lead to huge consequences. The complete distortion and deformation of such a large-scale array was unprecedented. As a result, the entire teleportation array began to tremble slightly, then suddenly exploded with cracks, causing the space-time portal to start shaking before eventually collapsing and disappearing into nothingness. When the teleportation array was completely destroyed, a strand of obsession left by the Lord of Separation Heaven when setting up the array emitted a cold laugh, then dissipated completely and disappeared. At the same time, inside the space-time passage, Zuen's expression suddenly changed as he realized that the surrounding pressure was increasing rapidly, and the violent chaos of time and space was becoming more restless. Zuen's mind moved, and he understood what was happening. Such deep cunning, actually burying a strand of obsession within the teleportation array. If the conditions are not triggered, it won't interfere with the outside world at all. In other words, it can't be detected through normal means, and the purpose is to eliminate anyone who uses the array. Zuen said coldly. However, you have underestimated me. With that said, Zuen waved his hand fiercely, a golden light appearing in front of him, rapidly expanding. When fully expanded, it was the starship he had captured from the Celestial Dragon clan. Taking a deep breath, Zuen's figure flashed, and he had entered the starship. Just as his figure disappeared, the space-time passage shattered suddenly, and the violent and formidable chaos of time and space rushed in, crushing everything in its path. The starship quaked, but it withstood the impact. Standing in front of the starship's porthole, Zuen looked ahead at the extremely chaotic spatial anomalies. If it were anyone else, they would probably be panicking by now. After all, even if you temporarily avoid the erosion of the chaos of time and space, without spatial coordinates, you'll forever wander in a gap of space-time. However, Zuen remained calm, because the moment he entered the space-time passage, he had located the coordinates at the other end directly through his immensely powerful divine consciousness. This was a habit of Zuen. No matter what he did, he always left himself an escape route. In this way, even if something happened to the space-time passage, he could fly past it with the previous positioning. Therefore, Zuen coldly smiled. His eyes flashed with a divine light, manipulating the starship to cut through the layers of mist and fly toward an unknown distance. After a deafening roar, Zuen felt as if he had passed through a layer of soap bubble. The scene in front of him changed, clearly indicating that he had left the gap in time and space and entered a new world. At the same time, the cross-sea starship finally completed its mission, disintegrating directly into fragments and falling straight down, transforming into scattered meteors. Zuen then realized that he had appeared in the sky tens of thousands of feet above the ground. It was the dead of night, with a clear night sky and a bright red full moon hanging high in the air. The strong wind at high altitudes was fierce, and the temperature was extremely low. Zuen's expression changed, not because of the environment he was in at the moment, but because he could clearly sense the strangeness and unusual nature of the aura in this new world. Normally, although the various realms were vast, the worlds were generally classified into a few types: large worlds with strong spiritual power and complete loss, small worlds with average spiritual power and volatile loss, and even worlds that had lost all spiritual power and suffered from the collapse of the heavens. This was not surprising. However, the aura in this world was extremely violent and chaotic. Various spiritual powers mixed together, resembling a tangled mess. Under such violent aura, this world should have exploded long ago. Yet looking down, despite everything being hidden in darkness, Zuen could still clearly sense the presence of life on the ground. This indicated that not only did this world exist, but it thrived with abundant life. This was extremely strange. Even Zuen, who had once been an immortal, had never seen such a peculiar world. However, a cold smile appeared on Zuen's lips. Despite the extreme chaos of the aura, he could still feel that the main tone of this world, or the background of all auras, was an extremely cold and chilly tone. If that was the case, it meant he hadn't gone off course, at most just a slight deviation in position. Thinking this, a glint appeared in Zuen's eyes, and his figure plummeted straight down. As the altitude decreased, Zuen could feel the increasing chaos of the surrounding aura. By the time he finally landed in a mountain forest clearing, the aura had become insanely chaotic. Various spiritual energies clashed violently, canceling each other out. Despite the intensity of spiritual power, this world was even weaker than Earth due to the near-mad chaotic disturbance and internal conflicts, resulting in lower spiritual power. Zuen felt his figure sinking, and his previously clear divine sense and cultivation were also affected to varying degrees. Describing this world in one sentence, it was like a magnetic forest composed of countless strong magnets, and practitioners were like steel. When you entered, you would naturally be influenced to varying degrees, Zhu, and smiled, not too concerned about it, but instead surveying the environment around him. The place where he landed was a pitch-black forest. It was deep in the middle of the night when the moon was high in the sky, and the surroundings were incredibly quiet. Not a single sound could be heard from the forest. Zhuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then turned to look in a certain direction. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot. After his figure disappeared, rustling sound suddenly came from the ground, and the trees around started to stretch their branches wildly, intertwining together. From the ground, tree roots emerged like a swarm of snakes, greedily sensing the scent Zhu, and left behind. Hehe, another fresh blood has arrived. Go inform the master. With that, the tree roots retreated underground and disappeared. Meanwhile, Zhuan had passed through layers of dense forest and arrived near a main road. Although called a main road, it was just a dirt road, but in this remote wilderness, having such a road was quite good. Zhuan could see that the trees and wild grass on both sides of the road remained distinct, not touching even a bit of this official road. Zhuan looked back at the pitch-black forest he had passed through, a smile playing on his face. Then he turned and walked briskly towards the front. Despite being suppressed by the violent aura, with his current speed, it didn't take long before lights appeared faintly in the distance. Zhuan slowed his pace and arrived in front of a small town. The town was located beside the main road, not very large in size, but with towering walls and tightly closed gates. In every corner of the walls, numerous runes were written in cinnabar ink. These runes seemed to have been written recently. Their bright red color illuminated by the eerie red moon combined with the silent surroundings, creating a chilling atmosphere. Zhuan gazed at the looming small town, with the lights he had seen in the distance coming from two red lanterns hanging by the city gate. These red lanterns were typically used during weddings, but appearing at this moment in the wilderness, swaying gently in the wind, accompanied by the distant eerie howling of the wind, was even more unsettling. However, Zhuan just smiled, then walked directly to a shabby tea house beneath the city wall, sitting quietly on an abandoned stool, waiting calmly. As the moon descended in the west, the flickering red light swayed endlessly, and the surrounding environment gradually became eerily quiet. Leaning against a pillar of the tea house, Zhuan closed his eyes as if dozing off. Suddenly, a woman's crying could be heard from afar, a heartbreaking sound. With the weeping, an elusive female voice was also heard. Woo-woo, I'm in so much pain. Where are my hands and eyes? At first, the voice was very distant, but in an instant, it was close by. Just then, without lifting his eyelids, Zhuan coldly commanded, "Leave." Like a thunderbolt, a deafening and horrifying cry erupted in the darkness, followed by a sound as if something had burst, and then all the noises disappeared. A cold smile appeared on Zhuan's lips. The rest of the time passed without incident. Finally, the east heralded the dawn, and the world gradually became clear. The expression on the old man's face was as if he had seen a ghost, trembling all over as if sifting chaff. You spent the night here, Zhu," and smiled lightly. "That's right." The old man's face changed. He looked deeply at Zhuan, then pulled out a bamboo whistle from his bosom and blew it hard. The whistle was sharp, echoing far and wide. In an instant, from behind the city gates, a crowd poured out like a tide, each person holding cudgels and knives, gathering together, looking at Zhuan with fear and suspicion in their eyes. Zhuan was slightly surprised, but when he saw that these people were all ragged, with pale faces, he couldn't help but sigh softly, then smiled. "What's wrong? Can't even take in a passerby here?" The crowd remained silent. Just then, a weak and elderly voice came from the city. "Let him in. He's not a demon." After these words, a few faint coughs could be heard, as if such a simple statement was difficult for the speaker to bear. There was a slight stir in the crowd, but the authority of the voice was evident, relief evident on everyone's faces as they parted to make way. Zhuan smiled, then stepped inside. Passing through the city gates, he saw rows of low dilapidated houses, but unexpectedly, the streets, though not wide, were very clean. The whole town was now alarmed. As Zhuan walked down the street, many heads peered out from houses or alleyways. Many people looked at Zhuan with curiosity, especially many children, excitedly watching, one even pointing at Zhuan, saying in a childish voice, "Mom, this brother walks so nicely." Zhuan turned to look and saw a girl of about 8 or 9, watching him earnestly. Zhuan smiled at her. The girl was stunned, but before she could react, a raggedly dressed woman pulled her into a house, followed by scolding and the sound of the child crying. Zuan awkwardly touched his nose, then continued walking. The town was small, only a few hundred meters from end to end, but as Zuan walked around, he realized that the town was in decline, with no inn or even a place to eat on the main street. The only building in the middle of town was a small vermilion tower, which also seemed neglected, leaning as if it could collapse at any moment. Just then, the door of the vermilion tower was pushed open, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy walked out. The boy was dressed in coarse clothes, thin and delicate in appearance, but with an indescribable arrogance in his eyes. But at that moment, the boy's face was tinged with a faint worrying. Then he looked up at Zuan and said coldly, "Visitor, please come in. My grandfather wants to see you." With that, the boy turned and walked away without hesitation. Zuan, unperturbed, followed cheerfully into the vermilion tower. As soon as he entered, a strong herbal scent hit him. The room was very dark, the windows tightly sealed, not letting in any light. The large hall was dimly lit by a dim oil lamp, barely illuminating the surroundings. A frail old man was sitting against the wall on a bed, breathing hurriedly and painfully. His lungs sounded like a dilapidated bellows, each breath difficult and accompanied by loud noises, almost ear-piercing. However, the old man's eyes were still very bright, even in the dim room, resembling to bright pearls. Especially when he saw Zuan come in, the light in the old man's eyes intensified, his gaze sharp and thorough as he observed Zuan. In response, Zuan just smiled faintly, calmly facing the old man's gaze without flinching. This reaction puzzled the old man. He knew how sharp his gaze was, enough to shake even the mental focus of a martial arts expert by surprise. But this young man in white showed no expression, calmly enduring it all. Was he a martial arts master? But he didn't look like one at all, or perhaps a practitioner of Taoist arts. Yet there was no sign of any Taoist power emanating from him, and in the old man's psychic sense, Zuan seemed like just an ordinary young man, nothing out of the ordinary. This left the old man astonished, perhaps too surprised, as he suddenly started coughing violently. This cough was different from an ordinary one, so severe that it seemed like his lungs would be coughed out. In an instant, the young man rushed forward, skillfully thumping the old man's back. Even so, it took quite a while before the old man's coughing gradually subsided, followed by intense gasping for breath. A tinge of sorrow appeared in the young man's eyes. "Grandfather." The old man waved his hand to indicate he was fine, then looked back at Zuan. "Young man, did you spend the night at the tea house outside the city last night?" Zuan nodded. The old man's face changed. "Then how did you get here?" Zuan smiled. "Naturally, I came along the official road." The young man's expression changed at Zuan's words. The old man looked deeply at Zuan. "How long do you plan to stay here?" "Can't say for sure. Maybe just a day or two, or maybe 3 to 5 months, Zuan replied casually. The old man fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Since you are a passing guest, I naturally won't turn you away. Yushu, take this gentleman downstairs and arrange a place for him to stay." The young man hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded quietly. "Yes." With that, Yushu approached and said coldly, "Follow me." Then he turned and walked away, his words filled with hostility towards Zuan. Zuan, unconcerned, simply bowed to the old man. "Thank you for your hospitality." With a smile, he followed Yushu. Although the town was small, there were many empty rooms. Not far from the Vermilion Tower, there was an abandoned courtyard. Yushu opened the door and led Zuan. And inside, the room was desolate, with only basic furniture and no amenities. "This is where you'll stay. You'll have to arrange your own meals," the young man said coldly. The cold words, the extremely harsh attitude. But Zuan smiled, because in his eyes, this young man of only 15 or 16 years old was like a kitten whose territory had been violated, only able to express his existence in a fierce way. But his smile made the young man even more dissatisfied. He raised his eyebrows, and a seal appeared instantly above Zuan's head. Then he sternly said, "What are you laughing at?" Zuan's smile gradually faded, his gaze swept over the seal, and then he said lightly, "Nothing. I just feel that I am just a passerby. Why are you all paying so much attention to me?" The young man snorted coldly, did not respond to Zuan's words, but took a step back. The seal disappeared into nothingness again, and then he turned and left. It was not until he had reached the door that he said without looking back, "Whether you are a passerby or not, it doesn't matter. Although I don't know why Grandpa let you stay. But you must be honest, otherwise, that seal earlier wasn't just for show. With that, the young man strode away. Zuin watched the figure of the young man. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of light in his eyes, murmuring softly, "How interesting. That seal just now was actually authentic Taoist technique. It seems that this small town is indeed not that simple." At the same time, the young man had already returned to the room, where the old man was already sleeping heavily against the wall. Seeing this, the young man quietly entered. Even though his movements were very light, they still woke up the old man. The old man slowly opened his eyes. "Have you settled down?" The young man nodded silently, then walked to the old man's side and began massaging his back very skillfully. As he massaged, beams of light appeared from the young man's palms. However, no matter how hard he tried, these lights only floated on the surface of the old man's back, unable to penetrate inside. The old man smiled. "It's enough, sure. Don't waste your energy." The young man remained silent, but a hint of sadness and worrying flashed in his lowered eyes. The old man said softly, "Sure. Do you have some doubts about why I let this young man of unknown origin stay?" Sure fell silent for a moment, then said, "Since Grandpa did so, there must be a reason. Sure dare not speculate." The old man smiled. "Silly child, with your introverted character, you are easily hurt, you know." Sure trembled slightly all over, but did not speak. "Actually, I can't see through this young man either," the old man said softly at this time. Sure was startled. "But even though I can't see through, I have a feeling that this young man is definitely not a bad person." And a solemn look appeared in the old man's eyes. "Last night, I sensed a strong evil spirit outside the city. Its power was so strong that it was certainly not an ordinary ghost. At least it must be a real immortal level spirit." Hearing that it was a real immortal level spirit, Sure's face changed drastically. But that spirit disappeared after a tragic wail. Later in the morning, it was found that this young man was in the tea house outside the city. If that's the case, the disappearance of that spirit and this young man are definitely closely related, and it's very likely that he was the one who eliminated it. Sure's face was a bit pale, but after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but say, "But Grandpa, if he can even eliminate a real, immortal level spirit, how could he be an unknown and nameless person? That this person, we have definitely never seen before, and we haven't heard any rumors about him." The old man smiled bitterly. "Who knows? But whether or not he is, it doesn't matter. Since he arrived at my sealing demon town at this time, it all seems to be fate. After all, I won't be able to hold on much longer." At this point, the old man suddenly became somewhat excited, and then began to cough violently. This coughing fit was more severe than before, to the point where he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Seeing this, Sure cried out in sorrow and rushed forward, taking out a flawless jade bottle from his chest and pouring out a clear and transparent pill, wanting to feed it to the old man. However, the old man waved his hand and said, while gasping, "The pills left by Master Yagui are now down to this last one. Don't waste it at this time." "But," Sure said anxiously. The coughing of the old man gradually stopped, but it had exhausted all his strength, to the point where he could not even lift his head. Lying on the bed, he said, in an extremely tired voice, "It's useless. Master Yagui had told me before. There is no medicine in the world that can cure my illness. This pill is just to delay it a bit. So let's save it for the next time." Grandpa, hearing the mention of the next time, tears welled up in Sure's eyes. The old man reached out and gently rubbed his forehead. "Silly child, didn't I tell you before? Don't cry. Even if I'm no longer here, you must still walk the rest of the road with strength." Sure lowered his head, tears silently streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the floor beneath his feet. The old man lay on the bed, and after a long time, he said softly, "If I can't suppress the ghost poison next time, remember to kill me ahead of time." Grandpa, as a descendant of the Crossing family and heir to the Taoist arts, how can you cry like this? Answer me. The old man exerted his last bit of strength, shouting angrily. "Yes, yes." Sure's voice trembled, but he still said firmly, "Very well, you can rest now." The old man said wearily. Sure quietly stood up, turned and left the room. The old man looked at Sure's back, an indulgent and affectionate look in his eyes, and quietly thought to himself, "Sure, these responsibilities may be too heavy for you, but as a descendant of the Crossing family, everything has been destined since you were born, so Grandpa can only be so emotionless. Meanwhile, Zhuan raised his head and looked towards the distant crimson building, sighed softly, and said, drawing symbols with blood, even exhausting one's essence, and already being poisoned before, under such circumstances, to be able to live till now, is already a miracle. At first sight of this old man, Zhuan knew that he wouldn't live much longer, because he was already poisoned. Yet he spent his essence to write the symbols. The symbols outside the city clearly came from his hand. In such a situation, even Zhuan couldn't save him. At this moment, a small head suddenly appeared at the window, curiously looking at Zhuan in the room. Zhuan was slightly startled, then smiled. The pure white milk candy was wrapped in colorful candy wrappers, emanating an enticing fragrance. The little girl subconsciously swallowed, then lifted her head to stare blankly at Zhuan. Zhuan smiled slightly. Take it and eat it. It's for you. With that, he handed it over. The little girl hesitated and took a step back, but for a child, the temptation of the candy was simply too great. So even though she took a few steps back, her eyes were still fixed on the milk candy in Zhuan's hand. Without hesitation, Zhuan directly handed all the candy to the little girl. Go ahead and eat it. It's all for you, Zhuan said with a smile. The little girl hesitated for a while, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. She carefully picked up one, unwrapped the candy, then put it into her mouth. When the soft and sweet milk candy exploded in her mouth, the expression on the little girl's face froze instantly. Is it delicious, Zhu? And asked softly. Before he could finish speaking, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes, and she nodded vigorously. Zhuan sighed inwardly and was about to say something when he saw the little girl bend down to pick up the piece of candy wrapper she had just thrown away, holding it solemnly in her hand. She then bowed deeply to Zhuan. Thank you, big brother. After saying these words, the little girl suddenly ran off like a startled deer. Zhu and stood by the window, watching the figure of this girl, who was about the same age as his daughter, laughing softly and with a gentle light in his eyes. This incident was just a trivial episode for Zhuan, so he didn't think much of it. Right now, the most important thing for him was to quickly figure out where this world was in the heavens, and why it had turned out this way. Although there was still little useful information, through what he had seen and heard along the way, Zhuan summarized a few things. First of all, this world was definitely not originally like this. There must have been some reason behind all this. Secondly, there were demons and ghosts in this world. Zhuan was not surprised by this conclusion, as he had sensed from the moment he entered this realm that even in the midst of various spiritual forces battling each other, yin energy still dominated. In such a situation, it would be truly surprising if there were no demons and ghosts. Lastly, and most importantly, there were Dao techniques in this world. This might not sound particularly unusual, as Dao arts were a major discipline among the heavens. However, what caught Zhuan's attention was that he sensed a hint of orthodox Hua clan Dao energy from crossing Yu's body. This was worth pondering. Considering the vast distance from Earth, it was inconceivable that Dao techniques existed here. Why did Dao arts exist here? Furthermore, even though the spiritual energies were chaotic, it was evident that this realm belonged to that guy. Under his rule, how could he allow Dao techniques to exist that could restrain his own people? These uncertainties left Zhu, and feeling puzzled. However, with so little information at hand, he couldn't analyze further. Zhu and shook his head, pushed all thoughts aside, and prepared to go out to find some food. With his current cultivation level, he no longer needed to eat. However, Zhuan always felt that as a human, one had to eat. Depriving oneself of food would mean missing out on many joys of life. Even when he was an immortal in his past life, Zhuan never stopped eating and even loved to eat all kinds of strange and exotic snacks from the heavens. That's why he was such a good cook. This time in this realm was no exception. Just as Zhuan stepped out of the door, he suddenly paused. Numerous small heads had popped up on the courtyard wall. When they saw him come out, they all quickly ducked back down. Understanding their fear, Zhuan smiled slightly. You can all come out now. With his words, the courtyard door was gently pushed open a crack. The same little girl who had visited before walked in front with her hands behind her back, followed by a line of children, who all entered the courtyard one by one. Zhu and stood on the steps quietly watching. After everyone had entered, these children stood at a distance with their hands behind their backs, sneaking glances at Zhuan. Then the little girl lifted her head and reached out her hands, pulling out a small basket hidden behind her back. The basket was old but clean, and neatly arranged inside were many dry cakes and steamed buns, some even with a small piece of greasy meat. Taking a deep breath, she walked a few steps forward, handing the basket to Zuan. "Big brother, eat." Zuan looked at the various dry cakes and steamed buns of different sizes and shapes, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Thank you." Upon hearing Zuan's words, the little girl's eyes formed crescent moons with a smile. At the same time, she dug into her arms, pulling out a neatly folded candy wrapper containing a partially melted milk candy. Zuan was taken aback, and at the same time, the little girl proudly pointed to the children who were almost as small as her. "Let big brother see." These children all extended their hands, palm open, each holding a piece of candy. Zuan was a bit puzzled as he realized that these candies were the ones he had given to the little girl, but now she had shared them all with these children. Despite the shortage of candies, she had divided them equally in size. The joy on the faces of these ragged children was genuine. Zuan smiled slightly, then casually took out 2 large bags of candies from his spatial storage. "These are rewards for you." The colorful candies in the 2 big bags left the little girl and all the children in the courtyard dumbfounded. It wasn't until some time had passed that the little girl looked up at Zuan with a puzzled expression. "Big brother, this, take it and eat. I have more where this came from," Zuan said with a smile. The little girl cheered, rushed forward to pick up the candies, and instead of leaving, she stayed and distributed them among the other children. "What's your name?" Seeing the genuine smiles on these children's faces, Zuan's mood improved. She asked with a light smile. The little girl shook her head. "I don't have a name. My mother just calls me Ruer." "Ruer." The little girl nodded. "Yes. Big brother, thank you for the candies. They're the best things we've ever eaten." Zuan smiled and then pointed to a basket on the side. "You got these candies by exchanging with this, so no need to thank me." And Zuan chuckled. "We are now friends, so no need for thank you anymore." "Friends," Ruer murmured softly, then enthusiastically nodded. "Yes." Just then, there was a commotion outside the courtyard gate, and a group of people burst in. Leading the way was the young man crossing Yushu, followed by a group of villagers. These people barged in aggressively, their faces full of anger, ready to lash out. But when they saw the children in the courtyard, blissfully enjoying their candies, they were all taken aback. Ruer also noticed the newcomers and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother, why are you here?" Among the crowd was the middle-aged woman in tattered clothes, Ruer's mother. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she heard her daughter's question, a hint of embarrassment appeared on the woman's face. Without a word, she grabbed Ruer's arm and started to leave. Ruer dared not resist, and could only turn around with a childish voice, calling out, "Goodbye, big brother." Zuan smiled and nodded. "Goodbye." Then, the intruders took their respective children away. In a blink of an eye, the once lively courtyard was left with only Zuan and Crossing Yushu. Zuan stood on the steps, quietly observing Crossing Yushu, and smiled faintly. "Do you want to come in and sit down?" Crossing Yushu's expression was already unpredictable, and when he heard Zuan's offer, his face darkened even more, coldly saying, "No need." Then he glanced at the pieces of candy wrappers left on the ground. His gaze slightly paused, then took a deep breath and slowly said, "Did you give them these candies?" Zuan nodded. "Yes. To be precise, not give, but exchange." Crossing Yushu's face showed a strange expression, giving Zuan a deep look, and then said with a hint of mockery in his tone, "Do you think you're being noble by doing this?" Zuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Crossing Yushu continued, "Whether you gave or exchanged them, but once these children taste the sweetness of the candies, how will they face the bitterness and hardships of life in the future? Have you ever thought about that?" Crossing Yushu looked at Zuan coldly, taunting, "You probably didn't, because you just happened to pass by occasionally, showed some kindness, and will probably forget what happened here in a few days. Am I right?" Faced with Crossing Yushu's aggressive words, Zuan didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and then looked at the young man who seemed to have experienced worldly affairs beyond his years with interest. "Listening to you, it seems like I shouldn't have given them candies." "Of course." Zuan nodded and suddenly said, "But have you ever thought, no matter how bitter and painful life may be, there should still be some hope? Otherwise, won't people really become desperate and die? My actions were not to satisfy my own kindness, as you said. I simply liked these children, And what I gave them was a hope, a thought that no matter how sad they may be in the future, remembering it will still bring them a sweet feeling. Is there anything wrong with that? Xuan's words made Crossing Yushu's face pale, and he murmured softly, a hope, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu, and remained silent, just gazing quietly. After a moment, Crossing Yushu looked at Zhu, and deeply, then turned and left. Xuan sighed lightly. When 9 out of 10 things in this world are not satisfactory, those who try to bear them all will gradually collapse. So, I think you should often think of something pleasant. Hearing Xuan's words, Crossing Yushu's body trembled slightly, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked away with determined steps. Xuan looked up at the setting sun, his eyes shining brightly, and said softly, "Whoever carries the legacy of morality and the Tao, I will help you all." As the sunlight gradually disappeared, the atmosphere in the town of Fengmo became increasingly heavy. There were no more people on the streets. Everyone closed their doors and hid, shivering under their beds. Only Xuan cleared a stone table in the middle of the courtyard, took out tea sets from his pocket dimension, and started brewing tea. As night fell on the land, the red moonlight cast a weird veil over everything. The cool wind rustled as Xuan sipped his hot tea slowly, his eyes shimmering. Finally, the moon reached its peak. At that moment, a sinister laughter faintly echoed from the distant sky. The hollow and evil laughter spread far into the night. Inside the Crimson Building, Crossing Yushu's expression changed abruptly. "Grandfather." Crossing Yushu's grandfather, lying on the bed, spoke in a deep voice. "I heard it. Sit down and don't move." "But, sit down." "Yes." Crossing Yushu reluctantly sat down again, but his face was full of anxiety. If the laughter could penetrate through the city walls' talismans and the protection of the 2 soul-slicing lanterns, it indicated that the coming demon was definitely extraordinary. Could the talismans laid down by his grandfather really withstand it? Crossing Yushu felt somewhat uneasy. However, Crossing Yushu's grandfather remained calm without a hint of fear. At the same time, outside the town, a gust of demon wind blew past, dissipating only after reaching the front and back of the town, revealing a figure inside. It was a terrifying demon, towering tens of meters high, with a greenish body, 2 horns on its head, and a grotesque face. Such a scene is simply hair-raising. At the same time, the demon wrinkled its nose and sniffed. Then a malicious smile appeared on its face. "That woman indeed died here. TSK. It seems she was struck down by someone in a single blow. Not even a trace of her soul could escape. It looks like a powerful passerby did it." Speaking, the demon's face showed excitement, but if the king knew about this, he would definitely blame this cursed town. "It's better for me to slaughter the people here now, so I can boast to the king when I return." After saying that, the demon's mouth drooled with greed, saying to the cursed town, "Don't blame me, it's your own bad luck. Moreover, you humans are just wasting food in this world. It's better to obediently become fertilizer in my belly. Ha ha ha." After muttering to itself, the demon became more excited and then rushed towards the cursed town. Doom. As its figure just rushed into a spot about 200 feet away from the town, the symbols written on the city wall suddenly emitted golden light, all aiming directly at the demon. Wherever the golden light touched, the demon's body sizzled with wisps of smoke. The pain made the demon even more mad, sneering, "It's the tricks of those cow-nosed ones, but too bad they are too weak." With that, the demon crossed the 100 feet distance in a few steps and arrived in front of the town's wall. The golden light symbols on the wall became more dazzling, accompanied by chanting sounds, firmly resisting the demon's invasion. With each flicker of the golden light, the demon's body melted like a candle. Frustrated, the demon shouted, "Break from me." A thick ghostly aura instantly formed and directly charged at the barrier formed by these golden light symbols. After a loud bang, the whole town shook. All the townspeople were petrified, some even fainting from fear. Meanwhile, the cracking sound of the golden light symbols getting close to their limit could be heard. However, just at that moment, Crossing Yu in a vermilion tower suddenly raised his head and commanded, "Under the laws of heaven and earth, present the demon's head, now." With that order, the 2 severing soul lamps hanging beside the city gate exploded with brightness, and 2 beams of bright red light shot out and merged into one, descending directly onto the demon's head. Wherever the red light pointed, the demon's movement slowed down. Crossing Yu, lying in bed, unexpectedly sat up and uttered, "Fight." The red light condensed into a small lonely sword. Attack. Crossing Yu trembled all over but managed to force out the word. Doom. The sword turned into a flowing light, heading straight for the demon. The demon laughed strangely. 9-word mantra. Too bad. You only have the first 3 words. Do you think you can kill me with just that? With those words, the demon raised its ghostly palm and directly attacked the small, lonely sword. But just at the moment before contact, Crossing Yu in the Vermilion Tower started bleeding from his nose and mouth, but firmly utter another word. Death. When the word was spoken, the speed of the small lonely sword instantly increased more than 10-fold, swiftly crossing the barrier and reached the demon's head. The demon screamed in surprise, but was too late to dodge, so it gritted its teeth and faced the sword head-on. Crack. After a slight cracking sound, the demon screamed in pain as half of its head was sliced off at an angle. The small lonely sword showed signs of cracking and eventually shattered. With the sword breaking, Crossing Yu in the Vermilion Tower coughed up blood again, then fell unconscious on the bed. Grandpa. Crossing Yushu exclaimed and rushed over to hold Crossing Yu. His complexion had turned gray, obviously heavily injured but luckily still breathing. Tears welled up in Crossing Yushu's eyes, trembling all over. Simultaneously, outside the town, the demon roared angrily. Coward, how dare you hurt me? I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Yes, that strike only managed to injure the demon, because for a demon that had consumed countless lost souls, even if half of its head was cut off, it could still heal. But the pain was real, so the demon was full of rage, wanting to swiftly kill the assailant. This murderous roar made the whole cursed town tremble slightly. The people hiding in their houses turned pale, feeling like it was inevitably a death sentence. Many began to sob quietly. The young girl, Zirui, suddenly remembered something, took out a piece of candy she cherished from her pocket, and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing frantically. Meanwhile, Crossing Yushu gently placed his grandpa a pillow and then rose slowly, with glowing symbols around him, heading outside confidently. Grandpa, you said it yourself, members of the Crossing family are not cowards, even. I am the same. Just as he stepped out of the Vermilion Tower, the sky suddenly brightened. Startled, Crossing Yushu looked up in horror. It wasn't the sun rising but a dazzling beam of light descending from the sky, reddening the entire sky. It was aimed directly at the demon. Initially feeling triumphant despite the injuries, the demon's confidence wavered. Although the injuries were not severe, the weakening aura marked the contradiction. Besides, aside from Crossing Yushu, there seemed to be no other strong individuals in the town. Oh, wait. There was a teenager. But in the demon's eyes, Crossing Yushu was just a joke in terms of strength. So now, the cursed town was like a dessert, waiting to be devoured at any moment. However, just as the demon was about to strike, a sense of danger rang in its mind, and its whole being trembled. Feeling an overwhelming killing intent descending from the sky, the demon turned without hesitation and ran. Whoever could unleash such a power was not someone the demon could confront. Everything was too late. In that instant, the streak of light had already flown close. It was at this moment that Crossing Yushu saw clearly that it was not just any flowing light, but a brilliant and dazzling sword aura. At the same time, after a muffled sound, the streak of light passed through unobstructed. Then the demon's figure stood still in place. Everything quieted down. The sword aura that had cut through the demon disappeared after the strike. The golden glow that had just emanated from the city wall also returned to normal. Crossing Yushu stared in disbelief. At that moment, a fine crack appeared in the middle of the demon's body, then rapidly expanded. In an instant, the demon was split in half and slowly fell to the ground. Before it could land, the body turned into dust and disappeared. Thus, the once powerful demon met its end. Crossing Yushu could not believe his eyes. He could sense the strength of the demon, and even if his grandfather had not been injured, it would have been difficult to defeat it. Hence, Crossing Yushu had already prepared for a life and death battle. But he never expected that the demon would be cut down by a single sword, disappearing into nothingness. What kind of incredible power was needed for such a display of might? Could it be a passing strong warrior? Crossing Yushu's heart was filled with doubts as he looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and he ran off into the distance. When he arrived at the courtyard where Zuin lived, he raised his hand to knock on the door, but it slowly opened. Zu, and stood behind the door, smiling slightly at Crossing Yushu. Crossing Z, still not sleeping at this late hour. I was just about to look for you. What was that just now? Crossing Yushu looked at Zuan's gentle smile, his eyes wavering. He had indeed suspected that the sword light was conjured by this stranger, but upon seeing Zuan, that thought vanished, because no matter how he looked at it, this young man in white, besides his calm demeanor, had nothing out of the ordinary, and from his words, it seemed he was unaware of the demon that had just been defeated. Thinking this, Crossing Yeshu lowered his head and softly said, "It's nothing. Go back and rest properly. Don't come out without reason." With that, Crossing Yeshu turned and left. Zuan watched his retreating figure, smiled, closed the door, and looked at the sky in the distance, saying lightly, "Even the 9-character mantra is being spread around. Things are getting more interesting by the day." When Crossing Yeshu returned to the Crimson Small Building, Crossing Yu had regained some consciousness, but now he was extremely weak and had no idea about what had happened outside. He only felt that the aura of the demon had disappeared. When he saw Crossing Yeshu coming in, he asked in a weak voice, "What happened? What's going on outside?" Crossing Yeshu didn't answer, but went straight to the bedside, standing there with a bewildered look. "Yeshu, what happened outside? What about the demon?" Crossing Yu asked anxiously. "Dead, dead, dead." Crossing Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Was it killed by the 9-character mantra? Crossing Yeshu shook his head. No. Crossing Yu was puzzled. Then what happened? After he delivered that strike, he lost consciousness and didn't know what happened outside. Crossing Yeshu took a deep breath, trembling slightly all over, his face filled with horror as he said, "A sword light descended from the sky and directly cut down the demon into nothingness." Crossing Yu was also shocked to hear this and, under the emotional turmoil, he began coughing violently again due to his old wounds being agitated. Crossing Yeshu snapped out of his daze and hurried forward to massage his grandfather's back. After a while, Crossing Yu finally calmed down and eagerly said, "Tell me everything that happened just now, without missing a single detail." Crossing Yeshu nodded and didn't dare hide anything, recounting everything that had happened. After listening, Crossing Yu fell into contemplation. Crossing Yeshu then whispered, "Grandfather, I initially suspected it was done by that person, but when I approached, he seemed to be just as clueless about it." Crossing Yu shook his head at this. It shouldn't be him, as the might of that sword has surpassed that of an ordinary expert, reaching the pinnacle of power. To possess such swordsmanship, even within the entire continent, there are only a few who can achieve it after hundreds of years of practice. It's impossible for such a young person to possess it. "So, you mean," Crossing Yu sighed softly, "it should be a passing strong swordsman immortal." Crossing Yeshu listened with admiration. "An immortal swordsman? Grandfather, are there really immortal swordsmen in this world?" Crossing Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Of course, and they are an extremely powerful group of people. Are they stronger than your sect?" Crossing Yeshu asked quietly. Crossing Yu, his face turned serious. "It's not for comparison, but my sect has an ancient and powerful heritage. I am just an inconspicuous disciple among them." He then reached out with some difficulty, gently touching Crossing Yeshu's head. "Yeshu, due to my limited talents, I could not achieve much, but your talent far surpasses mine, so I hope that when you inherit my fate and join the sect in the future, you will diligently cultivate and surpass me." Tears glistened in Crossing Yeshu's eyes upon hearing this, feeling sad and bowing his head. "Grandfather, I don't want any opportunities, I want to stay with you." "Silly child, you can say these words to me, but never say them lightly to others. Do you understand how precious this opportunity is? If I hadn't survived, you wouldn't be able to inherit it. Why would I make you wait here for so long?" With that, Crossing Yu's expression turned somewhat melancholy, but Crossing Yeshu wanted to say more. Crossing Yu raised his eyebrows and sternly said, "But what? Have you forgotten what I told you before?" "Yeshu won't forget." Seeing his grandfather getting angry, Crossing Yeshu hurriedly bowed his head and replied in a trembling voice, "As a descendant of the Crossing family, how can you be so confused? You should know that many people were eyeing my fate back then, and you, due to being sentimental, lost your ambition." Crossing Yeshu's face turned pale, lips tightly closed. Seeing this, Crossing Yu changed the subject, saying softly, "Today you witness the true appearance of an immortal. You naturally understand how precious the opportunity to possess such power is. So in the future, don't say such foolish things anymore. Understand?" As the first rays of morning light illuminated the earth, the town of Fengmo also awakened. People cautiously opened their doors and windows, anxiously surveying the situation outside. Although they hadn't witnessed the battle last night with their own eyes, the chilling ghostly howls had been heard by all, especially towards the end. When the entire town of Fengmo was trembling, almost everyone felt a sense of despair, thinking that they were all doomed. However, unexpectedly, at that moment, a bright light flashed outside, and then everything returned to silence. Despite this, no one dared to peek out to see what was happening, only able to wait in extreme uneasiness and anxiety for the arrival of dawn. At that moment, when they saw the situation outside, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Just then, with a creaking sound, the door of the Crimson Building was pushed open, and Crossing Yushu walked out slowly, carrying Crossing Yu on his back due to his weakened state from long bed rest. Upon seeing the two of them, the expressions of everyone present became solemn, looking at them with admiration. Crossing Yushu walked slowly through the silent streets, carrying his grandfather on his back. As he passed by, people silently followed behind. When they walked through the long street, almost all the residents of Fengmo town had already come out of their houses, silently following behind. The guard at the city gate quickly opened it when they saw Crossing Yushu and Crossing Yu. The people walked out of the city gate to a startling sight. The city walls were covered with cracks, and many of the protective seal inscriptions had been damaged. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. The destruction meant that the protective seal inscriptions that Crossing Yu had painstakingly arranged had all been lost. Without the protection of these seal inscriptions, Fengmo town would be defenseless against the invasion of the demons. It might not be long before the town would be occupied by the demons, becoming a dead place. Everyone's expressions became grim, especially Crossing Yushu, whose face was so dark it seemed like water could drip out of it. Crossing Yu, on the other hand, just glanced at the severely damaged seal inscriptions and smiled. "Yushu, take a few steps forward," said Crossing Yu softly. Crossing Yushu moved forward until Crossing Yu said, "Stop." Crossing Yushu halted. Then Crossing Yu surveyed the surroundings, his expression gradually becoming serious, until he finally closed his eyes slowly. Everyone watched intently, not daring to even breathe. Small Rui stood with her mother in the crowd, but her attention was clearly elsewhere. Her head was shaking back and forth, her big eyes filled with hope, seemingly searching for something. At that moment, Zuan walked slowly onto the street. When Small Rui saw Zuan, her face instantly broke into a radiant smile. Though she didn't dare to shout, she waved vigorously, trying to catch Zuan's attention. Zuan's arrival didn't attract the attention of others. However, when Zuan saw Small Rui's excited face, he smiled faintly, nodded at her, and then turned to look at Crossing Yu and Crossing Yushu in the distance. Just then, Crossing Yu slowly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment and seriousness in them. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" Crossing Yushu asked quickly. Crossing Yu said, in a deep voice, "Such a powerful sword intent, even stronger than the sword immortals I've encountered before, but there are no identifying marks or insignias. Could it be a passing sword immortal expert?" Crossing Yushu asked. "It seems so now. Why didn't he make contact with us after lending a helping hand and just left?" Crossing Yushu was puzzled. Crossing Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. "How can we easily fathom someone like that? Perhaps he simply happened to pass by, saw demons causing trouble, and helped us incidentally. After all, a practitioner exuding such sword intent is no different from an immortal." Crossing Yu's voice was filled with sighs. Crossing Yushu looked on dreamily. Crossing Yu looked up at the city walls, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Then he said, in a deep voice, "With this residual sword intent suppression, for at least 3 days, no demons will dare to cause trouble. This means we have only 3 days to repair the seals on the city wall." "Yushu." Crossing Yushu's face became serious. "I don't have enough energy to repair so many seals, so this time you will have to help me as well." "Me?" Crossing Yushu looked surprised. Crossing Yu nodded, "Yes. I've never done this before." Crossing Yushu hesitated. Crossing Yu chuckled. "Who is born knowing everything? Although you are young, it's a bit early for you to do this, but my time is short. If I don't teach you now while I'm still around, there won't be another chance." Crossing Yushu's eyes showed sorrow. Then he bowed deeply. "Yes." At this moment, Crossing Yu looked at the crowd and said, "Fellow villagers, you've all seen the current situation. Time is of the essence. To repair the city wall and seals as soon as possible, we all need to work together." These words sparked the crowd. "Don't worry, Crossing old man, This matter concerns everyone's safety. We naturally have no other choice, right? Just give us orders. We won't say a word. Old man, your health is not good. Just command here. We'll handle everything." Amidst the clamor, Crossing You nodded with a smile. Thank you. But repairing the city wall is one thing. Repairing the seals requires someone who can write. Do any of you know how to write?" The once lively crowd fell silent, everyone looking at each other with difficulty. Seeing this, Crossing You sighed slightly. It was expected given their circumstances, where survival was a challenge, let alone reading and writing. Moreover, on this continent, literacy was a privilege reserved for the nobles. For commoners, being able to write their own name was already rare. It seemed that only Crossing Yeshu and Crossing You could handle this task. Whoosh! Everyone turned their heads at the same time, and their gazes instantly focused on the person speaking. Among the crowd, Zirui was no exception. However, when she saw the speaker, her eyes widened involuntarily. It was Zhu. And standing calmly, smiling faintly at Crossing You, "I happen to be able to write a few words, and since I am currently staying in the city, it's only right to offer my help." Upon hearing his words, Crossing You was momentarily taken aback and then looked deeply at Zuan, nodding with a smile. "In that case, I appreciate it." However, Crossing Yeshu was somewhat dissatisfied with this decision. But since his grandfather had already agreed, he couldn't say anything and could only cast a cold glance at Zuan before preparing to leave. Time was pressing, and no one dared to delay, so everyone began to busy themselves. Zirui timidly walked over, admiringly saying, "Big brother, can you also write?" Zhu, and smiled and nodded. "Yes." "Wow, that's amazing." Zirui's eyes were filled with admiring stars. Zhu, and smiled. "Do you want to learn?" "Can I?" Zirui pointed at herself, asking with disbelief. "Of course, as long as you want to learn, you can." Zirui almost jumped off the ground with excitement, saying, "Thank you, big brother." At that moment, Zirui's mother also approached. This middle-aged woman no longer showed wariness towards Zuan but instead nodded with respect. It wasn't just her, everyone around looked at Zuan with admiration in their eyes. After all, for them, someone who could write was worthy of respect. Just like Crossing You, who had saved the entire town, he was considered a truly capable person. Moreover, Zuan was now helping to restore the city wall talismans, which earned him the respect of the people. The residents of the town weren't many, but since it concerned everyone's safety, there was no need for mobilization. People began busy at the fastest speed they could manage. Soon, the complicated preparations were ready. Crossing You leaned on a specially made bed, directing the crowd. Outside the town, it had already become a construction site, with people busily working in an orderly manner. Men were laying stones and doing heavy physical labor, while women were using special mortar to fill the gaps to ensure the solidity of the city wall. Even children like Zirui were not idle, but were helping as much as they could. Everyone was busy, and although it was hard work, no one complained, fearing that the city wall might not be sturdy enough and continuously strengthening it. But all these efforts only served as psychological comfort. The real protection came from the talismans on the city wall. Due to the urgency of time, whenever a section of the city wall was repaired, Crossing Yeshu would immediately start repairing it. Although it was his first time independently completing talismans, with his grandfather's guidance, it went relatively smoothly. However, engraving talismans was an extremely meticulous and rigorous process where any mistakes could render all previous efforts useless. Moreover, due to Crossing Yeshu's lack of experience, it was almost impossible for him to repair so many talismans alone within the short 3 days. Hence, Crossing You sought someone who could write. Initially, he had Crossing Yeshu trace the patterns of the talismans to ensure accuracy, while Zuan was tasked with completing the rest. Although it sounded easy, it was far from it. After all, the patterns of these talismans were often complex, and any slight error in penmanship could lead to mistakes. Therefore, Crossing You had intended for Zuan to adapt first before starting work. However, to his surprise, when Zuan picked up the pen, he effortlessly completed all the talismans that needed to be traced. The lines were clear and of high quality, leaving both Crossing You and Crossing Yeshu stunned. Zuan simply smiled. "I forgot to tell you all, I used to love drawing, so these lines are too simple for me." This answer relieved Crossing You, who was worried about the progress of the project. He smiled, then nodded. Mr. Zhu is indeed talented. Although Crossing Yeshu had always felt awkward observing Zuan, at that moment, he had no choice but to bow his head and silently acknowledge Zuan's skills. As for the other people in the town, their respect for Zuan only grew, always addressing him as Mr. Zuan's calm demeanor and ever-present smile won many people's favor. Many girls in the town were smitten and would take every opportunity to talk to Zuan. However, no matter who it was, Zuan always just smiled and nodded politely, exuding a sense of detachment, never showing extra closeness to any girl. This left many girls feeling disheartened. Yet, Zuan was quite close to the group of children, often rewarding them with candies. This quickly turned him into the idol of the children in the town. In particular, Zirui had practically become Zuan's little follower. Whenever he had a break, a group of children would gather around Zuan, eagerly listening to his strange stories. Today was no exception. During the rest time, after lunch, Zuan finished telling the story of Sun Wukong causing havoc in heaven. The children's eyes lit up after hearing the story. Wow, is there really such a powerful monkey? Yes, it sounds so exciting. Even the adults couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Only Crossing Yeshu stood at a distance with a somewhat indifferent expression, but with tumultuous thoughts in his heart. It reminded him of his current situation with his grandfather, similar to Sun Wukong being trapped under Five-Finger Mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't possess the immense strength of that monkey. Crossing Yeshu felt a tinge of desolation. At that moment, Zirui suddenly asked, "Big brother, will you teach us to write today?" Since Zuan had promised the little girl before, he would spend any free time these 2 days teaching them how to write. Interestingly, the characters here were surprisingly similar to the ancient characters of the Hua tribe, yet these people were definitely not of the Hua tribe. This only deepened Zuan's suspicion. At the beginning, Crossing Yeshu didn't pay much attention to it. Drawing was just a little skill, something Crossing Yeshu had learned in childhood, but he had long since stopped studying it. In this uncertain age, who had the mood to study painting unless they were nobles who were well-fed and looking to pass the time? But Zuan's current performance confirmed a suspicion in Crossing Yeshu's heart. This guy must be, or at least used to be, a noble, or else he wouldn't have such good manners and knowledge. But apart from that, he didn't even have a trace of spiritual power. This made Crossing Yeshu shake his head inwardly. A scholar without practical skills was useless. This was no joke at this time. This guy had no abilities at all and dared to run around outside. He must have been lucky not to have died. Crossing Yeshu pondered for a moment and then planned to leave. However, just then, the crowd let out a gasp. "Wow, so beautiful. Oh my, it looks like it's alive." These exclamations made Crossing Yeshu pause slightly, and he couldn't help but look up. And then he too was stunned. Above the city gate, a vivid dragon was taking shape under Zuan's brush. Even though they were far apart, Crossing Yeshu could still feel the majestic aura emanating from the dragon. In that moment, Crossing Yeshu even thought the dragon was alive. This made Crossing Yeshu dumbfounded to say the least. Just based on this amazing painting skill alone, Zuan was no ordinary person. Even Crossing Yu, upon seeing the dragon Zuan painted, couldn't help but be amazed. Finally, after Zuan finished the last stroke, he took a few steps back, nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Zirui with a smile. "Is it beautiful?" Zirui's eyes were nearly starstruck. Upon hearing Zuan's words, she enthusiastically nodded. "Beautiful. Big brother, you are amazing. But big brother, why doesn't this dragon have eyes?" With that, Zirui pointed to the dragon's head. Everyone looked over. Indeed, where the dragon's eyes should have been was a blank space. Zuan smiled and then gently patted Zirui's head. "Silly child, because if I were to paint the eyes, the dragon would come alive." Zirui's eyes widened gradually, clearly believing Zuan's words. However, the people around showed expressions of doubt. Painting eyes could bring a dragon to life. That sounded like a fairy tale. Even Crossing Yeshu was taken aback and then looked at his grandfather. Crossing Yu shook his head slightly. Even he had never heard of the notion that painting eyes could bring a painted dragon to life, let alone the various esoteric arts and Taoist techniques he had heard of. Seeing even his grandfather hadn't heard of it, Crossing Yeshu couldn't help but snort. His slight admiration for Zuan had vanished. In his view, Zuan was clearly just boasting to show off his extraordinary talents. This made Crossing Yeshu feel disdainful, so he turned and left. But his attitude didn't affect Zirui and the others' admiration for Zuan. As 3 days passed and the city wall was finally repaired, the symbols on it were all redrawn. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Surviving in such turbulent times was already quite difficult, so little hardship didn't matter. After this incident, Zuan's status soared, and wherever he went, he was respected as a master. Meals were brought to him eagerly. Zu and accepted it all gracefully without refusing. In the Red Building, Crossing Yuha's condition worsened day by day. Crossing Yusha no longer went out and instead stayed by his grandfather's bedside, as Crossing Yu was passing on all his knowledge to him. Every few sentences, he would stop to rest, as his strength had reached a critical point. But even so, Crossing Yu persisted without delay. Hearing this, Crossing Yushu couldn't help but choke up. Of course, all of this was unknown to the outside world. Only Zuan occasionally glanced at the Red Building and sighed softly. Just as peace returned to Fengmo Town, a team of riders slowly approached on the road thousands of miles away from the town. This team seemed to emerge from the darkness. Black horses and carriages, everything was black as far as the eye could see. As they drew closer, it was shocking to discover that these carriages were suspended 3 feet off the ground, silently passing by. This team moved without making a sound, like ghosts emerging from hell. In this eerie atmosphere, the carriage in the center had its curtain lifted, and a hand extended. A hand as delicate and slender as a spring onion. The hand made a slight gesture, halting the caravan instantly. Then, black mist rose from the ground before the carriage, revealing a man clad in black with a ghostly lower body. How much farther? Came a cold female voice from the carriage, causing a slight tremor in the darkness. Report to the county princess. I can now clearly feel the aura of that old man, and it's getting stronger, indicating he can no longer contain his injuries and the poison he carries. Based on our current assessment, it is no more than 1,000 miles away, the black-robed man said with a smirk. After a moment of silence in the carriage, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with cold lips emerged. Seeing her face, everyone in the caravan bowed their heads, including the black-robed man. The woman disregarded them, only lifting her gaze to the road disappearing into the darkness before coldly saying, "Since we can sense it, others will as well. To seize the opportunity, we must be ahead of everyone else. So I don't want estimates. I want to know exactly how far and when we will arrive. Do you understand?" She gave the man a cold glance. He trembled all over, then hastily bowed. "Rest assured, Princess Bailey, I will do my utmost and not disappoint you." "Very well. Now, start moving at full force. I want to see him before tomorrow." Yes. The curtain was drawn back down, and the black-robed man wiped away non-existent cold sweat on his forehead anxiously. He knew better than anyone the consequences of failing such a mission, because the woman giving the orders was Bailey Xiaoguang, the eldest daughter of the Bailey family, known as the Dark Princess, a top figure among the high nobility of Jingguo. When Bailey Xiaoguang was rushing on a road with all his might, in the sky, there was also a team flying silently. In the center of the team was a dark sedan chair. At this moment, the sedan chair was shrouded in black light and flying at a staggering speed. The sedan chair appeared small from the outside, but inside it was very spacious and extravagantly decorated. Inside the sedan chair, Zheng Jialiang, the eldest son of the Zheng family, lifted his wine cup with a smile, raising it to a pale-faced man opposite him. "Come, Brother Jin, let's have a drink together." Jing Haorong trembled slightly, snapped out of his thoughts, then raised his cup and drank with him. After the toast, Zheng Jialiang smiled faintly. "Brother Jin looks absent-minded. Are you worried about something?" Jin Haorong sighed. "That's right, Zheng. To be honest, ever since we left the capital, I've been a bit on edge, feeling like this journey won't be smooth." Zheng Jialiang chuckled. "Since when did Brother Jin start trusting his feelings? As the eldest son of the Jin family, the top merchants of Jinga, shouldn't you be afraid?" Jin Haorong shook his head with a bitter smile. "Not afraid. Especially with young Master Zheng here, I feel more confident." Zheng Jialiang smiled proudly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Because of Jin Haorong's noble status, he was no less. After all, among Jinga's prominent noble families, the Zheng family was definitely included. "Then what are you worried about, Brother Jin?" Zheng Jialiang asked lightly. Jin Haorong spoke in a deep voice. "The Crossing family used to be the pillar of the nation, but due to disagreements with the royal family, they were eventually destroyed. Only Crossing Yu and Crossing Yushu managed to escape, and no one could find them. It wasn't until these past few days that we discovered their location through the strange poison they had been inflicted with. This time, many of Jingga's elites and nobles are almost mobilizing to seize the opportunity on crossing you, but I feel like this matter might not be so simple. Zheng Jialian raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Why do you say that, Brother Jin? Qing Haoran pondered for a long time, then said with a wry smile, I can't say for sure. It might just be my suspicions, but I feel like something unexpected might happen this time. Are you suggesting? Zheng Jialian was slightly taken aback. Qin Haoran shook his head. I can't be sure. It's just a guess. Zheng Jialian chuckled. Being cautious is always right. But Brother Jin, you seem overly cautious. With the power we have now, we can go anywhere in the world. Are we really afraid of that old guy who's almost at his end? Qin Haoran nodded. That's true. But this time, almost all of Jingga's elites are moving, so we need to act ahead of them. Otherwise, if we miss the opportunity, we'll regret it. Hey. Those Y-mags and rice sacks. Zheng Jialiang's face showed a touch of disdain. Qin Haoran smiled. Those guys who only flaunt their power and live in luxury on weekdays naturally don't count. But this matter is of great importance. I heard that. The princess seems to have personally taken action this time. The 4 words the princess seemed to have a magical effect. Just now, Zheng Jialian, who was indifferent, turned pale at the mention, then exhaled slowly. That stinky woman, Li Shaoguan, has also taken action. Qing Haoran nodded. This is getting a bit tricky. Zheng Jialian muttered to himself, then suddenly became resolute. It seems the only thing we can do now is to find crossing you before that stinky woman does. With a wave of his hand, a black fog appeared in front of Zheng Jialian, and after whispering a few words, the fog disappeared. Then the speed of the sedan chair suddenly soared, heading quickly towards a distant place. Come, let's continue drinking. Even if that woman by Li Shaoguan really comes, with the 2 of us together, can we really be afraid of her? Zheng Jialian said with a smile. But these words seemed more like encouragement for himself. Qing Haoran understood this, but just smiled and raised his cup to continue drinking with Zheng Jialiang. However, a hint of unnoticed worrying flashed in his eyes. Though whether it was by Li Shaoguan advancing directly on the road or Zheng Jialiang flying in the sky, they did not notice the hidden cold killing intent in the darkness once they passed by. If you take the Sealing Demon City as the center and draw a circle of thousands of miles in diameter, you will find that within this circle, the absolute dominant force is not the towns, but the vast endless forest. The dense jungle almost obscured the entire land, with only a road passing through it, connecting the Sealing Demon City to the outside world. Even during the day, no sunlight could penetrate this sky-blocking jungle. This kind of forest is highly feared by those living nearby and is reverently referred to as the ghost forest. Even if you were a strong immortal, once you entered this vast forest, you would disappear without a trace and never be able to turn back. Not to mention humans, even wild beasts dare not approach this forest. And right in the center of this vast forest was a towering tree that almost touched the sky. The bark of the giant tree was as ancient as dragon scales, and its trunk grew at a twisted angle, resembling a crouching dragon. All the trees around the giant tree bent in reverence, as if paying homage to their king. And at that moment, several vines retracted from the void, then coiled around the base of the giant tree. After a moment, the giant tree began to tremble slightly, and the branches swayed, emitting a chilling rustling sound. The sound waves caused the surrounding trees to tremble, creating waves in this forest. Then, the black mist dissipated in front of the giant tree, and a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring presence formed instantly. Covered in thick wooden armor, his eyes exuded a chilling killing intent, as he cried out, seeming to laugh, and "Wheat, that old doused bullnose dares to kill my concubine and destroy my subordinates." His voice was harsh and unpleasant, a mix of male and female voices. As his voice echoed, many trees in the forest exploded into pieces. Then the man angrily declared, "I gave that bullnose face, allowing that small town to exist without interference. But he dared to disrespect me like this. Since that's the case, everyone must die." With that, the trees in the forest bent to both sides, revealing a path, and the branches of the giant tree extended, creating a throne. The man sat on it and then tore through the layers of the forest, heading straight towards the distant Sealing Demon Town. "Dig brother, do you think my writing looks nice?" Xiao Rui excitedly ran up to Zuan, carefully holding a piece of paper in her hands. On the paper were 3 large characters. Chin Shirui. Zuin picked it up and looked carefully. Not bad. Really? Shirui's eyes lit up with Joe, Zu, and nodded and smiled. You've only been learning for a few days, so being able to write like this is already very good. In these few days, Zuin had been teaching these children how to write whenever he had time. Among them, Shirui progressed the fastest. In just a few days, she could proficiently write many characters, with the best one being the name Zuin had given her. With Zuan's praise, Shirui smiled even more happily. When my mother saw the name I wrote, she was so happy she cried and said, she must thank Big Brother properly, Zu, and smiled but did not say anything. After spending this period of time together, his relationship with the residents of this small town had become increasingly harmonious. Especially Shirui's mother, grateful for Zuan's care of these children, often sent food she made herself. Zuan did not refuse this gesture, as there had been more than one person bringing him food during this time, including shy girls who would secretly place snacks they made at his doorstep. However, upon receiving these snacks, Zuin barely glanced at them and simply distributed them to the children. If not for this, it was likely that someone would have come directly to propose marriage to him. At the same time, in the Crimson Mansion, Crossing Yu used up the last of his strength to finish telling Crossing Yushu everything he needed to say. Then, he weakly lay on the bed, his face not pale but instead showing a strange flush. Crossing Yushu's heart sank as he understood that with these symptoms, his grandfather was approaching the end of his life. This made him tremble, tears shimmering in his eyes. Grandpa. Crossing Yu gently waved his hand. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips. I'm fine. I can hold on a little longer. Do you remember what I told you before? Crossing Yushu nodded vigorously, his voice shaking. I remember. That's good. Remember, after I die, you must leave this place as I told you. Do not stay. Understand? Yes. Yes. But what about the sealed demon town if I leave? Crossing Yushu asked shakily. Crossing Yu wore a wry smile on his face. This sealed demon town sheltered us in the past, and we returned the favor by safeguarding them for so many years, but now I can't hold on any longer. I fixed the talisman these past few days. Under normal circumstances, it can continue to protect this sealed demon town for another 10 years. By then, you should have learned enough. Return to see it again in 10 years. After all, you cannot be bound here for your whole life. Crossing Yushu could only bow his head. In his short life of a dozen or so years, the sealed demon town held a significant place. The luxurious and carefree life from childhood had become very blurry due to his young age. Only the sealed demon town occupied most of his adolescent years and had become his second home. This was why he found it so difficult to part with. Crossing Yu naturally understood all this and couldn't help but extend his thin arm, gently stroking his cheek and softly saying, silly child, do you really think staying here will change anything? The Ghost King in that forest of demons will eventually realize, and with your current strength, you won't be able to intimidate him. So you must become stronger to protect the residents of this town in 10 years. Yes, Yushu understands. Crossing Yushu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Crossing Yu nodded with a smile, but at that moment, he suddenly raised his head, a terrifying light shone in his eyes, and he exclaimed in confusion, what's happening? Have they followed us here? Crossing Yushu was stunned. What's wrong, Grandpa? The expression on Crossing Yu's face became even more grim. Then he said, in a deep voice, the pill left by Mr. Negu. Crossing Yushu quickly took out the jade bottle from his chest, poured out the pill, and Crossing Yu swallowed it in one gulp, then closed his eyes. His complexion began to change rapidly. Crossing Yushu felt the hair all over his body stand on, and because he had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, Zuan, who was teaching a group of children how to write in the courtyard, suddenly looked up towards the distant sky. A cold smile appeared on his lips. It's getting lively here. Saying that, Zuan turned to look at the Crimson Mansion and said lightly, it seems my guess was correct. The poison on your body not only will take your life but also serve as a location beacon. Shirui, unaware of what was happening, looked at Zuan with confusion. Big brother, what's wrong? Has something happened? Zuan smiled faintly. It's nothing. Just that things are about to get lively. Lively? Shirui looked puzzled. Zuan smiled, looked up at the clear night sky with stars and moon, and said lightly, yes, a big commotion indeed. At that moment, Crossing Yu, who had taken the pill, emitted a bright light around him, The wrinkles on his face were rapidly diminishing, and even his gray hair turned black in an instant. This strange sight left Crossing Yushu dumbfounded. He never imagined that the pill left by Mr. Ne who would have such a powerful effect. With this, could it mean that his grandfather could survive? Crossing Yushu hoped fervently in his heart. Just then, Crossing Yu suddenly opened his eyes, leapt out of bed, and rushed out. Crossing Yushu followed, slightly out of breath, and asked, "Grandpa, what's?" His words trailed off, as he already knew the answer. At the end of the ancient path outside the city, a figure of a group of riders appeared. At first, Crossing Yushu wasn't sure what it was because the distance was too far to make out details, only dark shadows were visible. But in a few breaths, this group of riders crossed the great distance at a terrifying speed and arrived at the foot of the city. It was then that Crossing Yushu was astonished to see a phantom caravan that seemed to have emerged from hell. The entirely black horses and carts stood quietly on the ancient road below the city without making a sound or even a breath of air. The sound was full of deep-seated hatred. As his voice trailed off, a faint laughter could be heard from the convoy. Then the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a black mist emanated, revealing a woman as cold and elegant as ice, with pure black lids. The woman raised her head to look at Crossing Yu standing on the city wall, a cold smile on her face. "Long time no see, Crossing Yu." Crossing Yu's expression was as calm as water, staring firmly at Li Xiaoguan before speaking in a cold tone. "You're like maggots in the bones, able to find even this place." Li Xiaoguan chuckled. "Crossing Yu, if it weren't for you suppressing the toxins in your body with your deep cultivation, do you think we wouldn't find you?" Crossing Yu was taken aback by the words, then realized, so the track of the toxin I'm affected by was revealed. Li Xiaoguan nodded. "Exactly." With that, she looked up coldly at Crossing Yu and said, "No need for idle talk. Crossing Yu, you're a smart person and naturally understand why I'm here. Now hand over the opportunity obediently, and I can spare you and this town behind you." Crossing Yu smiled, his smile full of sarcasm. "You've said these words more than once 10 years ago, but do you really think I would believe them?" Li Xiaoguan's face darkened. "Crossing Yu, don't think I fear you. Since you can no longer suppress the deadly toxins in your body, it shows that you are at your last gasp. Any further struggle will only hasten your death." Crossing Yu burst into laughter, then turned to his grandson. "Yushu, have you seen clearly now? This is the person we Crossing family has protected with countless efforts." Crossing Yushu's eyes were like iron, staring firmly at Li Xiaoguan, then nodding heavily. "I've seen clearly." "Very well. Remember their faces, and in the future, we will exact our Crossing family's revenge tenfold." "Yes." Li Xiaoguan snorted, courting death. With that, she waved her hand, and behind her, faint black lights appeared, led by the man who was guiding them. After these black lights scattered, they all turned out to be floating ghosts, bowing in unison to Li Xiaoguan. "Princess." Li Xiaoguan pointed forward, saying coldly, "Annihilate this town and capture Crossing Yu alive." "Yes." With the command, a boundless flow of ghosts surged towards the town to exterminate it. However, as they rushed within a range of 200 yards, the symbols on the city wall emitted brilliant golden light. The light targeted the black lights, causing them to scream in agony before vanishing. Despite this, Li Xiaoguan remained unfazed, snoring coldly, her long hair dancing without wind, and the black lights around her multiplied instantly several times, crashing forward menacingly. Despite the dazzling golden light, facing so many black energies, the defense was inadequate. The city wall trembled slightly, clearly reaching its limit. Just then, Crossing Yu shouted, his eyes glowing, forming hand seals. "Ready. Fight." With these words of power, a giant symbol slammed directly towards Li Xiaoguan. A look of seriousness appeared on her face, waving her hand to form a thick shield of condensed black energy, blocking the symbol. A dull thud followed. Li Xiaoguan involuntarily took more than 10 steps back, her face slightly pale. Crossing Yu's figure flickered but did not retreat, his glow even brighter. At the same time, the entire town had been alarmed. The residents didn't dare to come close, but stood on the streets looking up. Crossing Yushu's heart tightened, exclaiming, "Grandpa." Crossing Yu waved his hand, signaling him not to speak, then took a deep breath, slowly addressing Li Xiaoguan outside the city. Li Xiaoguan, with that move, you should understand my current strength. I have no intention of killing you. Hurry and leave now, I won't pursue further. Li Xiaoguan, eyebrow slightly raised, looked somewhat wary of crossing you. That move just now indeed did not work in her favor, causing some doubt in her mind. Could it be that her speculation was wrong, and this guy's strength wasn't significantly reduced? As she hesitated, a light laughter came from above. Princess, you seem to have arrived just a step earlier than us. Hearing this voice, Bai Li Shaowan's face turned unpleasant, then said coldly, Zheng Jialiang. Yes, it's me. With that, a black sedan appeared out of nowhere before the crowd, and Zheng Jialiang and Jin Haoran stepped out. Their appearance made the situation even more tense. Crossing you remained calm, while Zheng Jialiang smiled cheekily and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Senior Crossing. Bai Li Shaowan and Zheng Jialiang, after a moment of thought, nodded in agreement to Jin Haoran's proposal. Crossing Yushu was furious because throughout the situation, they seemed to treat his grandfather as mere goods. This made him extremely angry. Crossing you, however, remained composed, watching quietly. Meanwhile, the residents of the town were on edge. Not knowing who the newcomers were, opposing Crossing would naturally make them bad people. Little Rui thought the same but was more worried about her older brother's safety, stealing a glance over to him. Then she froze, because at that moment, Zhuan stood behind the crowd, with a mysterious smile on his face, his gaze not on the city wall but through the layers of darkness to the distant horizon. He murmured softly, "They've come quite fast. Good. It will save me a bit of trouble." At this point, the three allies Li Shaoguan had already formed did not waste any words, and went straight to attack Crossing you. This revealed the disparity in strength among the three of them. In both presence and cultivation, Bai Li Shaoguan clearly surpassed Zheng Jialian and Jin Haoran. However, the two were not willing to show weakness and activated their full cultivation power to confront the situation head-on. Ghostly energies filled the air, with dark lights flickering. The three joined forces to create a black torrent rushing towards Crossing you on the city wall. Crossing you's face remained calm as water, and he coldly shouted, "Wait here." With that, he swiftly flew away from the city wall, leaving the protective range of the golden light runes. "Grandfather!" Crossing Yushu exclaimed in panic, his eyes filled with urgency. However, he dared not move, understanding that Crossing you had left the advantageous defensive position of the city wall to face the incoming black torrent alone, in order to protect the painstakingly restored runes. Knowing that Crossing you made such a sacrifice, the only thing Crossing Yushu could do was to diligently guard the city wall. Despite understanding these reasons, Crossing Yushu couldn't help but tremble and tears welled up in his eyes. If possible, he truly wished to rush forward with his grandfather and fiercely confront these opponents. Meanwhile, Bai Li Shaoguan and his comrades saw Crossing you not retreat, but advance, leaving the protection of the golden light runes, and they all rejoiced. Seeking death, Bai Li Shaoguan snorted coldly, a flash of black light in his eyes as the dark aura around him intensified. Zheng Jialian and Jin Haorang also activated their cultivation. The black torrent instantly doubled in size, carrying an extremely terrifying momentum as it smashed towards Crossing you. However, Crossing you remained composed and, in midair, firmly planted his feet before raising his hands in front of his chest, beginning to form hand seals rapidly. The speed was so swift that his fingers left phantom images in the air, resembling blooming lotus flowers. 3 Mountain Seal, Wrathful Deity Seal, Counter Heaven Seal, Origin Mandate Finger. Various profound hand seals were swiftly formed and ultimately converged into the fundamental and most stable Taoist Tai Chi Seal. As the hand seal was completed, the black torrent had already surged close. With a deafening explosion, an invisible shockwave rapidly expanded, shattering the trees around the demon-sealing town. Bai Li Shaoguan, Zheng Jialiang, and Jin Haorang all grunted, retreating more than 10 yards, while Crossing you only staggered back 3 steps. The entire scene shook the onlookers. The faces of Bai Li Shaoguan and his companions turned extremely serious as they gazed with fear and respect at the majestic Crossing you. Crossing Yushu had his heart in his throat, but seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exhale and then exclaimed in Zhou, "Grandfather, tain him no mind." Crossing you coldly eyed the 3 opponents. "Leave now, and I may spare your lives." Hearing this, Zheng Jialiang and Jin Haoran both showed hesitation, exchanging glances. They hadn't expected Crossing you, who appeared to be at his limit, to be so powerful. Considering the current lively situation, they realized their strength was no match for him. Thus, both of them entertained thoughts of retreat. After all, No matter how precious the opportunity, one's life was more important. However, Bai Li Shaoguan remained cold-faced, showing no intention of backing down. Seeing this, Crossing Yu's eyebrows furrowed as he sternly said, "Bai Li Shaoguan, are you not planning to leave?" Bai Li Shaoguan gazed at the furious Crossing Yu, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Senior Crossing, please stay calm. I truly admire your unparalleled strength." But Bai Li Shaoguan's tone shifted. "I wonder if you can withstand another strike from us." "What do you mean?" Crossing Yu asked in a deep voice. "It's simple. If Senior Crossing can withstand another strike from us, the three of us will turn and leave without further ado. We will also prevent anyone from disturbing you. What do you think?" Bai Li Shaoguan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jialian and Jin Haorong brightened up and looked at Crossing Yu. Crossing Yu remained calm, a hint of light flashing in his eyes before coldly stating, "Fine. Since you are so persistent, I will accompany you for a while longer." Bai Li Shaoguan smiled brightly. "Very well. Then here goes. Attack." With that, her hair rose without wind, and her hands and claws resembled tentacles. In front of her, strands of black light instantly condensed into a huge and fierce ghost head. Bai Li's ultimate skill, God-slaying decision. Zheng Jialian and Jin Haorong recognized the origin of Bai Li Shaoguan's strike and couldn't help but shudder. The God-slaying decision was the Bai Li family's unparalleled inheritance. Seeing this, Zheng Jialian and Jin Haorong exchanged a glance, then mobilized their cultivation power and unleashed their secret techniques. The convergence of their three powers created an even stronger pressure than before. Wherever they passed, the grass and trees withered, seemingly drained of all life by this attack. Crossing Yu's eyes showed a touch of seriousness, but he remained calm, forming hand seals once again, then striking with the fierce tiger descending the mountain seal. A tiger's roar shook the surroundings before everything fell silent. The clash created such a force that the surrounding space seemed to collapse, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept away trees and vegetation within a dozen miles. Finally, Zheng Jialian and Jin Haorong couldn't hold on any longer and were thrown back, coughing up blood. Bai Li Shaoguan fared slightly better, but it was far from easy. She took more than 10 steps back, her delicate face pale. In contrast, Crossing Yu only stepped back 3 times, maintaining his calm demeanor as he stood with hands behind his back, coldly regarding the 3 opponents. "Are you convinced now?" The crowd in Demon Ceiling Town erupted in cheers, especially Crossing Yushu, who was shaking with excitement. "Master Crossing is invincible. Indeed, Master Crossing is truly formidable." The crowd cheered loudly. By doing so, there is only one consequence, and that is complete annihilation of the soul. But once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. This is also the reason why Zuin has not taken action, because no matter whether he acts or not, Crossing Yu he will die. It is better to let him fulfill his mission in his own way before dying. This time, all 3 of the Bai Li trio were speechless, especially Bai Li Shaoguan. She was seriously injured by this blow and looked at Crossing Yu, he with a deep sense of fear in her eyes. Finally, she gritted her teeth, bowed to Crossing Yu he, and said, "Senior is indeed powerful. I admire you. Let's go." With that, Bai Li Shaoguan turned and left. As for Zheng Jialian and Jin Haorong, after seeing Bai Li Shaoguan leave, they hurriedly turned to leave as well. Crossing Yushu was excited in his heart, then leapt to Crossing Yu. He sighed and whispered, "Grandpa, he wanted to ask why they didn't pursue and kill these 3 people. After all, the hatred between their Crossing family and these nobles was irreconcilable." But before he could finish speaking, a chilling laughter came from the far sky. This laughter was a mix of male and female voices, sharp and piercing, causing goosebumps. Hearing this laughter, Crossing Yu, his face changed drastically. The 3 who were about to leave were astonished and looked up together. In front of the Demon Ceiling City, the vast forest began to move on its own. Countless trees stretched their branches, then bent down as if welcoming a returning king. Then a black vortex occupying half the sky flew towards the Demon Ceiling Town at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked, trees broke, and flames soared. In an instant, the vortex arrived, and then the black light gradually dispersed, revealing a huge throne. The throne was entirely made of black vines, intricate and complex, emitting an extremely evil and chilling aura. Sitting on the throne was a man covered in wooden armor, leisurely surveying his surroundings with interest. His imposing aura shook the entire demon-sealing town and the surrounding land. The residents of the town had already retreated in fear when the black vortex approached, trembling as they watched. Crossing Yushu's face was pale as a sheet, because upon seeing the throne, he suddenly remembered a person his grandfather had warned him about 1,000 times. Indeed, just as crossing you, he took a deep breath and said, in a solemn tone, "Tree Demon Ghost King, you have also come." Yes, the one who came was the Tree Demon Ghost King, who ruled over a vast territory of tens of thousands of miles, with formidable power and an endless forest of ghosts. He let out a strange laughter, then spoke in a sinister tone. "The entire land is under my control. I come and go as I please. But you, crossing you here." His voice carried a hint of killing intent. "Seeing me, are you not afraid at all?" "Afraid? Ghost King, I have been guarding this place for a long time. We have nothing to do with each other. Why should I be afraid?" "Crossing you," he replied in a deep voice. Old man, are you pretending to be confused with me? Or do you think you, with your limited strength, can challenge me?" With the voice of the Tree Demon Ghost King, countless vines surged up from the ground, intertwining behind him like numerous poisonous snakes, staring fiercely at Crossing you. He and the demon-sealing town. The situation instantly changed, while Zheng Jialiang and Jin Haoran, who were ready to leave, brightened up. Bai Li Shaoguang couldn't wait and stepped forward a few steps, bowing respectfully, and said, "Bai Li Shaoguang, the eldest daughter of the Bai Li family of Jingguo, greets the Ghost King." The Tree Demon Ghost King glanced at Bai Li Shaoguang and the two behind her, Zheng Jialiang and Jin Haoran. Then he coldly smiled. "What are people of Jingguo doing in my territory? What do you want coming to me?" As the ruler of the region and close neighbor to Jingguo, the Ghost King received annual tributes from the Jingguo and was shown respect by the major families. Therefore, he naturally knew the power structure within Jingguo. Upon hearing the Tree Demon Ghost King's question, Zheng Jialiang and Jin Haoran felt their scalps tingle. Although they had practiced ghost methods, they still felt a chilling aura that enveloped them, freezing their blood. This made them horrified. How strong is the Ghost King's might to reach such a level? Bai Li Shaoguang, standing in front, felt more pressure than the two of them, but even so, her smile remained unchanged, even more intense. She spoke respectfully. "Ghost King, we are here out of necessity. When passing through your territory, we had already obtained the consent of the surrounding forest. We did not intrude on our own accord." "Humph, I know you dare not." The Tree Demon Ghost King snorted, but his tone had softened. In fact, from the moment these three entered his territory, he already knew, without his permission, these three would not have been able to enter. His earlier anger was just a display of his authority. How could Bai Li Shaoguang not understand this? When she felt the pressure around her lighten, she took 2 steps forward, respectfully looking up at the Ghost King. "Ghost King, from what you just said, you seem dissatisfied with crossing you Heh. So what?" The Tree Demon Ghost King glanced at Bai Li Shaoguang and then at the others behind her, then said lightly, "What? Are you trying to ask me why I harbor the traitor from Jingguo?" Bai Li Shaoguang hurriedly bowed. "I dare not. All right. No need to say more. I know your intentions. You want me to help you kill Crossing you, right? In front of me, he is nothing, unable to withstand a single blow." The Tree Demon Ghost King said, indifferently. Everything was originally developing in a positive direction, but why did something like this suddenly appear? Did you hear that? No matter what happens, don't look back. Always remember, you are a descendant of the Crossing family. Crossing you said softly, looking surprisingly relaxed. Crossing Yushu's heart tightened into a ball, staring blankly at Crossing you, then nodded. At this moment, after hearing the words of the Tree Demon King, Bai Li Shaoguang was overjoyed, then bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Lord Ghost King. What I want is the opportunity on that old guy." "Opportunity? Heh." The Tree Demon King chuckled a few times, then looked down at Bai Li Shaoguang. "I can kill her for you, but how will you repay me?" A hint of panic and anger flashed in Bai Li Shaoguang's eyes, but then she weighed the pros and cons in her heart, and then bowed deeply. "I will follow the orders of Lord Ghost King." Ha. "Good. You've helped me with this favor." The Tree Demon King laughed heartily, then looked at Crossing you with a playful expression. "Old man, let me ask you again. Do you know why I've come to kill you?" Crossing you remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, Is it because of the green-faced demon from 2 days ago? The Tree Demon King smiled. That stupid thing is dead. Why would I personally come over? I only ask you one thing. Who killed my concubine back then? Crossing You shook his whole body, realizing what was happening, and said with a wry smile, Lord Ghost King, you mean the female demon who appeared outside Fengmo town that day? Of course. Crossing You shook his head, looking serious. Whether it's your concubine or that demon, they were not killed by anyone in Fengmo town. Ha ha. Continue. The Tree Demon King sneered repeatedly. Believe it or not, those 2 demons were definitely not killed by me. They must have been done by passing strong experts. Passing strong experts? The Tree Demon King laughed heartily. Old man, are you still trying to deceive me after all this time? In my territory, I can sense even if a mosquito flies by, but for these past 2 days, there haven't been any strong experts passing through. Crossing You, his face changed drastically, astonished, and said, How is that possible? Then how did those 2 demons die? I was going to ask you that. Old man, even at the brink of death, are you still trying to argue? The Tree Demon King roared, and the vines began to disturb like frightened snakes. Crossing You, his face changed constantly, shouting in alarm, Lord Ghost King, there must be a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Explanation? Today, you and everyone in this Fengmo town must die. With those words, the vines poured out, blocking out the sky and descending directly towards Crossing You. Crossing You felt that he had overlooked something extremely important, but the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to think too much. He raised his hand and quickly drew a symbol in the air. Heaven and earth in turmoil. All directions open up. Annihilate. Dang. A burst of golden light engulfed, turning all the vines into ashes in an instant. The Tree Demon King groaned, obviously slightly injured. However, after this powerful strike, Crossing You's blood-red complexion began to fade at a visible speed, his smooth forehead showing wrinkles, and his jet-black hair turning white in an instant. This scene stunned everyone. Daily Xiaowan trembled, shouting, He's really struggling. Her voice was full of regret. In fact, from the beginning, she had doubts about Crossing You's condition, because if he truly had strong abilities, he wouldn't have let the 3 of them leave. The 2 to the pill Crossing You had swallowed, its effects were too extraordinary, successfully deceiving all 3 of them, and even withstanding 2 attacks. This made Bailey Xiaowan's confidence waver, and she prepared to leave. The appearance of the Tree Demon King gave Bailey Xiaowan a glimmer of hope, which is why she begged for his help to seize the opportunity. For this, she paid a very high price. After all, spending 10 days with this Tree Demon King would not hold pleasant memories. But unexpectedly, in just one move, Crossing You's true nature was revealed. This made Bailey Xiaowan feel regret and self-reproach. The Tree Demon King laughed heartily. Of course he's struggling, or do you think I would willingly come here to confront him? When Crossing You first arrived at Fengmo town, his strength had not declined. Although he was far inferior to the Tree Demon King, due to the restraint of the doubt, the Tree Demon King tolerated him, and did not want to conflict with him. Until now, when his concubine died in Fengmo town, the Tree Demon King would no longer believe that Crossing You had nothing to do with it. His eyesight far surpassed Bailey Xiaowan's, seeing that Crossing You was merely relying on secret techniques to endure, so he killed his enemy and also had a beauty to play with for a few days. These powerful demon kings guarding a region are truly not to be underestimated. These thoughts flashed through the minds of Zhang Zholiang and Jin Haoran, and they couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, the Tree Demon King chuckled. Crossing You, I will send you on your way now. As he spoke, the giant trees on the ground suddenly began to transform into armored demon warriors, charging toward Crossing You. At this moment, Crossing You's momentum had plummeted to rock bottom, shaking as if a gust of wind could knock him down, but his eyes remained bright and determined. Slowly raising his skinny hands, he began to form seals in front of his chest once again. All fighters are arrayed in front. With each seal formed, the vitality in Crossing You's eyes would diminish. When all 9 words were spoken, the brightness in Crossing You's eyes had faded, but between his palms, a dazzling douse light was born, too intense for anyone to confront. Crossing Yushu wanted to shout loudly, but when the words reached his lips, they were swallowed back, along with the tears in his eyes. He gazed deeply at his grandfather's back, as if trying to engrave this scene deeply into his mind. Then, without hesitation, he turned and left. Revenge. I must seek revenge. This was Crossing Yushu's only thought at that moment. However, how could the Tree Demon King let him go so easily? With a sinister laugh, the Tree Demon King taunted, "Where do you think you can run in my territory?" He pointed a finger, and Crossing Yushu's sprinting form suddenly became frozen in place. Trees surged up in front of him, forming a barrier of lush greenery blocking his path. Crossing Yushu gritted his teeth and tried to run in another direction, but as soon as the thought arose, green barriers sprung up around him, forming a green cage that held him firmly within. No, Crossing Yu, who was fighting with the demon, shouted in despair. Seeing a demon sneak up behind him, Crossing Yu was unable to dodge the punch, and he was sent flying far away, plummeting to the ground. As Crossing Yushu was trapped in the cage, he screamed desperately, "Grandfather!" He then turned towards the Tree Demon King and by Lishiguang and yelled, "I will kill you." However, the Tree Demon King paid no attention to his cries. With Crossing Yushu's current strength, he didn't even have the qualification to catch his eye. The echoing cries of despair spread throughout the town, leaving all residents in hopelessness. The situation was clear to even the most clueless individuals. Xing's grandfather was defeated, his fate unknown. Crossing Yushu was trapped in a cage, unable to do anything. The inevitable outcome for the town was destruction. Born in this chaotic world, the townspeople of the Demon Ceiling Town were familiar with this result. Hidden amidst the forests were numerous ancient towns and cities, and the outcome was always the same: death. Demon Ceiling Town was no exception, but since the arrival of Xing's grandfather and grandson, they had given the residents a glimmer of hope. However, that hope had now shattered. The residents' faces were filled with numbness and despair. The children, though not fully understanding, bowed their heads, some even starting to cry softly. Only Xiaorui, who was also terrified, thought of Zuan in her final moment. "I wonder how my big brother is doing. As long as he doesn't stay in this town, he won't die. I wonder if he's scared." Xiaorui's heart filled with sadness, she turned to where Zuan had been standing earlier, but unexpectedly, there was no one there. Xiaorui was perplexed. Where did Big Brother go? Meanwhile, when Crossing Yu was sent flying out, Bailey Xiaoguang felt delighted and immediately tried to seize the opportunity. However, she felt a push on her shoulder, forcing her back to the ground, as a cold voice said, "Don't move." Bailey Xiaoguang's body stiffened, and without hesitation, she launched a counterattack, coldly demanding, "Who is it?" Unfortunately, there was no response to her attack or questioning. From the sky, Crossing Yu's descent suddenly slowed, floating in midair. A figure slowly materialized in the void, a young man in white clothes with sharp features. Seeing this, Xiaorui on the ground was stunned, as it was her big brother Zuan. His sudden appearance shocked everyone present, especially Crossing Yushu, who couldn't believe his eyes. You. Zuan smiled slightly at him. "Don't speak, just watch quietly." Crossing Yushu stared in shock. Zuan then raised his eyes, smiling at the distant Tree Demon King. "By entering the ghost realm with a plant body, you have indeed taken a different path." The Tree Demon King stared at Zuan, his eyes flickering. He realized that he couldn't see through this seemingly ordinary young man. Despite feeling no aura from Zuan, the ordinary appearance of a mortal, no ordinary mortal could stand calmly in the void and converse with him. The Tree Demon King was puzzled. Meanwhile, Bailey Xiaoguang on the ground first stared at Zuan in surprise, and then, pointing at him, said in shock and fear, "It was you earlier, Zu," and nodded. "Yes, it was me. What's wrong?" Though initially anger, Bailey Xiaoguang calmed down, sarcastically remarking, "Impressive, sneaking up beside me so stealthily." Zuan shook his head, stating, "You're mistaken not by my skill, but by your lack of power." Bailey Xiaoguang's eyes widened in shock. She had never had anyone say she lacked strength. Furious, she began to retort, but as she did, Zuan gave her a cold look, leaving her paralyzed and trembling. Never before had Bailey Xiaoguang seen such a terrifying gaze. Despite encountering formidable beings in the ghost sect, Zuan's current gaze was incomparably intimidating. It exuded an almost ultimate calmness that held an underlying chilling aura of utmost authority. With a single look, Bailey Xiaoguang was rendered powerless, trapped in layers of illusions. Of course, this was unbeknownst to the onlookers, who only saw Zuan casually glancing at Bailey Xiaoguang, causing her to shiver in place. Eventually, Zuan raised his gaze, smiled ambiguously at the Tree Demon King, and calmly stated, You asked before who killed your concubine. Doom. The words were like poking a hornet's nest, causing a sensation throughout the entire venue. It was not until this moment that the group of town residents awoke as if from a dream, looking at Zhu and facing the tree demon king alone in the sky, causing a stir. My goodness, isn't that Mr. Zhu? How did he suddenly run up to the sky? An elderly man said, in amazement. Yad. Mr. Zhu is so audacious, isn't he? Someone else exclaimed. What should we do now? Mr. Zhu is truly reckless. Another remarked with regret. Different from the nosy crowd, Zirui and many children looked at Zhuan in the sky with admiration, especially Zirui, her fists clenched tightly, eyes full of hope. She believed that her big brother could surely defeat these villains. In her view, nothing in the world could defeat her big brother. Even more astonishing was Crossing Yushu, who was trapped in a cage, staring blankly at Zhuan, still hearing the words he had just said to the Tree Demon King. What? What does he mean? Is he really planning to take down this Tree Demon King alone? This thought seemed absurd to Crossing Yushu as soon as it occurred to him. Indeed, just as the Tree Demon King hesitated for a moment, he chuckled wickedly. Very good. Very good. Very good. He repeated 3 times before locking his predatory gaze onto Zhuan. Since you dare admit you killed him, then it's easy. As for telling me to die understanding, should I thank you, Zhu? And shook his head with a smile. No need. I don't usually show courtesy to the dead. The Tree Demon King's eyes revealed a cold expression. He was not a fool. On the contrary, to become a powerful figure ruling in this land of bloodshed, his mind was much clearer than the average person. Zhu, and exuded peculiarity in every aspect, showing no fluctuations in his demeanor, but giving off an aura of invincibility, indicating he was not an ordinary person. Furthermore, his concubine at least was a strong true immortal, who perished by his hand, further signifying his strength. Therefore, the Tree Demon King did not underestimate his opponent. Kid, your words also represent my view. Die for me. Without further ado, the Tree Demon King unleashed a powerful attack. The jungle within sight instantly withered. 10,000 trees turn evil. Purify the world. With the Tree Demon King's roar, countless dark lights surged toward him and transformed into armored soldiers after a tremor, covering the entire sky. This power was enough to make the world tremble. The residents of Seal Demon Town looked pale, unable to utter a word, with some faint-hearted ones even falling to the ground trembling. The Tree Demon King laughed heartily. Kill them all, as he pointed ahead, and the countless dark soldiers turned into a black tie and rushed forward. Seeing this, Crossing Yushu in the cage closed his eyes in despair. He now understood that Zhuan was not an ordinary person, but even if he was powerful, what could he do? Faced with a myriad of ghost soldiers, even a sword immortal would feel helpless, so he could only close his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the destruction of Seal Demon Town, which carried his memories of youth. However, at that moment, Zhuan stood in the sky, watching the overwhelming tide of ghost soldiers, suddenly smiling, then turning to shout into the town, Zirui, do me a favor. His voice, though cold, reached every ear. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding what Zhuan intended to do. Zirui was particularly startled, then timidly stepped forward. Big brother, what is it, Zhu? And smiled and calmly said, I taught you how to draw, right? Now, paint something for me. Paint what? Zirui asked in amazement. Just then, Zhuan pointed a sword light above Zirui's head, lifting her into the air and bringing her before the city gate. Zhuan then said, I mentioned before that the dragon on the city gate must not be completed, or it will fly away. If you don't believe me, now I'll show you what it means to paint the dragon's eyes. With that, he casually tossed a pen to Zirui and said, Zirui, paint the dragon's eyes. Zirui trembled all over. She had, indeed, learned to draw with Zhuan, but it was merely a child's playful nature, never expecting such a situation today. With her mother and all the townspeople watching below and countless ghost soldiers approaching in the distance, the situation made this young girl, barely a teenager, shiver with fear, almost unable to speak. Big brother, Zhuan gave her a slight smile and said softly, draw, use your imagination, believe in yourself, you can do it. Somehow, upon seeing Zhuan's smile, Zirui suddenly felt less frightened. She took a deep breath, nodded solemnly at Zhuan, then turned and began to draw. Having only learned painting from Zhuan for half a day, Zirui's skill was embarrassingly poor, and she was slow. Meanwhile, The tide of ghost soldiers was rapidly approaching. The atmosphere became incredibly tense. Crossing Yushu also opened his eyes, staring blankly, but filled with sadness. He thought it was an impossible feat. Even if the dragon on the gate could come to life as Zuen claimed, what power could a child's doodled eye possess? Almost everyone in the crowd shared the same doubt. Yet, Zuen watched with a smile, completely unconcerned. 1 breath, 2 breaths, as the ghost soldiers drew closer. Even standing in the town, one could see the fiery glow in their eyes. But Zirui had not finished drawing the eyes. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere around her, she couldn't help but grow nervous. Big brother, Zuen smiled, softly urging, don't be afraid. Keep drawing. With a deep breath, Zirui cast aside all her thoughts, her face serious, then raised her hand to add the final stroke. Zirui's dragon eyes were unpleasant to look at. However, as the last stroke was completed, the huge dragon seemed to come to life, its eyes glowing with radiant light. Covering her mouth, Zirui looked dumbstruck. In fact, it wasn't just her. Almost everyone was astonished. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled, a formidable roar rising. Soon after, the dragon scales on the city gate manifested one by one, followed by its massive body, claws, and tail. As the massive head emerged from the city gate, a dragon roar echoed across the area. Wherever the sound traversed, the ghost soldiers that had surged forward couldn't even struggle, exploding simultaneously into nothingness. This was the dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth. How is this possible? Crossing Yushu's eyes widened to the maximum, murmuring almost like a groan. At this moment, it wasn't just him. Everyone in the entire venue was dumbfounded. Zirui stared blankly, with her mind completely empty. This is that giant dragon he just drew eyes on. At the same time, the giant dragon soared into the sky, spreading its enormous body in the air, entwining and strangling these overwhelming ghost soldiers. Doom. A loud bang was heard. The once intimidating ghost soldiers turned into nothingness. In an instant, clarity returned between the heavens and the earth. Such a power was enough to send chills down one's spine. At least the tree demon ghost king shivered uncontrollably, then let out a scream. Who are you? Zuen smiled faintly. Only now you're asking this question. Don't you think it's too late? You. The tree demon ghost king's expression changed. You don't even have the qualification to know who I am, Zu. And calmly said, raising a finger, exterminate him. Pointing ahead, in the direction the giant dragon was moving. The dragon roared, then pounced wildly. Everywhere it passed, powerful winds blew. The tree demon ghost king was both astonished and angry. Astonished by the mysterious abilities of this young man. Angry at the contempt in his words. As the ruler of a region, no one had dared to speak to him like that before. Playing tricks. Today I will let you understand what true power is. The tree demon ghost king roared, vine suddenly extending from the void around him, continuously flowing into his body. His body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 100-john-tall wooden giant. With a breath, the air stirred up a strong wind between heaven and earth. At the same time, the giant dragon neared. The tree demon ghost king sneered, raising his massive arm and striking the dragon with a punch. Dang! A loud noise rang out. The dragon was suppressed by his enormous fist, unable to move. The whole venue held its breath, waiting for the outcome. With a slight crack, a fracture appeared on the dragon's head, spreading rapidly. Within a breath's time, the dragon's body was covered in countless cracks, then let out a mournful cry, burst and dissipated into pure spiritual power, disappearing. Along with the dragon, the hopes of the townspeople were shattered. Laughter echoed, as the tree demon ghost king arrogantly mocked, I thought you were extraordinary. If you could truly summon a real dragon, I would indeed yield. But a mere illusion formed from spiritual power dares to be arrogant in front of me. Hearing the ghost king's taunts, everyone turned pale, filled with despair in their eyes. Crossing Yushu held onto vines forming a cage, blood dripping from his hands, staring dumbly at Zuen's distant figure, sinking into despair. Despair is not terrifying. What's terrifying is to be given hope, then have it cruelly taken away. On the ground, Zheng Jialiang and Jin Haorong sighed in relief, exchanging glances with a sense of ease on their faces. Despite the obstacles, the outcome remained unchanged. Only Bailey Xiaowang remained trapped in the gaze of Zuen from earlier, trembling and unable to pull away. Kid, your tactics are good. If you hadn't been so arrogant and killed my favorite mistress, I might have let you go. But now, I could only send you on your way," the tree demon ghost king said with feigned regret. Then an uncontrollable evil grin appeared on his face. "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" With this inquiry, all eyes turned to Zuan standing in the void. Little Rui's heart tightened, looking at Zuan's back, silently wondering if this time he could turn the tide. Probably. Very unlikely now. With tears welling in her eyes, she couldn't help but think that way. Just then, a faint laughter spread far and wide. "Using my main body to transfer power and counter this attack. Quite unexpected. Well, in that case, I'll deal with you a little more seriously." The voice was low but thunderous in the ears of everyone. The tree demon ghost king was taken aback, then couldn't suppress a scornful laugh. "Deal with me more seriously? What kind of joke is that? Did you lose your mind out of fear? Ha ha ha." Amidst his laughter, his massive arm fell down. "Big brother, be careful." Little Rui shouted in alarm, but to everyone's surprise, Zuan turned to her with a slight smile and said, "Thanks." Then, Zuan raised his fist, stepped forward, and struck out. Although it seemed like an ordinary punch, even lacking in momentum, the moment it touched the tree demon ghost king's massive arm, a huge shockwave erupted like a mushroom cloud. Everyone was speechless as they witnessed Zu and facing off against the tree demon ghost king. In a moment of silence, the tree demon ghost king's eyes widened gradually, filled with disbelief as he looked at Zuan. His expression turned to sheer horror, his lips trembling as if trying to say something, but it was too late. At that moment, amidst a deafening roar, starting from the tree demon ghost king's arm, his body began to explode continuously. In an instant, the terrified tree demon ghost king let out a scream, then exploded in midair. Wood chips flew as Zuan stood indifferently. He shook his head. Not enough. With that, Zuan raised his fist again, striking out. The entire vast jungle trembled, then burst one after another, eventually turning into ashes. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood there in shock and awe, because at this moment, the vast jungle that once covered the entire land had completely disappeared, revealing the dark and damp earth below. Dead. Dead. Just as this thought lingered in everyone's minds, a deafening howl came from a distant place. Then people witnessed a spectacular scene. In the far-off horizon, a red light shot straight into the sky, followed by continuous booming sounds. "Spare. Me." A plea for mercy crossed thousands of miles and entered everyone's ears. Crossing Yushu's teeth chattered, and he trembled all over, because he recognized that voice. The tree demon king. It was him begging for mercy. So, that red light. Many people suddenly understood something, but Zuan, standing in the void, just smiled faintly, then slowly retracted his fist, saying, "I thought you could withstand 2 punches from me, but unfortunately, you couldn't take even one." Under Zuan's fist, not only was the jungle that covered the entire land shattered, but even the towering giant tree at the center of the domain began to crumble. This giant tree was the true form of the tree demon king, as an entity that entered the realm of ghosts with the body of plants. Theoretically, this tree demon king could be considered immortal. After thousands of years of cultivation, his roots had covered the entire continent. The forests that sprouted were actually nurtured by his roots. It could be said that this seemingly boundless forest sea was all cultivated by this one tree. Under this almost terrifying vitality, the tree demon king's strength might not be comparable to those powerful ghost kings, but he possessed an almost indestructible body. As long as you couldn't harm his foundation, you couldn't completely eliminate him. This was why the tree demon king was so fearless and dared to rampage wildly. In fact, after being shattered by Zuan's first punch, the tree demon king almost instantly reverted to his true form. At that moment, he felt lucky and even harbored hatred towards Zuan, planning to cause trouble later. But before this thought could fully form, the force of Zuan's second punch arrived. Although the destruction of the nurturing jungle inflicted severe injuries on the tree demon king, it did not touch his core. But when the force struck his body, the tree demon king was horrified to discover that he couldn't resist the power of this punch at all. His strong trunk, which was as tough as a divine weapon, barely held up under this force and almost instantly started to crumble. The massive branches swayed wildly, then fell with a resounding crash. The agony of having his true form destroyed made the tree demon king finally feel the fear of death. Just as he cried out for mercy, his thick trunk cracked, then broke apart like a collapsing building, crashing to the ground. In an instant, he was severely injured, and under his shattered soul, streams of red light shot out, even illuminating the sky. Although the onlookers in front of the demonic ceiling town didn't witness this, the constant shockwaves in the air told them what was happening. Zheng Jiulian and Jin Haoran, who had thought everything had concluded, turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of existence was the Tree Demon King? He was a powerful being that even Jingwo didn't dare to provoke easily. But now, he had been crushed into pieces by this white-clad youth with a single punch. How could this not make these two feel terrified? On the other hand, Bai Li Shaoguan, who had been amazed just moments ago, gradually regained clarity. At that moment, a very faint phantom began to appear in front of Zuan, then knelt in the void, frantically kowtowing to Zuan. Everyone watched in silence. The kneeling figure was none other than the Tree Demon King, who had been displaying his might just moments before. But now, he looked extremely miserable, devoid of power, and his ethereal soul was becoming increasingly thin. Zuan looked silently at the phantom kneeling at his feet and smiled faintly. "Before you die, do you have anything else to say?" The phantom of the Tree Demon King fluctuated for a moment, then shouted madly with an extremely weak voice, "Forgive me, sir. I unknowingly offended you with my ignorance. Please forgive me, and spare my life." Zuan shook his head with a smile. "How unimaginative. I thought you had something else to say. As for sparing you, Zuan's smile turned cold. Do you think that's possible?" The Tree Demon King shuddered all over, his phantom fluctuated, and he almost dissipated. "Sir, I'm willing to submit to you. I have countless treasures to offer you." Zuan couldn't be bothered to listen any longer. With a deep breath, he suddenly exhaled. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew past. The Tree Demon King screamed in agony, and his already fragile soul was blown apart, disappearing into the heavens and earth. At the same time, everyone felt that a certain entity that had dominated this land suddenly disintegrated. In an instant, even breathing became much easier. But Zuan didn't stop there. He looked down at the ground and said calmly, "Did you think that I wouldn't see your roots hidden underground?" With that, Zuan descended straight to the ground like a cannonball. Doom! The earth shook. From Wander Zuan's feet, as the center, cracks suddenly appeared, crazily spreading radially. In an instant, the entire land was torn apart, and all the roots hidden in the thick soil were directly shattered by this foot force, completely cutting off all the life force of the Tree Demon King. People stood there, dumbfounded, just staring. At that moment, Crossing Yuha's body slowly landed on the ground, and the cage that had bound Crossing Yushu shattered. As soon as he regained his freedom, he rushed to the still unconscious Crossing Yu. "Grandfather!" Terror streamed uncontrollably down Crossing Yushu's face, and then suddenly, he remembered something. Looking up at Zuan with infinite hope in his eyes. "Sir Zu, please save my grandfather. It was my fault before. I apologize to you." Saying that, Crossing Yushu knelt down on the ground. Zuan looked at Crossing Yushu with a pitying gaze. "Your grandfather's life force has been cut off. No one can save him now. At this moment, he is only sustained by a single belief." Hearing this, Crossing Yushu stood frozen in place. Zuan shook his head, raised his hand, and a beam of light flew into Crossing Yuha's forehead. After a while, Crossing Yu groaned, slowly opening his eyes. But at that moment, his eyes were extremely dull, even described as hollow and lifeless. It was only after a while, when he saw Zuan standing in front of him, that a glimmer of light gradually returned to his eyes. Then, as if gaining some kind of enlightenment, he spoke with great respect. "I've seen an elder." "No need," Zuan said, indifferently. In fact, if Zuan hadn't intentionally separated a strand of divine consciousness to protect Crossing Yu during the intense battle, he would have already dispersed into nothingness, without a chance to wake up and speak. Therefore, even though Crossing Yu was in a semi-conscious state, where he couldn't see or speak, he could clearly sense everything around him. So, Crossing Yu knew everything that had just happened. When he saw Zuan having a young girl put the finishing touches on a dragon drawing, which then manifested into a real dragon, he was nearly frightened out of his wits. He had witnessed Zuan painting on the city gate before and had been asked by Crossing Yushu if there truly was a secret method to bring drawings to life. Crossing Yu had denied it at the time, but now, he had been mercilessly faced with the truth. Yet, Crossing Yu was not dismayed at all. Instead, he was invigorated. As a descendant of the Taoist tradition, he could naturally perceive the aura contained within this dragon. It was a majestic and profound Taoist aura, surpassing his own. He understood at that moment that Zuan was undoubtedly a highly skilled individual in Taoist arts, and regretted not recognizing this earlier. So, when he woke up, the first thing he said was to respectfully address Zuin as a senior. After all, proficiency commands respect. Zuin didn't respond to this, simply saying, "Speak quickly, your divine spirit is already completely exhausted. I am only using a secret technique to sustain you temporarily, and when the time is up, you will disperse into nothingness." Although Zuin could awaken Crossing You, that was the extent of his assistance, because Crossing You had been afflicted by a strange poison and had already exhausted all his energy over a long period, followed by consecutive battles and the forced depletion of his divine spirit. Honestly, if it weren't for Zuan's vast divine consciousness, he wouldn't have made it through this period. Upon hearing this, Crossing Yeshu couldn't help but let out a mournful cry, almost fainting to the ground. Surprisingly, Crossing You remained calm, raised his eyebrows, and said softly, "Yeshu, do you remember what I told you before?" Crossing Yeshu gradually stopped crying, but still hung his head, silently sobbing. Crossing Yu's eyes also welled up with tears, but he took a deep breath, turned to face Zuin respectfully, and asked, "Senior, the finishing touch technique you used earlier, is it a Taoist art?" Zu and nodded, saying, "Yes." Then, he paused, sighed, and said, "Unfortunately, my strength has not fully recovered yet. Otherwise, I could have directly summoned a real dragon, saving myself the trouble." Zuan's words were full of regret. Crossing You, however, was perplexed by the mention of a real dragon being summoned directly. But soon, he regained his composure, and his demeanor became even more respectful. "To witness the Taoist arts of Senior is a great honor for me. I have no regrets even in death." Crossing You struggled to get up, staggered towards Zuan, and knelt before him, Zu, and raised an eyebrow slightly but did not evade, saying, "What is it?" Crossing You took a deep breath and said, "Senior, my time is short, but before I pass, I have a request for you." "Go ahead," Zuin replied plainly. Crossing You revealed, "Senior, truthfully, I am a disciple of the Jade Ding Pavilion, one of the 7 celestial realms of the Taoist tradition." Zuin remained silent, listening attentively. Crossing You seemed to feel the urgency of time, and accelerated his speech. "100 years ago, due to my limited talent, I could only reach the status of an outer disciple. Eventually, I left the sect and returned to my homeland, Jingguo. At first, everything was peaceful, and I wanted to make a name for myself and ensure peace in the region. But unexpectedly, the rulers of Jingguo turned to the sect of demons over a decade ago in their pursuit of immortality. My Crossing family has been the protector of Jingguo for generations, and we are staunch enemies of the sect of demons. Naturally, we refused, but the various powers of Jingguo unexpectedly attacked my family, nearly wiping us out. Only I, with Crossing Yeshu, managed to escape at the cost of severe injuries. After that, I hid in this demonic-sealed town, barely surviving, waiting for Yeshu to grow up so I could take him back to the sect, continue my legacy, and restore my family. If that were to happen, even if I die, I could rest in peace. But given the current situation, I will be unable to fulfill these aspirations. Therefore, Crossing Yu's voice began to tremble, his face almost transparently pale, but he still gazed at Zuin with unwavering determination. "I have a request that goes against my will. I hope that Senior can take Yeshu back to my sect, to inherit the Taoist traditions I've left behind. If you agree, I will be forever grateful." With that, Crossing You painstakingly kowtowed on the ground. Crossing Yeshu had already cried himself into a sobbing mess, kneeling beside his grandfather. Zuin quietly watched the withering old man, and after a moment, a touch of regret appeared on his face. He nodded. "All right, I agree." Hearing this, Crossing You trembled all over, overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, Senior." He kept kowtowing repeatedly, Zu, and gestured for him to stop, saying, "No need." Even if Crossing You hadn't asked, Zuin was already planning to visit his sect. After all, the Taoist arts Crossing You practiced were orthodox Huazu Taoist techniques. It was evident that his sect had connections to the Huazu. Zuin naturally wanted to clarify these matters. At that moment, cracks began to appear on Crossing Yu's arm, and pieces of it started to crumble away. "Grandfather!" Crossing Yeshu exclaimed. Despite Crossing You being apparently relieved, raising his head, his eyes had turned into voids, leaving behind only 2 pitch-black eye sockets. Nonetheless, in an extremely feeble voice, he said, "Yeshu, help me face northwest." Crossing Yeshu choked up as he approached and assisted Crossing Yu in turning towards the northwest. Then, Crossing Yu respectfully kowtowed 3 times in that direction and softly said, "Undistinguished disciple Crossing Yu, both here. In this life, I have never tarnished the glory of my sect. I have no regrets." As the last word left his lips, a sense of relief flashed across Crossing Yu's face. His entire body then disintegrated into dust, dispersed by the wind. "Grandfather, farewell." Crossing Yeshu kowtowed repeatedly, wailing tearfully. Simultaneously, all the residents of the demonic-sealed town knelt in unison. Zuan quietly gazed at the 2 white Zhanhun lamps for a while before finally looking away. He held a certain level of respect for Crossing Yu. After all, no matter when, a person who can uphold their beliefs and persist until the end is worthy of respect. Moreover, he had protected this small town for over a decade and never bowed down to the supernatural beings more powerful than him. From this perspective, he was qualified to be called a true person. Of course, this true person was not the same as those in cultivation realms, but rather a title in the Taoist community for someone with a firm Tao heart and profound Tao skills. Thinking about this, Zuan couldn't help but feel more interested in Crossing Yu's sect, the Tao's 7 heaven realms, the Yuding Pavilion. It all sounded quite interesting. And thought to himself. Meanwhile, Crossing Yeshu and the others were kneeling on the ground, crying as if their lives depended on it. Amidst this turmoil, Zheng Jialian, Jin Haoran, and Bai Li Shaoguan, who had just regained consciousness with a pale face, exchanged a glance before unconsciously starting to move their steps, carefully walking away. The whole process was slow and silent. For the 3 of them, as long as they could leave a certain range, they had confidence in escaping. But just as they had walked a few hundred steps away, feeling like they were approaching their goal, Zuan sighed softly. "Do you think the 3 of you can still get away?" The 3 of them shuddered at his words and then turned stiffly, their faces forced into a strained smile. It was Bai Li Shaoguan who, having his confidence shattered by a single glance from Zuan, spoke, with deep reverence evident in her eyes. Zuan, however, couldn't be bothered to listen, interrupting her with a wave of his hand and saying, "Or do you think I would spare the 3 of you?" Even a fool could sense the chilling threat in his words. And these 3 were not fools. On the contrary, they were all influential figures in stirring up trouble. So upon hearing Zuan's words, they couldn't help but shiver before showing a look of panic. They knew nothing about Zuan, but the power demonstrated by this white-clad youth had already exceeded their imagination. After all, even beings like the Ghost King were to be respected, but under Zuan's fists, they were reduced to ashes. This overwhelming display of strength left them breathless, unable to even gasp for air, only able to gaze at Zuan in despair, hoping he would show mercy and spare their lives. Zuan was already accustomed to such pleading looks, and he just smiled faintly before casually saying, "Are you all from Jingguo?" "Yes, the 3 of us are all nobles from Jingguo," Zheng Jialian honestly replied. Zuan's gaze flickered slightly. Then what is this ghost cult that Crossing Yu mentioned? If the 3 had only been fearful and despondent before, they were now on the verge of tears. The ghost cult is the recently established national religion in Jingguo, but we have nothing to do with it. We only heard that old Master Crossing possessed great fortune, so we grew greedy and wanted to seize it. Please forgive us. It was actually Jin Haoran, with a background in commerce, who remained the most composed, even managing to present his plea logically. And remained indifferent to this and murmured, "Ghost teaching, national religion, ha ha." A cold smile gradually surfaced on Zuan's face as he looked at the 3 trembling individuals, saying lightly, "So, how do you plan to die?" With his words, Zuan's aura suddenly surged. The 3 groaned under the pressure, unable to bear it, and knelt down, then cried out anxiously, "My lord, we are willing to be your cattle and horses. Please spare our lives." "That's right. As long as you spare us, we are willing to do anything." Zheng Jialian and Jin Haoran pleaded frantically. Only Bai Li Shaoguan, trembling all over with a terrified look in his eyes, couldn't even speak. At Zuan's words, he raised an eyebrow slightly, then said with interest, "Oh, as long as I spare you, you are willing to do anything?" "Yes, as long as you, my lord, are willing to let us go, we are willing to pay any price." Seeing Zuan's tone soften, Zheng Jialian and Jin Haoran were even more eager in their pleas. Zuan's lips gradually curled into a smile. "Well, You are not guilty of a capital crime, so I won't kill you." Upon hearing these words, Zheng Jialian and Jin Haoran heaved a sigh of relief and then exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for sparing our lives." Zuan shook his head. "Don't thank me so quickly. While I won't kill you, you can't escape punishment for your crimes." Crimes. This term made Zheng Jialian and Jin Haoran shiver, and their expressions were filled with fear. "My lord, what is the punishment for our crimes?" Jin Haoran asked laboriously. Zuan's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and he said with a smile but not a smile, "What is the punishment for your crimes? You will know soon enough." With that, a majestic and incomparable divine thought expanded, directly enveloping the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the radiance dissipated, revealing Zheng Jialian and Jin Haoran with blank and dazed expressions, kneeling as if they were petrified sculptures. Seeing this scene, Bai Li Shaowan finally couldn't control his trembling, and his eyes showed even more fear when he looked at Zuan. Zuan said lightly, "Have you figured out what I am doing?" Bai Li Shaowan nodded and said with extremely fearful voice, You have transformed their souls." Zuan was taken aback for a moment, finding the term soul transformation quite fitting to describe the refining of divine thoughts. "Have you seen this before?" Zuan asked with a slight raise of his eyebrow. Bai Li Shaowan hesitated for a moment, then trembled uncontrollably and said, "The lords of the ghost cult sometimes use such methods to control their subordinates." A fleeting hint of coldness flashed in Zuan's eyes, but it quickly receded as he said, indifferently, "Do you know why I haven't transformed your soul?" Bai Li Shaowan shivered all over and shook his head in ignorance. As Zuan spoke, the radiance in his eyes was dazzling. A powerful divine sense entered Bai Li Shaowan's sea of consciousness without hesitation, then naturally seeped through the seal, refining it in an instant. Throughout the process, Bai Li Shaowan remained unaware of the seal being purified. After the refinement was complete, the three gradually regained their senses from confusion. When they were finally fully awake, they couldn't help but feel a shock and collectively bowed to Zuan. "Greetings, sir." This time, there was no fear or trepidation in their tone, only infinite respect. "Remember what to do when you go back." "Yes, we understand." Zuan waved his hand. "All right then. Let's go." The three respectfully left, retreating backward until they were 100 steps away, then flew up and disappeared into the sky. With everything settled, Zuan turned to look at the residents of the demon ceiling town. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone bowed in fear and dared not meet his eyes. Zuan sighed inwardly, anticipating this outcome, but at that moment, a girl named Zirui in the crowd bit her lip and mustered the courage to step forward, lifting her head and tremblingly saying, Big brother, thank you for saving us." Zuan looked at the girl, her eyes filled with unease and timidity, but displaying remarkable bravery. His lips curled up slightly as he reached out and gently patted her head. "You're welcome." Perhaps encouraged by Zuan's current attitude, Zirui's mother hesitated before approaching and smiling obsequiously at Zuan, then softly scolding, "Don't call him big brother anymore. It's sir. Understand?" Zirui seemed to half understand. And chuckled. "It's fine. She can still call me big brother. I quite like it." Seeing Zuan's response, Zirui brightened up, and her mother, taken aback for a moment, awkwardly nodded. "Well, that's good." The crowd dispersed. Zuan turned his head and looked at the residents of the demon ceiling town, which was filled with an atmosphere of joy and festivity. However, Crossing Yushu remained silent, sitting there teary-eyed like a statue. No one dared to console him, putting all their hopes on Zuan instead. Zuan sighed and had the belongings left by Crossing Yu gathered, then had a small tomb erected under the town's city wall. When Crossing Yushu saw the name on the tombstone, the confusion in his eyes gradually faded, and with a loud gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious. Everyone was shocked, but Zuan calmly remarked, "With this blood spit out, it proves that he has passed through." Indeed, when Crossing Yushu woke up again, there was no hint of grief on his face. Instead, there was an endless chill and indifference, making people feel uneasy. This change signaled the death of the once youthful and passionate Crossing Yushu overnight, now standing before them as a completely different person. After Crossing Yushu spent 3 days guarding his grandfather's tomb, his first words to Zuan were, "When do we leave?" And smiled. "Are you in a hurry?" Crossing Yushu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I am. I must fulfill my grandfather's wish, inherit the opportunity, eliminate our enemies, and honor the Crossing family. Crossing Yushu's words were mechanical, his eyes like still water without a ripple. Zuin watched him quietly until after a moment, nodded. All right, let's set off today then. News of Zuan's departure quickly spread throughout the town. The following day, as they set out, the streets were crowded with people. Zirui stood at the front of the crowd, tears streaming down her face as she choked up. Big brother, when will you come back, Zu? And smiled. Don't worry, we should be back soon. Zirui looked reluctant to part, while others appeared worried. After all, once Zuin and Crossing Yushu left, the town would be completely empty. Although the Tree Demon Ghost King had been eliminated by Zuan, who could guarantee that another Ghost King wouldn't appear? In that case, the town would likely be in grave danger. Recognizing the townspeople's concerns, Zuin simply smiled but remained noncommittal. As they left the town, Zuin stopped, glanced at the two soul-severing lanterns hanging on the city gate, and said, "These are relics left by your grandfather. Take them down and bring them with you." Crossing Yushu didn't question why and swiftly retrieved the lanterns. When he turned back, Zuin looked at the silent townspeople, smiled faintly, drew a talisman in the air, and with a wave of his hand, there was a muffled sound. Suddenly, the talisman he drew appeared on the city wall. Zuin said, "This talisman contains my aura, providing you with protection. Do not worry." With that said, he turned to Crossing Yushu. "Are you ready?" Crossing Yushu nodded silently. "Good. Let's go." And with that, Zuin soared into the sky, followed closely behind by Crossing Yushu. In an instant, they vanished into the horizon, leaving the stunned townspeople staring into the emptiness of the sky. After a while, they gradually regained their senses, expressing gratitude and bowing towards the sky in appreciation. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for your protection." Their voices rang out, while Zishiri stood among the crowd, gazing at the now empty sky, holding tightly onto the pen Zuin had given her, silently praying, "Big brother, please come back." Following the route left by Crossing Yu, to travel from the Demon Sealing Town to his sect, Yudingjae, would require passing through several territories of great distances, unimaginable for ordinary people. Yet, for Zuan, it was achievable. In fact, due to the disturbances of the natural energies in that area and his special abilities, Zuin could easily cross realms and arrive almost instantaneously. Even if they traveled by flight, Zuin could reach their destination within a day. The key factor was that he was accompanying Crossing Yushu. However, the world was extremely mysterious. Despite the chaotic energy flow, strong individuals still emerged. Judging from the situation sensed by Zuin during the flight, true immortal-level strong individuals in this world could only be considered ordinary. Only by entering the half-step Great Luo realm could one truly step into the realm of strong individuals. Of course, there was a crucial factor in all of this. That was the decline of righteousness in this world, with demons and ghosts rampant. As observed by Zuan, almost all of the strong individuals were demons and ghosts. While there were human strong individuals as well, they were very few in number. This led to the majority of the territories being controlled by demons and ghosts, while human forces could only shrink within cities. Zuin merely smirked at this. Finally, after 3 days of long-distance travel, Zuin and his companion finally crossed many territories and arrived within the influence of the Jin Ding Pavilion. Upon entering this territory, Zuin felt a change in the surrounding energy. The originally chaotic spiritual power became much gentler, making the spiritual energy concentration here much stronger than outside. After all, the biggest issue in this world was the unnecessary consumption caused by the mutual cancellation of spiritual power. Once this problem was solved, the spiritual energy concentration in this world could be considered terrifying. This enabled the people living in this territory to be much stronger than those outside. Most importantly, there was no trace of demons or ghosts here. Therefore, cities dotted the land, and rays of light occasionally soared into the sky and traveled through the air. Donshin, Su, and murmured softly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Although they had entered this territory, they were still far from the true location of the Jin Ding Pavilion. After 3 days of intense travel, Crossing Yushu was exhausted, unable to keep up with Zuan's pace. Zuan slowed down and began to leisurely move forward, surveying the scenery along the way. At this slow pace, practitioners flying through the air passed by from time to time, casting amazed glances at Zuan and his companion. Some couldn't help but sneer. With such little cultivation, dare to participate in the founding ceremony? How laughable! These words occasionally reached the ears of Zuin and Crossing Yushu, but Zuin paid them no mind. After all, in this vast world, all kinds of people existed, and practitioners were no exception. You couldn't be rattled by a few words. However, Crossing Yushu did not have the same composure as Zuan. Upon hearing these mocking words, anger flashed in his eyes from time to time. In this situation, Zuin and Crossing Yushu traveled for most of the day. Seeing a large city looming ahead, Zuin decided to rest there. In fact, he had no need to rest at this speed. He could even fly for a year or more without stopping. The key was that Crossing Yushu was reaching his limit. These past few days of non-stop traveling had pushed the young man to the brink of collapse. Zuin was well aware of this. It wasn't his intention to torture him. Quite the contrary. He understood the young man's state of mind, burdened with negative emotions due to his grandfather's death. If these emotions weren't released, he might spiral into extremes. That's why Zuin used this almost self-harming speed of travel to gradually alleviate the youth's bitterness and resentment. It seemed to be working well, but now they had reached the limit. If they flew on like this, he would likely break down. With this in mind, Zuin intended to lead Crossing Yushu into the city to rest. Just then, ripples appeared in the space ahead, and a proud-looking old man in green clothes appeared in front of Zuin and his companion. Raising his hand, he said lightly, "Halt." Zuin raised an eyebrow but stopped in his tracks. Crossing Yushu, already dizzy from flying, naturally stopped behind him, panting heavily. The old man looked disdainfully at Crossing Yushu and Zuan, then said arrogantly, "This path is blocked. Please find another way." Crossing Yushu's face darkened at the words, ready to question him. "Zu," and waved his hand to stop him. Man said with a half-smile, "What do you mean?" The old man snorted. "What do I mean? I mean exactly what I said. My young lady is about to pass through here, and all irrelevant people must retreat." Many others had flown closer, by now but were all blocked by the rippling space. Before Zuin could respond, a man impatiently shouted, "What are you doing? I have urgent matters, clear the way for me. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The man's tone was unfriendly, but it didn't faze the old man, who coldly smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Even if the Emperor himself were here, you would still have to step aside." The man, indignant, pointed at the old man, demanding, Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the prominent family of the city ahead. Move aside. I'm going back to the city." As he tried to step forward, the old man snorted and a flash of talisman light shot towards the man's chest. Unable to dodge, the man was struck and stumbled back, looking disheveled and embarrassed. The old man then said, "Consider this a lesson. If you dare to proceed again, don't blame me for taking action." The man trembled in anger, but the onlookers shrank back. The old man looked smug but then furrowed his brow. He noticed that two people in the crowd hadn't left. Not only did they stay, but the young man in white at the front even smiled at him. As soon as the command was given, the elderly man didn't react in time and felt as if he had been punched in the face, being directly knocked out. Finally stabilizing himself, he looked at Zuin with a horrified expression because he hadn't even seen how Zuin had struck him just now. Zuin didn't even glance at him, saying lightly, "Let's go." With that, he intended to lead Crossing Yushu away. Despite his fear, the elderly man shouted in a deep voice, "Stop him." Figures flickered, and then a group of elite cultivators blocked Zuan's path, glaring at Zuin and Crossing Yushu. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Zu and smiled, unaffected, and continued walking forward. But just as a major battle was about to break out, a majestic light descended from the sky. A huge flying boat slowly appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing this flying boat, the elderly man and all his men respectfully took a step back and bowed. "What's going on?" A voice with a hint of innocence and cuteness came through. Then the light before the flying boat rippled, and a graceful figure slowly emerged. When the light dissipated, standing before them was a young girl who, while still young, exuded a radiant beauty. Upon seeing this young girl, the old man's head inclined even more deeply as he spoke in a somewhat fearful voice. "Second miss, this person insisted on barging through. I was worried it would disturb you, so I was about to capture him." As he pointed towards Zuan not far away. "Oh." The young girl was momentarily surprised and looked towards Zuan, then was taken aback. As the second daughter of the Tianfang family, Sheng Miaotong had only ever seen outstanding young talents, naturally having high standards. Yet, upon seeing Zuan, she suddenly understood what it meant by a stranger as Jade, a young lord peerless. Despite his fair complexion and delicate features, Zuin did not possess any hint of effeminacy. On the contrary, although he stood there simply, he exuded a natural air of nobility. This aura made Shunmyo-tan, who always held herself in high esteem, feel somewhat inadequate. Therefore, she stood there in a daze. At this moment, the old servant approached, giving Zuin a menacing glare, then respectfully said to Shunmyo-tan, "Second miss, you need not be angry. I will take care of this ignorant fellow. I will make sure he understands." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. He was horrified to find that the usually proud second miss was now smiling and approaching the white-clad youth, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, young master." This behavior was unprecedented for the old servant. However, he was not a fool. In an instant, he realized what was happening and, without a word, bowed deeply, not daring to speak another word. Meanwhile, as Shunmyo-tan approached Zuan, her heart stirred once more. What a clear and pure youth he was. Thus, unconsciously, she suppressed her usual arrogance and graciously bowed to Zuan. Zuan made no reaction, just glanced at her, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement. If it were someone else behaving arrogantly, Shunmyo-tan would probably have exploded on the spot. Yet, somehow, upon seeing Zuan's demeanor, she brightened up, showing no anger, and instead said with a playful smile, "Young master, please don't mind. These servants are usually too overbearing. I will definitely scold them severely when we return." With that, she turned to the old servant and said, "Why are you still standing there? Command apologize." Yes. The old servant felt bitterness in his heart but dared not resist. He approached, apologizing repeatedly. Zuin lightly shook his head and said, "No need." Then he led crossing Yushu, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Shunmyo-tan became anxious and couldn't help but step forward, blocking their way. Zu, and furrowed his brow slightly, feeling irritated already. Shunmyo-tan smiled and asked, "Are the two of you going to attend the mountain opening ceremony?" Upon hearing this, Zuan's heart stirred slightly, then nodded silently. "So what?" Shunmyo-tan's eyes lit up, not angered at Zuan's attitude. Instead, she said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I am also going to attend the mountain opening ceremony. Since we've met, it must be fate. Why don't we travel together for companionship? It's good to have someone to watch over each other on the way. Don't you think, Zu?" And remained unmoved, saying lightly, "Thank you, but no need." With that, he didn't give Shunmyo-tan a chance to speak more, directly leading crossing Yushu way towards the distant city. Shunmyo-tan stomped in anger, watching Zuan's retreating figure with frustration. The old servant, witnessing this scene, approached once again, suggesting what they should do after entering the city. Shunmyo-tan, without hesitation, delivered another slap. The old man's eyes were stinging with stars. Meanwhile, Shunmyo-tan stared at the city in the distance, murmuring softly, "From childhood to now, I have never failed to obtain what I desire. You are no exception." With a smug smile on her face, she waved her hand forward and said, "Let's go." Then she led the way towards the city, followed by the crowd. Left alone, the old servant stood dumbfounded, holding his cheek, almost on the verge of tears. As for Zuan, he had already flown into the city. It was a vast city, bustling with activity. Finding a place to stay, he settled down. Soon after, Shunmyo-tan arrived with her entourage. Upon sensing her presence, the city's lord and many powerful individuals hurried out to welcome them. Having received prior notice from the Shun family about Myo-tong's imminent arrival, the city lord was careful not to show any disrespect. Nonetheless, he did not expect Shunmyo-tan to arrive so quickly. Her reception was somewhat delayed, leaving them puzzled. Just then, Shunmyo-tan turned back and added, "Also, no need to arrange accommodations for me. If I don't call you, you should not come and disturb me." The city lord and his group watched Shunmyo-tan's figure recede into the distance in a daze, all looking somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on? When people from the Tianfang Shun family came here before, it wasn't like this, right? Could it be that they offended this Miss Shun from the Shun family over something? These doubts lingered in the minds of these people, making their expressions extremely unsightly, because they all knew one thing very well. In this paradise, offending others might still allow one to live, but if you offend someone from the Tianfang Shun family, the outcome wouldn't be too pleasant. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, The city lord here spoke in a solemn tone. Quickly send someone to investigate and find out what's going on. Is it because we treated this Miss Shun poorly and annoyed her? Yes. His subordinate affirmed and left. These people felt heavy-hearted and dared not leave, anxiously waiting here. Before long, the unfortunate old servant was brought over. Although in Shun Maotong's eyes, this old servant was someone she could freely scold and hit, in the eyes of these people, anyone associated with the Shun family was not to be trifled with. Therefore, even the city lord's attitude towards him was extremely respectful. And this attitude of theirs made this angry old servant feel much more comfortable, especially when he received a generous gift. His smile became more intense, and he leisurely said, "City lord, no need to worry. My young lady is not angry with you. Then why didn't she eat, and even forbade us from following?" The city lord said with some unease. The old servant chuckled. Then a hint of slyness flashed in his eyes. Shun Maotong slapped him twice, and of course, he dared not be angry, but he attributed all the blame to Zuan. In his view, if it weren't for this kid who suddenly appeared, how could he have possibly angered the miss? So, when he heard the city lord's question, he pondered for a moment and then started to calculate. "City lord, come closer. I have a secret to tell you." The city lord obediently moved closer and, after listening for a while, his eyes gradually widened, and joy and excitement flickered on his face. "Is this true?" The city lord's voice trembled slightly with excitement. The old servant nodded. "Of course. I have been serving the young lady for many years. How could I make up such a thing?" "That's good. That's good." The city lord was thrilled, rubbing his hands in excitement. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he hastened to say, "After the matter is done, I will definitely reward you generously." The old servant waved his hand casually. "City lord, you are too kind. I just felt a good connection with you, so I shared this important information with you. Also, you better act fast, or things could get complicated if time drags on." The city lord nodded vigorously. "Understood. I will send people to prepare immediately." The old servant, seeing this, smirked triumphantly. "Kid, let's see how arrogant you can be now." Full of satisfaction, the old servant, feeling accomplished with his strategic cunning, left. The people around rushed up, all gazing attentively at the city lord, eagerly asking, "Sir, what did the old guy just say?" "Yes, why are you so excited?" The city lord chuckled, glanced at the crowd, and upon seeing that they were among the elite families in the city, he cleared his throat before beckoning them over. "Come here, all of you. I have an excellent opportunity to tell you about." After a moment, having listened to the city lord's words, the expressions on these people's faces varied. Some were confused, seemingly not understanding what was going on. Others had already caught on and were so excited they were nearly jumping up and down. "City lord, what should we do now?" Someone couldn't wait to ask. The city lord gazed into the distance thoughtfully, then said, "Do I even need to say? Of course, we have to seize the opportunity. Spread the word. Immediately empty the inn where the young lady is staying and the surrounding shops. Replace them all with our people. By our people, do you all understand? These people could rise to be major players in the city. Naturally not a fool among them." Especially after hearing the city lord's words, even if some were slow to react, they now understood what to do and all nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, we all understand. Coincidentally, my third son just returned from studying abroad. I'll have him freshen up and hurry over." The city lord nodded. "No time to waste. Go quickly." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the group dispersed. The city lord stood in place, watching their excited backs, a self-satisfied smile on his face. "You youngsters from other families think you can compete with me? Hey! This time, my family is set to win the Tianfang Sheng family's son-in-law." Thinking this, he didn't even look back, just casually orders, "Spread the word, have Abel tidy up and then head to that inn." "Yes." His subordinate took the order. The middle-aged city lord stood there, full of vigor, dreaming of the beautiful life he would have once he became kin with the Sheng family. Meanwhile, not only he but all the major families and elite households in the city, as long as they had young talents to present, dressed them up in their finest clothes and sent them to the previously unnoticeable, but now brilliantly shining inn. Even those families who had no suitable candidates resorted to desperate measures. Some even sent their married sons. More extreme was a family with no sons, who dressed their daughter as a man and sent her over. When asked, they proudly said, Who knows what kind of person the miss likes? Maybe she prefers this type. In any case, the whole city was in turmoil because of those few words of the old servant, bustling with excitement. At this time, Zhuan and Crossing Yushu had already settled in the inn. Crossing Yushu was truly exhausted, to the point of almost spitting blood. Once inside the room, she collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep in an instant. Zhuan simply smiled and sat at the table, meticulously brewing tea. It had become a habit of his. No matter where he went or when, he enjoyed brewing a pot of hot tea. For this reason, Zhuan deliberately brought Yanner's space ring, where he had all sorts of teaware and a variety of tea leaves. But what Zhuan truly appreciated was this kind of original tea brewing style. Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled, then calmly poured a cup of tea, sipping it gently. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the room interrupted the tranquility. Zhuan kept his head down, silently drinking his tea, refusing to even glance up. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open, allowing the wind to rush in and flutter the curtains. Miss Sheng Mio Tong from the Sheng family stood at the door, watching Zhu, and sitting at the table motionless, sipping his tea with a complex look in her eyes, admiration, curiosity, and a hint of mockery. Despite anyone else showing such indifference in front of Sheng Mio Tong, she would have probably reacted with a slap due to her fiery temper. However, facing Zhuan's cold attitude, she remained calm, smirked, and walked into the room confidently, approaching him familiarly. "Sir, are you drinking tea?" Sheng Mio Tong admired silently at first, then with a smile asked, "Zhu," and nodded. "Yes. Is this tea tasty?" Sheng Mio Tong licked her lips and eagerly inquired, her gaze sparkling. Even though she was young, the way she did it carried a fatal charm, like a hungry little wild cat eyeing its prey. Zhuan didn't even lift his eyes. "It's acceptable." Sheng Mio Tong had imagined countless reactions from Zhuan, but acceptable was not one of them. What kind of answer was that? Shouldn't he invite her to sit down and have tea together at this moment? After all, those who were constantly pestering her would be thrilled if they had the chance to have tea with her. The more Sheng Mio Tong thought, the more she got irritated. She sat down on a nearby stool and firmly said, "I want some tea too." Finally, Zhuan glanced up at Miss Sheng from the Sheng family, who was glaring at him. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You want some too?" Yes. I also want some." Sheng Mio Tong, upon seeing Zhuan smile, felt the anger she just had fading away instantly. She sat in a daze for a moment before responding. Zhuan shook his head. "My tea is expensive. I doubt you can afford it." "Expensive?" Sheng Mio Tong blinked, repeating his words. "Yes. Expensive." Sheng Mio Tong almost burst out laughing. Imagine someone telling Miss Sheng Mio Tong that something was expensive. Did he not know her status? Maybe he really didn't. With that thought, a strange expression appeared on Sheng Mio Tong's face, and she sighed softly. "But I'm really thirsty now. What should I do?" Looking up at Zhuan with pleading eyes, she extended a finger. "What should I do if I have no money now?" "Sir, can you let me have a cup first? Just one, and I'll pay you back when I have the money." Zhuan deeply scrutinized her until Sheng Mio Tong began to feel nervous. Then he looked away and poured her a cup too. "Thank you, sir." Sheng Mio Tong smiled brightly, took the cup, and sipped it. She didn't understand tea etiquette, but because of her noble background, she had encountered countless mystical teas. When she tasted the tea, a refreshing fragrance burst in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds and flowing down her throat. Sheng Mio Tong shivered, feeling her blood circulation improve. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of tea is this?" "Dragon well tea." "Where is it from? Is it expensive?" Sheng Mio Tong asked repeatedly. "It's from a faraway place. And as for the price?" Zhuan paused, then nonchalantly said, "It's around 1100 yuan for a pack. You can find it at Walmart." 1100 yuan at Walmart? These unfamiliar terms confused Sheng Mio Tong, but she shrugged it off. The world was vast, and as the top family in this region, she understood this well and paid no more attention to it. She instead looked at Zhuan with interest. "After all this talk, I still don't know your name, sir." "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Sheng Mio Tong. From a small place." Zhuan teased the fire in the stove with a silver needle. Without looking up, Sheng Mio Tong's brain raced, trying to find a prestigious family with the surname Zhu in this region. When she found nothing, she accepted that he must be from a small place. Surprisingly, Shun Miao-tong wasn't disappointed. As a pampered daughter of heaven, she had long been tired of the noble children who were always around her. So when she found out Zhuan wasn't from a prestigious family, she became even more excited. I suppose Sir Zhu is here for the inauguration of Jinding, right? Shun Miao-tong asked cheerfully. Xuan's gaze flickered slightly, then he nodded. Something like that. Heh. The same with me. I didn't want to go, but my family insisted, saying that at my age, I can already start practicing on the mountain. But what's the difference? Our family's inherited techniques might not be inferior to Jinding anyway. Shun Miao-tong started to complain. At that moment, she seemed less overbearing than before, behaving like an ordinary neighborhood girl. Zhu, and remained calm, sipping his tea in silence. Whether he was listening or not was unknown. After talking for a long time, Shun Miao-tong abruptly slammed the table and looked at Zhuan intensely. Sir Zhu, don't worry. Since you invited me for tea, we're friends now. I'll make sure you enter Jinding smoothly, Zhu, and glanced at her with a half-smile and nodded. Thank you then. Oh, between you and me, there's no need for thanks, but... Shun Miao-tong's eyes sparkled, suddenly remembering something and excitedly suggested, Sir Zhu, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? When I arrived, I already instructed them to prepare. Shall we go eat first? When Zhu and Shun Miao-tong walked down the stairs and arrived in the courtyard at the back of the house, they saw a dozen or so beautifully dressed and delicate maids standing respectfully on both sides. These maids all had exceptional bearing, clearly possessing some level of cultivation. Upon seeing Shun Miao-tong, the maids immediately started preparing with great efficiency. Tables, chairs, dishes, and everything else were swiftly arranged neatly. This level of quality was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary status of the Shun family. Feeling proud, Shun Miao-tong couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xuan, wanting to see his reaction to this scene. Unexpectedly, Xuan remained indifferent, not even blinking an eye, as if the display was nothing special. This surprised Shun Miao-tong. Even children from prestigious families would show astonishment upon seeing their personal maids, some even standing dumbfounded on the spot. But Xuan remained completely calm, showing no reaction at all. Could it be that he didn't see anything unusual here? Yes, that must be it. Soon, the two of them sat down. The maids then began serving a variety of exquisite dishes like flowing water. Both the ingredients and culinary skills of these dishes were perfectly combined, at least in Shun Miao-tong's eyes. Therefore, when Xuan took a bite and chewed, she smiled then watched eagerly, expecting him to be amazed. After all, no matter what kind of noble child, they would be impressed by such food for the first time. Shun Miao-tong confidently thought. However, at that moment, Xuan suddenly turned his head and spat out what was in his mouth. Shun Miao-tong's smile froze. Xuan then calmly said, good ingredients, but the cooking, such a waste of good food. Shun Miao-tong's eyelids started twitching uncontrollably, but she pushed a plate towards him dismissively. Try this one. It's my chef's specialty. Moments later, overcooked, poorly handled. In a short time, Xuan criticized every dish on the table relentlessly. Shun Miao-tong, who was initially confident, suddenly felt powerless. She didn't know whether Xuan's words were true or not, but they seemed to make sense. However, as someone who wasn't even a child from a prestigious family, how could he know so much? Shun Miao-tong was utterly puzzled. Then, a mocking voice was heard, putting on airs, just adding to the fun. With these words, a group of people walked in from the courtyard gate. The leader was a handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing. Following behind him were several young men. The one who spoke was the leader. Upon seeing so many people entering suddenly, Shun Miao-tong was first stunned, then angrily asked, what's going on? At the same time, an old servant hurriedly came in and bowed to Shun Miao-tong, saying, Miss, calm down. These are all young masters from the prominent families in the city. The leader is Mr. Su Junang, the son of the city master Su. They all wanted to come and pay their respects to you upon hearing about your arrival, so I took the liberty of bringing them over. Shun Miao-tong's face turned cold as ice. Meanwhile, Su Junang politely stepped forward with a smile. Greetings, Miss Shun. Shun Miao-tong gave a cold snort. Despite her arrogance, she had to suppress her displeasure as she nodded slightly without saying a word. Although Su Junang's smile remained unchanged, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes, especially when he saw Zhu. And sitting beside Shun Miao-tong, his heart filled with jealousy. As the son of the city master, Su Juneng had enjoyed the best treatment since birth. With his handsome appearance and decent talents, he had gained significant fame at a young age. He was usually surrounded by numerous admirers and lived a comfortable life. When he heard his father say that the second Miss Shun of the Tianfang Sheng family had come to stay here and was willing to make friends, Su Juneng was overjoyed and immediately came over. However, before entering the courtyard, he overheard Zuan's comments on the dishes. Su Juneng had already investigated and knew that Zuan was unknown and not from a noble family. Therefore, he believed Zuan was merely talking nonsense to show off. That's why he sarcastically commented on him. Upon entering and seeing Zuan sitting in a prominent position, accompanied by Sheng Miao Tong, chatting happily, Su Juneng's jealousy grew. This fellow looks unfamiliar. I wonder which noble family he is from. Su Juneng asked mockingly, Zu, and remained silent, just lifting his gaze to meet Su Juneng's eyes calmly. Unaccountably, when Su Juneng met Zuan's gaze, he felt his heart skip a beat and his scalp tingle. But soon, he regained his composure and shot an angry look back. Witnessing this, Sheng Miao Tong was furious. After all, Zuan was her invited guest, and she couldn't tolerate this sudden rudeness from Su Juneng. She angrily questioned, "What do you mean?" Su Juneng shuddered and quickly smiled. "Miss, I meant no harm. I only found this friend unfamiliar and heard his grandiose speech earlier, so I naturally wanted to inquire about his background. Please forgive me." Of course, Sheng Miao Tong did not believe his words and was about to speak when Zuan stood up slowly and said, "You guys talk. I'll go have tea." With that, he left. Sheng Miao Tong was surprised by his actions and stood there in a daze. Su Juneng's eyes showed a hint of delight, and he sneered inwardly. In his view, the white-clad youth was obviously intimidated by him, hence his hasty departure. "Seems like you know your place," Su Juneng thought triumphantly, then turned to Sheng Miao Tong with a smile. "Miss Shun, this fellow seems to be in a hurry. Let's not bother with him. After all, he was boasting all over the place just now." His words were sharp. Although Sheng Miao Tong was enraged to the point of turning pale, she almost wanted to slap Su Juneng. But at that moment, her attention was more focused on Zuan. Did he just leave like that? In this world, if a man doesn't even have the courage to retaliate when facing a challenge, then he truly will be looked down upon. Despite what she was thinking, Zuan continued to climb the stairs, without stopping for a moment. At that moment, Su Juneng's gaze towards Sheng Miao Tong remained fixed on Zuan, full of jealousy and scorn as he coldly remarked, "Ha ha, probably never had good food before, still daring to nitpick can boast. It's really laughable." His words prompted those around him to chuckle, ready to chime in. Just as Zuan had reached the stairs and had stopped, slowly turning around to coldly gaze at Su Juneng. Su Juneng had intended to mock a bit more, but when he met Zuan's eyes, he felt a chill down his spine, unable to utter a word as fear gripped him. Why was this guy's gaze so frightening? Su Juneng internally screamed, trying to shake off the fear. But under Zuan's gaze, he felt powerless to resist, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. After finally breaking free from Zuan's gaze, Su Juneng regained his composure, though still shaken, firmly nodding and saying, "That's right. Isn't my observation correct? Who in the world doesn't know that Miss Sheng's personal chef is unparalleled in culinary skills? You dare to pick out so many faults. Of course, I won't accept it. Not only do I not accept it, I reckon Miss Shun also won't stand for it." With that, Su Juneng couldn't help but glance at Sheng Miao Tong. Sheng Miao Tong hesitated a bit, as she also found Zuan's earlier words inappropriate. Seeing this, Zuan chuckled. In fact, he couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters, be it Sheng Miao Tong or Su Juneng. Zuan couldn't care less. That's why he had planned to leave just now, not out of fear, but out of indifference. Unfortunately, there are always one or two reckless individuals in the world. Since Su Juneng repeatedly provoked him, Zuan decided to not be polite anymore. So after hearing Su Juneng's words, Zuan nodded and said, "You make sense, but how do you know I'm nitpicking randomly?" "Hehe. Do you not know if you're nitpicking randomly? Isn't it just to show off in front of Miss Shun?" Su Juneng sneered. Zuan smiled, then turned suddenly and addressed Sheng Miao Tong. "Miss Shun, since you won't back down, would you please call out your chef? I have a few words to say to her." Sheng Miao Tong was intrigued and nodded, "Okay." Before she could give the order, the old servant hurried off to fetch the chef. As he ran, he felt smug. This bumpkin from who knows where, though powerful, let's see how you handle this. As long as Miss Sheng loses interest in you, I have ways to deal with you." The old servant returned after a short while, leading a woman in her 30s. This woman wasn't particularly attractive, but her features and demeanor were pleasant. Remarkably, she exuded an aura of strength, identifying her as a skilled practitioner. Seeing her, Sheng Myotan couldn't help but show some respect. Aunt Wu. Since Sheng Myotan was very young, this chef had been taking care of her meals, so she held Aunt Wu in high regard. At this point, Aunt Wu already knew what had happened, as the old servant had embellished the story on the way. So when she heard Sheng Myotan's call, she nodded slightly and said, "Miss Second." Then she turned to look at Zhu, and standing on the stairs, a hint of anger in her eyes. "Young man, did you just say my food is hard to eat?" All eyes turned to Zuan, who smiled and shook his head gently. "Not quite." Upon hearing Zuan's response, Su Juneng chuckled. "You say it's not now." Disappointment was evident in Sheng Myotan's eyes, but then Zuan calmly said, "Not very hard to eat, but especially hard to eat." Aunt Wu raised an eyebrow, her anger rising. As someone who had loved cooking from a young age and had diligently practiced, entering the Tianfang Sheng family and becoming Sheng Myotan's personal chef had sharpened her skills, gaining her significant fame. However, for this young man to claim her food was especially hard to eat, she found it hard to accept. Drawing a deep breath, she coldly stated, "Fine, since you claim my food is hard to eat, please point out each and every flaw." Zuan nodded before casually pointing. For example, this dish, the ingredients were well chosen, but poorly handled and cooked haphazardly, resulting in a lack of unity in taste. "Do you agree?" Aunt Wu paled, as she had been aware of these shortcomings despite her efforts to improve. But just then, Su Juneng sneered, "Anyone can talk big. Why don't you make a dish yourself, Zhu?" and glanced at Su Juneng, who trembled and dared not speak again. Then Zuan said gently, "Who says you must be able to cook to critique a dish?" Moreover, he looked at the group in the courtyard. "With you people, I see no reason to cook." "You." Su Juneng was furious, about to say something, when Aunt Wu stepped forward, saying, "Young master, your criticism is justified." This left Su Juneng dumbfounded, as Aunt Wu had acknowledged it herself. Even Sheng Myotan was taken aback, as she was known for her strict culinary standards, but hadn't detected the flaws. Zuan pointed out. Zuan looked deeply at this kitchen lady with a sincere face. In reality, with Zuan's culinary skills, he could certainly point out many flaws in her cooking. But for ordinary people, and even average cultivators, her culinary skills could be considered quite good. Many people think that once they embark on the path of cultivation and achieve success, things like food and drink become less important. This is actually a misunderstanding. Cultivators can survive without eating, but that does not prove that food and drink are unimportant. On the contrary, in the realm of the heavens, food and drink are a profound field of study, even a complete system of cultivation. Because in the heavens, there are countless exotic ingredients, and the more precious and rare an ingredient is, the more helpful it is for cultivation. For example, medicinal herbs that can be used for alchemy. The best medicinal parts are naturally used for medicine, but the remaining parts also contain abundant spiritual power. However, if consumed directly, it may be difficult to absorb the turbulent spiritual power, and one might even suffer harm. This is where the importance of culinary skills comes into play. The more skilled a person is in culinary arts, the more they can use techniques or secret methods to harmonize or neutralize the toxicity of ingredients and release the spiritual energy contained within them. This way, after consumption, it will greatly assist in cultivation. Although this kind of transformation is not as quick as with elixirs, the advantage lies in the lack of side effects and the cumulative progress over time. This is why highly skilled culinary experts are highly sought after by powerful beings in the heavens. It can even be said that the more powerful a person is, the higher the demands for culinary skills. And in the case of Zuan, not only was he the top in cultivation and strength, even his culinary skills were acknowledged by many who had tasted his dishes. So, of course, he looked down on these dishes. But after hearing the words of this Wumama, Zuan looked at her deeply. With his gaze, Wumama lowered her head, but her eyes were filled with hope. After a moment, Zuan nodded. "All right, I'll teach you this time." With that, Zuan casually waved his hand, and a divine thought enveloped with information flew into Wumama's mind. Wumama trembled all over, her eyes showing confusion, until after a while, she regained clarity. Then her eyes showed astonishment. As someone obsessed with culinary arts, she could naturally see how precious the culinary skills given to her by Zuan were. Therefore, she took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Zuan, and said trembling, "Thank you, young master. I will now go remake it." With that, she didn't even say goodbye to Sheng Myotan, turned and hurried away. Zhu and smiled and decided not to follow, but instead stood there waiting quietly. Sheng Myotan looked at Zuan with increasing puzzlement and then at Wu Mama, who hurriedly left, further deepening her doubts. This guy, does he really understand culinary arts? Su Juneng at this time also recovered, his heart slightly trembling. Time passed quickly, only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Wu Mama quickly returned with a plate, then hurried to Zuan and offered it to him, panting, "Young master, try this again." Zuan took the chopsticks, tasted a piece, then put down the chopsticks and said calmly, "Acceptable." With that, he turned and left. Wu Mama couldn't contain her joy upon hearing Zuan's acceptance, and she bent deeply in the direction Zhu and left, saying with a shaky voice, "Thank you, young master." Her voice was filled with excitement. Sheng Myotan, seeing this, couldn't help but feel puzzled and then walked over, picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and chewed. After a moment, Sheng Myotan's eyes gradually widened. Wu Mama smiled and asked, "Miss, how is it?" Sheng Myotan eagerly took a few more bites, then took a deep breath. "I can't describe it, but I feel the taste has improved by so much." Wu Mama was extremely happy. "Yes, we must thank this young master." Sheng Myotan fell silent. At that moment, Su Juneng approached with a smile. "Miss Sheng, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Sheng Myotan dropped the chopsticks and headed upstairs, leaving in a hurry. Su Juneng stood there awkwardly, looking at Wu Mama, and smiled. "Let me give it a try." He reached out to grab the chopsticks, but this time, Wu Mama's face lost its smile and took a step back, saying lightly, "Sorry. Miss Sheng has a cleanliness habit and does not allow anyone to touch her utensils." Su Juneng's eyes widened. But that guy just now. He was about to mention that Zuan had just used the chopsticks too. But before he could finish his sentence, Wu Mama carried the plate and left briskly. As she passed by the pale-faced old servant, Wu Mama whispered, "I won't tell Miss Shun about this, but I hope you will take care of yourself." The old servant trembled with fear and quickly bowed, saying, "Yes." In an instant, the courtyard emptied out. Even the tables and chairs were taken away by the maids. Su Juneng stood there dumbfounded, along with the others who followed him, all looking stunned. After a moment, Su Juneng's pretty face twisted with resentment and anger, as he looked upstairs for a moment before turning and leaving the inn. As he left, the others naturally dispersed as well. Meanwhile, in the room, Zuan quietly sipped his tea. Sheng Myotan sat across from him, gazing at him intently. The more she looked, the more her heart swayed and her eyes softened. Handsome, powerful, and even excellent in culinary arts. This young man was truly exceptional. Sheng Myotan's heart surged with emotion, and she finally couldn't help but speak. "Young Master Zhu, who did you learn your culinary skills from? Can you teach me?" Zhu and shook his head. "Oh, I really want to learn. Please teach me." Sheng Myotan cooed in her voice. Zuan remained silent. Just then, Crossing Yushu, who had just woken up from a nap, walked out from the inner room. Seeing the fierce young woman in the room, he was stunned. Sheng Myotan grinned and greeted Crossing Yushu. "Hello." Crossing Yushu was a bit dumbfounded and looked at Zuan. Without looking up, Zuan said, "Yushu, escort this lady out." "Yes." Crossing Yushu walked over without hesitation. At first, Sheng Myotan thought Zuan was joking, but when she was really pushed and shoved out by Crossing Yushu, and the door slammed shut, she suddenly realized she had indeed been kicked out. This made Sheng Myotan burn with anger because nobody had ever dared to treat her like this before. So, she raised her hand to knock on the door, but stopped halfway, then stomped her foot in frustration, muttering softly, "Humph, you want to drive me away? No way. I'm sticking to you." With that, she turned and left in a huff. Inside the room, Crossing Yushu curiously asked, "Master, who is this girl?" After venting his feelings for so long, Crossing Yushu had already improved a lot compared to when he first started. Zhu and finished his cup of tea, and said calmly, "Who knows? Maybe some crazy woman." Crossing Yushu nodded in agreement. "That's what I think too." In the city lord's mansion, Sejuning's face was extremely gloomy as he recounted the whole story to his father, explaining the causes and consequences. After listening, the city lord tapped his beer and remained silent in contemplation. After a while, unable to contain himself, Sejuning spoke in a deep voice. "Father, this scoundrel is despicable, but Miss Shung treats him differently, not showing any disdain towards us. How should we handle this?" Su's father smirked. "The Zhu family, as far as I know, not only does our Golden Light Cave have no prominent Zhu family members, even the other major caves have never heard of any prestigious Zhu family." Sejuneng was momentarily stunned by his words, then a fierce look appeared on his face. "Are you suggesting, father?" Speaking, Sejuneng made a menacing gesture around his neck. Su's father shook his head. "Don't act hastily. Although this person is just a commoner, Miss Sheng values him greatly now. Acting rashly will only invite Miss Sheng's resentment, and we would fail and suffer from it." Sejuneng looked puzzled. "If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, are we just going to sit idly by?" Su's father chuckled, then triumphantly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Who says we can only watch on? Here, take a look." Sejuneng took the paper, glanced at it briefly, then stood frozen in place. Su's father asked, "What do you think?" Sejuneng felt a surge of excitement, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Father, when did you get this?" No wonder he was so thrilled. It was because the information on the paper was crucial for him. It was important to the extent that even the usually carefree Sejuneng was ecstatic. The paper only contained a few simple sentences. Preparations for the Golden Ding Tower's founding ceremony were complete, and Sejuneng could join the Golden Ding Tower at that time. Just the thought of being able to study the prestigious Golden Ding Tower and becoming someone admired by many in the future made Sejuneng breathe heavily. Su's father chuckled. "I've been planning this since last year, and finally, despite everyone's expectations, I received this permission. Now, my son will also become a disciple of the Golden Ding Tower." "Thank you, father." Sejuneng bowed, trembling with excitement. Then he stood up, hesitantly saying, "But father, what does this have to do with dealing with that person surnamed Zhu?" Su's father stroked his beard and smiled. "Heh. Before I received this note this afternoon, I also had some worries about how to deal with this unexpected Zuan. But now, the situation is clear." Sejuneng was puzzled, not understanding the meaning of his father's words. Su's father said lightly, "Nenger, our Golden Light Cave may rank at the bottom in this realm, but the Golden Ding Tower is not open to everyone. With the imminent founding ceremony, this Zhu character going there now evidently intends to join the sect. Unfortunately, with his background and connections, how could an ordinary person like him possibly enter the Golden Ding Tower?" Hearing this, Sejuneng suddenly understood. "Father, are you saying?" Su's father nodded. "Exactly. This founding ceremony is the best opportunity to deal with this Zhu surname." Su's father then paced around the room, chuckled. "Miss Sheng doesn't need mentioning. She will certainly enter the Golden Ding Tower, and is likely to become an inner disciple directly. And you will also enter the sect. By then, once this Zuin is rejected, what awaits him? Need I say more?" Sejuneng grew more excited as he listened, but suddenly remembered something, hesitatingly saying, "But I see this Miss Sheng is very fond of this Zuan. If she—" Su's father waved his hand. "Nenner, you still don't understand the thoughts of these prestigious young ladies. Especially for Miss Sheng, these whimsical acts are often just a way to pass the time when bored. For them, strength and status are the most important things. When this Zuin is rejected later, he will naturally slink away, and after you enter the Golden Ding Tower, you will have plenty of time to interact with Miss Sheng. In a few days, I guarantee that you will forget all about this Zhu surname." Sejuneng listened with fervor, nodding repeatedly. "You're right, father, you truly are insightful. But father, what if Miss Sheng tries to use the Sheng family's influence to favor this Zhu person?" Su's father chuckled, then shook his head. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't dare say, but Miss Sheng, absolutely impossible." "Why do you say that?" "Because for this founding ceremony, not only is Miss Miaopong participating, I just received news that her elder sister, Miss Manyu, will also be attending and will directly become an apprentice of Elder Shujing Mirror. You see, Miss Sheng fears nothing except for her elder sister. Do you think, if this Miss Sheng finds out about these matters, what would she think?" Sejuneng felt reassured, increasingly admiring his father's cunning, and chuckled. "By then, We might not even need to take action. This person with the surname Zhu won't be able to handle it. Heh. My son, you are right. So in these days, let this Zhu surname person be arrogant for a bit. Su's father said with a smile. Like a cunning old fox with its fur removed, the night passed without words. The next day, when Zhu and An crossing Yeshu were about to leave the house, they saw Shang Miaotong standing at the door with a bright smile. Master Zhu, did you sleep well? Shang Miaotong asked with a smile. Zhu, and nodded. Then let's depart now. Shang Miaotong said excitedly. As Zhu, and furrowed his brows slightly. Yes. Aren't you going to attend the founding ceremony? Since we are going in the same direction, let's travel together on the crane carriage, saving the trouble of flying around in the sky. Zhuan deeply looked at Shang Miaotong and said, Thank you. Shang Miaotong's face froze at his reply. Then, Zhuan lifted his hand, and with a crane's cry, a crane carriage appeared in the air. Zhuan turned his head to look at Crossing Yeshu. Crossing Yeshu felt a shiver down his spine and quickly leapt into the phoenix carriage. Zhu, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Crossing Yeshu obediently, and to the front picked up the whip, and lightly flicked it. Crack! After a crisp sound, the crane carriage rumbled forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye on the horizon. Shang Miaotong stared motionless until the figure of the crane carriage completely disappeared, then gradually regained her composure, her face showing a deep look of anger. I kindly invited you, but you left without even saying goodbye. No one dared to speak up, all obediently bowing their heads in silence. HMPH. Let's see who's faster, you lot or my flying ship. Let's go. Shang Miaotong vented for a while, then stomped her foot and was about to board the flying ship to catch up. Just as she was about to leave, Su Juneng rode a particularly majestic unicorn and hurried over. Upon seeing Shang Miaotong alone, his eyes lit up and he smiled, saying, Miss, it is getting late. How about we travel together? Shang Miaotong, already filled with anger, scoffed. No need, she said, suddenly remembering something and giving Su Juneng a once-over. What are you up to? Su Juneng chuckled, then proudly said, To be honest, I am also going to attend the grand opening ceremony of the Golden Ding Pavilion. So, before he could finish, Shang Miaotong impatiently waved her hand. Okay, whether you attend or not is none of my business. Let's go. With that, she entered the flying ship and stepped on the accelerator. With a loud rumble, the ship soared into the air at a terrifying speed, disappearing in an instant. Su Juneng stood in place with a grim expression. No one had ever disregarded him like this, but Su Juneng did not direct his anger toward Shang Miaotong. He dared not do so. Instead, he directed all his anger and frustration towards Zhuan. In his view, everything was ruined because of this unknown kid who suddenly appeared. HMPH. I'll see how you handle it when we get there. Su Juneng sneered, then turned his horse and flew towards the Golden Ding Pavilion. At the same time, on the road to the Golden Ding Pavilion, rays of light were shining, and flying ships were as numerous as fish crossing the river. Without exception, all these people were heading to the Golden Ding Pavilion to attend the grand opening ceremony. Seeing this scene, Crossing Yeshu, who was driving the crane carriage, couldn't help but pale, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Although Crossing Yu left him with an opportunity, the Golden Ding Pavilion was known as one of the 7 celestial abodes, with tremendous strength. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that countless people wanted to enter the Golden Ding Pavilion. Could he really inherit his grandfather's opportunity smoothly? Crossing Yushu's heart was in a state of unease, filled with anxiety. Zhuan naturally sought his thoughts but just smiled. Nervous, Crossing Yushu nodded. It's okay, since your grandfather said so, you will definitely make it, Zhuan said calmly. Thank you, sir. Crossing Yeshu now deeply respected Zhuan because he avenged his blood. But he didn't take too much comfort in Zhuan's words. After all, it had been a century since Crossing Yu left the Golden Ding Pavilion. This may not be a long time for cultivators, but it was enough to change many things. Even if his grandfather had planned well in the beginning, who could guarantee that everything would go smoothly? What would he do if this opportunity failed? Crossing Yeshu was lost in confusion. In this situation, the crane carriage flew at a rapid speed. In just one day, a tall mountain appeared in the distance. When the full view of the mountain emerged, Crossing Yeshu couldn't help but be amazed, because this was no ordinary mountain peak. It was clearly a magnificent and grand pavilion, exquisitely crafted and towering high. Numerous delicate pavilions floated in midair, connected by countless corridors, all anchored on the main high-rise building. Looking from afar, the countless corridors resembled a honeycomb, adding a touch of mystery to the building. When the sunlight shone down, the edges of the pavilion were gilded with a layer of faint gold, making it even more magnificent. This was the origin of the name Golden Ding Pavilion. Crossing, Yushu was seeing such a scene for the first time and felt that his eyes were insufficient to take it all in. Not only him, even those who had been here more than once couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Only Zuin remained calm. After glancing at the Golden Ding Pavilion, his eyebrows raised slightly, a hint of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. By now, more and more people had gathered, with flying ships covering the sky. However, no matter how powerful they were, upon arriving, they didn't dare to cross the mountain gate ahead. They could only wait from a distance. Fortunately, not far from the mountain gate, there was a small town. The town was not usually prosperous, but during the grand opening ceremony, it would be bustling with people. They were willing to stay there to rest and await the arrival of the ceremony. Zuin and the others were no exception. However, before they could land, a hurried flying ship crashed through. Along the way, all other flying ships and carriages were either shattered or scraped. The crowds were in chaos. Many people were about to curse angrily, and they saw the flying ship and its emblem, the Tianfan Sheng family. Such beings were not to be provoked by them, so they all calmed down. Eventually, when the flying ship approached Zuan, Sheng Miaotong appeared, smiling and saying, "Oh, what a coincidence." Zuan was speechless but nodded. "Indeed, what a coincidence." Sheng Miaotong chuckled. "Tomorrow is the date of the grand opening ceremony. How about we go to that tea house in the middle of town and have a rest first?" Sheng Miaotong pointed to the tea house located in the center of the town, which also overlooked the entire mountain gate. This tea house covers a vast area and has an advantageous location. The decorations are luxurious. Therefore, whenever the grand opening ceremony is held here, it becomes the first choice for powerful figures from all sides. If your strength or status is not enough, you simply cannot enter this tea house. However, Shen Miaotong doesn't care about this at all. She confidently strides forward. The waiter in charge of receiving guests was about to speak, but then he saw the emblem on Shen Miaotong's clothes, trembled all over, and quickly went to serve her. Zuan's group followed the cheerful Shen Miaotong straight to the top floor. There was no one to disturb them here. It was extremely quiet. Sitting by the window, one could have a panoramic view of the Jingding Pavilion. The environment was indeed excellent. Shen Miaotong smilingly greeted, "Please sit down." At the same time, a dozen beautiful maidservants brought various exquisite tea snacks like butterflies. Crossing, Yushu felt somewhat uncomfortable in this situation. Only Zuin sat quietly, sipping tea, and calmly asked, "Is the tea here good?" "Yes." Shen Miaotong grinned and then ordered, "Quick, prepare the tea." "Yes." Soon, a palace-dressed woman walked forward gracefully to start brewing the tea. The first cup of tea naturally was presented to Shen Miaotong, but she grimaced and passed it directly to Zuan, saying, "Here. Taste it quickly." Zuan took it, sipped gently, and then raised an eyebrow slightly. "It's acceptable, but the astringency remains. Obviously, the timing of brewing is inadequate." This comment caused the palace-dressed woman to slightly change her expression. After all, having studied the art of tea for 100 years and received numerous dignitaries, no one had quite hit the nail on the head like this young man. "So," she said softly, "Sir really has discerning taste." This year's cloud mist tea matured 3 days earlier than usual, making it slightly tender. If brewed conventionally, it easily becomes aged. That's why I decided to brew it earlier. I didn't expect you to notice. Her words were filled with admiration. Zuin smiled, took the tea set, and began to brew his own tea. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and in no time, the fragrance of tea began to fill the air. The palace-dressed woman widened her eyes gradually. As a connoisseur, she could tell how rare Zuan's current technique was. Particularly the tea fragrance was something unheard of. Shen Miaotong eagerly said, "Hey, is this that Walmart's launching again?" "No, this is tea Guanyan from Darenfa," Zuan replied, indifferently. After a moment, the tea was ready. Shen Miaotong eagerly picked up a cup, didn't wait for it to cool down, took a sip, and then began to praise. "Darenfa is what? The tea is quite good." The palace-dressed woman couldn't contain her curiosity, picked up a cup, tasted it, and her eyes brightened. This tea fragrance was completely different from any tea she had tasted before. Moreover, the brewing technique was just right, making her sigh in admiration. "Sir, you have great skill." Just as they were enjoying the tea and conversing, a disturbance appeared in the distant sky, followed by an enormous and extraordinary flying vessel emerging. The size of this flying vessel surpassed imagination. It was like a small city. On the front of the flying vessel was a large emblem. Seeing this flying vessel, Shen Miaotong trembled all over, accidentally knocking over the teacup in front of her and burning herself, then turned to run. Just then, a cold female voice came from the flying vessel, "Stand there." This command seemed to freeze Shen Miaotong on the spot. At the same time, the vessel slowly floated towards the tea house. As it neared, the grandeur and luxury of the flying vessel became more apparent. Everyone in the town witnessed this scene, their faces filled with shock and respect, because the famously renowned miss of the Shen family was arriving, Shen Manyu. At this moment, a radiant light surrounded the flying vessel, and a tall, fair-skinned, and exceptionally beautiful woman walked out. Upon seeing her, the palace-dressed woman stood up quickly and greeted with respect, "Greetings, miss." Shen Manyu remained silent, her lovely eyes scanning everyone in the room, eventually stopping at Zuan, who was calmly sipping tea behind the table. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. This silent pressure made the tea house completely quiet. The palace-dressed woman's face showed horror, but Zuan remained unfazed, not even blinking. At the same time, Shen Miaotong, knowing she couldn't escape this time, turned stiffly toward her sister and forced a smile. "Sister, why are you here?" "What? Not happy to see me?" Shen Manyu said coolly. "Oh no. No. I didn't mean that. I meant, why did you come at this time?" Shen Miaotong was extremely nervous, explaining repeatedly. How could the clever Shen Miaotong not sense a hidden meaning in Shen Manyu's words? But how could she have known so quickly? While puzzled, she heard a magnetic male voice chuckling, "Manyu, look at how you frightened your little sister." Two more figures emerged from the light. Leading the way was a handsome and well-mannered young man. Following behind him was Sujunen, who had lost his usual arrogance and displayed a trained and flattering expression. He didn't even dare to lift his head while walking, always bent at the waist. The man walked up to Shen Manyu, smiling gracefully. "Manyu, don't be too harsh. You might scare your little sister too much." Shen Manyu gave the man a nod without a word. He then turned to Shen Miaotong, beaming with a smile. "Miaotong, Manyu is no longer angry with you." Despite the man's refined and noble demeanor, Shen Miaotong's eyes showed only coldness and disgust when she looked at him. Shen Miaotong bowed her head in silence, completely ignoring his words. The tea house instantly fell into an awkward silence. The smile on the man's face remained unchanged, because he firmly believed that those who achieve great things should never show their emotions over trivial matters. This was something his father, the head of the Liu family, had always taught him. As one of the most outstanding young members of the Liu family, Liu Shifa deeply agreed with this principle and had been striving to adhere to it. So, although he had been longing for the Shun sisters, he always maintained a calm demeanor, even exuding an air of maturity. Just now, his every word and action perfectly fit the persona of an older brother, without any flaws. The silence of Shen Miaotong only made her appear stubborn and capricious. Indeed, Shen Manyu slightly furrowed her brows and sternly said, "Miaotong, are you not going to thank him?" Shen Miaotong trembled all over, then spoke in a barely audible voice, "Thank you, Brother Liu." When she mentioned Brother Liu, the words sounded vague and fleeting. Before Shen Manyu could say anything else, Liu Shifa raised his hand to stop her and then said with a smile, "Well, Miaotong is still young, a bit of willfulness is not surprising. But this young man," his gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Zuan. In fact, he had already noticed Zhu, and as soon as he came in, no matter where he was, Zuan, dressed in white, was always the center of attention. However, upon closer inspection, Liu Shifa's heart sank. He realized that this young man, despite his lack of reputation, surpassed him in both appearance and demeanor. Not to exaggerate, but he was even outshone. This unexpected discovery left the usually self-assured Liu Shifa startled, and a strong sense of rivalry rose within him. As the man closest to Sheng Manyu and with the most hope of obtaining this rose from the Sheng family, he considered the sisters off-limits to others. Therefore, when he coincidentally encountered Su Jianeng on the road, who informed him that someone had gained Shun Myotan's favor. Lu Shifa hurried over in a blaze. Now, seeing Zuan, his hostility only intensified. After sizing him up, Lu Shifa gave a slight cold smile and asked in a leisurely tone, "You, sir, seem quite unfamiliar. May I ask where you're from?" His question immediately drew everyone's attention to Zuan. Shun Myotan's expression changed, feeling a surge of anger, and was about to speak, but Shun Manyu glared at her, gesturing her to stay silent. She, too, had heard of the situation from Su Juneng. Unlike Lu Shifa's impure thoughts, her concern stemmed purely from her sister's well-being, fearing she might be deceived again, which led her to rush over. Now, although this young man looked decent, he did not appear to be from a prominent family at all. Upon this realization, Shun Manyu felt a chill in her heart. Considering the Shun family's status, they would never allow Shun Myotan to be with such a person. Moreover, from what she knew, this young man likely approached Shun Myotan because of the family's influence. In other words, he might be a fraud. Therefore, she would not allow Shun Myotan to act out of line at this moment. Shun Myotan was burning with anger, but couldn't say anything in front of her own sister, feeling helpless. Finally, Zuan finished a pot of tea, sighed with satisfaction, then looked up at Lu Shifa. "Were you talking to me just now?" Lu Shifa nodded proudly. "Of course." Zuan nodded back, "Very well, but I don't want to talk to you." Hearing this, Shun Myotan couldn't help but chuckle. Shun Manyu glared at her fiercely, and Shun Myotan quickly covered her mouth, but her eyes were filled with a mischievous smile as she glanced at Zuan. "I give this answer a full score." Shun Myotan thought to herself. While she was happy, the others in the room all had their expressions change. Especially Lu Shifa. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he stared at Zuan with a sinister look in his eyes. "You don't have to say it. I already know, Zuan. Hey. But I have never heard of any noble family with the surname Zhu. Care to explain?" "Explain what?" Zuan, leisurely reclining on a low divan, answered mildly. Lu Shifa was boiling with anger, but he forced himself to restrain and sneer. "For instance, your identity and background. Why are you getting close to Myotan? Do you have some unspeakable secrets?" These words were vicious. Shun Myotan's face drastically changed. If there was a chance, she wished she could rush up and tear Lu Shifa's mouth apart. However, to everyone's surprise, Zuan smiled, a brilliant smile, and casually said, "You said so much, only to ask if I am a nobleman, right?" "That's one way to put it," Lu Shifa said arrogantly. "Do you think I am?" Zuan's eyes grew cold, and he said lightly, Hey, I've asked around, and the Jingguan cave and the other 6 major caves have not a single noble family with the surname Zhu. What do you say?" Su Juneng, who had positioned himself near those in power, felt proud and spoke first. Zuan lowered his eyes. "Quite a thorough investigation." "Humph." Lu Shifa sneered, thinking that Zuan had admitted. But at that moment, Zuan raised his eyes abruptly and, with a chilly tone, said, "Because I, alone, am a noble." This audacious declaration left everyone in the room dumbfounded. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shun Myotan's eyes gradually lit up, and her gaze at Zuan became increasingly soft. Shun Manyu, on the other hand, snorted, believing that this young man in white was no more than a braggart. But before she could speak to Lu Shifa, Su Juneng, who had been waiting for a chance to show himself, sneered first. "What outrageous words! You claim to be a noble? It's laughable. Do you know?" Before he could finish, a white light flashed, and Su Juneng seemed to be hit head-on by a heavy tank, flying out and crashing into several tables and chairs, before falling to the ground. Now lying there, blood dripping from his mouth alongside broken teeth, rendering him nearly speechless. The porcelain cup spun on the ground like a spinning top, emitting a buzzing sound, until after a moment, it swayed and came to a stop. All eyes in the room then converged on Zuan, especially Shun Manyu and Lu Shifa. Their faces turned serious. Only Shun Myotan, despite covering her mouth, had laughter in her eyes, filled with excitement at the thought of chaos. It was only at this moment that the unlucky Su Juneng snapped out of his daze from being hit, first letting out a miserable cry, then in a muffled, angry voice said, "Zhu, dare you hit me?" Zhu, and smiled, but with a coldness in his expression, before indifferently saying, "What can you do even if I hit you?" Su Juneng wanted to confront him, but the pain in his mouth reminded him that this young man in white was not easy to provoke, so he looked at Lu Shifu with a face full of grievances. Lord Lu, due to the blood in his mouth and his shattered teeth, his speech was unclear, but it was clear to everyone that Lu Shifu was his support. Indeed, Lu Shifu's face gradually turned stern, then he stared at Zuan with a chilling smile. No wonder you are so fearless, truly cunning. But haven't you heard that even to beat a dog, one must look at its master? These words clearly belittled Su Juneng as his own dog. But to Su Juneng's surprise, he felt joy instead of anger, even showing a hint of smutness on his face. Seeing this, Sheng Miaotong felt disgusted, distancing herself further from Su Juneng. Su Juneng understood this, but at this moment, he no longer hoped to get close to Miss Shona, as he was not a fool and could see Lu Shifu's greed for the two sisters. In fact, when he coincidentally encountered the prestigious Lu Shifu on the road, he immediately changed his target. After all, the chances of getting close to Miss Shona and winning her affection were slim, but attaching himself to the young master of the Lu family would be a great choice. So Lu family was second only to the Sheng family in the Golden Light Paradise. For Su Juneng, who came from a small town, having the Lu family as support was already a substantial backing. Therefore, when he heard Lu Shifu refer to him as a dog, he felt pleasure instead of anger. At the same time, Zuan leaned against a low couch, smiling indifferently. You're right, to beat a dog, you must indeed look at its master. But my habit is that if the dog is too arrogant, I'll beat both the dog and its master. How do you feel about that? At this statement, the whole room was shocked. Even Sheng Miaotong, who always wanted chaos, widened her eyes in surprise, finally showing a hint of worrying in her gaze. She might be willful, but it didn't mean she couldn't see the situation clearly. The elders at home clearly valued Lu Shifu, even approving him as the suitor for her eldest sister. With the Lu family's increasing power in recent years, even though she saw through Lu Shifu's ambition, she kept her distance. She understood that causing trouble wouldn't be good for anyone. However, Zuan's bold statement caused admiration and concern in Sheng Miaotong's heart. Lu Shifu's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a sinister light, and he sneered, "Kid, do you know who you're talking to, Zhu?" and smiled and then reached out, gently playing with the teacup on the table without looking up, saying, "I don't know, and I don't care to know, but believe me, if you dare to say one more word of nonsense, this teacup will end up in your mouth, and you will never forget the pain of shattered teeth in your lifetime." Lu Shifu snorted in anger, and a majestic and aggressive aura suddenly emanated from him, causing the entire tea house to tremble slightly. Half a step away from the peak of true immortal, just one step away from greater road, a woman in palace attire exclaimed in shock. This cultivation level might be considered above average in this realm, but coupled with Lu Shifu's age, it was quite terrifying. No one knew what secret methods these aristocratic families passed down, as the actual strength of cultivators at the same level could vary widely. Lu Shifu proudly smiled. "That's right. I simply don't want to break through. Otherwise, I would have already become a power in the greater road." Everyone was even more astonished at his words. Even Sheng Miaotong couldn't help but shake slightly, showing a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Just as Lu Shifu's expression darkened, about to act, Sheng Manyu, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and stopped him. Lu Shifu was slightly taken aback, then looked at Sheng Manyu with some confusion. "Manyu, what do you mean?" Sheng Manyu calmly said, "Master Lu, please don't act rashly. I have a few words to say to him." Lu Shifu, unable to ignore Sheng Manyu's face, could only nod and take a step back, then glared at Zuan as if looking at a dead person. At this moment, Sheng Manyu walked to the tea table, her eyes coldly fixed on Zuan. In such a situation, few could remain calm, showing signs of nervousness. But Zuan didn't even lift an eyelid, just gently rotating the teacup on the table, the pale white porcelain reflecting somewhat dimly. The whole room fell silent. After a full 10 breaths, Sheng Manyu spoke coldly. "I don't care who you are, but my sister is not someone you can lay your hands on. I hope you understand this." Hearing this, Sheng Miaotong trembled, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes, but it soon disappeared, turning into a sense of dejection as she lowered her head. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, saying, "Oh, I'm curious what you mean by someone like me." Sheng Manyu's eyes were as cold as ice. She sneered, "You know best why you approached my sister. I don't need to say it." Zuan maintained his smile. "But what if I don't know?" Sheng Manyu snorted. "The power of the Sheng family is not something you can aspire to. Also, you came here to participate in the founding ceremony of the Golden Cauldron Hall, right? I can tell you right now, you will never be able to join the Golden Cauldron Hall. Oh, Zhu. And raised an eyebrow, glanced at Shun Manyu, and just as Shun Myotan couldn't hold back, shouting, "Sister ... Shun Manyu cut her off. "Shut up. You have no say here." Under the aggressive questioning of Shun Manyu, the whole scene fell silent, with many people showing a playful look on their faces. Especially Su Zheneng, who was hit and bleeding from his mouth and nose, seemed to be overflowing with pride in his eyes. "Let's see how you handle this now," Su Zheneng thought to himself. However, to his surprise, Zuan, who was at the center of the storm, showed no reaction on his face. Instead, he calmly leaned against a low couch, lightly tapping the coffee table with his fingers. After a moment, Zuan chuckled lightly. "Not bad. But what I want to say is, you've got two things wrong." "Oh. What two things?" Shun Manyu asked coldly. "First, the one who is supposed to join the Jining Pavilion is not me, but him." With that, Zuan pointed to Crossing Yeshu sitting behind him. The crowd then noticed the silent young man, who then showed a hint of disdain. Because in terms of appearance and demeanor, Crossing Yeshu seemed like an ordinary young man who lacked experience, nothing remarkable. Shun Manyu coldly smiled. "And the second point? Could it be that you have no feelings for my sister?" Her tone was full of sarcasm. But at that moment, Zuan, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Under Zuan's gaze, Shun Manyu felt goosebumps all over her body, a chill running through her heart. The feeling was as if she had been targeted by a fierce beast, sending shivers down her spine. But the feeling quickly dissipated as Zuan lowered his gaze once again, as if the intense moment was just an illusion. Then Zuan spoke indifferently. "Secondly, I came to the Jining Pavilion at the request of a friend, to check the situation here. If I'm not satisfied with the outcome, I will take back some things from here." Zuan paused, then coldly glanced at Shun Manyu. "As for the so-called Shun family power, in my eyes, it's nothing but ants." These words were like a heavy bombshell, leaving many people dumbfounded. Even Shun Manyu was a bit stunned, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Then, she couldn't help but be angered. "You dare slander my Shun family like this?" Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp sound rang out. A white light flashed and hit Shun Manyu's shoulder directly. Caught off guard, she staggered back several steps from the impact, showing a pained expression on her face. The white light had shattered her shoulder blade. The excruciating pain made this proud woman, admired by many since childhood, furious. Zuan then indifferently said, "As I just mentioned, any more nonsense, and I will shatter all your teeth. But considering you are Shun Myotan's sister, I'll give you some face for now." Meanwhile, Lu Shifa also realized what was happening. Eager to show off in front of everyone, upon hearing Zuan's words, he was even more furious. Grunting, he suddenly unleashed his aura, ready to teach this ignorant young man a lesson. Zuan smirked coldly, impatient with these people. If it weren't for Shun Myotan, Shun Manyu would be dead by now. Although Zuan did not value his reputation, he didn't mind sending these troublemakers to another world if they kept provoking him. Just then, a melodious bell rang out from a distance, spreading throughout the valley and the town. When the people heard it, they were startled, exclaiming, "It's the mountain opening bell. Jining Pavilion is about to open the mountain." This news shocked everyone. Although they didn't know why the mountain opening ceremony was a day earlier this time, they were aware of the implications for their chance to join the Jining Pavilion. Therefore, everyone's first reaction, after coming to their senses, was to rush towards the Jining Pavilion. This sudden turn of events was also known to the people in the tea house. Lu Shifa, Shun Manyu, and the others were alarmed. For them, the most important thing now was to join the Jining Pavilion first. Everything else could wait. Lu Shifa and Shun Manyu exchanged a glance. Then Lu Shifa spoke in a chilling tone. "Kid, consider yourself lucky for now. Let's go." "Manyu." Shun Manyu glanced coldly at Zuan and left. Shun Myotan also had to leave, but as she departed, she glanced back at Zuan with a look of worrying and urgency. It was clear she was urging Zuan to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. But Zuan just smiled faintly. Shun Myotan was extremely anxious, but dared not speak out against her sister's authority, silently leaving the tea house. Soon, everyone had left, and the tea house was empty, except for Zuan and Crossing Yeshu. Even the woman in palace attire had disappeared. Through the window, they could see a crowd of people rushing towards the mountain gate in the distance. Crossing Yeshu couldn't help but feel anxious. "Sir, aren't we going yet?" Zhu and smiled. "Are you in a hurry?" Crossing Yeshu gritted his teeth a bit. "Because so many people are going to pay their respects to the mountain. What if we're too late and fail?" Zhuan gave Crossing Yeshu a deep look and then turned to the towering giant pavilion in the distance, saying softly, "Actually, you don't need to worry so much." "Huh, sir, what did you say?" Crossing Yeshu didn't hear clearly what Zhuan said and asked in surprise. Zhu and chuckled, then stood up and said, "Nothing, since we're here, we might as well enjoy the show. Let's go." With that, Zhuan and Crossing Yeshu walked out of the tea house and headed towards the mountain gate in the distance. After passing through the seemingly lonely gate standing in the wilderness, Crossing Yeshu felt a sudden clarity ahead. A vast square appeared before them, bustling with people awaiting something eagerly. Outside were people with slightly inferior power and influence, and further out it was the same. As they reached the outermost edge, they encountered ordinary cultivators, many of whom looked haggard and wore tattered clothes, clearly impoverished. In comparison, the appearance of Zhuan and Crossing Yeshu did not attract any attention, because everyone's focus was on the high platform in the distance. At that moment, an auspicious cloud descended from the sky and landed directly on the high platform. When the cloud dispersed, there stood a middle-aged man in a doused robe with golden edges, exuding an air of confidence and pride that could not be concealed in the corners of his eyes and brows. Behind him were several devout Taoist attendants. The imposing presence of this man immediately drew everyone's gaze upon his entrance. The crowd stirred slightly. People began whispering and discussing among themselves. Is the inaugural ceremony of the Jining Pavilion really being presided over by Elder Xian himself? Indeed, in previous years, only an inner door disciple would be sent, but this time an elder has been dispatched. It seems that this inaugural ceremony is quite extraordinary. As people murmured, Elder Xian's voice rang out clearly like the cry of a crane, spreading through the area and instantly silencing the noisy crowd. Many faces showed reverence. Just this gesture alone was enough to demonstrate Elder Xian's power. Consequently, the crowd fell silent. Elder Xian scanned the crowd, enjoying the awe in their eyes, then nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Since that's the case, without further ado, let the inaugural ceremony begin." With that, he waved his sleeves. Before the square, rays of light began to appear and interconnect. After the light faded, a ladder was revealed. This ladder shimmered with light at one end, disappearing into the sky and vanishing into the ethereal mist of clouds. "The heaven-opening ladder," someone exclaimed. The so-called inaugural ceremony was actually a ritual conducted by major sects like the Jining Pavilion to select disciples and infuse new blood. The heaven-opening ladder was a kind of secret method. If you had a connection to the Tao, talent, and potential, you could ascend to the heavens. If not, progress would be difficult. Upon seeing the appearance of the ladder, many people's expressions turned solemn. However, at that moment, Sheng Manyu stepped forward and respectfully greeted Elder Xian. "I am Sheng Manyu. I greet Uncle Xian." Originally, Elder Xian was beaming with pride, but upon seeing Sheng Manyu, his face immediately lit up with a smile. "It's Manyu. You don't need to be so polite. After all, you will soon be under Senior Shumira's tutelage and be fellow disciples. Come over here." His words were filled with affection. Sheng Manyu smiled slightly at this scene, then nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Xian. But my sister has also come this time. Should she go up the ladder first?" You are all family. Why climb the ladder? Come over for a rest and then return to Jining Pavilion," Elder Xian said with a smile. Sheng Manyu nodded and then led Sheng Maotong out of the crowd towards another area. At this moment, Sheng Maotong was filled with confusion and sorrow. She felt responsible for Zhuan and the others being in dire straits. Was Zhuan okay now? Did he heed her advice and leave this place as soon as possible? Thinking of this, Sheng Maotong couldn't help but sneak a glance around the square, but it was vast, and she couldn't find any trace of Zhuan and Crossing Yeshu. After the Sheng sisters successfully passed the assessment, Rushi, who had been waiting on the side, also stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Elder Xian, seeing it was Rushi, greeted him with a brilliant smile and allowed him to pass the assessment. Following that, almost all the aristocratic children went through a similar process. Although they were not treated as grandly as the Sheng sisters and Rushi, they passed the assessment with ease. Even the relatively unknown Sujuneng stepped forward. Initially, Elder Siyun didn't recognize him, but when Sujuneng presented a document, Elder Siyun allowed him to pass the assessment. Soon, almost all the prominent children in the front were selected. Then came those from less well-off families. In short, regardless of their talent, if they didn't pay up, they couldn't pass the assessment smoothly. Therefore, shortly after, a large group of less affluent children left with disappointed expressions. Seeing this, Crossing Yushu, standing at the edge of the square, looked astonished and anxious. Unable to contain himself, he whispered, Master, what should we do? But there was no response. Crossing Yushu looked at Zuin in surprise, fearing to speak up. After some time, perhaps an hour had passed. The once lively square had become empty. Those eliminated had left dejectedly, while those who passed the assessment stood behind Elder Siyun, chatting excitedly. In the end, only Zuin and Crossing Yushu remained standing at the edge of the square. Seeing that Zuin and the others had not left as expected, Shang Maotan couldn't help but feel a sense of despair.